Metal container, a plastic jug, a balloon.
So you got a real chamber, a long thin one that goes from the ground up into space, yeah. And if you was to put a gas in it, whatever you want, helium, hydrogen, whatever you want, yeah, and that's all that's in there, nothing else. So there is no relative density, no, yeah, it's all the same. Without gravity, the pressure in that chamber would be equal throughout the chamber.
How would you know that?
Because relative density, dude.
Relative density makes it equal?
Yes.
No, that would make it not equal.
Why? How so?
Well, I'm just saying it'd be relative, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
That
relative to
word
each other.
means
Yeah.
no. The
Relative
word
to
relative means everything I need it to be.
relative to each other.
To
Remember?
everything, to me.
If you only have one gas in that chamber, then it would be relative to itself. The
Right.
only way that you could try to get a gradients would be to have it two different temperatures on each side.
That's what would happen when he raised it to space. Well, no, that's why I'm asking. Because he said the chamber went to space, brother. So, like, if the chamber goes to space and you're saying, I'm wondering, like, it's the same gas and you're saying it's going to be, like, so it's not going to be different at the top and the bottom is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, this is what I mean. Like, it's like a foot
So, how
wide
would it
chamber.
not if the temperature is different from the bottom of the earth to the top? Like, top of the mountain cold?
Okay.
Okay. So, you'd have a temperature differential in your chamber. And then you would have a differential in your chamber because the sheer fact of temperature would create a differential. I mean, it's just physics.
Okay, but it's very hot in space, dude. It's not cold. It's very hot.
It's hot in space?
Yeah, in direct sunlight, dude, it's fucking hot. It's like fucking 500 degrees C.
Now we're in direct sunlight, so now we need sunlight on our chamber to space.
Well, you don't need it. I'm just saying, like this chamber would be like
So the
night time,
sunlight is gonna,
daytime, night time,
okay.
daytime.
Now what you did was added the sunlight. Now it's gonna react, and you're
If it's
still gonna create a differential of temperature in that chamber, are you not?
See, this is what I mean. You're going down the temperature route, dude. You're doing the same thing the
Well, if
other
it's
way.
colder in the bottom and hotter in the top, there's going to be a gradient. If it's hotter in the top and colder in the bottom, there's going to be a gradient. If it's colder in the top and hotter in the bottom, there's going to be a gradient. Temperature is a differential, right?
Right.
No, hot and cold.
Okay, it's kind
Cold
of
helium does the same as hot helium. You're saying?
Yeah. Okay.
I beg to differ.
Okay, in this chamber, then you have these electro blankets running around it, so you have an equilibrium of temperature throughout the chamber. Does that help?
Okay. So it's a room temperature chamber of 50 degrees. What do we do now? Or 70 degrees, let's say. I'm sorry, 70 degrees.
Right. So in the model without gravity, the pressure would be equal throughout the chamber.
I don't know. I think the temperature would differentiate inside the chamber.
Okay, cool. But we've nullified that by ensuring the temperature in the chamber.
No, you ensured the temperature outside the chamber.
Okay, there's a fucking rod going up the middle of the chamber that has a temperature that keeps the pressure. Sorry, the temperature.
Now where the rod's at is going to be different from the outside edge, because now you created a temperature differential from the center that's not going to be kept on the outside edge.
This is why it's a thought. That's why it's a thought experiment, dude. Like I'm telling you, like in the thought experiment, the temperature is equal throughout the chamber.
No, temperature makes things do different shit. You fucking crazy bastard. If I have cold water that's super cold, it's going to be frozen. If I have hot water, it's going to be steam. Therefore, it's going to be a gradient of a fucking block of ice in the bottom and hot at the top. What the fuck?
Yeah, but in this thought experiment, dude, the temperature in the chamber is equal throughout the chamber.
How do you know that?
Because that's the thought experiment.
So then what's happening? So the inside edge of the container is going to exert more pressure, or the center of the inside of the container? How would we measure that?
With barometers, dude, throughout the chamber.
Okay, so you'll have a barometer in the center of the chamber, and you have barometers on the edge of the inside of the top,
all,
bottom,
all
and
the
sides?
all the way up the chamber.
Just making sure, brother.
Every inch, every 2 inch, whatever you want to do, throughout the chamber, you'll have these different barometers measuring the pressure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
cool.
that's what you would need for science. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So the temperatures equal the gas is the same.
We
So there's
got
no
everything equal because we
Yes.
controlled the variable and manipulated the temperature.
Okay, cool. So without gravity, the pressure would remain equal within that chamber.
Why?
Relative density, dude.
Yeah,
Without
don't you know
gravity,
anything?
hold on, our temperature is the thing we manipulated.
Oh my god, he's still on the temperature thing.
Yeah, that's what we're manipulating in here, right? We're making sure the temperature stays the same inside a container. So we're manipulating a container, containment. We're also we're manipulating gravity with that container. Then we're manipulating the temperature. So you said no gravity. The idea of gravity would be containment, correct?
No,
The way to test what you're saying would be to test the free fucking air.
not what he said.
What's this guy arguing?
I'm not really sure.
Gravity is his container.
Oh, gravity is the container for gas, right? Yeah. Interesting.
We were trying to break it down.
You keep coming to the temperature thing. Remember, in the thought experiment, the temperature of the chamber is equal throughout.
Right, you have a chamber, it's going to be your fake gravity. Now you said without gravity, that doesn't make any sense because you put a chamber around the shit of fake gravity.
No, gravity permeates the chamber, dude.
Why?
No, he said, hold on, he said without gravity. This gentleman said he puts it in the chamber. He said, now without gravity.
Yeah, without gravity, in the thought experiment, dude, without gravity, the pressure in that chamber will be equal throughout due to
Your
relative
chamber
density.
would be gravity in this thought experiment. It'd be taking the place of it, a force holding shit in a shape.
That is not what he said.
What? Who said?
So does this only happen in a thought experiment, or does this happen in reality?
It's just a thought experiment for you guys to follow
What's
along.
it going to help with? No reality?
The temperature issue, of course, it's the temperature issue.
Okay, catchphrase, helper. We got you, helper, hamburger helper. We hear you.
Well, I don't know. He's made it very plain to you, and if you can't understand that, I don't know what the problem
understand how
is.
he's wrong and doesn't make any sense.
It's clear. In your imagination, you can do anything.
Right, you can hamburger help anything.
No, dude, it's a thought experiment for you guys to comprehend of why there is a higher air pressure at sea level, and why
you're saying there's a container,
and because there is this gradient of air pressure, is why the pressure goes down as you go into space, higher.
You're supposed to show no container.
There is a container, but it's got a lid with a valve where you let the pressure in and out.
Gravity does? Gravity has one of those?
Just like Tupperware, yes.
Gravity has one of those valves.
Okay,
yes.
So we're saying the Earth. So we're saying the Earth is in a container.
Now, what I'm saying is gravity is the container.
In your imagination.
Okay, so all right, I'll ask you the question then. Why is there
in your mama's ass?
Why is there a higher air pressure at sea level?
Language. Well, that's where all the gas is getting produced on the surface.
See, that's where they go. They go. That's where it's being produced. Like roots just like I told you. This is what.
Is that not true? Is that not true?
Is that not?
So you're telling me that that's not true? Gas is not produced at surface level.
Remember, gas flows in any gas flows in any direction freely.
Okay, where is it produced? Let's start there.
In your mama's ass.
At sea level, yeah, but it's produced here, and it's produced here. But gas moves in any direction. Gas moves in any direction unless another force is acting upon it. Yeah.
Yeah, but it would make sense that the highest concentration is where it's produced.
Yeah, and I know this is what I mean. You're going down the same route as the other flat earthers do.
Well, it's because it's true.
And the highest voltage is where it goes.
Hang on, let me finish the statement, dude. Is that The reason why think about it. The reason why there's a higher air pressure on the Earth, on sea level, is because what he's saying it's the back pressure of where the gas is produced. Because remember, it will just flow away.
Pressure.
It will just flow away. But the reason why there's a higher pressure because the plants are pushing it out at that pressure. So the actual pressure comes from it being produced.
That's just the thickest concentration of the gas at surface level because it's all getting produced at surface level. Then it's dispersing into the wider available volume, which must be a volume.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Not
that's what
a
I'm trying to
non-volume.
Forcing against itself, causing kinetic energy, creating the voltage rate as it goes up to increase. So every like 3 feet, the voltage increases 100.
Okay,
100 volts every 3 feet.
Okay, so listen, if there is a dome and gas is being produced on the thing, it will, like, that pressure would build, and this barrier of high pressure where it's been produced will get thicker and thicker and thicker until it permeates up to the container, this barrier, and then you'd have an equal pressure throughout the container. Unless it's vented off somehow. Like what happens in reality, it vents off into space.
I got a soda.
So how would you know whether there is some kind of inflow, outflow, or anything like that?
If you was to assume that the Earth is inside of a container and all you experience is inside of a container, what are some of the causes that would cause the air to flow? You've already named plants. Plants would cause the air to flow. What else would cause the air to flow?
Electromagnetic energy, voltage.
Okay.
So I think he's asking the other guy, isn't he? The British guy.
Yeah, I am. Because I want to know what it is that he thinks would cause the air to flow, because we've experienced the air flowing. Does he know?
Sorry, what is the question?
You're inside of a contained environment. You're saying that it should equalize. However, the air is constantly flowing. We've already named plants as one cause of the air flowing. What is another cause? Do you know?
Okay.
What makes the cold winds blow, brother, is what he's asking you. If they're lockstep to your globe, what makes them move?
No, not the globe. The
temperature.
Earth.
Temperature.
Okay, temperature. What are some causes of temperature change?
Fucking infrared radiation departing more energy onto the molecules, making them vibrate a wider diameter, thus displacing more space, more area, making their relative density lower for the mass, so they rise. Is that what you want me to say?
I'm asking for, okay, you gave an example. What's the cause of that example?
Hang on, I've got a jet flying over me. Hold on. What is that? Hang on.
The satellite, bro.
Fucking some World War II jet just flew over. Hang on. Hold on. Okay,
Yeah, they're getting ready for Russia.
It's looking for the curve.
It's fucking well low.
Okay.
Sorry, what was the question?
No, you had made a statement about some thermal changing, right? From what cause?
Yeah, departing of energy through the infrared, light spectrum, departing energy onto the
from
atoms.
What cause? You're just describing an effect. What is the cause of that effect?
The sun.
Okay, so the sun can cause a temperature change, which would cause the air to flow inside this contained environment. Plants would cause the air to flow inside this contained environment. Electricity would cause pressure changes, which would make the air flow.
Yes.
So then, can you think of any other causes of air flowing?
The Coriolis effect?
No, we're inside of a stationary contained environment.
Really?
Yes. Unless you want to tell me what Coriolis is inside the stationary contained environment.
I don't know. Just tell me what it is, and then tell me what the correct answer is, and then we can deal with that.
Well, we're walking through it because so far we've come up with 3 options. I would say moving objects was inside this contained environment would be another cause for air flowing, right? Wouldn't you?
No.
Okay, so we got planes, cars, those are all producing heat and they move. So then you have a flowing air away around each of those objects.
Right. But all you have to do is just remove that from the thought experiment, like I did
Well,
with the chamber.
I'm not talking about the thought experiment. I'm trying to
No,
put a graph
evidently.
on what it is that we're experiencing inside this contained, non-moving environment.
Okay,
You can call it a thought experiment if you want because you love the globe, but
it is a thought
follow me.
experiment. It is a thought experiment because we're not on a stationary plane, dude.
I'm not varying and
Alright.
manipulating anything. I'm observing reality. The sun causes change, the air flows. You have the weather patterns happening from whatever cause that they are. Hurricanes cause a high pressure environment. High pressure flows away from that high pressure environment out into the low pressure environment. That's where you get all of your winds, your tornadoes. The cold air rains down because the cold air pushes the hot air up. The hot air gets pushed up. It rapidly cools. It returns to its location through the rain.
Yeah,
It sits on the ground. We
Okay,
got the water cycle.
okay, cool. Yeah, but this is why in my thought experiment I removed all of these to simplify it. In the chamber I was speaking upon, it has an equilibrium of temperature.
No,
No
it
moving.
doesn't.
No. It's a thought experiment, dude. It has.
Yeah, but
So
it's a bit
therefore it
silly for
does.
you to say we're removing all the variables that I'm asking about in my thought experiment. You're asking, how does this
Yeah.
happen? How does this happen? This guy's giving you a bunch of options for how these things can happen, and you're saying, yeah, but I'm not considering those in my thought experiment. That's redundant.
Which makes it pointless. Inside of a 2-liter, you got a little bit of air, correct?
Just because there's cars moving about, dude, is fucking irrelevant. Like it doesn't
No, it's
matter
not
because
relevant.
there
You're talking about motion.
it's irrelevant, dude, because there is a higher air density at sea level within everything you're talking about. It stays constant. There is a higher pressure at sea level.
So what?
Why is that?
The fuck is your point? Why wouldn't it be?
We just told you.
Brother,
We just told you. You just missed it. So okay, we'll just say who cares then. You don't know why there's a higher
High to
density
low.
of pressure
No,
at the
but
surface.
your answer is
Then
because of
what?
the back pressure of it being produced.
No, it's not back pressure. It's just that's where it's being produced. So yeah, the highest concentration is naturally going to be there, logically, of course.
No, being the
There's
gas
no
moves
fucking pressure. What do you mean?
gas moves freely in any direction unless another force is acting upon it. Okay, so if there wasn't this, so if it wasn't this, hang on, so if it wasn't this back pressure, then there wouldn't be a higher
back pressure.
What
the
is back pressure?
Plant pushing out the gas, the plant pushing out the CO2 and the oxygen. They're pushing it out. That's what you're saying. This is what you don't realize.
So what is the back pressure?
Is the plants producing? They're taking the sunlight in photosynthesis and producing a gas.
Yeah, they also take the water from the ground and transpire it.
Water from the ground, exactly. So they're creating this back pressure. That if you think about it, that's what you're saying. The reason why there's a higher density of air pressure at sea level is because that's the back pressure.
Yeah, so it's like we've got we've got a pump in a room, and the pump is expelling a gas, and you're asking why is there most gas at the valve of the gas that's being let out of the container, because that's where it's coming from. So obviously the highest pressure is going to be there, and then it's going to disperse out into the room, the volume.
Correct.
I don't know
Just
why.
like a 2-liter when you open it.
No, this is what I mean. This is what I'm saying. You end up in the same position as any other flat earth.
Who does?
And this is what I said to Roots before, and then Roots went, "This is because they have a lack of understanding of these motions and the like." Right, Roots, did you hear all of that? Is this where they end up?
No. I said actually what I said to you was they wouldn't have said that alone. There's a lot more to it. The full gas pressure gradient is caused by a dynamic system. That's what I said.
Exactly, Echo. And the issue here is you're echo chamber. You're observing the result, right? And you're using that as your explanation, but you have to actually observe what's causing causing it. And these gentlemen are trying to explain to you the fact
No,
that
but
when you increase the temperature of a gas, right, those molecules within the gas start moving faster. And that is where you get the rising aspect of it coming and the falling. Go ahead.
Right. Okay. So the thermosphere is hotter than sea level, dude. So there should be a higher pressure there if that's what you're talking about.
How high up is the thermosphere?
I don't know. High. I'm not actually in front of a machine at the minute.
So you can't really
Anyway.
use it as an argument if you don't even know, or it's not something that any of us can actually verify.
No, what we have here, what we have here is to answer the question of why there's a higher air pressure at sea level is on one side of the scale we have gravity, which can explain it, and your argument is
gravity,
hang on, and on the other side of the scale is you have the back pressure of where it's produced. Okay, so that's the two arguments. So don't try and complicate it with dynamics.
What are you talking about,
because in both systems,
really, I think you're confused as hell.
Because in both systems, they have all the same dynamics. Exactly.
How are you possibly going to say pressure and then say dynamics? What is the cause of the pressure? What is the cause of the dynamic that you're observing? Wall. This is the thing that we're looking for. The cause of it, not the effect. Please tell us what the cause of this pressure is.
The wall.
The reason why there's a higher air density pressure at the sea level is because of gravity, dude.
Dude, no. Okay, so
anyway,
so we've sussed out.
I'm not doing this all day, dude. It's moronic.
What? When you're here, you're the one here talking, and we're having a conversation. You're the one that stated the result. We're asking you what is the cause of that result. And no, the containment unit. Hold on, the containment unit. Somebody just said the walls. The containment unit is not the cause.
No. He left.
What is within it.
He left. He left.
This was his slurf converting argument.
Okay, wait a minute. So you mean to tell me we ask you for the cause of something and he runs for the hills?
He left.
Is this what happens?
I threw
well,
out
no,
the wall.
He actually said
he
said the cause, but then he knew he was going to get called out on the cause that he's claiming, so he left.
Well, that's just it. He claimed gravity, and that's where I was like, wait a second. Okay, so we've been able to pop the pimple and observe that pus coming out is gravity that we're going to try to figure out what it is.
I love it. He left. That's funny.
At the beginning of the conversation, he said that this was his flat earther converting back to globe argument. And then Roots pointed out that there's going to be more to this discussion than just, let me think about that. Maybe the person didn't understand. Maybe he left to go learn something about the thing that he doesn't have an answer for. And then Echo was like, nah, they convert it back to globe.
It's like somebody showed me a picture of the globe and said, here it is. And you're like, okay, I'm going to go back to the globe now.
He's trying to isolate and compartmentalize all these ideas, and then as soon as you start bringing in, reality, it's like, oh, it's a thought experiment. Well, then what the fuck are we talking about?
Yeah, and when he's actually talking about what he says is going on, he's talking about gravity in the thermosphere, neither of which he can even define or demonstrate. That's why he left.
And that's where it becomes a subjective argument, right? He's trying to take it to a place where he can only observe the things that he wants to observe, and we all have to sit there and try to pander to his mindset as to what it is he's observing. No, subjective realities don't work here. We want objective realities, direct, demonstrable, repeatable. This is the kind of stuff we're looking for.
Well, when you back these guys into a corner with the defense of reality, they tend to leave the chat because they cannot combat that all the time, every time. That's just their MO, bro. They don't like it. You bring up the definition.
Let's just quickly check if any of the new people want to ask questions. So we've got Annie and Gita, I think, so the only new people in. You guys got questions, topics you want to discuss? No. All right.
I mean, well, Echo is a guy who, yeah, he's a guy who thinks that his best proof for the Earth is the gyro, and he believes that the gyro is direct evidence of motion of the Earth. So this is the kind of person we're dealing with.
Yeah, he just doesn't understand the concept behind it. But I give it to this though. It's because there's a lot of people that he probably looks up to in the YouTube world and in the Discord world that they have misguided him to actually what it actually is. So like that's all he goes on, even though he's wrong. Like clearly he's wrong, but he will not accept that. Just like all the others.
I want to know why none of them put it on a ball. They don't put their magnet in a ball and fly around with their compass. They don't put anything in a fucking ball. But yet they want us to believe that, you know, ball.
Yeah, it's really weird. Like they use the gyroscope, right, to be proof of movement, but they aren't understanding what the gyroscope is actually like doing.
Right, and that's why they need a ball that moves one, you know, it's 66 and then one, and you keep those two, then you put the little gyro on there, and then you watch what it do.
Right.
Wait. I thought the pendulum was the proof of the spin.
they have
many. Hey, put them all on there. Put a little outhouse. Put a little pin. We'll take them all.
In my work environment, somebody brings up the pendulum. I'm pointing to those cranes and being like, "Look, they're not moving." How is that proof?
Never. You know, I mean, I've been on plenty of job sites where when we take a break, right, and the crane, it doesn't retract itself all the way up. They'll leave it hanging right above the load that we're gonna pull up in an hour, and that shit still fucking stays exactly where we began, bro. But their argument is like, well, you have to move it and you have to keep it moving so it shows a procession. But they will not admit.
Moving.
Yeah, they won't admit
how in the
that
fuck?
They won't admit that they won't admit that there is contraptions that keep it moving accordingly to how they want it to move. Like there's this magnetic thing, and every we have like the Griffith Observatory, right? That has a huge pendulum. One day we went, and the tour guide was like, "Oh, it's not on right now. That's why it's not moving right now." It's like, wow. So you guys admit that there's a contraption that makes it move the way you want it to move. It's weird. It's really weird, bro.
And why would you need to move it at all? That defeats the whole purpose.
Exactly. I was the idea of a crane is a great example, Apo, because at the end of your shift, the crane operator will actually devane. He takes the active line out of the crane, makes it like non-functional, so that in case the winds pick up overnight, the crane can literally move so it doesn't get affected by the wind. So why is it showing spin at that point? If your little contraption that's 20 feet attached to the surface, maybe it's 12 feet above the surface, that thing is showing its precession. How come a crane's not showing its precession?
Right. Yeah.
Process my ass.
They won't grasp that. They won't accept that reality, and it's really funny. Oh, he's back. Hey, Chamber, you left early. What happened? We were talking about how the definition of pressure.
I had a call, dude. I had a call.
No worries. That's okay. We respect that. So the whole the whole point that we're trying to make is that the whole reason why you have pressure is because of the walls, by definition. By the way, go ahead.
If there was a solid dome, this barrier that's defined in 3D space, then gas would equalize throughout the chamber, like.
Yeah, but earlier we spoke about all of the reasons why it wouldn't sit static inside the chamber, and you was like, "No, my thought experiment." So are we gonna have to jump back into, thinking about reality again?
But let's point out the chamber. It's a wall. Let's go back to the original discussion here. It's still contained, and there's containment. Even in your own paradigm, you can look up NASA. They will tell you that pressure is defined by the way molecules are reacting under this so-called pressure, but only because of the walls that is pressing upon. Why do you negate, or why do you turn a blind eye to the fact that you have to have walls to even calculate and measure the pressure? Why do you do that?
Because in this instance, gravity is the wall.
No, it's not. What's your demonstration?
I tried to
really
take
gravity is a wall.
I tried to take you guys
Gravity's
through
a
a
wall.
experiment.
What?
Hold
on. Don't be like, oh, you guys are like this. Just give us the demonstration for what you just claimed.
No, indeed. For you to understand this point, I need to take you through the thought experiment, and if I go through
No,
it,
you
and
don't.
interrupted
You just
50
need to.
Why
I'm
not just
asking
deal with
for a thought
reality?
experiment.
Why
Hold
not
on, I'm
deal
not
with
asking for a
reality?
thought experiment. I'm asking for, you said gravity acts as a wall for gas pressure, air pressure. Demonstrate it. Don't imagine it and claim that's proof.
Exactly. We have reality. You don't have to imagine it. We have reality. We have things that
Yeah,
you can
exactly.
actually
Exactly. We have reality, and gravity is the container. That's the reality of it.
No, what's your demonstration of that? Because in reality, we can only observe physical containers maintaining air pressure.
Yeah, because we are inside the other container.
Right, so you're just begging the question then.
Dude, that's a throwaway
So-
comment.
so-
What
so-
question am I begging? What question am I begging?
You're begging the question that gravity, this imagined force, is maintaining air pressure next to a vacuum, and it's acting as a physical wall. So we're asking you.
All right, okay. So
let
me
in
ask
reality, we can manipulate air pressure. We can add air pressure.
All right, let me ask you this
all
question.
of Earth's gravity available to you. Show us a demonstration of the invisible physical wall of gravity maintaining air pressure.
Let me try this one. So the vacuum of space, yeah. The vacuum of space. What force? Hang on. What force are you telling me is sucking the air up?
No, I'm not telling you about anything. You're telling me there is an invisible wall that is maintaining air pressure, and you're calling it gravity, and I'm saying, show me.
Hang on. Answer this question, dude.
No, he's not going to answer your question because he's asking you. Listen, you're trying to flip the burden, right? He's asking you.
Flip the burden. It doesn't fucking matter. Like,
listen,
it doesn't fucking matter. Whatever experiment you do on the surface of Earth,
you make the claim. It's for you to demonstrate.
Listen, whatever experiment you do on Earth, it's within the fucking wider.
Okay. Here's where you get destroyed in your own logic, right? Because even within even within your paradigm and your thought experiments, you have this system to where there are things that would violate your very own, what's the word I'm looking for? The cause of this thing that you say exists, because you have gases that don't adhere to what you're saying right now. So if you have
like what?
Like gases, that's the whole point. So if you have a gas,
like what then?
A gas. I'm literally saying the answer. So if you have a gas,
all right, you get to finish what your point, but I don't. Brilliant.
Well, here's the point. If a gas is not adherent to what you're explaining it to be supposedly doing, that gravity is pulling down everything, but then gas negates that force that you believe exists, then therefore that's no longer something that you can attribute to the cause of why it's doing the thing you're saying is doing. Hence, it's going down. So if gas is going up, then that's no longer gravity. Then gravity cannot hold the gas, but gravity can hold everything on Earth.
Oh, dude, I can't have these moronic conversations. I really can't. This
I
fucking.
would
This is like.
agree.
Well, bro, you've
like
already failed at your claim. So
that
I mean, with that, this is where we're at. This is where we're at, right?
Listen,
hold
look.
on.
No, listen,
Hold
dude.
on.
You
I need
fucking
to
interrupted me
summarize.
before. Let me finish this point about the vacuum chambers, okay? You can't do an
Alright.
experiment on a vacuum chamber on Earth within the thing and not consider what's going on in the wider atmosphere. If you have a vacuum chamber, the air pressure is going to be a dynamic differential in that experiment, okay? So you have to remove that thought from your mind and think about Earth as a whole system. Yes. So
you want us to
hang on, let me finish.
reality.
Let me fucking finish. So as Earth in this whole system, the question to you guys in the flat Earth is, what force in like the vacuum of space, what force is sucking the gases out?
Nothing is. You say that.
Nothing. All right, nothing. Okay. So it's not a vacuum then, is it? It's not a vacuum, is it?
There's
We
no
agree.
vacuum about
There's
a
no
space
fucking vacuum.
on
All
flat
right,
Earth.
cool.
We agree.
Listen.
All right,
Stop. Just calm yourself. So basically, the point we got to was that you made the claim that what's happening is that there is an invisible wall called gravity, and that's what you're saying is maintaining air pressure adjacent to a lower pressure space. We asked you to demonstrate it. You obviously cannot, so we can just
You can't
throw it out
demonstrate it,
and
dude.
move
You
on.
can't do an
I
experiment
know you
in a.
can. I know you can't, which is why it can be dismissed, bro. That's the bit you're missing. See, what happens when you can't demonstrate a claim? What happens when you can't demonstrate a claim is that it gets dismissed. You seem to be operating under the foolish assumption that when you can't demonstrate your claim, that means you can assume it's true and proceed with your argument as if it's true. Well, you can't.
And
so
that's
your argument
asinine.
ends there.
That is
bingo.
So that's it. This is it. Hold on. I need to. We need to. I need to get into.
You can't demonstrate.
That. You understand that? Echo chamber, what I just told you about your lack of demonstration, meaning your claim can be dismissed. Can you just tell us you at least understand that?
It's disingenuous to ask anyone to demonstrate it, considering we are inside the wider system. So to understand these things.
So if you can't demonstrate it, does that mean it's true, or you don't know it's true?
Of course, it's true because there is higher air pressure.
No. You don't get to say,
Echo,
of course
that's
it's
not science,
true,
Echo.
when you've just conceded that you cannot even demonstrate the claim. So you cannot say, of course it's true, Echo. Stop being fucking retarded.
Go walk up a mountain, dude, as high as you go. See whether you can still breathe.
Oh, stop it.
Not evidence of your claim, you fool.
Should a Cyclone,
the claim is.
What am I
Cyclone,
begging the question of?
Do you think we should steelman his gravity for him so we can like
further
this?
Demonstrate your claim.
Echo,
That the reason why there's a higher air pressure at sea level is
echo chamber. Can you slow down for a minute? I'm asking, would you like us to steelman gravity so we can dispel it for you? Would that work better for you?
Yeah. Do it.
No, demonstrate the claim. The reason why there's a higher air pressure at sea level is because that's where the gas is produced.
No, it's not on us. It's not on us.
Yes.
You were the one trying to make an argument.
That's the claim. That's the claim. That's the claim.
Barrier for air. No,
that's the claim.
Is that we exist in
a
gas pressure environment with no container. That's your claim.
No, your claim is the reason why there's a higher air pressure at sea levels is because that's where it's produced. Demonstrate it.
Yo, talk about gravity. I want to know more about gravity. Talk about gravity. Steelman the gravity.
All right. Well, let's see. Because echo chamber again. This is your claim. Can you define gravity for us?
Your claim is demonstrate your claim, dude. We can all.
Right.
No.
Well, I'll give you one more chance. Echo chamber.
Right.
It's your claim of gravity. You've been very explicit. Gravity. Could you define what you mean by gravity for us?
I'm not playing these games, dude. It ain't that important.
All right.
Cool. Dude, you're the one that brought gravity to the table for discussion. How are you possibly in this conversation as a witness?
He got a call again.
All right, we'll speak to the other guy.
He got a call. He left again.
Hello.
What's up?
Yeah, talk about gravity. Steelman it. Yeah, do it.
All right, go for it, Killian.
Hello?
Who was it that said they were going to steal man gravity?
That was
Killian.
Killian said that.
Yeah, it was Killian that said that. It's
All right.
the
Well, this
question
guy
of
wants
you.
to hear about gravity, so.
Well, it's the question of you drop stuff and it goes down, is it not?
Yeah,
Mass, right? Because of the mass?
right. Does gas have mass? Yes or no? Does gas have mass? Yes or no? Yes. The answer is yes.
Yeah.
That's what. Yeah. Okay. So if gas is mass and it goes up, does that not negate gravity? Because gravity would pull that mass down, but we know that it goes up. Gas rises up. Many forms of gas will go up. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. Then why believe in gravity? That is pulling it down. One of those things to where you have to put aside the bias and the indoctrinations of it's not what it is, because that's not what happens. Then you have to make a conscious effort to then realize I'm being fucking lied to and something else is going on. Yes or no?
Okay, what's going on?
What do you mean what's going on?
You said something else is going on. So what's that other thing?
We have buoyancy if there's an air bubble in an ocean. We have density if there's things that are in the sky that are heavier than the object below it, so it'll fall through it. And this is why we contest it, because it is clearly defying the claim here at this point, because this is not what we're experiencing in reality. But if you want to hold on to a bias that's going to keep you, believing these asinine ideas and theories, well, then I guess it's just who you are. But be better, do better is what I'm going to say.
But why are you insulting me? I'm asking you questions.
I'm not insulting you. I'm insulting the idea itself. I'm hoping that you can come to a conclusion to where you at least agree that, yeah, that shit doesn't fucking make sense. And at least you sound smart. At least you can come to a conclusion that, yeah, wait, I'm being lied to, because that's not what we fucking experience. And once you come to that point, maybe you're going to have a better understanding of why we say the things that we say. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay, so what if they say, for example, gravity is like a magnetic like energy?
Okay. Right. Okay. Now we're getting into a point to where we don't have a position that we don't believe in gravitas, where there's weight and things fall, but the position of, well, it has to be a ball earth spheroid because we have things falling down to the earth. That's where the contention stands. Once you can get out of that paradigm of it has to be a ball because mass attracts mass, once you get out of there, then we can have a discussion. Because we're telling you, no, things do fall. You're right, 1,000%. And there is gravitas, 1,000%. But when they start to invoke this bullshit that, it's a gravity ball has to be the antecedent to it, well, then that's where we fucking throw in the towel for you and say, give the fuck up, because it doesn't make sense logically. Does that make sense?
Kind of.
Okay,
I'm kind of following you.
Let me try and speak to you about it a little bit. So, what do you think gravity is at the moment?
Well, I thought it was like a field, like an electric magnetic field type of force.
Right. What's the cause? What's the cause of it? What do you think the cause of it is?
Mass.
Mass attracts mass.
Yeah.
Right. So that would be Newtonian gravity.
Yeah.
Right? So this is his concept of how gravity works as a cause. But what they're currently on in the mainstream is Einsteinian gravity, which is the bending and warping of space-time due to an uneven distribution of mass, not mass attracting mass. Right? So that's currently the 100-year-old out-of-date model that you're thinking about. But what we're saying that no one's actually proven a cause of what's causing up and down. So there's a bunch of theories. What we speak about is specific gravity, which is basically just relative density. If something is more dense than the medium it's in, it goes down. And if it's less dense than the medium it's in, it'll go up. Like a rock will fall in air. Right, Max. What's happening?
What you call yourself rig friend?
Max, you need to get closer to your mic.
Okay, are you the rig friend?
No
I can't understand them.
Max.
Yeah, doctor.
Yeah. Okay,
something's
so Max
wrong
is
with his
there.
mic.
Very good. So, where was I? Yeah, so we're talking about just if you drop a rock in air because it's more dense than air, it's going to go down. And if you drop a helium balloon, the helium's less dense than air, so it's going to go up. And things appear to order themselves in this way. Now, if you start getting into what's the exact mechanism causing that up or down, then yeah, there's a bunch of speculation about that, and no one really knows.
Hold up. This is a good way to actually verify everything, right? So, what's the most dense element? Like, it would be like uranium, right? And tungsten, right?
Well, it'd be more dense, and the most dense, I don't know off the top of my head. You'd have to check.
Okay, so you follow me, right? So if we were to go into the center of the Earth, right? If you submit that there's a center, right? So
I don't hold
just for
to the core of the ball Earth idea, no, but fair enough.
no, let's just thought experiment.
Osmium is the most dense, by the way.
Okay, yeah. So what I'm trying to say is, thought experiment. If we were to go into the center of the Earth, right? We should be the more we dig into the earth, the more dense material we should be finding, right? There's like certain levels, right? And the outer atmosphere should be nothing but helium, right? So do we have any experiments or do we have any scientific evidence that tells us the outermost layer of our atmosphere is mainly helium or hydrogen? You follow me?
I kind of get what you're saying, but your issue is you're limited by how high up you can travel and what kind of testing you can do as to what's up there. I mean, we can't do that.
Well, with along the lines of your logic, what you're not understanding is the dynamic system. So if you were to have the heaviest element settle at the surface of where we live, then that means you can go outside with a cup and scoop up the heaviest element, but you will never do that. You can never do that because we live in a dynamic system to where these things that are heavy and light, they are literally mixing. There's a harmonious rhythm to it, to where they can
Let
then
me
create.
send you something.
Go ahead.
Let me send you something, 3Z. I just sent a link in your DMs.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to show you a channel with a bunch of different information in it that you might find interesting. So if you join that server, and then scroll about 3/4 of the way down the server list. I mean, there's terabytes of information in here, but if you scroll down to, there's an additional information section, and it's all alphabetized. Starts at Antarctica, and it's got things like sun, moon, NASA, curvature, motion, but it's got a channel on gravity if you look under G. Do you see those channels?
So I see NASA, motion of the Earth, moon landing, mirage.
Yeah. So look under G for gravity.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
I can't seem to find it. Maybe I'm in additional information. M to. Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah. So there's 2 sections to it. It goes A through L or some L, and then
Okay,
N
okay,
through
okay.
Z or something like that.
Firmament
Scroll up a
and
bit.
gravity. Okay, cool.
Right, there you go. So this is just so that in your own time you can have a look through these resources and kind of get an idea of what we're talking about. But in general, I would underline that by saying why things fall down or rise up, regardless of what that answer is, it doesn't actually tell us that the Earth is a ball. Do you agree with that or no?
Yes. I agree with that.
Okay. So what we're trying to really focus on is what evidence can we verify, me and you, members of the public, that the Earth is actually a ball.
But I'm interested about gravity, bro. Like, I want to know more.
I get that, which is why I linked you the channel on gravity. I don't know. Well, if you've got any more questions, I mean, listen, when you do the whole, like, let's imagine that the Earth, we can go to the center of the Earth and all this stuff, we're not really big on the whole imagination thing. We want to deal with empirical evidence, like observations, measurements, demonstrations, scientific experiments that have actually been done. That's what we are interested in. Yeah.
Well, we've dug a lot of holes, right? Like, we've done a lot of mining, right?
Yeah.
And
deepest, do you know the deepest hole that's ever been dug?
Yeah, in like former Soviet Union, right?
Right. How deep was that hole?
I think it was 12 kilometers.
Right. So about 8 miles. Right. So
yeah.
If so, they've been down as far as about 8 miles, and they're presuming to tell us that they know what is 4,000 miles down at the center.
Yeah, but you know what's interesting? 12 kilometers, 12 kilometers like down, the drill bit started to break. Like they
couldn't get any further down. Yeah, exactly. We talk about this quite a bit, actually. The materials that they got to, they just couldn't get any further through. It was like a plastic or something. But either way, they were also wrong about everything they predicted on the way down. Where they thought they were going to hit water, they hit rock. Where they thought they were going to hit rock, they hit water. So they couldn't get it right 8 miles down. How do we know that they know what's 4,000 miles down? Like, they don't.
No, but
it's like them trying to tell us they know what's at the center of an apple when they've barely broken the skin.
Yeah, I know, but what I want to know is how high have we traveled above the Earth? Like, what's the real ceiling of the Earth?
Well, it's a good question. I guess the highest we can go is like commercial airliner height, right? Which would be 35, 40,000 feet. Now, they tell us there's some military planes that can go higher than that. I mean, they say that there's planes that they've got up as high as, I think, 240,000 feet is one that I've seen. Whether I can't verify that that's the correct height, but that's what's been claimed in one example. You can get independent hot air balloons. Well, like, you can put up weather balloons and put cameras on them up to about 120,000 feet. But beyond that, I mean, it's like, for starters, they classify it as military airspace above a certain altitude. So members of the public aren't even allowed to access it, whatever is there. So it's kind of speculation what's going on above that height. Obviously, we know what they tell us as to Kármán line, where we get to quote unquote space, but no one can verify any of that.
Okay. All right. So do we know what was the material that they were drilling when we reached 12 kilometers? Do they know?
I'm not sure how they classed it. I mean, from what I remember, they just said the material became a substance that the equipment just couldn't cope with. And I seem to remember them describing it like a hot plastic, but as to what they actually called it, and I mean, I'm assuming they're just, it's like a pressurized, almost liquidized version of Earth, but I don't know exactly what they classed it as or called it.
Yeah, I've heard it described too, like warm honey.
Yeah, they would dig and it would refill the hole.
Yeah, like it was like warm honey, where it was digging and then it would just refill, or the drill bit would just spin inside it, and then the drill bit would just get worn out, but not move at all, not get any deeper.
But the point, the main point though, is that if they can't tell you what is X amount of miles down and they're wrong, then how and why would you believe them when they tell you what is 4,000 miles down if they've only scraped the surface to up to 8 miles down? That's kind of the point. Like, if you can't logically deduce in your own reasoning how bullshit that is, then maybe you are a little too far into the indoctrination. That's all I'm saying.
No, man, I'm pretty open minded, bro. Like, I'll entertain any idea as long as it's not too woo woo. You know, like if it sounds kind of crazy. Yeah.
Well. Here's the idea. Okay, stop believing the nonsense that they're selling to you because it doesn't make logical sense. Now, if you want to continue on that path, that's up to you. It's a free will, right? But we're trying to like point out where this makes zero sense, that if you want to believe that they're telling you this is what's in 4,000 miles below, yet they can't even go 8 miles below. Come on, bro. Like, just think about it logically. Use your brain. Think of it.
What's the most crazy? What's the level of crazy? Like, what's the most crazy thing and the least crazy thing inside your worldview?
What?
Well, you said that you'll believe or entertain anything that's not too crazy. Okay, I'm trying to gauge here what you mean by crazy. Okay, what is the most crazy and the least crazy thing that you entertain?
Okay. I would say, like, if somebody was trying to tell me, like,
Hey, Tony, hold on, dude.
Yeah, I would say if somebody came up to me and said, like, you know, the moon is actually like a space station and it's hollow or something like that, you know, and there's aliens there, that kind of sounds kind of crazy to me, you know.
That'd be number 10 on the crazy scale.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I would think that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, sorry for hot micing. I didn't realize my mic was unmuted.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, so what's the least crazy thing then? Be careful of the like TOS stuff. So don't go into any.
Yeah, the least crazy. I don't know what TOS stuff would be, but I would say
anything to do with what happened about 4 years ago, or any sort of medical advice.
Oh, so yeah, the least crazy thing is if somebody came up to me and says, you know, there's actually more land on planet Earth, I would believe that. Like the Earth is bigger than what we think it is. I would believe that.
So where does the core Earth fall into your crazy and, you know, at a small level and crazy at a high level? Where does the crazy stand on this scale to when they're telling you that there is a core that they don't know what it is, they've never been there, never seen it, never measured it. So where does that fit on your scale?
Well, it seems logical because, you know, like they said this is how things are and this is how things formed, and like the moon and like Mars and all that stuff. So it kind of seems logical that the center would be like, you know, a hot mass or something like that, right? And
how do you in your brain, how do you come to that conclusion to where that makes sense when no one has ever been there?
No, I agree with you. No one has ever been there, but like the model is like, all right, so the center is in the middle, and when you get closer to the center, it gets hotter and hotter and more dense, and this is where the that's the funny thing, because, you know, when you heat up metal, any magnetic properties go away. So I don't know how, like,
exactly. Exactly. How can this iron core exist if we know logically in practice we have already debunked that by our own understanding when we found out that it can't be an iron core, because if you put iron with temperature, it reduces its magnetic force, but yet you want to piggyback and say, well, then there's gravity, which is caused by this magnetic attraction because of the iron core. Yet you yourself have concluded, well, if you add heat to that iron core, you will not have this gravity that they say it is. So then why do you still stay in that paradigm? Would it not be better to realize that you've been lied to and that isn't what is?
Yeah, but I feel like this argument you're throwing on me is for somebody else. Like I said, I'm open-minded to like other explanations. I don't subscribe to any model. I mean,
That's
if you have a
fine.
better model, I would entertain it. But like, it's
Well, what about? I mean, do you understand? Have you spoken about? Have you looked into flat Earth much? Have you spoken to flat earthers before? Do you know what we're actually saying here?
well, you know Eric Dubai.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I watched some of his videos about like the measurements of the Earth, and I found those like really really good, right? Because he actually like explained the whole beyond the horizon, and you
Right.
can stand up on a ladder, and then with a zoom lens you can see the ship again. So how
Yeah.
is that possible? So that really
This
made me
is
like, yeah.
yeah. So this is kind of what we're talking about. We're talking about
Yeah, so
empirical
I
evidence.
want more of those. I want more of those because that really opened my mind, right? When he said, wait a minute, they say 100% through math and calculation on the heliocentric model. Once the ship
Mm.
goes over the horizon, you can't see it anymore because of the parallax,
Yeah,
because of,
right. So if you
right?
go back on that server that I linked you to and you look under L, you'll see
Yeah.
channels called long distance observations
L.
and for
Yeah.
L and laser tests is another one. So
Mm.
you should look into those because those are direct tests to see if the curvature on the surface that we're told exists does exist. And spoilers, it doesn't. That's why we're here. And if
Okay.
you
Yeah.
also
Yeah.
look into the channels curvature and
Yeah.
horizon, those will
Yeah.
have some interesting stuff for you as well.
Yeah. So that's what like opened my mind to like, yo, this world that we live in, okay, is not what they told us, right? So I'm just curious, like, about a few questions, right? I think
Okay.
that they got the measurements wrong, right? So right now in my mind, I still kind of think that the Earth is a sphere, okay, but I think it's bigger. You see what I'm saying?
Well,
Because how
right,
are
I
you?
get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but for that to be the case, someone would have to measure some curvature, and no one has.
Yeah, fair
How
enough.
big
But
do you
okay,
think the radius is?
I think maybe 10 times bigger.
Right. Well, think about this. Think about this. So even if that's true, I mean,
Yeah.
to say that the radius is just bigger, I mean, the entire model of the solar system and the universe as they're using it is
Mhm.
built using a cosmic distance ladder. So it all comes from this 3,959-mile radius that they tell us about. That's the distances to the sun, moon, and stars, their
Mm.
sizes, their distances, their speeds. So if the radius is wrong, it's all wrong, right? So that's one point. If it's 10 times bigger than they say, I mean, this means that we are living on a much bigger surface area than they've told us, and that
Yeah.
we are only inhabiting a tiny portion of it. So that would mean they're hiding a massive amount of land and ocean from us. So either
Yes.
way you slice that, you're being lied to on a massive scale.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I agree. So what I'm trying to say is from your guys' research, because you've been doing this a lot longer than me, right? I'm a newcomer, right?
Yeah.
You guys are very well aware that like 200 years ago, they didn't even know like Australia and New Zealand existed, right?
Well, according to given history, it's a fairly recent discovery by the West. I mean, obviously, it was inhabited long before that, but
Yeah, I know, but like even the Chinese didn't know that it was there, and the Chinese was a seafaring civilization, right? The
Well, I wouldn't make
Indonesians.
any past claims to that, because if history's shown us anything, it's that we're always quick to be corrected in our assumptions. So, I mean,
Okay.
they're finding evidence
Someone
of.
found it.
Okay. Whenever I asked my question earlier, I was going to say that we have observations that shows the Earth is larger than your 10 times. Okay. We have an observation that says it's at least 10 times farther, which is the Black Swan with the 2 oil rigs. But then there's another observation, and I don't remember who did it. I think it's like John D. He videoed some windmills, and there was a boat beyond 4.8 miles, and that puts the radius value at like 94,000 miles. Whereas they tell you that the radius value is 3,959 miles. And
Yeah,
then,
so that's bigger than 10. That's way
Right.
bigger than 10.
Far bigger than 10.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so we're just kind of getting to the point where we're not detecting any curvature, so we're not going to assume any until any is detected.
Right.
Okay, fair enough. So if you guys suspect that the Earth is a lot bigger, right? Do you guys suspect that, or I'm just assuming?
No.
The size of it is unknown.
What I'm saying is that the math is telling you that your observation is 94,000 miles radius. The actual, I don't think it's there, because the horizon, if we're going to use that as our identifier to find the drop over distance, to measure a portion of the circumference of the circle, it's constantly changing. Or
What
you
does
can
that
just
mean?
leave it as constantly changing, as in the ball is changing in size. Right?
If
The horizon is
was
supposed
the
to
ball.
be the farthest you can look out and see. And when the boat disappears into the horizon, it's apparently gone down a curve and it's disappearing bottom up because of the ball shape of the Earth. However,
Yeah.
the distance to the horizon is constantly changing. Okay. So if we have an observation that has the radius value at 94,000 miles, and you have an observation where the radius is only 10 times larger than 3,959 miles, that means the ball is expanding and contracting. The ball is getting bigger and getting smaller.
Okay, yo,
But we
this
don't.
is okay, all right. So I don't know how I'm gonna digest that.
I can
Yeah.
I can answer it simply for you, man. Someone answered it just before, yeah. And the very simple answer is that if the radius is debunked, the globe is debunked due to the fact that everything in their modeling relies on that radius.
Okay. All right. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. All right. So, all right, fine. The globe is debunked. So you're saying we live on a plane, all right? That's bigger, much bigger than the heliocentric model, right?
No, what they're trying to explain is that if you were to still believe that you lived on that ball, and you were to go and look at some of these images, then the ball would have to be well over 10 times larger than what it claims to be. So at that point, there is no ball. Now, what we can give you is a description of the surface properties, that it's a topographical plane. We see topography upon the plane. We can give you the, features of water. Water always finds and maintains level at rest. That's fluid dynamics. So the overall size, no one can actually really verify that. It could be bigger, but it's not something that we can actually verify. So, yeah.
Okay, all right. If it's a matter of verification, right? What I just want to know, like, okay, you see how big Africa is, or Asia? Those are huge land masses, right? Is there another landmass that size somewhere else that we haven't discovered yet?
Speculation.
Because people like 500 years
Maybe.
ago didn't even know that North America existed. So what I'm trying to
Well,
say
maybe,
is,
maybe
huh?
there is, dude. Like there are flat earthers and people that speculate on that type of stuff, but it's not something that at the moment we can verify. So it's not something we would generally go in and speak about due to the fact that it can't be verified at the moment.
But how would you go about to verify new land? Like, what would the steps be? Right? Like, just say,
You'd get in a boat or you'd get on a plane and you'd pick a direction where you think landmass doesn't exist or you don't see landmass on the map, and then you'd figure it the fuck out. And you're either
Well,
going to
I
find
just
a landmass or you're not. And if you don't, you're
okay,
just going to flounder in the water.
Well, think
okay,
You know
about
what I
this.
mean?
okay,
Think about this. In Japan recently, the last few years, they said they've discovered like 7,000 new islands or something. And I've just linked an article in the chat, which is talking about a missing continent that took 375 years to find. So they're saying they've discovered an eighth continent, which most of it now is below water, but they're saying that this was from 2021. So this was only a few years ago. They're saying they're discovering a missing continent on fairly known waters and territories. So what's still out there to discover is unknown. And
okay,
that's
okay,
just within the existing paradigm. In the flat Earth, it's even less known.
Yeah, I
okay,
think
Cyclone.
I feel okay. Hold on, let me try. All right.
Yeah,
You want to know what the steps are, right? Step one
yeah,
would be to look up, do research, look up old maps, and compare old maps to new maps. Are there areas that are no longer depicted? Where would they be? Where were they said to be? And start there. Start like, hey, is there land? Like there used to be an island. You know about New Zealand, right? East coast
yeah.
of okay. On the west coast of Australia, there used to be islands depicted there too. Not anymore. So I think my first step would be probably there.
Okay,
Where were there any evidence islands used to be there? Did they sink into the ocean? What did they look like? Where could they be? What if they were there and these old maps depicted them? What happened to them?
okay. So,
But cyclones is a really good one too. The Pacific Ocean isn't really explored. There's wide swaths of ocean that no one's ever been to. There could be easily islands or terrain there that no one's
okay,
seen.
okay, yo, Cyclone. There's something I learned recently. Most shipping containers and like big ships, right? They sail along the coast of continents. They never traverse the Atlantic or the Pacific Oceans, what is known as blue sea shipping vessels. There's very few. They're usually military that have the capability to traverse across the blue waters, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that's one point.
You check
About
first into my palace.
what?
Oh shit, am I micing?
Yeah,
bro.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, and another thing is, how do we navigate if it's not the heliocentric model we're using to navigate this Earth, right?
Mm.
What kind of navigation science should we rely on? Do we use like the old school celestial navigation system?
Well, it's funny. It's funny that you mentioned that because that has been a huge part of discussion in the flat Earth debate arena in the last, I guess, few years. Celestial navigation, and I mean, you can think back. I mean, the vast majority of human history, all cultures and civilizations have understood that they're on a flat, motionless Earth. And they've been
Yeah.
navigating the seas. I mean, the Phoenicians and, all the Mesopotamian seafaring cultures that there were, the Greeks, the Romans, all of them, they were flat earthers, and, the Vikings, and they all used various forms of navigation using the sun, moon, and stars, and assuming that the Earth is a plane. You ever heard of the phrase plain sailing? As in
Plain sailing, yeah.
Yeah, so when you say like it's used as a phrase to say something's easy, right? So
Yeah.
if a test went well, you can say it was plain sailing.
Yeah.
So what that refers to is
a method of navigation where we treat the Earth as a plane, right? So
Yeah.
they're using 600-mile square surface areas of the water, and they're just treating it as a plane, and they use plain sailing, and it works very well, so well that it's become a catchphrase for something being easy. So navigation systems, I mean, in reality, no matter how they display them on a screen or a GPS, they're all basically navigating and treating the Earth as flat and motionless. Whether they're flying, whether they're using shipping, doesn't matter.
Okay, now follow me for a minute, right? Most humans, they've lived in like the northern hemisphere, so or like north of the equator, right? So most of our star navigation is based off the northern constellations, right? But when you go all the way to Australia, you don't see the northern constellations anymore. You see like the Southern Cross, right? If that happens once, why wouldn't it happen again? What if you travel eastwards for an extended period of time and the stars become unfamiliar, completely unfamiliar? What if we bump into like constellations that we've never seen before? What would that indicate? You know?
Right. Well, I would say another channel to look at in the server that I linked you under C is circumnavigation, right? So the idea of what east and west and north and south even are, right? Because when we're told about them on the ball, as we're educated, we get a certain idea about what those are, but you need to
Celestial
you need
navigation.
to think about it. So under celestial navigation, there'll be circumnavigation, which
Okay.
circum just comes from circle, so it just means you're
Yeah.
going in a circle,
So you're
right?
just going
So
into a circle. Yeah, yeah.
you're just going in a circle. So on a ball, if we're going east to west around the equator, we're just going in a circle around the equator. And if we're looking from the top down, north is always in the center, right? We're just going
Yes.
in a circle. So if you flatten that out and keep north at the center, that's still basically what's going on. You're doing a circle east to west or west to east
Yes, yes,
on a flat
yes.
surface with
Yeah.
north at the center.
Yeah,
Yes.
brother, are you aware, brother, that to get to the globe, you just wrap the AE map or that same layout around a ball? You can literally like draw an AE map and then wrap that round a balloon or a small football, and you can see pretty much exactly how the Antarctic Circle became a continent, and all the layout will be very, very similar.
Yeah, yeah. I'm totally okay with that. Like, but I just feel like, all right, I know we're not supposed to go on feelings, we're supposed to go off science and stuff, but like, once you open the door, it becomes like a flood, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, once you
Well, you're gonna
start
have a lot of
asking,
questions. You're gonna have a lot of questions, but this is exactly why you need to really hold on to what we're talking about, which is empiricism and science, because your mind can go off in a million different directions, but you need to focus yourself on what you can actually prove and has some logical basis for it, right? Otherwise, I mean, we speculate on stuff whenever we're bored, if that's fine. But when we're talking about reality, we need to be talking about reality, what we can know.
Yeah,
yeah,
but the
and that's what
problem
I'm
is
saying.
that
Look, that's what I'm
reality
saying. That's
in the
exactly
southern
what I'm saying.
hemisphere.
It's all about reality. Like if you go back into collective human history, they didn't know that North America existed. They didn't know Australia existed. We just known that Eurasia and Africa existed, and some islands off the main continent. Right? We discovered North America. We discovered Australia. That's two new continents. Right? So in my mind, if it happened twice, why wouldn't it happen a third time? Right?
Yeah, I mean,
Especially,
it could be. Who knows?
The problem is
especially.
that in the south, in the southern hemisphere, south is one direction, not every direction. So that's the problem.
So what does that mean? What's the implication of this?
He thinks
Well,
the Earth is a spinning ball.
like
That's his
the
implication.
implication of that is that it doesn't work on that flat map that Cyclone was laying out, where you're just going in circles around the North Pole. Because in the southern hemisphere, you're not doing circles around the North Pole; you're doing circles around the South Pole.
Well, you'd be assuming a South Pole.
You're assuming a North Pole.
Well,
No.
Wait, hold up. Hold up. Let me digest this for a minute. So you're saying after you pass the equator, once you go into the southern hemisphere, it inverts. The North Pole becomes actually the South Pole. So it will, when it points north.
No, the North Pole doesn't become the South Pole. There's the North Pole and there's the South Pole.
Why have you changed your name recently? Why is it with you guys changing
It's
your
not,
names and getting new
it's not
accounts?
for this room. It's so I can troll Darth Dawkins.
Oh my god.
Yes.
You fanboys
Trolling
of Darth
purposes.
Dawkins.
Yeah, it's fucking Darth Dawkins. I don't think that really counts as fucking me being a troll as much as that fucking.
It is a troll. Why would you make an
No,
account
because
to
he
stalk another
refuses
grown man?
because he refuses to answer a question just because he's like, oh, it's you. I don't talk to you, so I'm not going to answer your
So why
question.
do you want to talk to someone that doesn't want to talk to you?
Because he's a jackass.
You're an idiot, man. Right. Just pop yourself on mute because we're speaking to a new guy.
Well, I mean, you asked me why I changed my name. I answered honestly.
Yeah, but I mean that's insane. So I don't know why you would be doing that.
Yeah, it's more. No, what his question? You already know what the answer is. You just don't like it, so you call it a non-answer.
What non-answer did I tell?
No, his answers.
We've got a new guy. We're not going to waste time on this. Shut up, Duncan.
Well, can you answer how south points in one direction in the southern hemisphere?
Just use a Darth Dawkins answer that all flat earthers are demonically possessed. Now you and him go have a circle jerk about how much you hate flat earthers. You got to change your name.
I don't hate you guys. Why would you say that? I never said I hate you guys. You guys are silly, but I don't hate you guys.
Silly, yeah, we're the silly ones for going and like hanging around people that we think are silly every day. I mean, you just direct what you seek out silly. That's your idea of how to improve your brain.
For entertainment, yeah, silliness is good for entertainment.
So empiricism is silly, right?
Yeah, observable reality is silly, according to this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, very good.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
all right.
funny.
Well, just pop yourself on mute, or I'll do it for you. So where were we? 3Z.
Yeah. So, well, he said something that's making me think differently now. Like, if you pass the southern equator, if you pass the equator and go into the southern hemisphere, he's saying the compass will start pointing south.
Okay. Okay. Let's test that.
You would be completely incorrect because I actually live in Australia, and we utilize a different compass to what you guys do. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we have to account for a lot more magnetic declination. But sorry, whoever was going ahead wanted to test it. Go. I just wanted to add that in.
No, I just wanted to back that and say that there's no proof of a southern magnetic pole. There's only an assumption as a polar opposite to the northern magnetic pole, so it's just a pre-assumption.
Well, he lives in the southern hemisphere. Let's ask him.
Show us
Does your
a demonstration of this compass doing what he claims it's doing in the south.
Yeah, he's in the southern hemisphere. Go on camera, put a compass on, and tell me if you can have south point in every direction or if it's in one direction.
So
you're in the southern hemisphere. Let's go on
so
camera right now with the compass and tell me if you can point south in every direction.
When have you seen this? What you're claiming in the south?
I'm asking you right now. You're in the southern hemisphere. Go on camera.
No, I'm in the southern hemisphere.
Your face. You don't have to dock yourself. Just show us.
Did you guys want to talk to the new dude?
Yeah.
Yeah, we want to talk to the other guy. Dreezy, I'm not going to go outside at 9 o'clock at night on a lake with a compass or on the ocean with a compass to take a video for you right now. But the fact of the matter is you can simply look up that compasses do not work anywhere near as well in the south, that they have to be corrected for all the time. And it's not the same compass that you use in the north. But I'm not going out at 9 o'clock at night.
Well, this is it. We're only doing that just to demonstrate to the new guy that globeheads will come in and say all kinds of wild shit, and then we say, "Okay, show us," and they just spaz out.
Is south in one direction or in every direction?
All right, so show us the video of what you claim the compass is doing in the south.
Well, when I go to Australia, I can do that for you.
All right. Well, until then, put yourself on mute.
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. So yeah, he confused me. All right, no problem. All right, so we're on a plane. The compass points north, even if you're in the southern hemisphere.
Where's the other end of
Correct.
that needle pointing? Where's the other end of that needle pointing?
All right, I'll do it for you then, Duncan.
Correct. It will point north, but it will not point directly north. You have to account for declination, and it depends on the areas you're into. An area where I used to live, due to the mountains and an island that was there, it's actually called Magnetic Island, that sent Captain Cook's compasses crazy, and that's why it was given the name Magnetic Island.
So if you go closer to the Antarctic, would the compass become useless?
Pretty much, yeah. The declination is huge. What the corrections that are made, I can't tell you off the top of my head, but it's massive. It's almost. Does anyone know off the top of their head?
20 degrees off?
I think
No,
it's
I don't know,
more.
but
Yeah.
I remember hearing them saying that down in Antarctica, their compasses just don't work for shit. They're just like spinning out.
So what does that mean? What's the implications of this? What does that
you
mean?
could take that to mean that they're too far away from the magnetic source of north, so that they're just not picking it up at all. Or I guess you could say there's some kind of other magnetic interference going on down there, which is causing them to spin out. So it might be a range thing, right? They're just not close enough to the north to be influenced by it, to point towards it.
Okay. Now, magnetic north is not the same as a magnetic magnet, right?
Well, this is, I mean, it depends, like, again, right? I mean, there's a heap of speculation with regards to both north and south, because they're both
No, just think
very
about
difficult
like, for
areas to
example,
explore. I mean, some ancient cultures have spoken about a giant magnetic mountain being there, right?
okay, yeah, no problem. So what I'm trying to say is, think of how big this magnetic mountain has to be.
Well,
It cannot be small.
according to a Mercator map, he said it was 33 French miles in circumference.
So 33 French miles, and we can travel how far south until it starts to spin out?
Pass.
Well, it's the further you go, the worse it gets. Yeah. I'm just looking at it now. See if I can put some numbers up for you as to where it starts spinning out. I don't know. Give me 2 seconds. I'll find some numbers for you.
But no, this actually proves your point, right? Just imagine you have a magnet, you put it in the center of a map, right? And it's like, I don't know, the size of the size of a big US dollar, right?
Yeah, we have a
And
GIF about this, just for
yeah,
the circumnavigation part, where someone puts a magnet in the middle of this map and then starts spinning a compass around it, and it's kind of representing. Let me just show you.
yeah, but what I'm trying to say, at some point when you pull away the magnet, it will stop being attracted, right?
Yeah. So, like, at a certain distance, depending on the strength of that magnet, the compass won't be picking it up. So, look at the one I'm posting in the text channel.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Just like that. Just like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you were to take it all the way to the Antarctica, right, and it starts to spin off, right?
Yeah.
You can calculate how big the Earth is.
Well, again, I would guess you would have to be making some, I don't know, assumptions about the strength of the magnetic field being emitted by whatever you're thinking is emitting it. But, I mean, theoretically, I don't know, maybe I don't know if you could calculate that. I wouldn't be able to tell you.
But I known somebody that went to the Arctic, and he told me that magnets get fucked up at some point as well. When you go into the Arctic Circle, it starts going wacky.
Could be. Maybe if you get way too close to it, it's like a similar effect. I don't know.
So it's not like a traditional magnet that we think.
Well, again, bro, how would you know unless you go check it out? But some of the stories are absolutely wild. Like, some of the stories are talking about folk who've sailed like back in ancient times. Well, not too ancient because they had metal, but like hundreds of years ago, getting too close to it, and it like
eventually the iron nails and things just start getting ripped out of the boat, and anything with any metal on it is just going to get drawn in to this area where they describe a giant mountain with an indrawing sea. I mean, this is obviously just what's been recorded by some people. It's speculation whether it's true, but they talk about like almost like a giant whirlpool around this mountain, which draws in the sea for a certain amount of time during the day and then expels it, right? Like it's breathing, like the earth is breathing around this giant mountain. And they talk about all kinds
Wow.
of crazy stories with like boats that get too close, that eventually, if you get kind of sucked in with the influence of the water and the magnet, you're just kind of getting drawn into your death basically, and then it spews out bits of ship. Crazy. Now, I'm not saying that's true, but certainly there are folk who've claimed such things. And there was a Mercator. You've heard of the Mercator map, yeah?
Yeah.
So Gerard Mercator is probably like one of the most famous cartographers of all time. He created a map where he shows this mountain in the north with 4 islands surrounding it. He calls it the Rupus Nigra, I think, like the Black Mountain, something like that. And that's based on accounts that he references to a guy, might be Nicholas of Lynn, but it's a guy from like the, oh God, I don't know, 1500, I don't know, like in this millennium anyway, in the last millennium anyway. And he's referencing it in a letter to John Dee, who was kind of like a sorcerer type dude, an alchemist for one of the royals of England at the time, one of the queens. So there's a bunch of mad stuff when you get into like the Arctic and you look into some of the stories about it and some of the tales. There's some crazy stories. What's true and what's not, we don't know. But I mean, again, this is just speculation.
Are you familiar with the
Can I
Vril
just add
Society?
something before you move on? Can I just add something to that? A lot of thing that Globers don't realize is the Mercator projection. The original data for that is the original Mercator map. Now, the original Mercator map has landmass at the North Pole. So I just find it interesting how Globers are very quick to use the Mercator projection, but the original data stated that there was 4 landmasses at the North Pole. So it's a bit of a cherry pick to miss that out of the Mercator projection.
Cyclone, what I was going to say, are you familiar with the Vril Society?
Yeah, I know of them.
Okay, so you know that like in the last days of Nazi Germany, the Vril Society evacuated like this library of esoteric knowledge, like over 150,000 books, to Antarctica. And
I mean, I've heard things like that speculated. I'm not 100% convinced that that's exactly what happened, but
yeah, but there was like these huge submarines that Nazi Germany built. Like they had 800 of them, but at the end of the war, 100 were missing, and they weren't listed as sunken or captured or damaged.
Again, yeah. I mean, I know of these stories, but I mean, to be honest, 800 submarines would be way, I mean, in my mind, overestimating the
No,
industrial
100.
output of Germany at that time. No, but to say they even had
100 was
800
missing.
and then 100 was missing, I mean, I don't think the industrial might of Germany was up to that even at the time. But whether or not, and I mean, certainly there's some interesting stories about New Schwabenland and places down in the south that the Germans were supposed to have refangled and settled. And this is why people talk about Operation High Jump and things that the Americans did after the war going to Antarctica, where Admiral Byrd went down there with a fleet with planes and aircraft carriers and a whole armada basically, and they had losses. It was just supposed to be an
big
exploration,
losses.
but some people say they were fighting Nazis who'd escaped and all this kind of stuff, but I don't think there's really any hard evidence for that, as I would consider it. It's interesting though, and some of the speculation that the Nazi esoteric types were talking about, I think, does kind of play into, I wouldn't say flat Earth, but this idea of an old civilization, right, which they were referring to as the Aryan, But I mean, when you get into history now, even in the mainstream, they're all talking about an ancient civilization that was worldwide, that was super advanced. I mean, that's basically what they were kind of getting at, but they were putting some specifics to it for their own.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say, it feels like after you look at all the information, right? When you consider everything that has been said about the nature of the Earth and its size and its dimensions and what kind of planet we live on or plane we live on, right? You can't help but draw the conclusion that there's more land out there. Like that's what it feels like when I'm reading all this information. I keep feeling like it's indicating that there's more land out there, and it makes total sense why they give you this heliocentric model where it's like, hey, you're in a ball and all the land that has ever been discovered has been discovered, so no need to look beyond,
Well, that's kind of, that's part of it, right? That's part of it, right? Because human beings, think about it this way, right? Human beings in their nature are curious and inquisitive, and they like to explore. So if you were just living your life in an area and you thought, you had free run and there was no restrictions on you, you'd go about doing your thing. But if you ever came across, let's say, a fence or a gate or something that you hadn't been over, and you saw, that the human instinct would be, I want to get on the other side of this and see what's beyond. Right, so there's a very natural human element at play here, which they've managed to suppress by basically telling us that if you just travel in that direction, you're just going to end up back where you started because you're on a big ball. So there's no point in you exploring out this way. You're just going to end up back where you started, and that's like a mental prison.
Yeah, and then they say, hey, the future of exploration is in the stars, right? And you need like a really
that's the point. So that's another good point. So what they've done is they've taken man's natural curiosity and desire to explore, and they've redirected it into a place where they say only the governments can go. So human beings give up on discovery and exploration, and they direct all our imaginations into a place that doesn't exist beyond the sky.
Yeah, exactly. So they'll tell you need like a spacesuit and a spaceship to leave the planet, and it's like
exactly. Exactly. You've got it. They're control. And so this plays into the question what people ask us all the time: why would they lie? This is one very obvious potential aspect of that. It's control. It is physical and mental control to give us this model.
So then, listen. If me and you are concluding the same thing, then it indicates that there's more land on Earth.
Very possible. Yeah. I mean, I would say it's unlikely that we know all of the land on Earth. So yeah.
Well,
if there's more land
it's actually very difficult to find any information on compasses in the south, I'm finding. But I do have a citation from Live Science that says, as you get closer to the South Pole, the field lines will curve, dive straight into the magnetic south, they claim, running perpendicular to the Earth's surface. So quite often, compasses actually won't work, is the statement from Tom Jordan, the geophysicist with British Antarctica Surveyors. So there you go. Will not work quite often at all.
So do we know if Antarctica is a continent or like this is what I want to know, right? Do we know that Antarctica, like New Swabia and all that stuff, is that an actual landmass, and then there is a ring of ice, or is Antarctica the ring of ice?
Don't know. I don't know that it can be verified.
Mm-hmm.
Not that I could verify it anyway.
We know Antarctica has the highest elevation, and that they consider Antarctica an ice shelf. So, it could be a container, there could be a way through. We just don't know.
Well, I have had those thoughts as well. Exactly what you're speaking about. Yeah, maybe there is this ice shelf around the outside containing the Earth. Maybe that's not Antarctica. Maybe there is a continent somewhere called Antarctica that they take people to. Who knows? Yeah, it's not something we can really verify at the moment.
You remember when the space station? Remember when not the space station, the station on Antarctica? Remember when it had like a generator malfunction like a couple of years ago, and they had to do an emergency like an emergency airlift where they had to like pretty much take a huge military airplane and drop off the supplies so they can repair the generator for the scientists on the station. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? It was during COVID.
No, I didn't hear about it.
Okay, so check this out. I read the article. I'll try to find it, but in the article it said the pilots flew in 36 hours of darkness to make this happen. Like they flew about like 18 hours in darkness, dropped off the thing and flew back. And it was the total flight was about 36 hours of darkness. So what does that mean?
It could mean a lot of things, my friend. Everything anyone says from here would be a speculation, because we don't know exactly how light is working at the poles. I mean, have you ever heard of the coffee cup caustic phenomenon?
No.
It's a phenomenon when you shoot light into a curved surface, like a cup. You get a ring of light around the outside of the cup, and that works if there is an external light source shining into a surface, then it can create around the rim a rim of light. But I suppose it could also create the opposite effect, just a rim of darkness. So there's a lot that could be taken into account with the light.
All right, thank you guys for your time. I'm going to go to bed now. Thank you, Cyclone.
All right, no worries. Check out the resources on that server sometime. There's loads of videos and intro stuff. And yeah, if you've got questions about specific topics that you want resources for or whatever, just come and let us know.
Okay, bye-bye.
Yeah, come back another day as well. See, how's it going?
He was chill.
Yeah, nice guy.
Is Nathan doing a show on one of the servers today or no? Do we know?
I normally ask AJ.
Yeah, sorry, I was. Yeah, I think he's doing politics tonight again.
Okay.
As per usual. Yeah. About it's time now,
Cool.
9:00 my time. Now, hour and a half.
Well, getting the popcorn ready for those globy spirals.
Yep. Wonder if it's even busy in the room over there at the moment. It's usually a little bit quiet until he turns up and then blows up.
Yeah. There's only a few folk in at the moment. Ba-da-dum-ba-dum.
Oh, I might jump out for a bit and have something to eat and prepare for Nathan.
Yeah. No worries. Catch you in a bit, bro.
Yeah, no worries. See you guys.
Yeah, see you in a bit, mate.
Doop-a-doop-doop.
Just want to shout out Live Radio and Annie. I don't think I've seen you guys be here before. Welcome.
world knows why that falls. So what is pushing this? Why does that fall? Newton didn't know. We can describe
Aloha.
Hey, good morning. Is anybody hiding around here?
Huh?
right next to it, so therefore I do the next best thing, which is make it as silent as it can humanly be. Yeah, these comfort things that people think, no, it's important that I'm not sweating buckets while I'm making my live show. It's like, no, it isn't. It's important that people can hear what you say really clearly. That is probably something that you would adhere to as a DJ. Same thing applies, right? If you've got something on your desk that's interfering with the audio, you just get rid of it. Be like, I can't have that. Even if it's something that's making your life a bit more comfortable. Not about how comfortable I am, it's about the entertainment of the people who are listening to my songs that I'm playing. If I've got a little, I don't know, air compressor that's blowing air on me, and it's buggering up the sound, then you just can't have it.
Yeah. Yeah, I do get it sometimes. With the cables that plug into my speakers, sometimes, you're doing a mix, or you can just hear some crackling. Or, you're messing around on the console, and it's just, so you're thinking, what the hell is that now? And then you've got to put your headphones down and start looking at the back of your speakers, make sure you've already done this once when you're setting up, but then you're thinking it's something loose or been pulled out, and just distracts you for a while.
I had that for a couple of years on this setup, and you're chasing your own tail trying to find it. And crackle that occasionally comes in. It sounds like distortion, it sounds like it's overloading, so you're fiddling with gains, and then you're fiddling with the lines digitally and finding the pathways of the lines, see if something else is interfering with that. Then you're looking at your cables, and if something's getting in on the lines, and you can't find anything, and eventually track it down to one thing, and in my case it was the mic preamp. Like, why isn't this shielded? If you got RF crap in the air, just get straight into the mic preamp. I'm like, oh, well, I can't afford another £100 to replace it with a different one that's shielded correctly. So, how can I solve this problem? So it's like, well, I lengthen the cable for the USB and lengthen the XLR cable, and then put it right in the middle of the carpet. So each time I start the show, part of the setup, which takes about half an hour, turning this room into a studio from a lounge, is pulling out the preamp and putting it in the middle of the carpet so it doesn't have any RF interference from anything around it. You're like, bloody hell, what an inconvenience. Just so every, 6 or 7 minutes, it doesn't suddenly get a bit of RF into the box and go nobody's ever mentioned it or noted it. It bugs the hell out of me when I'm editing something. I'm like, oh, that word's got interference on it. Which is all it boils down to. Chase your own tail for literally a couple of years trying to find what the hell's causing this ever so slight distortion that was just annoying me. And it wouldn't be annoying me during the recording, because obviously I can't hear it going down onto the recording itself. It's only when you come back to it and edit it that you go, oh, damn, why is that there?
It reminds me, there's a few of us who do this. We've got some big speakers that my friends got that we use when we're doing like bigger venues, like some big Yamaha speakers on big tripod stands. But typically at home, or just if I'm doing small things, I've just got some little rocket speakers, like a black speaker with a yellow front. But I had them out in the garden a few weeks ago, a few friends round. We put the decks in the garden and just having turns each, doing a few tracks, back-to-back tracks. But we got to a certain volume and I heard my speaker, like the tweeter was going. And I picked up on it straight away. I thought, oh no! So I had to turn it down a bit but that's just reminding me. I think I'm going to need a new set of speakers or a new tweeter for that.
If it hasn't gone, it might have just been overloaded a little bit. These things can go out of tolerance if they get too hot. There's a good chance, especially with tweeters, because they're very durable. People don't realise how durable they are. So, especially with PA tweeters as well. In my experience, if you can hear it going wrong and you stop doing to it what it doesn't like, there's a good chance it'll cool down and just work exactly as it did before. Otherwise, you might not necessarily need a new tweeter. Unless they're total garbage, cheap nastiness, in which case, yes. Maybe you will.
Hey, hello. I have a quick question. Kind of curious about something. Hello? I don't know if you guys can hear my mic. Wait, let me. Hello? On mic.
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I was just wondering because somebody was talking. Sorry. I'm just curious about something when it comes to time zones. Because what do you guys like stand on it when it comes to flat Earth, or is that something that like pretty much you and Glover Globe and flat Earth have something like have that in common, or you guys have a different stance on it? Because I heard somebody yesterday saying. By the way, like I'm not much educated on the topic. I just like to learn more. But I heard somebody saying yesterday that like China only has like one time zone, and the US has like 4 or 5 of them. So I'm just like, wait, what the fuck? Like I did not know that myself. It's like, what do you guys like?
Welcome to
Stance on
Flat
that?
Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon, and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto, and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and X. Now, we are joined by Wandek, Neil, Duncan, and a whole bunch of people in the Politics Discord server, so welcome one and all.
Hello, everyone.
Greetings.
Greetings. It's good to be here. As I said in the intro, we're in the Politics Discord server today, and as we were discussing in the pre-show, that can mean a bit of a weird pacing to the live stream today, but typically there's always some good input from the people who are in the Politics server, and they've got a preamble that they've had from me in the pre-show before we went live, but as I stated, the main purpose of us being in the Politics server is to point out how Earth is measured flat. Now, everything we do in terms of our derivations of our beliefs in things like spheres comes from those measurements. Our maps have been developed, everything is charted, built on, navigated, obviously flat. So, given that that's the case, and all other beliefs will be based on that, it makes sense as flat earthers to move forward on the front foot and declare that fact to anybody who's interested, as opposed to on the back foot reactively defending globe Earth claims that they make or don't necessarily make in the positive assertion some flat earthers will make those claims for them. And I'm suggesting we stop doing that. Let the globe Earthers make their own claims, and if and when they do, react by telling them how their claim was derived from flat Earth measurements also. That's why we're here. Hopefully we'll have some fun chit-chats with some globe Earth believers or flat Earth detractors, anti-flat Earthers, flat Earth pretenders. We'll see. Anyway, fun to be here. Doesn't immediately develop into a conversation. We'll have a couple of housekeeping questions. How about that?
Sounds good.
And that'll warm up the Discord server.
Yeah, it gets them going.
Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge, formerly known as Earth curve?
No, the horizon is not Earth curve. In fact, the first step in proving a globe is measuring Earth flat.
Yeah, I think it's true that the Earth curve calculator is actually demonstrating line of sight above surface level. Doesn't actually measure any sort of curvature whatsoever. It's just demonstrating how Earth is actually measured flat.
Correct. Reiterate what Wandex just said. In order to claim that you have an Earth curve, you need to measure Earth flat, with surface level and eye level being parallel with one another.
And, that's not just something we're making up. You can look at that and it's shown in black and white.
It's what I take them to if they say level is bending. Chocolate.
Morning, guys.
We're in the politics server today. Spend much time in politics?
Not really. Not particularly. Only when I'm in here. Apparently, I always come in when we're in here. So, a politics server. I mean, it's 24/7 in here too. What's up, 24/7?
We're a shy bunch today, Chocolate. Talk very softly.
When you say when these point out level is curving, did you say, Nathan? Then sorry.
Yeah, sometimes they're rebuttal when we point out, typically after taking their positive assertion that Earth being measured flat can be used to assert Earth is a sphere, and then we point out that Earth being measured flat is just Earth being measured flat. They'll often say, oh, well, level is curving around a ball. And I would take them to their Earth curve mathematics and point out what you stated. Here's level, called surface level. You call it a tangent to your globe, with a globe angling beneath this plane. That plane's called surface level. And to derive an Earth curve below the surface level in those maths, you need to have a parallel eye level with it to derive the mathematics of physical geometric sphere edge, formerly known as Earth curve horizons. They're below surface level in those maths, which is level, having no part higher or lower than the other, not comporting with the outside edge of a sphere. I think to do with the radial value derived from flat Earth measurements in the first instance. Level, as a principle, an axiom, must be adhered to, and their rebuttal, based on a Merriam-Webster definition, does not stand, simply because they say, oh, well, level isn't actually level, doesn't mean it's true. Describe a deviation would be described as curve needs level to describe it deviating from. It's a nonsensical deviation from an axiomatic principle when they suggest that level is curving. It isn't. It's nonsense. Their maths requires it be level, having no part higher or lower than the other. Horizontal. Flat.
I mean, it does have a diagram in that Earth curve calculator, and the direct line of sight above surface level in the drawing doesn't appear to be curving. It seems horizontal when I look at it.
It is. It's part of the mathematics. It's an axiomatic principle that must be utilised and applied to the mathematics. If you suggest that it's deviating from level, that's having no part higher or lower than the other, horizontal in nature, in this mathematics, then you're defying the very principles and foundations the mathematics are based on. They are based on measuring Earth flat.
Wouldn't you feel some type of way if, in order to defend your paradigm, you would have to literally change the definition of the word level? I mean, everybody that could fog a mirror, to quote Huey, knows that in any other conversation, level just means level, flat, no part higher or other than the other part. That's just basic. So you get to this particular conversation, and then all of a sudden, level is curved. Like, shouldn't that make you feel some type of way? Like you have to really go into some other reality where level is not what level is in order to defend something that's not defendable?
Yes, chocolate. I mean, I can imagine even anybody, children, adults, if you was in an exam situation of a multiple choice type, and the question was tick the box which explains level, and you had 4 choices. If one of them choices was curved, I doubt anybody would be ticking that box.
Yeah, like you'd say, you'd fail second grade geometry. You know what I mean? Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
In order to make this paradigm make sense, that's what you have to do. I'd feel some type of way about that. That's crazy. I was just being honest with yourself. Just saying, well, level does mean just level. Anonymous with flat.
Yeah, so your multiple choice would be something like, is it A, having no part higher or lower than the other and being parallel with the plane of the horizon, or B, curving, or C, comporting with the outside edge of a sphere? Which one is level? You look at him and go, is level comporting to the outside edge of a sphere? Doesn't sound very level. No, I'm going to go with the other one. What's the second one? Curved. Oh, it's definitely not that, no. What's the first one? Parallel with the plane of the horizon, having no part higher or lower than the other. Yeah, that sounds right. I'll go with that. No, it's curved. It means it's curved. It's definitely curved because we live on a globe, and the description of curving derived from level would be violated when I say this, but it's definitely B and C. You're like, no, it isn't.
What's that other little definition they try to use to back up their claim that level is curved? What is it comporting to what? The shape,
To the curve of the Earth. I think it's the Merriam-Webster's definition.
Oh, comporting to the curve of the Earth.
Not all it says. A contradiction.
What does it say exactly?
Well, it also says having no part higher or lower than the other in the same definition. It just contradicts itself in the next sentence by saying it's comporting to the outside edge of a sphere.
But I get that. But in a way, it kind of doesn't contradict itself, because if it's comporting, I don't have the exact quote. But
conforming to the shape of the Earth.
Say it again.
Conforming to the shape of the Earth.
Okay. If the shape of the Earth is horizontal or level,
then.
level then, X. So your own definition wrecks you.
So wait, level is what you're saying?
Yes, in essence.
Yeah.
It does come down to that, though, when you break down their rebuttals. Average Joe normie who's listening to that wouldn't necessarily. They go, really? And you go, yeah. An anti-flat earther will come and say that. Stupid as it sounds. On Apocryphon.
Oh, my bad, guys. I forgot. When I put my earbuds on, I forgot it unmutes me. Hold on.
No worries. Hey, no worries. That's Jardo for the super chat. Just a test. Okay, thank you. £2 worth of test. Thank you for the super chat.
Yeah, Chocolate, they're either changing the definition, or the definition means two contradictory things at the same time. For example, up is down sometimes with globers. Sometimes the horizon is Earth curve, and also simultaneously not Earth curve.
Or definitions don't mean anything by definition. You can't go with definitions of things. Come on.
The meaning of words.
Don't forget the definition of gravity.
Go on, Chocolate. You can quote Ruhif. Go ahead.
Definitions of words are meaningless.
End quote, Ruhif.
That's a quote. I global. Using words.
It's not a
Despite
verbatim
the words
quote.
you just used.
It's not a verbatim quote because there was a swear word missing, but yes, it's a quote.
Define meaningless.
Unable to have a definition.
Syntax error.
404 not found.
Someone asked me the other day out of the room, one deck, opinion, what is the best globe evidence that's been put forth to you? My answer was none.
I would disagree with that.
Hell, yeah, I know what you're going to say.
Well, go on, what am I going to say?
The best globe evidence is of a flat Earth.
Well, kind of, in a way. Obviously, they've taken their globe assertions and say, look, this works. Like, okay, but what is actually working? Well, your derivations from flat Earth measurements transposed onto a globe surface, projected out onto a tube and rolled out back flat, for you to say that it works. It's got its origins in flat Earth measurements. So every victory that a globe Earth takes when they assert that this works only because it's on a globe, all right, okay, let's just take that at face value. You say this works only because it's on a globe. Where did the globe come from? See where I'm going, one deck. Every one of their victories, if you take them to their origin of the globe itself, it's a flat Earth. Any reason the
No
globe
wonder.
works, in inverted commas, it's because it's capable of being back engineered onto the flat plane that the measurements it's based on, the globe is based on, were taken from. Why and only why it quote unquote works. Because it's back engineerable onto the flat plane with angle measurements to the stars. That's how it has been measured. That's how the globe was developed. The shout out to Jardo. Can a politics mod email me? James at infratech.com.au. I have not been able to get back onto this Discord for months. Very frustrating, says Jardo. For the super chat. Sorry about your frustration. It's not my server.
That has to do with politics and religion themselves. So they are requesting phone numbers, I believe, for verification to enter. But I thought I had that sorted for him last week because we did have a politics mod in here who was going to try and sort it, which was IM. So I'll message him again.
Craig. Alrighty then.
So
Yeah,
how is
so
the
you
Earth
got.
measured flat?
Well, I was just going
Craig.
to pick up on that. That Nathan was saying it's measured flat and mapped like that, and understandably that is how latitude is measured, and they're just elevation angles to and from Polaris, and it's just circles of equal altitude moving away as you get further away, and the Polaris appears to dip in the sky, and that's how latitude is measured. The mapping grids on all maps.
Hey, Nathan.
Hello.
Sorry, lost
That's
my
right.
microphone again.
If you take more than 3 seconds, you're going to get people talking over you. All good. You'll get used to it.
I noticed that yesterday or the day before, but it's fine.
Hey, good to have you.
Cool. How's the book editing going?
Again?
How's the editing?
Book editing.
Oh, yeah.
It's taking longer because the Flat Earth Debate panel want to put their own polish on it, which inevitably will delay things. However, it is absolutely worth doing so. Everybody wants it to be spot on and perfect. So,
What was it called again? Confessions of a Flat Earther.
it's got a working title. It doesn't have an official title as yet. It's just got a working title, which has already changed once. So there's no point in me giving out the title. So yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I reckon it'll be there probably within a month. I would say it'll be ready to churn out. In the meantime, I've given a few insiders a heads up. The publisher said, "Look, we've got some bits of it that are finished, so he'll tease out various bits that he's happy for me to go through as teasers on various different shows." I've been in collusion, is that the right word? Communication with Mark and Patricia. So Patricia's just come back on the scene, Patricia Steer. There's a good chance I'll be doing a Strange World pre-record because they go out live about 3 a.m. my time, which isn't particularly great. And what I've suggested with her, because that'll be on maybe the 10th of next month, I'll have ready like a teaser to go through from the book. So here's some some finished bits to give you an idea of what you'll be seeing in a couple of weeks' time when it gets released. And further to that, I've lined up a few names. Some of them are friendlies, like Eddie Bravo being one of them. In terms of, look, I need to get your email address, so I can send you a link so you can download it from the website. I don't know which one they'll be using, but let's say it's Amazon, so they can go in with a code and get something that isn't there, if you know what I mean, pre-release, and just download it with a code that takes off the dollar value that's on it, and when he can get to it, if that makes sense. So that's what we've got to do, and I've already prepped a couple of people that'll be coming soon. Although when I said it to him, I'm like, this will be next week, because I'm like, this is done, this is finished. And then the whole Flat Earth Debate panel start reading it and going, there's 2 here, and it should be from. This is critical. We must change this.
Hold on.
Neil, why are you
Be
opening
more
your mic and
specific.
indicating straight through the top of me?
It
What's
was
going
when
on?
QE got a
Yeah,
hold
just
of it.
rumpus the crap out
Then
of me. Keep
everything
going. I
stopped.
would just cause audio chaos indefinitely. I haven't finished. Open your mic, indicator going straight through the top of me. Yeah, the whole process has been slowed down somewhat, Craig, because of people wanting to put their two penny, a bit like Neil just did, dragging out this process. You know what I mean? So, well, I've told a couple of individuals, and it's only a couple, this will be next week. You know, the publisher's told me this is ready to go. It's all been checked, it's spelled and errored and grammared and punctuated correctly. This is ready to go. It was quite funny, actually. Actually, I'll let Neil go because my addition to my own anecdote has been interrupted once, so I'll let Neil go. Go ahead, Neil.
When QE got a hold of it, everything was halted.
Halted. We started moving forward immediately.
I mean, as far as the release, like this can't go out. We got a little polishing.
Yeah, that's part of the course. That's in many ways almost expected. You know, the publisher wants to get it out because he wants it churning and making money, and he's very keen, based on his current Flat Earth library that makes him decent money, to have a name on there that will sell. And he sees me as that, so he wants to get it out quickly. I can understand that. Plus, he's done an absolute ton of work in the first 4 drafts. So it's like, no, redrafts are just the way it goes. And he understood that when we were talking to him, moving forward, plodding our way through the text and changing the froms to the tos and all the rest of it. So, you know, it does delay it, but that's fine. That's part of the course. It doesn't matter.
Hey, Nathan, you should have threw a poem in there, mate.
Sorry, go ahead, bud.
You're right. You'll be able to get on. Be any changes on edition number 4 or 5 or 6? The interviews you're going to do, just out of interest, are they going to be just questions about the book, not debating? Yeah.
I mean, that's what I'm priming. I'm priming friendlies that I know and asking people to reach out to people I don't know that might have them in their extended 6 degrees of separation, to get me into other people's networks to be able to to publicize the book. That's early stages. So, you know, within this month, that's what's being eked out by various different people who are helping me do this. Big shout out. You all know who you are. Big shout out to you.
Hey, Nathan.
Yes.
Up to date with the flat Earth debate. Book title suggestion.
I don't need any. The last concern is the title. Honestly, it's got a working title. I've already released this out to a couple of people. I've leaked it, so to speak. For example, Russian Vids. I was like priming him to do the same thing. That is to say, I'll get you a voucher code, get you to be one of the downloadable people, because Russian Vids, as much as he's currently on a smaller channel, it's like, well, that's because his 100k channel was wiped out presumably in COVID. It's like, no, your pull and influence, regardless of how big your channel currently is doesn't matter. That number's kind of irrelevant in that regard. So, I'm sure he doesn't mind me using him as an example, which is why I'm using Russian Vids. Coincidentally, just did an interview with Bart Sibrel. Anybody see that? No, you're not.
No.
It's all about give and take, right? When you're a flat earther interviewing
was
someone that
terrible.
Say again.
Sorry. No, I watched. I just got done watching it last night. The Bart Sibrel and Russian Vids video. Bart, he's hard to listen to because he's right about a lot of stuff, but at the same time, he's a forever glober. He didn't even want to mention flat Earth. Like, it was funny.
Immersed in the heliocentric paradigm.
Whoever that is, you're very quiet. Who's that?
It's me.
Choco.
You're very quiet.
Right.
Try again.
I was just saying he's fully immersed in the heliocentric paradigm, so I can understand that it is hard to listen to him, even though he is on point with so many, things. There are details he's definitely on point with, but like that he still believes that we're on a magical spinning water ball flying around in a vacuum. It's a problem.
You know what? I wouldn't mind covering this. Cover this next week. Not now. We're in politics today, but I want to cover this.
Yes.
Okay, I think we should cover the Bart Sibrel Russian vids. It's actually called RV Truth. I should get his channel name right. Is there any chance one of my mods in the live stream can stick a link to RV Truth? And it's his interview within the last 24 hours with him and Bart Sibrel. And there's a give and take that was obviously on show with Russian vids, who's occasionally going to talk about flat Earth because he is one, and he's disclosing that this man's my brother in Christ. That's why we can tolerate each other. Every 5 references that are dropped in without any regard by Bart Sibrel about a globe, there's one reference dropped in by RV, and it's shut down immediately by Bart. It's just so intolerable to him to hear it even mentioned. He's like, I'm not going to be debating this. Like, man, you've brought up globe 2 or 3 times. You know, if you want it to never get mentioned, never bring in your own bias by putting this in a globe context. Now, unfortunately for him, he can't do that. It's like, well, if it's a bit of give and take, brother in Christ, you've got to give a bit and let RV occasionally drop things into the conversation that are with reference to a flat plane, because that's his shtick. Now, he's a guest on RV's channel, so let's not mess around with what's actually happening, right? He's doing number 4, I don't want to call it a favour, but he's being interviewed as a guest, let's put it that way. So in that regard, you can kind of accept that, no, he can, as a guest, lay down that. I just went through the comments and just pointed out various different aspects of Bart Sibrel's rhetoric, like orbital motion that requires flat plane measurements and various other things. The only egregious things that he did that I thought were particularly noteworthy, the most I'll mention first, which is after shutting down any flat Earth discourse and saying you wouldn't debate it, he dropped into his prayer at the end. It was irrelevant to even consider whether it's flat or a globe. In the prayer. Like, oh, that left a bit of a bitter taste in my mouth when he did that. Anybody? On?
I can't believe that. I tell you what, it sounds like he's got a lot of heat on him.
The other thing he did was to suggest that a gentleman he was using in an example should but did not appreciate the moon landings were fake, and therefore his credibility should be questionable in the description given by Bart Sibrel. In my comment at that particular timestamp, I left a comment, then put timestamps for every bit that I listened to. I listened to the whole thing, timestamped all the bits I found of note. My note was to say, well, by that standard, myself and Russian vids included as a flat earther would have to say, well, because Bart Sibrel can't see the obvious and observable, measurable nature of Earth, how it's been mapped and navigated, built on, surveyed flat, then should he be questioned? Should we question all of his other, some of it a bit sketchy in terms of the speculation rhetoric that he's coming out with? Because that's the standard Bart's laying down. Frankly, there was some very interesting stuff that Bart Sibrel went through that was reasonably well researched. It was an extremely interesting interview, full stop, so I thoroughly enjoyed listening to it, which I did also make a note of in my extensive comments with timestamp links to it. There you go, those were the 2 most egregious things, other than him occasionally, as a guest with rightful, justification to do so, shutting down his host when bringing up his namesake, it's not anymore, is it? His flat earth pet subject, which is RV Truth's, bias in that regard. So there you go, that was my take on it. Anybody else got any opinions on RV and Bart Sibrel's discussion yesterday?
I don't think he knows the first thing about the flat Earth topic anyway. He kind of reminded me of like that uncle that like thinks NASA's full of crap, but has no idea what flat Earth is. That's kind of the vibe I got from him. Like you could talk to him about stuff, and I feel like it would go right over his head. I don't know.
After he left the interview, someone left a super chat for RV saying he looks like Uncle Fester. And he's like, well, maybe a little bit. It's like, you don't need to attack the guy's appearance. It's just take at face value what he says. That's it. He is who he is, and he's got credibility in terms of him exposing NASA. Yeah, you can take that into consideration if you want, but not necessarily for his other stuff that he's, speculating about. You the meat, spit it out the bones, same with everybody. And I think he's a good sport for being in front of RV, and it's a testament to RV and his tolerance. In other words, he can bite his tongue when and told by someone like Bart Sibrel, no, I don't want to talk about this. And he did it. He bit his tongue, where I probably couldn't have done. So, there's a few raised eyebrow moments for me in terms of RV and his way of treating Bart as obviously allowed a relationship to build for that conversation to even take place, and it's not the first. So I was like, nice. For you to be in this position is a testament to RV as an individual. Can you agree? Yes, Nathan, we all agree. RV's great. I'll be subscribing. I saw the link going by and clicked on it.
Yes, I agree. Couldn't get off mute. Sorry.
Subscribe today, RV Truth. You may have seen or heard of him if you've been around for a while as Russian Vids, and he had a massive channel at one stage, and now he's not. He's smaller than this channel. Is maybe a similar size at the very maximum, because he's obviously lost a lot of subscribers over the years and had many channels. But yeah, his current channel is RV Truth, so check him out. As I say, there's a link going by in my live stream chat right now. If you are watching live, please share the show also. Only 2 clicks to click on the share button, stick this show on Facebook. I'm sure we'll get into the fundy chanting from Globe Believers shortly.
Well, I was just going to ask you that. I thought when this channel first launched, it was going to be a baller takeover. That's what I heard. I could be wrong.
Yeah, that was before we toddled along about 5 months ago, though, isn't it, Neil?
I mean, if you claim you're going to turn a channel into a baller channel, you gotta come through. Where are you? It doesn't matter who shows up, unless you're scared.
No, they're mostly grown adults in this server. I don't think that would work on them, Neil. Though we do have that put to us in comment sections. Flat earther stereotype that I'm using in this instance.
The thing that always gets me is if I had something that I knew was true, and I had evidence for it, I'd be shouting it from the rooftops.
The first thing we'll get is some character assassination against one of us, probably myself. Or a straw man fallacy about what stereotype flat earthers are supposed to claim. Or a demand for an explanation that's been done by us in the past. That's typically what we get, right? Some nice strong globe proof. That's unlikely. Nice if we did get a few claims like that, so we can show them how flat Earth's being measured to get to them.
Even the chat's quiet tonight. It looks like Mobius might have wanted to say something. He unmuted a couple of times while you were speaking.
Yeah, I noticed that. Do you want to say something, Mobius? Feel free. Ain't a light going today. Or not? Isn't there a political debate going on currently? It's going to draw everyone's attention.
That was last night. Trump and Isaac Jose.
There you go. So people are going to be discussing that, hey, aren't they? There's a good chance that might be why it's a little bit quieter.
There was a question about time zones right as you did your intro. I don't know where that individual went, but whoever was asking about time zones during the intro, go ahead and pipe up if you would like. Or not.
Alrighty then.
Well, it looks like we've got a few new faces in here. I haven't seen Salvatore before. We've got Salvatore. We've got Zanman down the bottom here. Welcome to the server, Zanvan. Van de Burrow just jumped in the room. Anyone have any questions for Nathan?
$100 super chat from FE Patriot says, good luck with your book, Nathan. I'm looking forward to receiving my copy. Have a great weekend. Oh, thank you so much.
Wow. Excellent. Nice.
I'd normally chime up here. But I'm not hosting this, so if everyone wants to be quiet, it's down to you guys in the server. I mean, I'm not going to deny that it might be my presence keeping them all quiet.
Yeah, definitely. No one's piping up tonight.
Hey Nathan, yeah, I was going to talk before, but I had to do something. So since nobody's talking, I thought I'd talk.
Yeah, go
Can
ahead.
you hear me?
Yeah. Nice and clear.
So you're willing to answer questions about people, I mean, globers, right? I'm assuming.
Whatever you've got. I'm
Okay.
to
No, I
answer
just have
almost anything.
right, and I also have just some questions about the or a question at least about the flat Earth model. So in the flat Earth model, you know, the in terms of if it's daylight in Japan, let's say, and let's say obviously it would have to be nighttime in the U.S., right? So like from what I understand of the model, there's like it's supposed to be like some sort of a lamp the sun is or whatever. And
What's your name? Sorry, what's your name?
Mobius.
Your light's not flashing for some reason. Weird. Okay, sorry. Carry on.
But you can hear me well, right?
Oh, you sound great. It's just I can't see your name flashing. It's all right. It's not a big deal.
I'm Stewie. Stewie on there, yeah. Stewie Griffin, yeah. So yeah, but you would have to like if it is daylight in China and Japan area, right? And like how would that work where there's no long distance light you'd see from the U.S. Like you'd see that light there, the daylight, right? So is it because it's facing away, or the lamp or whatever is facing away from the States? Like how does that work?
I don't know what you're talking about. Lamp? What?
No, okay. If it is daylight in Japan and China, right? When it's nighttime in the U.S., right?
You're making this claim, not me.
But all the time I've spoken to people in like Japan, for example, okay, or people in that time zone where it's daylight and it's night over here in Canada. I'm in Canada, and it's daylight over there. It's night over here. So
okay.
Wouldn't be a light like if it's far away. If it's in a flat model, it's far away. You know, Japan and China or whatever. And so the daylight, the sun over there, whatever light that is, I'd be able to see from the U.S. Even though it would be faint or fainter than they see it, but I'd be able to see that.
Why?
Because they have the light over there, the sun or whatever, that light that they see is.
Just so I'm clear, you're suggesting that where it's dark, you should still see the. Why would you suggest that when it's dark, you should still see the sun? It doesn't make much sense to me. Why would you claim this?
No, it's because in a flat model, okay, then the sun should be able to be seen by me, like somewhere, like far away. It's not that far away. It's like maybe 20,000 kilometers or whatever, right? So that light I should be able to see from.
This is your claim as a flat earther, then? How would you defend this claim? Why should you see
I'm
it?
just saying. Why should I see it? Well, it's because if it's flat, like on a globe model, it won't be flat. Obviously, it'd be on the other side of the globe. But on a flat model, it's exactly flat. So I should be able to see that light.
It's not what I'm asking. I'm not asking you to put it into a false dichotomy. I'm saying, why would you suggest that when it's dark, you should see the sun? That's a silly claim as far as I can tell.
Oh, I mean, when it's dark in North America, I should be able to see that sun long distance because
that sounds silly to me. Okay, I heard the first 3 times, Mobius. Right, it sounds like a silly claim you're making.
Okay, imagine a flat, just the Earth being flat, okay, and Japan, okay, would be far away, like horizontally far away. right? Not around in a globe, but horizontally far away. So, and if there's a light over there, I should be
I've
able
had
to
this
see
fourth,
that light.
Mobius. This is the fourth time you've repeated this.
How does that not make sense?
Because it's dark where you are
Oh, but,
in one place. That means the sun's not illuminating that part of the world. And in a different
but
part of the world, it is. And you're suggesting that in the dark part, you should see the sun. That's silly. Why would you suggest such a thing?
Because if it's flat, you should be able to see that light because it's only 20,000 kilometers away. At least a little bit of that light.
I'm sorry. Oh, there it is. Sorry, you've measured this distance, have you? 20,000 kilometers, you say? How have you got this
So I would
distance?
assume
I'm asking you a
if a
question
plane,
about your
I know
claims.
how long it
My
takes a
bad.
plane to get
Just
there.
asking you a question about your claim. How have you got that distance to the sun?
The distance to Japan is that distance, around that distance.
Yeah, and we're talking about the sun, aren't we? Whether or not you should see it.
Yes, because the sun is right on top, like above their heads. In
How
Japan.
do you know that? Yeah, it's GP. It's
Because
above.
they tell me. I mean,
we know where it's GP.
like,
Yeah,
I've
we know
never
where
been to
it's.
Japan.
Hey, I've
I
got
know
to be able
Japan
to
has a
respond to
sun.
you. I've heard it 4 times. I don't need it ranting to the top of me trying to respond to you. Thank you.
Oh my God. Okay, go ahead.
I don't need your
If you were to
permission. I
think
just need you to stop talking when I talk. Thank you. We know where its GP is. Okay, so you're saying when its GP is above Japan, that is to say that at a particular location on the ground, you've got a ground position. That's where the sun is above. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
It's not above the other bit that isn't lit at that time. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's how it is. But that doesn't mean anything. You're saying if it's flat, I wouldn't tar myself with this as a flat earther. I mean, you can. It sounds silly to me. Say where it's dark, I should see the sun. That's what you're saying, and I say it's silly to say that.
So I
I mean, he
shouldn't be able
started
to
off
see.
with a flat Earth model. What's the flat Earth model again? Remind us.
Well,
What's that?
the fact
I
that
don't
it's
care.
flat. So,
If he's got hold on. Sorry, chocolate. I don't care what his flat Earth model is. It's not mine. He, as a flat earther, wants to claim we should see the sun where it's dark. That's his bad. I'm not, he's not going to stereotype that as a flat Earth claim. It's his claim. I don't make that claim. It's not a flat Earth claim. He's saying we should see the sun places where it's dark, and I'm saying that's stupid. Anyway, shout out to Jason Dean. Please watch movie trailer for Fly Me to the Moon. Thank you for the super chat.
So I have a question for you, Mobius. You've
go ahead.
asserted that if we were on a horizontal plane, that we should be able to see this sun from everywhere. So you obviously have an assumption of what you think the flat Earth is, how the sun works, the distance to the sun, etc. Is there any reason that you could think that you wouldn't see the sun over that surface?
Well,
as in, can you think of it from another point of view? Rather, can you think of it a bit critically? You've got your reasons and your beliefs why you would think that, but is there reasons you could come up with as to why that wouldn't occur and you wouldn't see that in that instance?
Yes, I do. Yes, and thanks for asking. I thought that Nathan would kind of either suggest, his kind of reasoning, or at least ask me, like you did. But that's fine. I'll tell you. Okay, so according to me, in a there could be a certain type of flat Earth model where it's still horizontal, but the light, if it's a lamp type thing, and it would be facing a direction where I would not be able to see it from North America because it's facing away from me. So, for example,
so you're talking about a spotlight type setup.
Yeah, a spotlight, exactly. And so, for example, in the model of the flatness, where like there's a flat circle, and then in the middle is the North Pole, and that type of model, there's actually a name for it. I forgot, but
it's called the azimuthal equidistant projection. Do you know how that model's
exactly.
made? Well, do you know how that model's made? Well, stop a second. It's a globe projection for a start. Did you realise that?
Yeah, it's
well, let's just stop. Did you realise or not?
No,
it's a closed question.
When you say it's a globe projection, what do you mean it's a globe projection?
I say.
Okay, well, I just want to finish.
Okay, look, you're asking us about positional data on maps that you say are our model. right? Because this is a straw man fallacy. I mean, I've tried to lead you into the point that this is your claim. You want it to be my claim, though, don't you? You're telling me what flat Earth does as a non-flat earther. Ergo, straw man fallacy. Something that you say should happen on a flat Earth. Something you say is our argument that you say you can undo, and are inviting me to offer my take on your straw man fallacy. That's what this is. A straw man.
No.
You say
It's not.
this doesn't work on a flat Earth because the light,
No, I was
as I
going
get
to say something
interrupted
else.
and I'm still talking, and excuse me, me ripping your stupid argument to pieces doesn't require you to talk over me. I didn't do it to you. Stop talking. It's called a straw man fallacy. You say we should see a lamp over there on this globe projection. Why? You didn't give me a reason. You say we say that should happen on our model that you are representing for us on our behalf as a straw man. Straw man. Don't claim this. Nobody here claims this. Nobody here suggests that the sun should be seen where it's dark. It's absurd. You've invented this as a straw man fallacy. That's what's happening. I'll just make it clear for my audience what's happening. He's used a straw man that he says we should be claiming and what shouldn't happen based on his assertion of our model we don't claim. AKA a straw man fallacy. Are we done? Is there anything else, Mobius?
Okay, first of all, I was answering the other person's question. I was answering the other person's question as to how you would not see the sun, okay, from North America when it's dark. That's what he was, and then you come in to say, okay, I was still claiming that I could see the sun. No, I was providing a model.
Who cares? Who cares? We need to explain why we don't see the sun when it's dark. We don't need to do this. It's not proving anything.
The only way is if the lamp is facing away.
Lamp?
But
what lamp?
Isn't there some sort of a lamp or something that?
Excuse me, isn't this part of your straw man? Isn't there a lamp that you guys should be claiming? Isn't this your straw man? Sorry, you're going to now tell me.
Where does that light come from?
Talking.
Where does that light come from?
Talking. Right. Yes, that's a pretty concise summary of a straw man fallacy. You about to tell me how my lamp should work? No, mate, it's your idea of an argument you're about to burn because you say we say it. That's called a straw man fallacy. Do you understand what you're doing when you tell me about a lamp on my model I don't claim? No, this is your invention, your claim. You say the sun is a lamp. I don't say this. It's called a straw man fallacy because any minute you're going to burn how that lamp you say we claim wouldn't function that way. That's burning the straw man. We know how this fallacy works. This is hideous. I don't need you to yammer through my victory as I point out the flaws in your argument. What I'm doing is voiding your argument, Mobius. That's what I'm doing. You yammer through the top of the absolute annihilation and demolition of your fallacy that you put to me. That's what I'm doing. I don't need any commentary while I'm doing it. Yeah? I'm taking a position of superiority, declaring to a live audience how you, this man, has used a fallacy, a straw man fallacy, where he's going to burn that which we don't claim, like a lamp. Who's claiming this? He is. It's stupid nonsense. Are we done with your fallacy? We are. That means anything else?
Okay, if it's not a lamp, what is the light source?
Did I make a claim about it?
Well, can you tell me? Because, like, it's your model. So
why? Well, my model I haven't claimed. The straw man, you still need to burn the straw man, right? So give me what I need on my straw man is your reply.
Nathan, you're like...
Can I clarify something here for you, Mobius? Let me clarify something, yeah? Okay, so every example you've given so far, what you're doing is you're claiming that we've presented some sort of map, but really we haven't. You've got some type of map or layout that you have in your own head that you're presenting as ours, yeah? And when you ask for ours, it's not something that we can verify.
He doesn't need to interrupt him. He doesn't. When you're being annihilated and pointed out the flaws in your logic and the moderator stepped in, you don't need to yammer through him as well. It's point out where you've lost. Now, you can be a man, suck it up and listen to him explain that to you. Or like now, like a coward, you can chant through him and me, pointing out the flaws in your logic. AJ's going to try again. Shut up. Let the moderator of this server tell you where you went wrong. Just have to suck it up and go on mute. Go ahead, AJ.
Yeah, so what you're presenting is your belief of what you believe the flat Earth is, not what we state it is or believe it is, yeah? So you have your own model that you're presenting as ours and then saying, well, you know, we must have this spotlight that's moving across the and then you present the map, yeah? You presented, what was it, the azimuthal equidistant map that was a globe model map. So
Yes.
each time you're not presenting or representing flat Earth, you're representing what you're arguing against yourself, really. You're representing what you believe it to be. And then you're presenting that as ours, which is a straw man, yeah? So, like Nathan pointed out, the map that you presented is a globe projection, and they utilize it that way for ease. So it's got nothing to do with the flat Earth, yeah? We haven't got a model to present you because we don't have something that we can verify. When you're asking us what the sun is it a spotlight? Is it something that you can verify? It's not something that I can verify, yeah? So
I think the
when I asked you
Yeah.
the question,
I had was what model are you talking about? Where did you get this model?
Okay, well,
Like
I
you're
think what
essentially arguing with yourself.
AJ's response has been completely logical the way he was talking and everything. Not yourself, Nathan. No offense, but I'm just saying that I can respond to AJ because I think what he's the way he's talking is exactly he's talking in a logical way. So I'll respond to him. Okay. So
You
first
can
of all,
in
I did
seconds. Just wait
assume.
1 second. Just wait 1 second. I'll do a couple of shout outs. I am in need of money. Thank you very much to those of you who messaged. It's going to take a couple of seconds to shout you out, so I'll scroll back through them, be as quick as I can so I don't disturb the flow. Jason Dean, thank you very much. Oh no, I've already shouted that one out. Please Fly Me to the Moon trailer one. Yeah, I've already done that, sorry. Shout out to Steampunk Punk. Says, my fly me to the moon and beg my question. Happy Friday. Thank you for the super chat. Also, Slick James Bronson, who says, did anyone see the lamp prize this morning? Thank you for the super chat. Sorry about that.
so when I was asking you that question, I was looking for some type of logical thought process here. So if you want to go and have a quick look in the chat at 46 minutes past the hour and have a quick read, it might give you another perspective maybe before you argue what you believe flat Earth to be, and it may give you an answer to your question.
Okay, so I assumed two things. Okay, and this is based on talking with other people, maybe not people in this room believe this or whatever. That's the reason I invoked it. Okay, so basically, it's that model, where the North Pole's in the center. That model. Okay, and so I assume that, which I shouldn't in circumstance, because obviously that's not the correct in some sense. It's just a projection. That's fine. And also, I assume that the sun was considered to be a lamp by flat earthers. Of course, that's a assumption. There could be other models of the light source or whatever. Okay, but only I was saying that if it was a lamp. Okay, let's just say if it was a lamp and if it was a model of the map of the Earth was the one where the North Pole's in the center, that could be.
Claiming?
There could be.
Yeah,
that's what I'm claiming.
You are claiming this. Sorry, how would you prove
yes.
Earth's a lamp? How would you prove that? You being the one
no, I'm
making
saying
this.
In that situation,
Stop.
Back to AJ's
Stop.
initial question.
Stop. I heard your first
Can you let
claim.
me finish my point?
Stop. Moderators, can you stop him? I've heard his first claim. It's the same crap we've heard already. If Earth has a lamp for a sun. Now, I'm stopping you because that's a claim. Doesn't matter that you put an if statement in front of it. You're now claiming this. What have you got to back that total garbage you are claiming, you fool? Why would you claim such nonsense? How are you going to back this nonsense you are claiming, foolish man who thinks sun is lamp? Back it now. Go.
Okay, Okay, yeah. So I mean, I was saying, I just want to finish my point there. If that was the case, okay, then I could see a situation where
seems to be completely ignoring me. I've heard his claim 7 times about a lamp sun. Now he's making it as a claim. I want him to back that claim, not just plod on with his example that uses a lamp sun in his claim that he's assuming and hasn't justified. He's going to back that garbage. We're going to stop at the first claim you made. Sun lamp, the very first thing I said. My first response to you, literally, the very first thing I said, Lamp? What the hell? Now you're making it. It was always you making this claim, by the way, just to make that absolutely clear. You're gonna back that garbage, not carry on with your example we've already heard. Back it. It's your claim now. Not going anywhere else. You need to back that first. Premise you're basing this on, back it. Your claim now.
So yeah, so that that claim I think could work or can't work. So, but if it's not,
Morbus, I got to stop you right there, dude. It's not that it could or it can't. If you're putting forward some type of model, you need to present some type of evidence. Yeah, we're not just going to speculate. It's not philosophy. We're not going to have discussions about what it could and couldn't be. We're here to see some type of empirical evidence.
Yes. So for the eighth time, do you want to back your nonsense
so-
about the sun being a lamp? Sorry, rather than yammering through me,
Okay,
it's just the same
it's not a
question that
lamp.
you failed to answer 8 times. So I'd rather just hear it unimpeded without you talking through it, so you don't think you have to answer it. Can you, rather than speculate saying, well, it could or it couldn't, you actually back this garbage you are claiming or not? Closed question.
okay, so apparently a lot of people don't like the lamp theory. Okay, so
it's not people and what they think about it. I've asked you, the claimant, to back it. It's not whether or not I like it. Who cares?
No, forget about
You've
the lamp.
claimed it.
Okay,
And the
forget
question
about
on
the
the
lamp.
table is stop talking as you dodge and dive, you weasel. No, weasel. You just need to affirm in the positive or negative whether or not you can back your sun lamp claim, because it's yours now. Whether or not people agree with it is irrelevant. Your appeal to consensus is not going to be tolerated as an answer to a closed question. Can you back your garbage about the sun being a lamp, yes or no?
The lamp was just something I thought that you guys believed in, but it's not apparently. So what is the
Why are you
the
still
light
babbling
source?
about it with No. You told me a minute ago,
What
you
is the light
liar.
source?
Stop, you're lying. Moment we dealt with that 5 minutes ago, then it became your claim and you made it clear it was your claim now. So you're now going to lie about what we've covered 5 minutes ago. I don't want to talk to this guy. He's become disingenuous. I'll give him one more opportunity to respond. We covered that 5 minutes ago. The consensus appeal's not going to work for a second time either. You made this claim and I asked you if it was your claim. You said yes. Now don't appeal to anybody else. Can you, 9th time, back your garbage that the sun is a lamp? Yes or no?
I don't think the sun is a lamp. I just thought
Why
that
the bloody
flat
hell are
earthers
you
thought.
saying it then? Oh, so it's only the straw man that you must burn.
Okay, what is the light source? Please tell me what you think
Why are
the
you
light source
asking me?
is.
Did I
please?
make a bleeding claim about it? No, you want to burn a straw man claim
Okay.
about it, and you need to introduce it by making it my claim and asking me about it. I didn't make a claim about it. This is your garbage you want to burn, not mine. I don't need to answer any questions on it. I haven't claimed it. Why are you asking me? You want to ask me something? Ask me something based on something I've actually said.
So do you have any
claimed,
idea what the
like
light source could
you
be?
claiming the lamp? That's your claim. That's why I'm asking you questions about your claim. Don't tell me about what I need to suggest the sun is, because I don't care. I'm not claiming anything about it. So, can we conclude? Glober had nothing more than a false dichotomy straw man to burn,
anybody
where
have a
he
theory
tells me what
of
my
what the
model
sun
is,
lamp-
and then chants through the
Okay.
conclusion. The victory dance won't be heard by the intolerant Glober. He's going to chant through the conclusion. That would be to say that the globe-believing Muppet offered us a false dichotomy. That would be what he says flat Earth is versus what he says a globe is. Both will be derived from flat Earth measurements, but he's going to tell me what I say the sun should be, so he can burn what he says it shouldn't be doing based on what he says I say it will be doing. No, it's a straw man. We've done this for enough time now for me to shut this down with a conclusion without the fundamentalist zealot who needed to burn a straw man false dichotomy yammering through the top of my victory dance. You lose. Your logic was
You haven't
flawed.
done
It's a
anything,
straw man
Ethan. You don't
fallacy.
know how to argue.
Flawed logic won't stand. Your non-stop attempts to get me to insert my version of my claim you were trying to burn won't work either. Asking me what I say the sun does in this instance isn't going to work. I don't make a claim about it in this regard. If I've made a claim about it, you can focus on that. I haven't.
Can I just add real quick? You're back there saying, "Oh, Nathan doesn't know how to argue." Good. You started off with a fallacy. That's why when
Yes,
I chimed in, my question was, what model are you talking about? You came in and started talking about how the sun is a lamp. Did you bother to
because
find out? Does anybody that you're speaking to think the sun is a lamp? I've been in this 10 years. I've never heard the sun referred to as a lamp. So
well,
I'm not
I've
sure
heard
where
it
you're
many
getting that
times,
from.
but I guess it
But
was
you
wrong.
started off.
Yeah, I guess you were. Yeah, but you've still done it. This is now
Okay,
going to be the
so
10th time you've told us that. We don't care. We know you're wrong. We know you've burnt a straw man. We've pointed out your fallacy. You're still trying to justify it by telling us what you have heard other people say. Yeah, that's called a
can I just ask
stereotyping.
one
Stop!
question?
Stop! This is another fallacy you're using, and you're yammering through me pointing out your stereotype. The second time he's yammered through it. AJ, there's no communicating with this man. He's just used a stereotyping fallacy. Other people say is a stereotyping fallacy. You utter buffoon. You globe-believing zealot numpty who's got nothing but fallacy. Literally, the thing you're interrupting me pointing out to you is to use a fallacy again. Well, I thought, 10th attempt, that because other people said it, I could come here and use it on you. That's a stereotype fallacy. Foon, are you listening? Idiot.
I need
Mobius.
one
Do you
theory.
hear me?
I have
What other people say. Do you understand that that's a stereotyping fallacy?
Mobius, I've got him on mute at the moment, but Mobius, you didn't listen in the first instance. You keep asking, is there a way that we wouldn't see the sun? Yeah, you'd like some sort of explanation. I actually told you about 10 minutes ago. I dropped something in the chat that you might be able to have a little read of that may be able to give you some type of logical explanation, but you continue to argue about a lamp.
I said I'm sorry about mentioning the lamp. I should not have done that. I've said it so many times. I just want to hear one theory as to what the light source probably is, and if you drop it in the chat, that's fine. Maybe
Okay, so how about this, Morbius? I got a better idea here.
Hey,
I got a thing.
that. Got it. He wants to know. He wants me to make some positive claims about the sun, right?
Correct.
About what the light source may be, yes.
What the lights? I have no idea what it is. I just know what we do with it.
Okay, that's fine.
Measure Earth flat with it.
Sorry?
We measure Earth flat with it. It being the sun.
The sun, that it's obviously not like the big ball of fire. I know flat earthers don't believe that. Okay, that's
What part of I don't know what
it
it is? Didn't you understand? Did you not want to acknowledge what I said? I don't know what it is. Neither do you. You think it's a lamp because you're a stupid moron who thinks the sun is a lamp.
I never thought it was a lamp. I said I thought you guys thought it was a lamp.
You explicitly said that. Yeah, you did.
I thought you did.
Explicitly state that, and now you're going to chant through me pointing out your lie. I didn't say it. Nobody here said it at all. The only person to say it was you. But now you're telling me I didn't say that because when I said it, I was strawmanning you as saying it. No, you're the only one to say it, mate. But now you're lying about that, making you a shyster, charlatan liar. You're the only one to have said that, mate. Do you want to take back your lie that you didn't say it when you're the only one to have said it? Stupid moron that thinks the sun's a lamp. You're the only one to have said that, mate.
I didn't think the sun was a lamp. Okay, I'm going to stop this lamp thing.
The only one, second time's a charm. You're the only one to have said it.
Well, I mean, Nathan, do you have any theories as to what that light source is?
He's not going to acknowledge it. He's a weasel. He's a weasel. He's lied, and now he can't acknowledge his own smegging lie. You just said, quote, I have never said that. Yeah, and I respond, you're the only one to say that. I'd like you to acknowledge your scumbaggery. You're becoming a liar and intolerable as a person to talk to. Don't deny the words that are only up for discussion because you are the only one to have said them. And then when we point out what you have said, you deny the very words that have crossed your own bloody lips. It's disgraceful behaviour. Now, before I carry on with you, I want you to acknowledge your lie. You didn't claim the sun was a lamp when you are quite literally the only person to have said that here. You want to just acknowledge your lie that you didn't say that? You did. Let's just get that absolutely clear what you claimed. We know you wanted it to be our claim when you said it. It doesn't change that you're the only one to have said it. You, with your stupidity about the sun being a lamp, you said that, not us. Let's get that clear. You lied about that. We're going to clear that up.
Yeah, Morbius, when you first came in, your first claim was the sun being a lamp and asking us how to explain us seeing the sun the way we do. The claim was a lamp. I then asked you to think logically and maybe think of another reason why we wouldn't be seeing the sun, and you came back to the lamp claim, then stating that that's what you believe flat earthers say. So your original claim was, when you came in, if the sun's a lamp, you did put it forward first.
I never said that I did not say the sun was a lamp. I did say that. 100% I said that.
We know.
Okay.
We're well aware of
that's
that.
Right, but I never said
And
I
then you
didn't
told us
say
you
it. I
didn't
never
say
said
it.
that.
Then you said you didn't
Never
say
said I
it.
didn't.
I've never said the sun was a lamp. That was a lie. End quote you.
All right, so move this on, Morbius.
You
You said
realize
that you
now how
said it.
that sounds,
Read.
right? You realize how that sounds?
Let's forget the lamp
Oh,
thing. It's really
it
getting
doesn't
annoying.
very
Okay.
good
No,
with
So,
everyone stop. Chocolate and AJ, stop. No, we're not going to forget the lamp thing. Because when people come in and start telling us what we claim and trying to burn straw men and using fallacies and stereotyping us, we don't just forget that. What we do is we point out the scumbaggery and fallacy use of our opponents, in this case you. It's scummy. We also won't forget that you lie about that which you are the only person who have come here and put forth as a claim. Sun being a lamp, you're the only one to have said that. You've denied that. Then gone on to deny denying it. Now, as far as I'm concerned, this is the flat earth debate. Scumbaggery and lies on the globe side, us pointing out our earth's measured flat. That's how it goes here.
can we just okay? I'm not even going to say the word lamp anymore. Okay. So now I just want to see. Okay, Nathan, do you have a theory in your mind as to what the light source may be?
I have told you 3 separate times what the sun is. I do not know, and pointed out that neither do you. Then I pointed out that you had suggested it was a lamp after saying I don't know. I also added last time, because you haven't acknowledged it, fairly standard fare when we deal with people like you, globe believers, that they don't acknowledge a single word I say. I said we measure Earth flat with the sun. That hasn't been acknowledged either.
Yeah, the only thing you said with regard to your belief in the or your just you talking about
I
this light
didn't
source.
express any belief. I didn't express any belief. Don't tell me.
That's
I've
why I
expressed
didn't.
belief. Stop. I did not express any belief. Let's get that clear.
Yeah, sorry, I did not mean to say the word belief. That was an accident. Okay, I mean when you were talking about that light source, you said something about it measures the Earth being flat. Okay, that's fine, right? But is there anybody else that does have a theory as to what
Stop. We measure Earth flat with the sun. That's fine. Welcome to Flat Earth. You want to talk to somebody else? This is my time running a live show, so I'll pretty much dictate what gets talked about here while I'm here. That's how it goes. No, you won't be talking to anybody else to save your dumb ass. Thinks the
And
sun
just
is
so
a lamp.
you're aware, no one in this room is going to speculate on what something may be. Yeah, you're not going to get an answer for a speculation.
Meanwhile, fine that we measure Earth flat with the sun. Welcome to Flat Earth. That's the conclusion. What we actually do with the sun, you can speculate about what it does being a lamp and stupid nonsense like that. We deal with how Earth is actually measured with respect to ground positions. Point above, where the sun would be above, on the ground. That's what we measure with the sun. We derive all sorts of systems like time with it. So those will be what I lean on, the measurements of Earth as a flat plane when utilising the sun and its elevation angles with respect to that flat Earth we're measuring. That's what I'll lean on. You will strawman us telling us what our models are. No. I lean on Earth measurements when I prove Earth's flat. You lean on strawman false dichotomies and stereotyping fallacies. That's what your standard is. Crap standard.
I wasn't trying to use that light source as a measurement to see if the Earth was flat or curved or whatever. I was just speculating.
No, I did that. No, I did that. I used that light source. No, stop. You told me what you didn't do. using the example I gave. Yeah, we know you
Why do
didn't
you
do
always
that.
gotta argue? I'm not arguing with you.
Just to reiterate, I don't
I'm not
need you to
arguing
tell
with
me
you.
that you didn't do what I did. I know you didn't use the light source and the elevation angles to it that is used for mapping. You didn't do that. I did that. I proved Earth is measured flat with the sun. You used false dichotomies and straw man fallacies. That's what you did. I don't need to know what you didn't do, followed by a repetition of what I did do. No, I know you didn't do that. Thank you for summarizing what you didn't do as what I did. That isn't necessary, though. I did prove Earth is measured flat. You didn't do that isn't necessarily in addition to this conversation. Hope that's clear. That's why I interrupted you. Anything else? No? Shout out to Roger Ledwell. For the right angle triangle. Thank you for the super chat.
Doesn't that spark your interest when you hear something like that?
No, what it sparked in him was to tell me that he hadn't just explained that Earth was measured flat with the sun. That's what his response was. Oh, you didn't, did you? I did. Shout out to Unitox Femi, says sun has nothing to do with surface of Earth. That's when we measure elevation angles with respect to a plane surface, Unitox Femi. We map with it. Its ground position. That would be to say where the sun is above, directly above on the ground. That's useful positional data that we do use. It is absolutely with respect to the ground, its ground position. Where the sun is above at a given time. Or anything else in the sky for that matter. Ground positions. Measuring Earth flat. Anything else, Mobius?
No, Mobius has left.
Of course. At that point that he needed to yammer through every single conclusion, he was presumably being put on mute, so he couldn't do that. Am I right?
Yeah, and look, the issue is that he's not thinking logically. He's not accepting, the sun is used to measure Earth as flat, as you made your claim. They want a replacement for everything. Okay, if the Earth's flat, what's the sun made of? Regardless, whatever the sun's made of, has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth, as per your super chatter.
Oh, is that what you for me meant?
They
Yes,
have
I
a
see
problem
now.
with that.
Sorry, Chocolate, go ahead.
I was going to say, apparently he didn't have a problem with that. He told him the sun is used to measure Earth flat. It was basically, the sun is used to measure Earth flat. Okay, that's good. Hey, anybody else want to talk? What? Really?
That's why I said, didn't it spark your interest where you want to know more?
And then 2 minutes later he leaves. Very interesting reaction. The sun and its lampiness. What the hell, man?
Oh, we've already had an hour of live streaming. Would you believe it? Time flies when you're having fun, does it not? Hour and 15 we've had, nearly.
You say time, Nathan?
One more time, one deck.
Did you say time?
Time with respect to the sun and its flat Earth measurement. Yes, I did.
That's what I was referring to, yeah. Good job.
Earth not measured flat.
Ahead, whoever that was.
You know, it has voice.
Yeah, Rob. Rob, what do you mean it's not flat? What does that mean?
It's not measured flat.
Yeah, go ahead.
So this guy harasses me via Facebook Messenger, sending me obnoxious and crude messages. Can we remove him from the conversation, please?
Well,
yeah, I don't know why he's allowed back in here.
I'd rather not have my stalkers talking to me, preferably, people who are abusive towards me on messaging services. Get rid of them.
Oh,
that's okay.
Oh, wow. One of them cornballs.
Yeah.
Wow, buddy.
It's funny how these globe-believing Muppets come in and don't explain how it's measured curved. They just say it's not measured flat, and then have nothing else after that.
Right. And we're supposed to just say, oh, well, thanks for that. Have a good day.
Hey, guys, I just joined. Can I ask a few questions to the pancake believers?
It's called a poisoning the well and ad hominem fallacy. Do you know what a poisoning the well fallacy is? I just started asking if you could ask a question.
Maybe address the person you're talking to. That would be proper, right?
What's your name?
Yeah, I am aware. I know what both of those things are. I don't think they hold true here because an ad hom usually is used as a rhetoric, a weapon on an opponent, right, to weaken their position and attack their character instead of attacking the argument, which it didn't really do here, right? I was talking in plural. And secondly, you said poisoning the well. To that, I would say maybe I would concede if you think that being a pancake believer is a bad thing. But if you are a pancake believer, I mean, you really shouldn't see it as poisoning the well.
You're going to poison the well again. So you're going to poison the well again with an if statement. You've not started well. So the fallacy I've pointed out that you've said potentially you'd concede to, you've repeated. It's a poisoning the well fallacy. It's not an if. It is.
Again, it's relative, depending on your position, right?
Relative,
So,
it is. So
yeah.
another
That's why I said I would
scumbag,
maybe
before he
concede
even
to it.
asked this question, yeah, he's poisoned the well. I've pointed it out. He won't accept it. It's a fact. You poisoned the well. That's a fact. I have to accept it. I don't care. It just makes you scummy, like all globe believers, no doubt.
Interesting.
Stereotyping fallacy, by the way.
I won't ask my questions then. Have fun.
Well, you could just accept that you used a poison in the well fallacy, and then I'd accept your question. But you won't, will you?
Well, I mean, my answer remains the same. It's not like my mind has been changed in the last like 30 seconds.
Relative.
I think it's relative. Yeah. I mean, I would concede. I would concede to it if you think for me.
Relative was your answer. I'm responding. Your answer was it was relative. What, a relative amount of poisoning of the well?
Yeah, it's kind of like if people say, is alcohol poison?
Talking. It seems that we're not going to have a reasonable conversation because my replies have got you talking straight through the middle of them, even in concession of the very first thing you said, which hasn't come yet. But we have got quite a lot of you talking through me, pointing out this poisoning the well fallacy that's relative. Good start, by the way. Good start. Solid.
I'm glad you're done. Oh, no, never mind. Right. So again, relative, right? Alcohol is contained. Now you're over talking me and breaking me off, which is what you just accused me of.
That's the top of me. No, it won't be accepted. Eventually, I'll appeal to the mods to shut you down. It is not your rebuttal. I've overcome that. Rinsing and repeating your rebuttal, yeah, to your first and complete and total failure with the first thing you said, won't be accepted. It's not relative. It is just a poisoning the well fallacy. This level of scumbaggery where you can't accept the very first fallacy you've used. I mean, maybe you could concede to that, right? Yeah, that's as close as you've got so far. No, you will. Or you'll be removed eventually. Because me, with righteous indignation, will talk down to fallacy users like you and point out that, no, they can't even concede their own use of fallacy. They need to plough on and reassert it as being relative after it's been refuted. No, it's definitely a poisoning the well fallacy. There's no ambiguity here. There's no doubt in anybody who's watching's mind how scummy you are when you can't concede that fact either. You could move on with you reasserting its relative, but I won't allow it. I'll just keep rubbing this right in your face. Are you going to concede it so you can ask your question?
I'm
no, you're going to spend 10 minutes on this? Concede it? Or are we going to spend 10 minutes on this?
Can I ask him a question?
I mean, my answer remains the same. So yeah, I mean, it's a part conceit. It's relative. If you see it as a bad, sort of like strawman of your argument, and you take it as a literal pancake, I can see how that is interpreted as a poisoning the well fallacy.
Do the same thing, mods.
And to that,
so
I would say
conceding. He's going to use the same poisoning of the well fallacy for a fourth time. Other than conceding, he's going to reiterate his fallacy. Like, that's going to get you the win. No, it's the same fallacy that you've used. You think rinsing and repeating the same fallacy that's been overcome 3 times already isn't going to change the fact that I'm going to use exactly the same rebuttal? No, it's just the poisoning the well fallacy. You suggesting that I believe in a pancake by way of asserting that you want to ask a question to the pancake believers is just simply a poisoning the well fallacy that you've committed. I mean, it'd be nice if you could, throw some balls, admit to your mistakes, admit to your fallacy use, but according to you, with your weasel words, it's all relative. Relative's one of those words that weasels use when they're proven to be demonstrably utilising fallacy. That's you. You could repeat it for a 5th time. Go ahead. Tell me it's relative. The audience is definitely on your side, by the way. 112 people are all right behind you. That's called sarcasm.
Cool. So I'm not going to repeat myself. I think that's kind of like redundant, right?
But get rid of him. Get rid of him. He's not going to be a reasonable person to talk to because he can't even concede that he used a fallacy when he absolutely, without question, there's no doubt in anybody's mind, did. He thinks his satisfactory answer is to say it's relative. He's not going to be a reasonable person to talk to. So no, I don't want to answer your question.
Wait, what false conclusion?
We covered this because now you're going to yammer through me pointing out that no, I'm in control of this. Get lost. You're not going to be reasonable to talk to. You're not going to listen to my answers. You're not going to concede points when you're demonstrably wrong. You're going to yammer a repetition of the original point that's been refuted, aren't you? Because that's what you've done, with your opener being your loss. when you use fallacious reasoning and have the flaw in your logic pointed out by me, and then met with the rinse and repeat 5 times methodology. Yeah, bye-bye.
Well,
You're in pain,
it just
Nathan.
can't.
I'll debate you, so long as I can make the audience know that you're a stupid pancake believer before we even start. No,
that's a fallacy.
it's all relative. I'll say it again, pancake believer.
Yeah, you're just a troll. Yeah? You're not worthy of our discussion. You're beneath us.
He managed to say it 4 or 5 times, though.
It managed to poison the well repeatedly, with me pointing out the fallacy. Yeah, what a win. What a wonderful win. Anybody else while we're still live? Feel free to come and call us pancake believers.
I was just wondering if Rich would like to jump in. He's pretty active in the chat here. Rich, you got anything you'd like to pipe in with?
I mean, who does things like that? Like, how do you start a conversation with somebody by kind of basically spitting in their face? Like, how do you expect to have a progressive conversation after that? And then when it's pointed out to you, you do it again. You're not serious. Not a serious person.
It's like
I was
raising,
thinking the same thing, Chocolate.
like raising your hand in an abortion debate and going, can I just ask a question for the baby killers?
Yeah, basically.
But like, if you have proof, right? Why don't you come in proper and lay down your cards? Very telling.
He did.
Yeah, you're right. He did.
They need to poison the well. That's the first gambit.
And look, it's not to say I don't understand. Maybe it makes you feel like you got a couple of hairs on your chest, and you can breathe better. You got I got to call a flat earther a pancake believer. Wow. Then if we stop you there, you can't progress with the conversation. So what you've done is just ad hom, and then that's it. Then you leave. You can't even bring it back, calm it down, and say, "Hey, all right, let's have the conversation." My bad. I didn't mean to come in and ad hom you, poison the well. Right? I mean, a long time ago, we had a Glober actually quote, a logical fallacy is better than nothing. It seems like that's really becoming true. It seems like this is all the globe side has, is logical fallacy. And it seems like you guys are okay with that.
Well, the thing is, when QE comes in and calls them globetrotters, backs it up with evidence that the globe does not exist and Earth is measured flat. They just come in and call us names.
Well, maybe Nick, the last person that was in here with his ad homs, would like to have a chance to present some type of positive globe evidence rather than ad homs. Would you like a crack, Nick?
Looking at the chat, I don't think he's going to be able to.
Yeah, no, I will. I was going to try to debunk flat Earth, but I will. I'll present a pro globe position. I don't mind. Give me 1 minute because I don't have like a collection of sources. Give me 1 minute to pull some up, and I'll go from there. Okay?
Cool. No worries.
Nice.
Just let us know when you're back.
He's a troll. Awesome. I'll turn off my studio lights. I was just about to round out this live stream. We'll be staying live, it seems.
Plus, to make a decent pancake, the frying pan will need to be horizontal.
And the liquid that you pour is flat and level in the pancake for the most part.
Yeah, that's why the pan's got to be level.
Listen, I'm excited about this globe proof that's coming.
Just want to highlight while we're in this little interlude that I already made a claim wasn't actually a claim, it was a statement of fact in regards to how the sun's measured. I mean, it was paraphrased back to me as though it was a claim I'd made. It isn't. Just want to make that clear. It wasn't in any way addressed. It was agreed to. The gentleman's already been welcomed to Flat Earth. Just so that's on the record.
Yep, that was probably
Right,
apologise.
my bad.
Go for it, Nick.
All right, cool. So since I'm presenting a globe position, I guess my my first thing in order here to do is post some links, right? So I posted one link to NASA's web. Huh?
Make a claim verbally.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
you
I'm
know.
going to make a claim with the links posted so people can read and listen simultaneously. And I would prefer if you didn't cut me off or interject, Nathan, since you seem to be having huge issues with that, right? So I'll
Right,
have
we don't
to
need
run
that.
this show.
I'll control the
Oh,
conversation, Nick.
Okay, well, let's get those ground rules sorted pretty quickly as I run this show. It's
you
either
don't run
do as
me,
I say or
so-
get lost. And further to that, it's claim backed by citation. You seem to infer that you were going to send citations first. Don't need any. You haven't claimed anything. So I suggested you verbally make your claim. That was what I added. That you objected to me telling you to do. That's me telling you, as the one in charge, what you will do. If you don't do that, it'll be the end of your time here. So you'll be presenting your claim verbally, won't you?
Yes, I will. Again, this is
On
a
you go.
mutual.
Excellent.
Right.
Let's hear it. Thank you.
Well, it's pretty
Excellent.
self-evident, right? Since I was well, kind of like asked to present a pro-globe position. So my position is that yes, it is a globe. That's my position. We live on a globe. Earth is a globe.
Yeah,
Simple
so
as
what's the evidence you have for that? Can you present some type of evidence verbally? We've got
Yes,
the chat.
of course. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay,
So
go for it, man.
right. So there are two routes that I used to reach this conclusion. The first is that Earth has to be either finite or infinite. Since no one has demonstrated infinite thus far, right? We must assume finite because we have actually had people claim, finite distance. So that's the first premise. Second
Okay,
premise is that
let's
if
take on that then. Let's just take on that then.
oh wait,
It's a
do you have
non-
ADHD?
Well,
You
what
can't
we
have
should just hear in
multiple-
Scattergun 16 claims. I've heard your claim. Yeah.
Is
Based
this
on
kindergarten?
infinite versus
You can only
infinite
hold one
versus
one
to his
reading.
claim. Now he can keep yammering through the top of his first claim, or maybe the mod will let him make 17 claims, one after the next, so we can forget about a few. Personally, I'd prefer claim and then response. Claim, Earth sphere. Evidence, it's not. Because it's either the false dichotomy of finite versus infinite, Earth is a sphere. It's a non sequitur fallacy conclusion. It's not in any way linked to Earth's sphericity. So your first piece of evidence that you concluded with point 1 and then tried to move on to point 2 is non sequitur to your claim of Earth's sphericity. That does not prove Earth's sphericity. It is non sequitur. Your false dichotomy is non sequitur to the original claim. Fail. Total fail.
Cool.
Do you want to go on
Now
to
that I'm unmuted, please demonstrate
Do you
how
want
it's a
to
false
go
dichotomy.
on to... I'm still talking. You were put on mute because presumably you were yammering through the top of me addressing your first claim. You decided that me addressing your garbage non sequitur fallacy needed you talking through the top of that being addressed so that
No,
it's concluded.
how about you just address it?
It's a non. You see, that's why you've been put on mute because I'm talking and you're talking through the top of me, and a mod stepped in to stop that garbage. I've got no control of you deciding to use your mute button while I'm talking. The mods can stop you, though, as I conclude the non sequitur fallacy in point 1. Claim, Earth sphere. Evidence, non sequitur, false dichotomy with infinite and finite. Doesn't prove a damn thing. It's non sequitur false dichotomy. Okay? Okay, that's you losing. Now you'll be taken off mute so I can smirk at your crap response you'll offer. Now I've finished.
Cool. Now that you are finished, yappering, no, it's not a non sequitur and it's not a false dichotomy. Here's why. I didn't draw any conclusion from the shape of the Earth due to the surface distance. I did not do that. That was you inferring that, and you failed miserably. So that's kind of sad. Secondly, right, I had multiple premises. Oh wait, you're yappering again?
Of Earth's sphericity. So my objection that this isn't a proof of Earth's sphericity is also your rebuttal. I wasn't offering point 1 as a proof of Earth's sphericity. You failed to listen to point 1 as a backing to my claim of Earth's sphericity. It wasn't meant to be proving Earth's sphericity is your response. Why the bloody hell did you say it then? Yeah, it was non sequitur, like I pointed out. Not in positive confirmation of your claim, non sequitur. But apparently it wasn't supposed to be backing your claim. Yeah, that's why it's non sequitur. That's why I stopped you and pointed out your use of a non sequitur fallacy. If your response is to say it wasn't attempting to prove Earth's sphericity, then you shouldn't really be saying it.
By itself,
Understand?
which you clearly misheard. You failed to listen, which is sad. Put me on mute again. I mean, you just want to talk. You don't want to have a conversation. It's clear, it's evident. Like, you want to have a monologue, like in your little
Ad
show.
hominem fallacy. Non sequitur, infinite versus finite, is a false dichotomy, and it is offered up as proof of a sphere by him in point 1, therefore non sequitur. Telling me I can't have a conversation is an ad hominem fallacy because it doesn't address my argument rebuttal, which is to say it is non sequitur to compare infinite to finite in a false dichotomy and say it proves Earth's sphericity. In response to that, you, offering point 1 for proof of Earth's sphericity, have said I wasn't offering it as proof of sphericity. You didn't listen. If it wasn't offered as proof of sphericity, it shouldn't be a point, as that's the only thing you're supposed to be doing, offering evidence for your positive claim that Earth's a globe. If this isn't it, ipso facto is non sequitur. Not that I didn't listen, it's that you've offered a non sequitur.
So maybe you can move on to your second point, Nick. By the sounds of it, you believe somehow your second point's going to tie into your first point. So let's move to the second then.
We're not done with the first one. I'm just being muted and yelled at. So it's not a non sequitur. Here's why, right? Because on itself, it's not drawing any conclusion. What it does is it narrows down the conclusion as to what the shape can be, right? And so with demonstrating that it is finite and ruling out the infinite, right? We can narrow down the possible shapes that it can take from geometry and math, right? He failed to realize that. And the false dichotomy is just a term that he's throwing out there. It's not a false dichotomy. Unless you have a third option. What else can it be than finite or infinite? Please tell the room. Please tell the room. Because you don't have a third option. So it is absolutely a true dichotomy. You fail to realize that. And you're just looking, kind of silly right now, Nathan. So, yeah.
A true dichotomy is infinite versus finite for proof of Earth's sphericity. According to
you. For the surface length.
There's me thinking I can't have a conversation when I didn't say a word as he just talked his yammery nonsense. There's him talking straight through the middle of the first thing I say. It's almost like he can't have a conversation. It's projecting that straight onto me, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen of the audience? So it's definitely those two things, infinite versus finite for your proof of sphericity, and that's not a false dichotomy and not a non sequitur because it links to Earth's geometric measurements. Therefore, not a non sequitur. Oh, it still absolutely is. You saying linked to Earth's measurements in geometric terms won't make it in any way any less of a non sequitur fallacy to say that finite versus infinite somehow proves the shape of Earth as you've suggested. It's just as much a non sequitur fallacy, even with your point B expansion, which is neither a point A or a point B. Your point A was non sequitur. Your point B doesn't make it any less of a non sequitur. Hope that's clear.
No, not at all. You did a really poor job at making anything clear. You just threw a bunch of ad homs.
Ad hominem fallacy. Ad hom.
Yeah, you did that. Yeah, correct. I'm glad you realized that. Now, moving on, right? So you're clearly wrong, and it's a true dichotomy. And secondly, to build on that, right? The reason I brought it up is we're talking about the surface area first, right? And that in relation also has a length. Now, with that covered, right? We now need to map that surface area on a geometric object, unless, of course,
measure it.
And I haven't heard you, so I'll ask you, right? Now
Map what? We haven't measured anything yet. Stop. Map what? We haven't measured anything yet. What do we measure?
So I'm muted again. Cool.
Can
I have a conversation without getting muted, or because otherwise, this is not really fruitful.
I was just going to moan.
Nick, we're going to take it one step at a time, man. So if you're talking about taking measurements and then mapping, then we first need to cover these measurements. We can't just make the claim, well, we take measurements, we map it out, has to be on this surface, etc. Let's take it one step at a time. So mapping, how did we take these measurements?
How do we? Well, I mean, we
how do they? How is the measurement taken? Sorry, I rephrase that.
No, it's fine. To be fair, the reason I said I had two routes is because this route kind of consists on data collected by other people, right? And so with that in mind, why I linked to NASA and why I will bring up now Google is because both of those companies have contributed, providing this data. And so when I say that we have a finite distance, I say that because on my phone, I'm not done. I'm almost done. Can I get it out? Or are you just gonna...
Yeah. So did anybody get the answer? Or should he just try again?
No, I was
you
just
didn't
about to stop
answer.
him. He needs to try again.
Yeah,
We
try
want to know
again.
how
So,
it was measured.
can I ask? Because it was originally my
measured
question.
multiple
So
times.
What are
What
the
do you mean
measurements?
how? Like a lot of people.
He's not going to. He's going to plow on regardless of questions because he hasn't answered me or you that reiterated my question. What measurements? What are we measuring? Say NASA and Google. No, those are references. Those aren't measurements. NASA isn't a measurement. Google isn't a measurement. What's being measured to map Earth? You know? Yes or no?
Yes, and that's why I said
measured?
I was rudely
Okay, so what is it?
Oh my god, I'm muted.
What's being measured?
Okay. Distance. Hello?
How do we measure that?
Satellite imagery, right? GPS, global positioning system. We have also
GPS is a system that's already been derived and is plotted onto a Mercator projection. So no, that isn't how the measurements done. It's how they're plotted after the fact. It seems you don't know how
you're
things
incorrect.
are being measured.
So
seems that he's now
you're
chanting
incorrect.
through me,
Wait,
correcting
okay,
him. So being wrong isn't acceptable. So he's going to keep talking. No, the Mercator projection has gone through quite a series of transformations to be part of GPS. You said GPS. That's not a measurement. Satellites. No, there are no satellites floating around in orbital motion derived from flat Earth measurements. You just don't realise that. This is not a measurement. Satellites. A satellite isn't a measurement. You know the answer seems to be no. You're waffling on about Google, NASA, measurements aren't those. Now you're talking about satellites. Okay, you've said distance. How do we measure that? Isn't with GPS on a Mercator projection. Okay? Do you know or not?
You know, my condolences that you can't really assert that when I say distance, that is any unit, right? That takes the shape of any unit. So if you prefer miles, if you prefer kilometers, it doesn't really matter.
Miles.
Right? Distance is distance.
Oh, miles. Miles are a flat Earth.
Now you
miles.
like
I heard
familiar
you.
word.
Miles. I got your
Yeah.
answer. Now you can shut up while I take that to my evidence of a flat Earth, because flat Earth is what you will need to derive miles. Did you not know that they're based on elevation angle measurements to Polaris, to give you nautical miles, to convert to statute miles, so that we have land distances as a straight line distance? Miles are in straight lines. Flat Earth measurement derivation in the first instance with Polaris. This is a flat Earth proof. You're going to derive distance for anything. It's going to be a flat Earth evidence. You don't get distances from spheres. You get it by measuring a flat Earth.
So when you're done, right? The reason I said distance and you can insert any unit, right? And you spurred out when I said miles is because it doesn't really matter if you use miles, kilometers, whatever.
Miles are
right?
a flat Earth distance.
You're just
My
going to have an
response, after getting
arbitrary
my answer.
increase.
My answer to the question, what measurement are we going to be using, is miles. And they are flat Earth. You are using flat Earth distances. They are flat. They're not curving. This isn't a proof of a sphere. You've tied this connected, non sequitur of infinite versus finite with a distance measurement. And when you told us what the distance is going to be, miles, that's a flat Earth only assertion. Okay, so we're proving a flat Earth.
Okay, so for the whole room, right? What just happened is I said you can take any unit of measurement. I started saying kilometers, then I said miles. The moment I did say
Kilometers
miles,
is also a flat Earth
Nathan
distance.
spurred out,
Kilometers
muted me.
is also a flat Earth distance. You can only describe kilometers as a flat, straight distance. That is not a curve Earth distance. That's a flat Earth distance. Kilometers are flat.
And Nick, I'm not sure why you have an issue with him choosing miles due to the fact that you presented it as an option in your own argument. And now, instead of addressing that argument of why Nathan may be incorrect, you want to run off on a tangent about how he chose miles when it was in your presentation.
No, he can choose any unit. That's why I said any unit, and he won.
You need
And
to
he
get quite
did.
so
He
close to
chose
your mic when
miles.
you're losing. Yeah, just back off your mic when you're losing, my friend. Yeah, miles are a flat Earth distance. You're using flat Earth measurements to make your claim. So this is point C, point A and B were both non sequiturs, not connected to the claim of sphericity. Now we're on to point C, a measurement of distances. So far you've offered kilometres and miles. They're both flat.
So
Shout out
okay,
to-
let me get this perfectly straight. Okay, so you're saying in geometry you can't really use any number of unit to measure, for instance, the circumference of a ball or a spheroid, because that will be straight. So you cannot have, for instance, say circumference of the Earth, or take something smaller, right?
Sorry, so circumference of
stadium,
Earth. That's
or
sorry, circumference. I
or a
heard
lake,
circumference
or
of Earth.
wait, you spoken up.
Stop. I heard circumference of Earth. That's also a flat Earth derivation. The circumferential value, obviously directly connected to the radial value, is measured with respect to Polaris also. Minimum elevation angle measurement to Polaris gives you your outside edge of a sphere after conversion. The actual measurement is of a area of equal elevation. Minimum elevation angle to Polaris. That's where you get your circumferential value from. You're using flat Earth measurements for that also.
I mean, this is like a slow motion conversation. I get like 1 inch of progress, and then I'm muted, and you have to like monologue for a bit, and then I get 1 inch. I mean, I appreciate it. We are getting progress, but it takes a while. Nathan, perhaps you could go on mute and
Yeah,
just listen.
Nick, I did explain this to you. Yeah, we're going to cover one claim at a time.
I'm trying to cover it, man.
That's right, and that's why you just got muted, because you state something and then you move on to the next point without it being covered. So I have to mute for a second so we can cover that point. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. I don't mind.
You asserted a circumference.
Now it's happening again.
You're not listening to me. You're not listening to me. You asserted a circumference.
You're over talking me like a rude ass adult.
Yeah, when you make a claim. Yeah, it's because you made a claim.
Yeah,
you made a claim. Yeah, as soon as you do that, you're going to get stopped in your tracks. Circumference, you say? Earth having a circumference? That's got a measurement attached to it. Now, you may not know what that is, but I'm going to stop you immediately because you're inferring Earth has a circumference that's on a sphere. That measurement for that circumference you are now making as a claim to prove Earth's sphericity is a claim that I know where the origin measurement came from. A flat Earth. Now you think I can yammer on using this circumferential value that's derived from a flat Earth measurement, and why the hell should you be able to stop me using this flat Earth derivation when I make my sphere claim? Because you're measuring a flat Earth to get it. So we're going to stop you. So the moment you say circumference, it's a value that needs a measurement attached, and the only measurement is a flat Earth one. You're proving flat Earth when you use your fundy sphere belief of a circumferential value, actually an area of equal elevation measured on a flat plane. That's why you're being stopped. You're using flat Earth to make your claim move forward.
No, I didn't.
So,
Here's why. Here's why. Right? No, I'm going to go address what was just said, please, without being muted. Right? I get to say something as well as a response. Cool. So my response to your rebuttal is no, right? Because a mile, regardless of its history and how it's derived, right, is a unit that you can get by either, multiplying or dividing another unit, right? Arbitrarily. It doesn't really matter which one it is. For instance, you can use kilometers as a conversion, right? And it doesn't really care about the history of a mile and how you think it's somehow, proving a flat Earth. No, it's also just a metric that you can have, right? Just like pounds and kilos, you have this relative, different units that you could use. And yes, perhaps the history of those and how they were derived are prone to either supporting flat or globe prerogative. I acknowledge that, right? But that's why I said you could use any unit for distance, because this isn't about the history. It's about the actual maths and the physics, right? Which you clearly is just trying to like obfuscate from, which is why I'm getting kind of heated, right? Because it's not good faith. What you're doing is terrible faith. You're not trying to engage with the point. You're just trying to like dismantle it on semantics of me bringing up miles as an option and you latching onto that. And it's crazy. I hope the whole room is like able to see this. So yeah. Now, this is why you're
listening to this little bit, guy.
Huh? You're done listening because you're getting wrecked. Okay, go mute me then.
This is somebody else just responding to what you just said. It's Adam here. You do sound a little bit confused. You've just made a very odd statement, trying to confabulate.
Yeah, I heard it.
Pounds and ounces and metric units as if they're interchangeable. No, you seem to have a point that you can interchange units, and I would accept that point with conversion. You're missing the point of where you get them all from in the first place. That's what was put to you. Could we just stay on target, get back to measurement, and recognize how do we derive the units, whichever units we're going to describe them in, but how are they defined in the first place, not subdivided later?
I'll field this, Adam.
That's a good clarification. Thank you.
Yeah, I can answer that. We get them from a flat Earth.
How? Please walk me through that. Because
elevation angle measurements, like I explained earlier with the sun, that would be how we derive things like the longitude system or
Or a meter?
elevation angle measurements. I'm answering you. It seems
No,
you
no,
can't
the
converse.
unit.
Maybe your
Unit.
projection of your inability to converse is just that projection. I am answering you. You asked
No,
me
you're
how
not.
we measure Earth flat. I'm telling you, and you're talking while I'm talking because you're intolerable. Like I already surmised right at the start of your entrance to this discussion. Like with the latitude system would be a flat Earth elevation angle measurement to Polaris. These are how we derive these systems. That is how.
No, you're incorrect though, right? Because you don't start at the grand scale and you go and you and you look at the whole Earth and you sort of like divide down from there. You do the other way around. You start at the smallest unit and then you go up, 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 and then you have a bigger unit and you go up, up, up. That's how it's always been. So you're clearly just again obfuscating from how you derive units and how you actually have the history of metrics being developed. So no, you're clearly wrong. And although, huh?
Okay, guy, we heard you.
You're not talking about the units
Adam
themselves.
and the
You're
guy.
talking
Can you
about-
both stop,
Oh my God.
please? Can you both stop? We heard your response. No, you're just wrong. No, you are just obfuscating. It's just that you're wrong. We got that. Now Adam's going to reiterate the point that you haven't acknowledged or accepted.
You didn't even engage with it. You missed this
You're
point.
going to get a
Embarrassing
response.
for you, man.
Just
Yeah,
need
I
you to
hope so.
stop hand waving through the top of what we're responding with. Don't do that to you. You keep projecting that onto us. You keep interrupting. Go ahead, Adam.
It was just to find that your rebuttal is actually the complete opposite. So historically, no, we derive units from the skies and then subdivide. So be those nautical miles, distances from the way that they're described by the Egyptians, they're then subdivided into cubits, royal cubits. All of these things, though, when placed on the ground, are initially derived and quantified by the stars. That's how we first use it. And then, like I said, I've got no problem with different units and subdivision later. But your response was the exact opposite. It's sky first, down to the ground, big units first, subdivisions of big units. We don't start with millimeters and put 1,000 together.
This article seems to disagree with you, but if you have a reference to support your argument, I would love to read that. Thank you.
Your article disagrees. What does your article say? We started with millimeters. I thought, I know, if I put 1,000 of them together, I'll get a meter.
Yeah, so I provided a Wikipedia site, right? Citation to the metric system.
Okay,
and
thank you. Thank you for that.
Yeah, no problem. You're welcome.
Thank you for that. As stated earlier.
You're welcome.
It's as stated
I can
earlier.
go
it's
on the
argument. Hello.
So I'm still waiting for your source to support.
And I'm
the
never
argument.
going to get to make this statement because most my own panel and this guy will not allow me to. As stated earlier, is argument first, then citation to support it. You've dumped a citation and gone, I've cited. No. You want to verbally make your argument like earlier with the non sequitur fallacy within finite and finite in a false dichotomy to prove sphericity, which it didn't. That was you verbally making an argument. You need to do that now. And we don't need the citations to hear the argument. And if we require them, we'll have a look at them after you make your verbal argument. Ahead.
Right, my condolences for you not being able to, carry on a knowledge that was set prior. But what I did say before linking anything, right, is that it doesn't start at the grand level. It starts at a smaller level, and this article supports that, right? It says it started as a metric or a meter or a cubic, right? And then they use that to scale, right? Which is what I said first. So you're incorrect again with your rebuttal. Thank you for proving that to the whole room. And I would like to talk to your friend, right? Because he's much more capable and suited to have a conversation. So you can stay off, Nathan. Thank you.
We have that citation sent to us in the G+ via
it's in
Skype.
Master B.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Adam.
Again, I disagree. If you want to take the meter is a subdivision of off of a presupposed ball. So you take 1/4 of a circumferential value and divide it by into thousands. So that's equivalent distance. This is how they're quantified initially. You then break it down using decimalized terms in the case of metric units, or an imperial ways in which they use a base 12 or a base 16. So initially, things are broken down into smaller. That's my point of opposition to you and what I interjected with. It's not the reverse, which you suggested, that things are built up.
And again, if you're going to say that, right, then you need to provide something to back it up. Otherwise, it's just your words claiming it, right? Because this article says that, yes, and I agree with you, it was taken from the natural world, dividing the circumference of Earth, or what was supposed to be the actual circumference of Earth, right? Assuming that, in this debate that it's not really given, right? It could be that it's flat and wrong, but this is how they derived it nonetheless. And I agree, right? But for you to say, well, that came after the mile, or that came after flat Earth, yada, yada, right? You still haven't provided anything for that. So for me to accept that and move on, I would still need to see a reference. So I'm waiting for that.
Is it in your it says it in your wiki reference. Base unit of measurement. Essentially what Adam discussed. Like that. It's one of the clickable links in the citation you gave from wiki.
What did you say?
In the language of measurement, physical quantities, quantifiable aspects of the world, such as time, distance, velocity, mass, temperature, energy, and weight. One of the hyperlinks in your own citation.
In the development of non-coherent metric systems? That section, correct?
History of the metric system is what I got as your citation. Wiki.
Yeah, we're talking about this sublink, correct? Just so we're on the same page. Physical quantity.
Yes. Base units, about the 6th paragraph down. Due to the instability of international prototype of the kilogram, series of initiatives were undertaken starting in the late 20th century. In that paragraph, there's a hyperlink. Base
Wait, you
units.
just link it. Yeah, you just link it.
In your citation.
No. This is a sublink, so that would be a new citation. That's how it works, right? So, yeah, go ahead and link it,
Base
please.
units. Okay, fine.
Yeah, link it, right? Or have somebody else link it. Thank you. Like, I can't find it. I don't know why. It puts me to another site that I also linked.
In Master B, can someone stick it in the Discord server for him?
Yeah, I got it.
And while we're waiting,
Oh,
right?
sorry, guys. I'm going to have to just drop Nathan for a bit. I've got some at the shop, but I'm not running honest. It's just work, I'm afraid.
Nick, 52 minutes after the hour.
What does that mean? Is it commercial time or
52 minutes
Meanwhile,
after the hour.
While this is fascinating, nautical miles are derived from Polaris measurement. It's the starting point. You start with elevation angle measurements to Polaris.
Wait, it doesn't say nautical miles anywhere in the whole.
There's me just describing nautical mile measurement.
Yep, it
1
doesn't say
degree
that.
for every 60 nautical miles. That is the measurement derived from how much Polaris drops towards the horizon as you back away from it. That's where we get nautical miles from.
Yep, you might be correct, but it's you haven't cited it. It's just you saying it, right? And I asked for a citation. You haven't provided. So I'm asking again, can someone help this guy out, or can he, or somebody else?
I'm too lazy. So
You're too lazy to back up anything. Okay, cool. So you're
Explaining.
conceded to that point.
Yeah, I'm going to explain it hopefully with you talking straight to the top of it. Yeah, I don't need to. Feel free to check out whether or not I'm wrong, but I'm right.
Okay, so you concede on that point. Thank you. Okay, so
I'll
moving on.
I'll put
I did
something
not
to it,
use.
Nathan.
Huh?
53 minutes after the hour from Horizon, www.scientificamerican.com. What exactly is north?
Whoever's talking over AJ, stop. Whoever's talking over AJ, just stop. Look, I might be too lazy because I know I'm right already, but AJ's decided to back this for me. So
Okay, consequently, the angle between the northern horizon and Polaris is equal to the observer's latitude. For example, when viewed from the equator, 0 degrees latitude, Polaris lies on the northern horizon as the observer moves northward. Right? So, as per Nathan stated, we acquire latitude from horizontal angle measurements from the surface to Polaris.
I get it. I get that's what the citation says. However, since we're very specifically honing in on the history of the unit's development, right, which was in fact what Nathan was pressing, is this came first, right? I don't see a year anywhere in that paragraph. So how does this help?
It's your claim. You were the one claiming.
No, it's your claim. Hello? Are you not able to
Stop you
follow the
before you
conversation?
chat
You
through
have
me. Is there
other
any
people
chance I
provide
can just
links and
finish
then
my
you're still
sentence?
losing?
It seems like I'm getting straightaway chanted to.
1v5,
One
Nick.
thing. My bad. Obviously, I'm going to ask
This
the
is
moderator to
insane.
step in. So, he made a
Can I
claim.
ask?
He would
I'm not
back
sure
Earth's
you-
sphericity. Now I'm getting a
Can I ask
white
you guys
knight
a
chanting
question?
through me. Seems a white knight's chanting through me now, it would seem. He made a claim that he could prove Earth's
Why you
sphericity and
guys
has
don't
gone through
ex-
point
why is
A,
it fucking-
point B, and point C so far. And point C's distance measurement will prove sphericity. This is his claim. Now, I have suggested that, contrary to his belief that he can offer up miles, kilometres, to suggest something that proves sphericity, they are a flat Earth prerequisite because they are flat distances, straight in nature. That is a fact. Now we're arguing about the history of miles and kilometres, and he's suggesting this is part of my claim. So what did I claim? Did I make an assertion that miles prove a flat Earth? Said that they're derived from flat Earth measurements after you used it as part of your claim for sphericity. Fact. They are straight line distances. Fact. They are not curving. Fact. We derive them from angle measurements to the stars. It's not my claim. Those are counterpoints to your positive assertion that white knights have got their mics wide open while I overcome it. So far, there's nothing in this at all that offers any evidence whatsoever of sphericity. Zero. What? It's my claim about the history of miles? You were the one who offered up miles. I pinned you on what your measurement was going to be. The words that crossed your lips were miles. Now it's suddenly my claim. Nah, mate. These are flat distances. Fact. These are derived from angles to stars. Fact. There's nothing in any of that that's spherical in any way, shape, or form. You back your claim that isn't mine. I haven't claimed it to anything. Yeah, this isn't claiming or proving sphericity by any chance, because that was what you were doing. Not my claim. Hope that's clear.
It's not clear at all. Here's why. Give me 20 seconds without interrupting or muting, right? So you pressed me on the unit of measurement that I offered up, which was amongst many miles, right? Not the only one and not the first one either, right? You pressed me and said, well, you're using now flat Earth terminology to prove your point. So by extension of that, you're affirming a flat Earth position, therefore debunk. That it was clearly stated, the whole room heard it. Then I pressed you back and said, no, for you to say that, you would either have to reference it or I would have no counter reference. I did provide a counter reference. We did look at it. You didn't provide a reference. We couldn't, some guy tried to help you out. It didn't really support yours. And now you're trying to, trace back to where we started off and say, well, this was a big detour. Yeah, it was a big detour because you made it one. That's why I said 1 inch progress at a time. But we were making progress because the whole room could see, well, you're shaking, your position is crumbling, right? Thank you. 20 seconds up.
Okay, no, my bad. Fair enough. May I respond?
Yeah.
In my crumbling, weakening position. In this history of metric system, can you point me to where Earth is measured spherical in the description, please?
It doesn't matter at all.
So, to conclude, it's non sequitur to your claim that this description of measurement of distance of miles after clarity being offered after me asking has no connection to proving sphericity.
No. The distance has connection, absolutely.
Where does it say that in this citation,
right? But
please?
the unit.
Excuse me, I'd just like to reiterate my question. Where does it say that? In the history of the metric system, where does it say that in this reference, please?
Where does it say what?
The sphericity will be referenced for the distance in metric, aka kilometers. Where does it say that it's a spherical based system?
So, well, let's go back. I closed it off. Let me click it. There's no need to rush this conversation. We can take our time. Let's see.
It doesn't say that, because it's flat. Kilometers is flat, not spherical.
Second paragraph. The first practical realization of the metric system came in 1799 during the French Revolution after the existing system of measurements.
I don't want. Sorry, I didn't ask and invite you to read.
Do you want like a line number or?
Excuse me. I didn't ask you to read this to me. I didn't ask you to read out the
And how do you want the answer, man? You want a line number?
Excuse
what
me,
do you
mods,
want?
can you stop this man from reading out a wiki citation in full when I've asked him to direct me to the paragraph that explicitly states kilometers have something to do with Earth's sphericity? I'd just like him to point me to a paragraph number.
Right. Okay. So second paragraph, fourth line to, I guess, eighth line. Yeah.
Okay. Read it out.
But now you want it read out. I thought you
I want
just
you
made
to
a big show and
directly,
then threw a
explicitly
tantrum of me
state where
reading
it says
out. And now you want it
kilometers.
read out?
Now you're asking me
Really?
a question.
You're
Yeah, I'm
crumbling,
responding
man.
to the question you just asked. Is it only that we'll be allowed to be asking questions and then you continually talk through the non-rhetorical question? Yeah, just direct me to the exact statement and then read it out.
Yeah, if you're not understanding, Nick, he wants to read along to what you're actually stating, so you need to point out in your citation where you're reading from.
The bit that says
Right, I
Earth
did that.
being
I gave you
spherical
line.
gives us
He asked for a
kilometers.
line number. I gave him a line number.
Oh,
I
now read it
started
out
off.
so he can read along. Read it out so that we can all hear it, and he can, and everybody.
That's what I did to begin with. And you cut me off and said, "Mute me for reading out art."
Does
Do
that
it
say
over.
that this citation says
Okay,
anything about
if he
kilometers
apologizes,
having
then I will.
anything to do with
I will
sphericity
read it out
while
for
the
him
rumpusing
clearly if he
obfuscation
apologizes.
begins? So in a very calm
He's
manner,
looking
I'll
for
tell
a
you
way out,
there's
everybody.
no reference to kilometers being spherical in any way, shape, or form in this reference. The obfuscation tactics that he's now employing aren't going to change that.
Okay, Nick, I'm going to explain to you how you present a citation. You need to say from Wikipedia, yeah? Second paragraph, third line down, and it says the basic units were taken from, okay? So that we can read along to what you're reading out. Thank you. Can we please start again?
Citation taken from Wikipedia, second paragraph, line 4, midway through, starting with, the basic units were taken from the natural world. The unit of length, the meter, was based on the dimensions of Earth, and the unit of mass, the kilogram, was based on the mass of volume of water in 1 liter, a cubic decimeter. Right. That's it. Now, later on...
Doesn't say, so he didn't mention sphericity at all in reference to a kilometre. So your point C, when you say distance as a starting point, has absolutely no reference whatsoever.
Wait, what do you
to
think
anything
you measure a
spherical.
dimension
I'm
in?
concluding it seems that this man has an inability.
Wait, what do you think you measure a
Maybe
dimension
more
in?
projection
Humor.
of this non-stop obfuscation that needs muting. Maybe he'll be muting me with his talking through me. Oh no, it seems a mod stepped in to stop you doing that. There is no reference to kilometres having a connection to sphericity in this citation. It doesn't reference that. So we've had a non sequitur. That would be a false dichotomy point B, because that was strictly speaking the same point of infinite versus finite proving sphericity, but then when that's challenged as a non sequitur, it wasn't even alleged to be proving sphericity. Here we are on point C with distance measurement. Distances are flat. And in his citation that apparently justifies why he's using kilometres, metres, whatever he's using. Miles, who cares? Cubits, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Well, where does it say that they've got any connection to sphericity? It doesn't.
Can I say something, Nathan? It's saying it says something.
Sorry, Sasha's.
Oh, I'm unmuted now.
Can I say? It says only.
I did cover this earlier, guys. When you mentioned the kilometre, I just double checked it, and it's 1/10,000,000th of the distance from the North Pole to the equator. It's another flat Earth distance that's described here, that's measured flat and then broken down flat. But the initial concept is, I told you it was about, I thought they described it as a quarter of the ball. It's probably the bally program I watch. But the reality is you divide the distance between the North Pole and the equator to points that you are able to define from things in the sky, knowing it's flat, and you divide it by 10 million. That is the official and origination of the meter.
Yeah, I'd say as per the citation, this is the dimensions of the Earth that are being measured with angle measurements.
Can I say now?
Definitely need to. This is us taking our victory because we're using flat Earth measurements as was originally asserted. On screen for my audience is an elevation angle measurement to 2 stars. In the case of kilometres and metres, we have an elevation measurement to Polaris derivation off a flat plane. Kilometres, like miles, as I explained earlier. I mean, I've already gone through those, but now we're going through kilometres. That's the derivation of this angle measurement with Polaris, with a flat plane, to get an angle. It's a flat Earth measurement that you're using. Third failure in a row.
You haven't demonstrated that. No, incorrect again, right? And in paragraph 14, it clearly says that it's spherical, right? So the sphericity, right? I hate that word, but it's clearly demonstrated further down in the same article. So I don't know how there could be any doubt in your head, and I don't know why I was muted before I could say
paragraph,
this.
what line?
And the
Sorry,
dimensions.
before you make your conclusion.
I said 14. Try to listen. Homie.
Yeah, we need to
You
paragraph
have
and a
issues
line,
with
and then will
counting.
you read it? Paragraph.
Added to the issue of listening.
So that would be
Paragraph and
under.
what line?
It would. I got it here. It's under the shape and size of the Earth, and
Correct.
it's about. Oh, you can really start from the beginning.
Yes, you absolutely can.
Sorry,
You're
let me
correct.
get this straight. You want to go down to a subcategory that is specifically about the shape and size of Earth. It's not a part of the original citation that you gave. It's about 2/3 further down the reference, correct?
Yep, and I've just read it and debunked it straight away. The Earth's circumference in nautical miles.
Nautical miles are flat.
A flat Earth measurement.
I feel like we're walking
Nautical
kind of a
miles.
circle here, right? Because it
Nautical
seems
miles.
that,
Stop.
why are you
Don't
cutting me
tell
off
us what
again?
we're doing. Stop.
Why are you...
Stop. Stop.
Stop beating
Nautical
you?
miles.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Stop. Stop. Nautical miles are flat. I explained that about 10 minutes ago.
You never explained it, no, because you didn't provide any reference, so you conceded that
Elevation
point.
angle
So no, you
measurements of
didn't. You
Polaris. I
absolutely
went
did
through it
not
in
do
great
that.
detail,
Incorrect.
and I went
Then
through it
again,
2 minutes
incorrect.
ago. I went through it. No, he's just going to chant that I didn't do it. Went through
No,
it.
you
Not
did
only
do
did
it.
I go through it, I highlighted to my audience a diagrammatical example of it. There's 140 people listening to me, explaining to them, and you. It's just that you're not listening. How we derive nautical
No,
miles
it's that you were doing a
with
poor job.
elevation angle. There's the chanting. There's the fundy mute button. Gotta mute me, right? I explained it earlier and had a diagram that I pointed my audience to. 140 people know you're lying or not listening. Here's another example on screen for my audience of an elevation angle with a flat baseline. The way we derive nautical miles is with elevation angle measurements to a specific star called Polaris. It forms our latitude system, 1 degree of declination towards the horizon representing 60 nautical miles. That is how it is done. Again, I'm not going to cite a damn thing, I'm right. This is a flat Earth measurement depicted on screen. I've gone through it 3 times. Obviously, my opponent can't listen because he thinks kilometers also derive by way of an extrapolation of the angle to Polaris off a flat Earth. I get angles off curves. Flat Earth measurement. What we pointed out to him.
Yeah, let me know when you're done. You're done? Okay. So my response again is you might be right. Right? You might be correct, but you haven't proven that. And in this, sorry, I don't know if you want to call it debate. It seems like it's a debate. I wanted to have a conversation, but fair. Whatever this is, you need to provide a citation or a source as to why what you're saying is correct. Because although you might be correct, the only way to really sway an audience and to actually acknowledge what truth is that you have to have something substantiated, which you haven't done. You were too lazy, right? So that's the first thing.
Well,
So no, you haven't done that. Even though you might be correct,
Yeah, you've made a
I'm not
statement,
saying
and
that
I'd
I'm
like to. No,
necessarily.
he's never
Why
going
are
to
you cutting
stop.
me off again?
You're going to make a statement.
You're
say
the one
right,
throwing a tantrum every time I interrupt, and now you're doing the same.
Right,
You're
yeah, because you made a
hypocritical.
statement and asked
You're
for an affirmation
hypocritical,
with the
lazy,
statement right.
and bad at
Can
arguing.
you just mute
My
him?
bad,
Yeah.
Nathan.
You said something
Losing.
about me and then said
Big
right,
L,
and now
homie.
you won't shut up.
140 people watching
Once
you.
you've poisoned the well, you won't shut up. No, not right. No, I don't need to make citations, as you seem to incorrectly infer. No, my argument stands alone, and the citations that we have had back my arguments. That is to say, when it's described in your citation as angles to Polaris, fact, those angles are straight lines. You don't need to cite it. Not even inferred. Those are facts. My argument stands without citation. Yeah, I am absolutely lazy. My arguments are made in such a manner that I don't need citation. I don't need to prove an angle's 2 straight lines. I'm talking about baseline measurements of Polaris. Citations we've already had. Made that clear. They were yours. I didn't need a damn thing. I know what an elevation angle measurement is. No, it can't come from a curved surface. And I know that that's how we measure Earth. You, on the other hand, want to tell me that I'm not listening as you chant through me, having made assertions about how I make my arguments that, according to you, fail because I haven't cited anything. I don't need to. I make my point in my argument. It doesn't need citation. You, on the other hand, have relied on citing things prior to making a damn claim, Then when we have a look at your citations that prove nothing, they don't prove anything beyond my assertions that didn't need citations, like angles to Polaris in your citation. I made that as a statement of fact. Make it as an argument stating facts. Hence, I don't need any citations when I win my seat in my lazy reclining chair. No, I'm not going to get anything. My argument stands alone. I proved my point in my argument. I don't need any citations. And when I do get them from my opponent, I'll point out, yeah, see that angle to Polaris? Derivation for kilometers? It's a flat Earth measurement, just like I stated as a fact, because it is. Nothing will change my statements of fact when I declare with absolute certitude that Earth is measured flat. It is.
You declaring them to be right doesn't make them right. You're still wrong. You haven't shown
What
anything.
about the angles in your citation?
Yeah, it doesn't
Those
say
angles
angle. Wait.
What
It doesn't
about
say
the
angle
angles in
or
your
Polaris
citation?
a
Would it be
single time in
beneficial
the
if my
whole
question got
citation.
immediately answered before I've stated it? Would it be beneficial if my question immediately got a response before I finished it? I think that would put you in a beneficial position to not have to answer it. So these angles in your citation, can you get an elevation angle from a curved baseline?
Literally, yes.
Can you stop arguing
Just
and add
asking
me
anybody else other than this guy. Can you get an elevation angle from a curved baseline?
Yes, literally, yes.
Curved won't give you an angle. That's an oxymoronic statement, because if it's a curved line meeting at a vertex,
If it's a
it won't
curved
give you an
line and you
angle.
look over it, you're
There
gonna
I
get
am
an
being
angle.
my response.
The inclined
of course.
position of
Obviously,
the
it's painful to have a
perspective
response.
gives
I'm
you
taking
an
control of my
angle.
own live show at the moment because my responses are just getting chanted through by zealot globe believers. No, angles can't meet curves.
Yes, they can from an inclined position.
Press the accept button. Thank you.
No, they cannot.
No, angle is defined as two straight lines meeting at a vertex. An angle cannot
Yes,
meet
and when you
a
look at it
curve.
from an inclined position, it gives you an angle.
Different
From
guy.
a curve.
Why am I talking to a different guy? What's going on? Is this guy?
I mean, you
white
brought
knight
in more
a
people.
conversation, it seems?
Which
Oh, it's only
you're,
one side that
you're
can
in-
bring in more people.
Which you're in the middle of a conversation.
I think we
here.
should be allowing more people to join in. Yeah, I would like this
You
guy
think
to
you need
help
a
me
white
out.
knight, do you? You think you need a white knight? Those angles. I was talking to you about these angles in your citation. I wasn't talking to another guy about his citation. I was talking about your angles to Polaris and asking
Yeah, I'm
you.
following, and you brought in more people.
And maybe
when you
if the
crumbled,
question gets
so
interrupted
now
for a
I'm
second
just
time, you
following
won't
a
have to
friend.
answer it.
I'm following a
Maybe
friend. Are
if
you
I have
afraid?
to control my own line so that my audience can hear that this is the second attempt to interrupt the question about where the angles to Polaris come from and whether or not they can be acquired from curved baselines. I asked this gentleman because his citations had angles to Polaris specifically mentioned, while accusing me of needing citations. His citations, and there's a lot of white noise from somebody who obviously doesn't like this. There's that white noise again from the guy who's been told that he's not going to white knight. You mute that guy, the guy at the top of this Twitch Nort, because he's decided he's going to cause audio chaos as a white knight. Thank you. I asked you if you can get an elevation from a curved baseline. Elevation angle measurements cannot come from curved baselines. They're angles. It was in your citation. I think just the white knights. Maybe we can move on. I'll conclude then. Oh, elevation angle measurements can only come from a flat baseline. That is what they are. An elevation angle measurement, as in the case of the derivation for kilometers, derivation of the angle to Polaris. That's an elevation angle measurement. An imaginary line between you and Polaris and a horizontal plane that the observer is standing on. That is what an elevation angle measurement is. Earth is measured flat, ladies and gentlemen. But for the white knights and white noise that we have to put up with, we would point that out to our opponents. They would assert that somehow kilometers have got something to do with sphericity, and then take us on a round-robin trip of citations that describe angles to Polaris. Earth is measured flat.
Oh, finally, I can talk. So no, I'm not done, and you're incorrect. And no, nowhere in my citation at all did it say either angle. You can control F
or a Polaris, right? So that was, again, a claim that you made that is unsubstantiated and false. You made a wrong claim again. So you can try again, Nathan. I'll listen. But you're making a fool out of yourself. And if you're going to claim victory off muting me, then it's very apparent who really won, right? Don't you think?
Do you want to direct us for your claim where it tells us?
No, you just made a claim.
No, you.
Can you back it up, or are
refuted.
you going to concede again?
I'm going to point out that your claim has an unsubstantiated, refuted fact that it uses sphericity as part of angle measurement to Polaris derivations we call kilometers. You say sphericity as part of your claim.
Yeah, where?
Okay?
What line? What paragraph? Please read it out for me like I did for you,
Obviously easier for this gentleman, as before. If he talks straight through the point being put to him, that's easier than responding to it, clearly. He doesn't know how to communicate. He'll project that through me and mute me whilst moaning about him being stopped from doing what he's doing now. That's chanting through me.
You're doing better. Come on.
Fundamentalist religious zealot mute button that they use when they're being absolutely
Come on, Nathan,
annihilated
you're doing
with
better.
their
Come
own
on.
references
Go.
that don't prove their original assertion that sphericity has something to do with kilometers. It doesn't. When Adam went through the citation, he pointed out that the derivation itself does not come from anything other than Earth measurement, and in this instance, that measurement is an angle to Polaris. That's where he took you.
Okay, so again, I ask, since you, as not anybody else, right, made a claim that in this article or Wikipedia site, whatever you want to call it, right, that it itself, right, invoked Polaris, an angle to Polaris, right, to gain any measurement. In what paragraph and what line, and please read it out for me, did it say that? Because I might have missed it. I might be wrong. Hello? Go ahead, Nathan. Thank you. Make a fool out of yourself.
That was
once
Adam
again.
that put that to you. Yes, that's correct. Now, when he gets back, he might do that.
You just made the claim. You just made the claim.
Even half a sentence from this zealot triggered Fundy with a zealot
ad homs,
globally.
which you're moaning
Half
about.
a sentence,
Nice, good
and
job.
he's straight
You're
away
triggered,
he's doing it right now. If this isn't telling for my audience, I don't know what is. That's right. I got half a sentence out. Did you want to moan about being muted? Go ahead. Go ahead. You were bleating earlier like a bitch about being muted while you can't stop yourself from chanting through every response you get, like you just did 10 seconds ago. Go ahead,
I'm
moan.
waiting. I'm waiting for what I asked. Please go ahead.
I can answer his
Do you want to
question.
moan
I think
about being
that's all we're
muted?
aiming
Do
for.
you want to moan? Go ahead. Now's your time.
I'm just waiting for what I asked. So please provide.
Yeah, you're stuttering.
Or concede.
Yeah, you're being muted because you're interrupting people while they put.
Yeah, so go ahead. Give me the answer. I'm waiting.
That Adam asserted that, and I pointed out to you that this is part of your original positive assertion that kilometers and distance, point C on your list after a non sequitur fallacy and false dichotomy fallacy was asserted and then denied by yourself as ever being claimed to prove sphericity. We then got on to distance measurement. I asserted the angular relationship with Polaris with nautical miles. Adam asserted that there's a derivation that he referenced. He's not here to back what he said, unfortunately. Perhaps that's why you're doing it.
I'm back.
Nevertheless, he is back.
All right,
Asked to
so
substantiate your now apparently.
Yeah, since you want to cut me off when you bring in multiple points, I kind of want to do the same. Right? You brought in multiple points.
Or maybe it'd be
only
better
you
if
can do
you
that.
now chant through this.
Then I'll
Maybe
wait.
I'll have to
That's
close the line to Discord so Adam can lay it down while he doesn't listen to it. We'll have to see how it goes. He's using his fundamentalist religious zealot mute button. As Adam he reintroduces himself, he detects something bad's going to happen. Go ahead, Adam. We'll see how
Can
quickly you
the
do it.
people just answer the questions? I want to see where this goes.
If somebody was asking me for a reference.
No, I was asking Nathan since he's the one who carried on the statement, right? I'm not arguing multiple people since you guys took issue with that when I brought in someone else. So thank you. I'll just be talking to Nathan, or he can concede. I don't want to talk with anybody
else. I'm not arguing. I thought you'd ask for a reference to it. So I've put it in
from him
Master B.
since it was his claim. So
Nick,
there's anybody that could access Master B and then stick it to the guys in Discord, I'd appreciate that.
It's in there now, so Nick,
from the BBC, so it just briefly outlines it. But I mean, if more details required, and I could, but I mean, it states the point I make, and it talks about how it's done from the Paris Observatory. So you know,
yeah. So in our chat,
can you answer the question though?
It's a very minor point, but it is stating that we're taking nature and how we quantifying a unit is taken from the natural world, which
for Nick and Hugh in the chat at 18 minutes past the hour is a citation that Adam's dropped.
You guys take your time with that. I'll chat out a few super chats while that's going on. Shout out to Roger Ledwell. Says,
I'm not saying anything. I just want to hear what your answer is. I see it because I'm trying to listen to the debate.
shout out to Roger Ledwell. It says, for little right angle triangle. Thank you very much for the super chat. Shout out Truth also. Shout out to you. Thank you for the super chat. It says, duck, dog, dodge, dive. The earth is measured flat. Thank you very much also for the super chat. Steampunk Punk. That's flat smacked Narnia Genie. Thank you for the super chat. Another shout out to Roger Ledwell, who says, lamp, and candle. Thank you for the super chat. Also, Unitox Femu, thank you for the super chat. He says, sun has nothing to do with the surface of Earth. Really appreciate the support. Thank you very much indeed. Here's for keeping your... No, I'm going to have to extend this just a bit longer. Here's for keeping the show going. Love your work. Looking forward to the book. Thank you. Thank you so far for the super chat. Really appreciate it. And last but by no means least, Roger Ledwell with a double super chat. He says, Adam Meakin, ladies and gentlemen. And also Roger Ledwell again. Sorry about the P, Adam Meakin. I've one on me. Okay, thank you. That's it. Thank you for the super chat.
Just one thing, if I could add to it. I just read the next paragraph. So, Jean-Baptiste, Joseph, and Pierre Michan. This is the line that these two astronomers set out to measure from Paris in 1792. You see how they're measuring it? How they're measuring it? They're using
Do I need to bring this up? Sorry.
You can pull it up. It's just it's a very basic point. Just that to differentiate a kilometre, its derivation is not through the heavens. It's false. It's done in the same way. It's just based on a principle of 1/10 millionth instead of the imperial route, which is mile based. And even that, you see, everything comes from the heavens, though, isn't it? And that's the point. So hopefully that's demonstrated to the gent, and you can move on, knowing that kilometres, metres are flat Earth measurements.
Where does it say that in this? I've got the sketch of them doing an angle measurement to the star, presumably by small scale depiction.
Yeah, it's just above the picture of the observatory and between the picture of the jars, and so just over halfway down.
What am I looking for?
Although the Paris Observatory is not currently open, so halfway down that paragraph, it says, this is the line that the two astronomers set out from Paris to measure in 1792. Jean-Baptiste travelled north to Dunkirk, while Pierre Michan travelled south to Barcelona. But this is the Paris Meridian line that they're plotting out, which will be the distance from the North Pole to the equator. How do you mark the equator? There's not a line, is there, that you measure to? What do you use to mark the equator?
Minimum elevation angle to Polaris.
Or you could also use the sun on solstice.
We gotta go. Make sure that Palestine is flat. That's right. Take that, terrorist.
Wow, Saturn week. Hey. Either way, demonstrating that the way in which we're building the references from the heavens.
Perfect. Thank you, Adam. So here we measure Earth flat. The derivations of these flat distances are from angle measurements to Polaris in this instance.
Satellite transport the world directly from the public. After they're on the surface, have security for the observation power fluctuation in the flight array. Calls.
Am I the only one hearing that?
Marking.
They're trying to realign the emitters.
Okay.
Cool. So now we're. Oh, never mind.
Nah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So now we covered that. Maybe get some baselines in order here. So I don't mind multiple people joining in and helping you out, right? But I do mind me not being able to have the same privileges,
dude,
right?
Stop
So
with your moderating and
Wait, I think this is a fair point.
Dude, you cry so much.
I don't cry. I'm just establishing baselines.
It's a boy who cried wolf. Now look that up. AT. Read about what happens when the boy cries wolf.
I'm gonna beat up the wolf, and I'm beating up all of you. So come at me, but I don't
You're
mind
not
assistance.
winning, bro.
With your flat Earth measurements, is that how you're beating us up? With
I mean, you haven't demonstrated that they are flat Earth measurements. Still, you've linked an article, but you haven't said which paragraph, and you haven't read out the line.
You have
So
to use your brain, Nick. You have to think
no,
about
because
the
that
problem.
wasn't good enough when I did it. So wolves
Yeah, the
come at
word
me, but you're getting
spherical, the
wrecked,
word
all of
spherical in
you.
your article.
Why is this all ad
The
hominem?
word
Like,
spherical in your
why isn't that
article was your
discussion?
undoing, Nick. Because the word spherical appeared in your article, it contradicted your own claim.
How?
Yeah, you couldn't even bring yourself to you couldn't even pronounce the word. It
I
hurt
love
so
this
bad.
many people coming in. We need more.
Right.
Come on,
Right.
take me on, boys.
It's
Spurg
funny.
out and yell at me.
Angles
You're
of
gonna
degree
lose.
is angles of degree were invented during
What he's now done is
brain after
invited
flat Earth
audio
was.
chaos in the Discord server. So he's invited everybody to chirp in. Like, no. We have one at a time. One at a time. That's it. And when I'm asking you a direct question about acquiring an elevation angle from a curved baseline, somebody else jumped in and started answering the question on your behalf. Now you're saying that's unreasonable because I've got Adam jumping in, answering questions on my behalf when I'm not asking
Yes,
him
precisely. That's exactly my criticism of you. Thank you.
Yeah, I have to control quite a lot of people. That's right. Most of them aren't being invited to jump in at any given time. When they do, we still have to listen to it. And once it makes its way to air, like all the fundy muting and rumpusing that you just incited, yeah, that still happened, didn't it? Not a lot I can do about that. What am I going to do? Turn back time and turn off all of that chaos you just caused? No, I mean, sometimes the guests will invite white knighting to help them when they're being asked about elevation, angle, measurement, acquisition from a curved baseline. Sometimes they'll invite the white knights because it's only fair, because Adam helped me, didn't he? That's garbage. Why didn't you just answer the question?
Well, because it's not really a one-on-one anymore, is it, Nathan? Every time you're in a
Right now.
chokehold
I
and I
can't
got
control
you,
the
somebody
guy who
comes
just
in and
interrupted
pulls
my
me off,
panel.
right? I
Can't
mean,
stop
you're
that.
getting wrecked. Oh, now you're over talking again. Are you a man, baby? Can you not carry a conversation?
No. Somebody from my panel has decided when I'm asking you a question that will be their time to interrupt. I can't do much about that. I'm not looking at that screen at that moment, so I don't know who it is. Tell them off. That's what happened. We are surrounded by a lot of people. It doesn't change that there's an elevation angle measurement that can only come from a flat Earth. Your claim that hasn't been substantiated for the sphericity connected to kilometres. That's your claim. You were making it. You didn't substantiate it. You've had rebuttals, and every time you have one, you say, well, this is your claim then. No, that's a rebuttal. Burden's still on you. Wow, this has been a lot
Yeah,
of
so the problem is, again, you're incorrect, and here's why, right? I brought a claim forward. I substantiated it with a Wikipedia article. I even cited where, and your rebuttal to that article was specifically that it's a flat Earth measurement and it's derived from flat Earth terminology and a world like that, right? I said, okay, that might be so. Can you please prove that? And you failed to do that miserably. Then you brought in more people and you asked, what can you do about it? Turn back time? I don't suspect that you can turn back in time, Nathan. Otherwise, you wouldn't be a grown-ass man sitting in your pajamas, right? So
Nathan, you're
ready.
Now my panel are doing it again, by the
I'll give
way.
the
I didn't
citation for
invite
Nathan
this. I
right
didn't
now.
ask him to do this. Yeah? Didn't ask my panel to do that either, just so you know. Yeah? Meanwhile, you say it's
Shut up,
unsubstantiated.
Eli. Shut up myself. Sorry, Nathan.
What is going on?
Close out this live show. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. Well done, Eli. I'm not going to have a consistent conversation with this gentleman. You guys have decided otherwise. Okay?
Why has this been so chaotic?
Lots of
because we
triggered
have an Elmer Fudd sophist moron globetard that likes to argue minutia. He doesn't even know what. Can he define what a mile is, please?
Wait.
Sorry,
A
Kiwi, what's
mile.
just happened is somebody asked you a direct question, you answered it, and then started to ask a new question after being invited to answer something. And the moment you started asking, the person that originally invited your answer started saying, whoa, so that your question couldn't be heard. Just so we're clear, what that gentleman in the Discord server just did is known as the fundamentalist religious zealot mute button. Oh, there's a question coming. This might leave us absolutely screwed as globe believers. Better chant through the top of this immediately.
No.
Let's try that. Let's try that with Quantum Eraser one more time. See how you get on, QE.
Hey, Nick, the dick. Define mile.
Oh shit, I'm unmuted again.
Wait,
Serious
why
tone.
is this all insults? Like, can it be civil?
Define mile.
Oh, now they started yelling. This is great.
Define
It's
mile,
a unit.
Nancy.
Yeah, I was, but you cut me off. It's a unit of measurement.
No, it's a unit of linear measure from Oxford Languages, Oxford Dictionary. Define linear. Nick.
Wait, let's pull up the Oxford Dictionary first. Let's go from there. Give me 1 sec. Wait, who am I talking to, by the way? This is Nathan, is it? But I'm confused. Who am I conversing with?
Focus on pulling up your definition at Oxford like Huey asked you to.
Yeah, I'm doing that simultaneously. Is it Oxford reference? I can't find it in the Oxford Dictionary. Maybe I'm spurring it out. Let me see. Mile Oxford Dictionary.
In the chat
Learner.
at 1:30 a.m., 30 minutes past the hour.
OED. Wait. No, give me the link. Give me the link.
I've just hang on.
You just compromised yourself, sir. With your Elmer Fudd sophistry, you don't know what a mile is. Thank you.
It's not a unit of measurement? Is that incorrect? That's crazy.
Linear.
I mean, you can build on the definition, sure, but calling me wrong is incorrect. You're wrong.
Linear. You ain't
You're yelling.
building crap. It's the definition
Your
of
link
it,
has been-
moron.
Your
The
link
link is in the link's posted. Direct link, as QE said, from Oxford Languages, a unit of linear measurement equal to 1,760 yards.
Fine. Linear. Nick.
I still haven't gotten the link, so I'm not ready to move on. You gave me a Google
It's
link.
in the chat.
Oh,
at
it's a
30
Google link.
Little Nancy.
I don't know why you're
Elmer
stressing.
Fudd
This doesn't have to
sophist of
move at a
minutia.
rapid pace. We can take a
Elmer
chill, man.
Fudd sophist of minutia. A
There is no
mile.
minutia.
It's a
I'm
linear
slowing it.
measure.
Okay, dude,
A
keep yelling.
linear
You're getting wrecked,
measure,
dude.
Nick.
Can we calm down?
What does linear mean, Nick?
I think you
Now we're back in
gotta
second
blow off some
grade,
steam
Nick.
first. Let it go.
What's linear, Nick? You're already compromised. Say goodnight. Prosecution rests.
Well, I would say linear without looking up a definition would just be a consistent line with no curvature or diversion in angle. But
Welcome to
I'm
Flat
sure
Earth,
there's
Nick.
Welcome to Flat Earth. So miles are flat.
Wait. Linear.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Excuse
That's like
me.
saying
I'll just take my victory dance. I mean, I
Wait,
could
there's
be
no
accused
victory
of lady.
dance.
I could be having the fundamentalist religious zealot mute button on used
I
on
mean,
me
you
right
can
now.
have the mental institution dance
I
for
could
you.
just declare
I'm
my
sure
victory. So without curvature
you
means they're
call it a
flat.
victory, but you took a
I
big
mean,
L today.
you could chant through my victory. It's almost like you win if you keep talking. Eventually, you'll have to be muted by a server operator. Because if it doesn't have curvature, it's flat. Like I said originally. Like I proved when you said miles, and I said that's flat. It's a flat, straight distance. Like without curvature. Like linear. Yeah, now we're at the definition of mile. Yeah, someone else had to get there. I didn't give a toss. I already knew it was flat and level and wouldn't ever be curving, and you'd never cite anything to back your claim that somehow distance measurement has something to do with sphericity. That being your claim will never be substantiated with sphericity. We'll twist it and mute people and claim that we could take our time failing to substantiate a sphere that has kilometers somehow associated with it. It doesn't. It's a straight, flat distance like all of them. That just means your claim hasn't been substantiated. It fails. We're not backing sphericity. Earth's measured flat. Like with miles. The very mention of miles proves Earth's flat. It's not curving. So, in conclusion, Earth measured flat at the very outset of this fundamentalist zealot religious believer and his assertion that he's going to prove his claim of sphericity with a non sequitur of infinite versus finite in false dichotomy and distance measurement, which is flat.
Okay,
Before we've
let
done
me try
anything,
this.
we need flat Earth distance measurement and him interrupting that very painful conclusion. What was it? My inability to communicate that led you to interrupt that conclusion? That Earth is measured flat? Perhaps
That
it
was
was
absolutely
painful
it.
to hear that conclusion. Is the conclusion with our linear miles that aren't curving, that definitely are flat as originally asserted. No, ladies and gentlemen, I'll just close the line to Discord as this zealot uses his
Run
mute
away,
button on me,
man.
in the vain hope that this will give him
What
the
is
win.
what is
And his
with this?
non-curving miles will be used at the outset of his globe assertion. We'll just need a little bit of flat Earth to move this globe claim forward, even though this little bit of flat Earth is supposed to be the assertion that kilometers have something to do with sphericity. They don't. None of it does. Miles, kilometers, cubits. I don't care what you use. It's all flat. That's why the maps are all flat, by the way, because they all tally with the angle measurements to the stars that are used and plotted when we navigate the surface that's flat, so that they match with any measurements that we'll do. That'll be angles off a flat surface. That's why they have to be all flat.
Nathan,
Yeah, there's me actually making a positive claim, by the way. Oh, that definitely needed a chanting fundy zealot to chant through it now, didn't it?
I guess my closing statement. I
mean,
guess
that last
my
statement wasn't heard, and my repetition of it's going to go in vain. That's why all the maps are flat, so they work with angle measurements to the stars.
So this is my closing statement,
dude.
right?
Just get
I
wrecked.
guess
Just get wrecked.
I just made my closing statement that's been completely ignored, and you think you get to take a victory dance? Miles, they're flat. We're measuring a flat Earth for you to move your non-sphere.
Oh my god, the god of
claim
ad
forward.
hominem. Oh my god,
You
the
think
god
this
of
is
ad
your
hominem.
opportunity after completely ignoring me? To what, hand wave it and get
no,
on with
I've
your
engaged with you for
conclusion?
like an hour,
No,
not ignoring anybody.
Dumbo.
I'm waiting for my
You
closing
didn't
statement.
win. You spent about half an hour arguing about distance measurement, thinking it was sphere-based.
Again, like my
You want to
closing
make a
statement would be
closing
this.
statement,
You can
Don't
have a
get
belt,
one.
and most
But
belts
you didn't
are.
win.
Wait.
Why do
Why
you
are
get
you
to
cutting
make
me
a
off?
closing statement, you complete numpty?
Yeah. Scoreboard, bro.
Maybe he's just giving. Maybe he's just giving his own eulogy, John.
This is some millennial bullshit where everybody gets a trophy. And because everybody gets a trophy, I still get to stand on the podium and make a victory dance. No, mate, coming second is losing. You lost. There's no victory dance for you, Dumbo. You don't get a closing statement. Your miles are flat. Your kilometres are flat. Earth's measured flat. So far, you've offered up a false dichotomy of infinite versus finite. That was point A. Then you said that there was a follow-on to that justified
Nathan,
why Earth
you're-
was a sphere.
you're a
That was your
millennial,
addition
Nathan.
to that. That failed too, point B. And point C is distance measurement. First
Nathan, you're
opener,
also a millennial.
flat in all regards. That's the end conclusion of this discussion. You think you need to undermine that after the fact, or maybe chant through it so nobody in the Discord server can hear it. And my live audience gets to hear the actual conclusion by the winner, me. Earth measured flat,
Nathan,
miles
you're
straight
also a
and flat.
millennial, Nathan. You're a
Yeah,
millennial.
you're definitely going to chant through it. Everybody gets a
Woo,
trophy.
yeah. Yeah, Nathan, let's go.
Shut this
Yeah.
dickhead up. Shut this dickhead up.
You fucking
You lost,
loser, bro.
Yeah, you lost, dickhead. Yeah, the conclusion's coming from the winner. You now having a little paddy because you didn't get a trophy isn't going to fly. Get lost. You lost. Badly. Focus on a little dance for quite a while, but it didn't change the flat Earth measurements you need.
Closing statement. You're a retard.
You have no measurements, you lying piece of shit.
That would be
way,
that would be
Mr.
my
False
obnoxious stalker that sends me abusive communications via Facebook. Just ban that sock account that likes to send abusive messages to me as stalker. Shout out to Roger Ledwell, Adam Meakin, ladies and gentlemen. Says
Also-
it doesn't get dumber for sure. Thank you very much, Roger Ledwell.
By the way, with the false dichotomy, you don't need to offer a third choice to debunk a false dichotomy. Who are you, Witsit?
Yes, did
All
hear
you
me?
need to show one of the dichotomies is non sequitur. That's all you need to do. Dumbass.
Did you see me laugh? I hope that was off mute when I laughed hysterically when he said, "Well, have you got a third choice?"
Oh, I'm unmuted again. Great. I will make my final statement, then I will respond, right? Because
Final statement is you're a retard.
Wait, so Nathan, how can you prove the Earth is not a globe?
We can move on. Yes, to you. Do you want to get rid of the other guy that thinks he gets to make a victory dance, and we'll move on to next man? Who is this next man?
Hardy. My name's Hardy.
Hello, Hardy. Good to meet you.
Hello. So before we get on to this topic of whether or not the Earth is flat or not, or if it's a globe, I would just have to ask, can we make a mutual agreement of civility and not giving ad hominem?
Oh my god!
Sure, dumbass.
Police are here.
Hi, baby club.
Police is here, everybody. Watch what you say.
I'll try and keep control of my panel as much as I best possibly can. But yes, fine.
Just to make, does he want to give us his pronouns as well first, just in case we get any more sensibilities offended?
Yes, my pronoun is Fedor, and my other pronouns are Ra. Fedor/R.
Yeah, so that says about all I need to know.
Okay. As I was going to say, so when it comes to what, I just
You're a reality. No, we've already established that you're a reality denier, so that's it, really.
Okay. Well, I just want to talk to you because I'm more on the fence.
We don't want to talk to you. You're not in the same world, are you?
What? Wait, what do you mean?
You have pronouns, dude. Your pronouns.
You need a different forum. You need a wokey forum where you can change the definitions of meanings of things. Excuse me, we're responding to you.
It was a joke. It was a joke.
It was a joke about pronouns, Fedora.
Maybe you could keep talking indefinitely through the justification for removing you immediately. You could just keep talking through that. No, what we've established immediately is that you feel in this discussion, by what you answered Adam with, that you'll be able to change the meanings of words. We won't be accepting that here. Ergo, you immediately, and you're going to keep chanting through me, of course. It's the Fundy mute button time as he gets excluded based on his unreasonable nature. Unreasonable in the fact that you don't like the definitions of words and will arbitrarily change them at a whim. We can't deal with people like that. We need definitions of the words to mean things, like their definitions. The moment you can't accept that, thinking it's humorous, that excludes you from this discussion. People who accept reality won't talk to people like you. You exclude yourself from these discussions. I hope you understand before I get to the end of my conclusion when the next man decides he's going to chant through this. That's why you are being removed. You don't have to like it. That's the consequences, though. Yeah?
Okay, so
hear me, woke world. That's what happens. That's what happens. That's what happens when you unreasonably redefine words and their meanings on the fly. People don't want to talk to you anymore, and you exclude yourself from discussions about the meanings of words and reality. Suddenly you're not part of that discussion anymore. You've excluded yourself. What do you know?
So can I jump in real quick?
You can.
Okay, sweet. So you were talking about the importance of the meaning of words. Sorry, I wasn't here for like the early part of your discussion. I just kind of jumped into that part. And I wanted to ask you, what do you think about the relation between the semantics and the meaning and the intuitive side of it? So like how one receives the meaning of a word, how they, operate effectively with it. How do you see this fitting in?
They're both the same thing. Semantics is words and their meaning.
The guy who butted in and was heard is confused about how words work.
Well, I just wanted to ask, would you classify word like intuition as also words and their meaning?
Do you know who you are?
I'm human.
No,
Unless I'm an alien.
where you are. Do you know what this forum is?
Flat Earth.
Okay. Did you think it was an English forum?
I assumed so. Like, I assume most of the people here are English speakers.
It's not an English forum. We debate the nature of reality based on how Earth is measured. So because it's measured flat and there's an extrapolation of those measurements that turn into sphericity, a lot of people have reified that extrapolation of flat Earth measurements into believing the world actually has a curved surface to it. It doesn't. That's what we debate here.
Interesting. I guess that would lend itself to kind of in my view, that would lend itself to breaking out of the semantics and really saying okay, this goes beyond semantics. Whether you are able to understand the language we're using or not, there's a general intuition to be found here, right?
No, those two things are the same also. So it goes beyond words and their meaning and instead goes into language, like words and their meaning. Semantics. You keep saying there's a juxtaposition between words, meanings, language. These are all the same thing. Yes, they're very important, fundamental, critical, that we understand when we communicate with one another the information that we are communicating, that we understand and appreciate that words do have meanings and that we agree upon those meanings. That's called the Socratic method. Have you ever heard of that?
I have heard of the Socratic method. The reason I brought up the distinction is I think when we're overemphasizing the semantics as opposed to the learning process, we may be kind of inclined to get into argument, to just speak past each other. But when we're speaking at the level of intuition, then that's less likely. So I guess maybe
No, we don't deal with that here. We don't deal with people's intuition.
Intuition?
We don't care. Sorry, stop.
Nice.
Actually, can I just respond to him? No, we don't deal with people's intuition. We can deal with things like scientific validity, that's empirical evidence, measurements, physical in nature. We can deal with things like that. People's feelings, intuition, we couldn't give a toss.
That's all you do is feelings, Nathan Oakley.
Could you remove my stalker? Sorry, could you remove my stalker that's sending abusive messages and continually joining the chat so he can continue to abuse me? Could you remove him, please? Thank you.
When it comes to globetards or round earthers, generally, as opposed to having an intuitive understanding of what they're talking about, they would rather work off of conventional truths. So without doing the science themselves, they would say the Earth is obviously round. That's intuitive. Everyone should know that. But they're relying on an intermediary science to do the learning for them. And I think this would be a good angle to approach this investigation or this conversation with.
Yeah, other than you saying science when you actually mean pseudoscience, like the hijacking of the empirical method. But yeah, I completely agree.
Well, I really do mean exactly that, though. It's like they're hijacking the empirical method so that they don't have to investigate things.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Yeah, much better paraphrasing. Yes, indeed.
Well, I think we're on the same page then, in a lot of ways. I was bringing up that distinction between semantics and intuition, and that's generally what I meant, was they're using semantics as a way to avoid investigation and calling it science, but obviously that's not how science works.
Yeah, I kind of see what you're saying. Right, we're coming up on the 3 hours mark. I didn't intend this all to be live, but it has ended up being that way, as sometimes is the case.
It's a train wreck, by the way. Words have precise meanings in science. Anne-Marie Helmstein, PhD, Biomedical Sciences. From the natural, synthetic, and artificial, DNA, PNA, and XNA. As in all scientific communication, precise language is essential for giving and receiving messages correctly. And by the way, your little appeal to round, yeah, the round and flat aren't mutually exclusive there. Oh, everything you said was wrong. And this intuition nonsense, can you define intuition for everyone?
Yeah, I'll define intuition.
Joins in either our own server or whichever server the after show
Could I define it, since I was the one who brought it up?
If you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow. Fortunately, though, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So another massive thank you to all of you who smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, joined as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. Hopefully a link will be going by in the live stream chat towards the end of the show to join the Politics 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server, which is fabulous and has been the host of today's 3-hour almost live stream. So a big shout out to the Flat Earth Politics server. I've been Nathan Oakley. Stay tuned if you're watching on after show, and I will see you all in the next video.
Okay, so a question was brought about intuition. I want to give my definition here because I brought up the concept, if that's okay. So my take on what intuition is that when you learn something, you don't have to reflect upon it. Learning is something that goes from activity to passivity, and that's actually why we investigate things, is so that we can, have a recursive process where we're just constantly dwelling on the same questions, but instead to actually dispel the questions to get rid of them. And but
To Roger Ledwell, who super chatted towards the end of the show. He says, "No, that would be word salad from next door." Thank you for the super chat. Stay tuned if you're watching on after show.
Are you done with your outro?
He probably can't even hear us at the moment. He's probably switched off.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Well, I guess
give like 30 you guys got to wait like 30 seconds or more so you can end.
Oh, okay.
Hey, honestly,
we'll be-
let me just say, hey Nathan,
We'll
I'll
be
just like
bidding
to
you
say,
farewell anyway. Sorry.
Here, Nathan, I'll just say before you do go, believing the Earth isn't round is about as true as saying.
We're going to be bidding you farewell anyway shortly. So, AJ, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
You're absolutely knackered, aren't you?
A little bit. All good.
You're a proud man. Thank you very much, AJ, for hosting today as every Fridays. That was been a corker. I really enjoyed that. Hopefully you did too.
Iron, give him a shot in the arm. Let's go.
We'll depart while we're still welcome, and we'll join
Oh,
our own
here
server.
we go with this every week.
But right, we're going to go to the Flat Earth Debate actual home from home, our home rather, server in a minute. But I do want to thank the server operator and the other mods that have, kept this show really, really good, and has been for the last, let's face it, probably 8 Fridays. It's awesome. So let's just thank them. We'll be in our own server in a minute. Come on.
Thank you, hosts.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
My God.
Yeah, just
thanks, AJ. Appreciate it. We're concerned with your well-being, so we're going to leave.
Just so you know, QE, we've organised like a 3-hour time slot, because what we find ends up happening is afterwards everyone just starts going nuts and etc. So we allocated 3 hours. You're quite welcome to stay. We just have to open the room up as per sort of normal, where everyone can speak.
Started going nuts. What's happened for the past hour?
Oh no, it gets worse.
We had like 6 people muted.
AJ was doing well.
So, do you guys usually discuss these on the other server, or not on this one?
4 more hours.
This is a discussion.
We discussed this on the server when I'm in there.
Yeah, look, it's discussed in this server all the time. Nathan's here to run a show.
Exactly.
Oh, can I get an invite to this other server? I'm only in this one.
Oh, that's a bit of a conflict of interest. Can I just check that's okay?
No, you're allowed.
I think the DM, DM it. The bot, if you try to post it,
anything in here.
Yeah, the bot will delete it and it'll give you a warning.
Yeah, you're free to DM
blame
me. My DMs are open.
I don't blame it, right? No, that's totally unfair. I can't be recommending. I did subtly drop in the name to my other panel member, which is pushing it a little bit also. Like, this is your server, and I'm not going to try and poach people from it. That's, like, outrageous. Hence, I would expect Discord to ban someone saying, hey, join my other server in this server.
Hello?
I'm going to say thank you for having us.
I'm sure that's not against the rules. Like, as long as it's not in the side chat and you just post it to someone's DM, that's a private DM, It's not, like, considered poaching.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I totally agree. I hope I didn't insinuate that was the case either. I'm just saying, if you were in someone else, if I was in like this live stream chat and I was like, oh, by the way, we've got a server. If I was the mod of this, I'd be like, what the hell is he doing? Get lost. Get your own bloody audience to participate in your server.
Yeah, Nathan comes back on, I think, every Friday. I think he's scheduled to come back in the room every Friday. The 24/7 Flat Earth room is always up with people in there willing to discuss the topic.
And very grateful I am that you've had us. Thank you so much, Politics server.
For the servers that it's okay to list, there's a link in the VIP section that you link that comment to the chat, and it'll bring you right to the 24/7.
What?
Oh,
I'll leave
guys
you
think
to sort
that
out the
the main,
administration. Thank you for having us.
the round Earth
See you guys
theory?
next Friday. I hope
See you. Thanks for having us. Bye.
Bye. Thank you for having us. See you next Friday. Bye. Bye.
Flat Earth Ranger
Okay,
with hot
Grover,
margin.
don't be afraid to speak up now that Nathan's gone.
Coming right back.
Hey, Stellar
round
Supreme,
Earth is a Semitic argument.
just so you know, I did DM you that link to FED.
Oh, yeah. You already had this bar grip on here?
Yeah, what was your grand point there, Stellar?
I wanted
Lightning?
to ask if you guys thought that the globe argument was centered around Jews.
Well then, that would have gotten you in trouble.
That's allowed on this server.
He's just coping, huh?
Yeah,
These are the intellectual giants.
that has nothing to do with the topic at all. I mean, so that's like it's an extension of the topic. If we decide there is a connection.
Well, Hebrew cosmology is flat, so no. The answer is no. Hebrew cosmology is flat Earth. So
is it?
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Didn't know that. Good
Yeah,
to
you could
know.
probably Google and just Google Hebrew cosmology.
Yeah,
and find
Jesus
it,
was a flat Earther.
Okay, the main thing is that that religion topic is for other channels, not this one. So I was kind of bringing up more so like secular Jews, not necessarily.
Are you trying to just get banned? What's wrong with you, dude? What are you doing? The people are telling you to stop talking about the Semitic, anti-Semitic stuff. Just stop it.
Yeah, that topic.
56 minutes past the hour. There's flat Earth, Hebrew cosmology. There you go.
All right, so to bring you guys up to speed of the connection, if you want to know, you should ask Michio Kaku because he, being a globe proponent, paralleled the globe and a lot of theories that are ancillary to the globe with ancient Kabbalism, which is known as historically Jewish mysticism. So maybe you ought to ask him why it's connected, why the globe and an ancient religion are connected. That'd be interesting to ask him or to research that. That might interest you.
I think it would. Thank you for the recommendation.
Yeah. So when you intuitively experience the Earth as, your experience on Earth as non-moving, and when you look out at the ocean or a lake, and you say, well, that's pretty flat. Right? So intuitively, the Earth is then what would you say? Non-moving and flat, or isn't intuition a measurement? I mean, intuitively, it seems like, well, I'm not spinning. I mean, I would just say I'm not spinning. I can go back to my room, and it's going to be in the same location. It's not going to have moved.
Well, that's why it's not a measurement.
Right. So, I mean, is it something is that what you start with, though? Is your intuition? You say, well, it's intuitively, the Earth is stationary and water is flat. And then you start from there and say, well, it's probably the opposite of what I
I figured
experienced.
that'd be a good starting point.
Okay. So then when do you start seeing it?
As opposed to just taking what quote unquote scientists say about the Earth, we could say like, okay, well, intuitively, based on my own limited knowledge, that isn't how the Earth works. But let's investigate their claims, and then we could investigate the intuitive level, maybe extend it into like different observations about the world beyond our first person perspective. Does that make sense?
Okay, when you say the Earth works, are you thinking of the Earth as a whole?
You said the Earth works. What?
When you say, well, maybe that's not how the Earth works. What is the Earth? You're thinking of the Earth as a whole?
Well, I'm thinking about the Earth as something that's a factor of perception. So it's like at some level, intuitively.
Who told you that the Earth, though, is even a word, like the Earth? What is that? What does that mean?
But yeah, that's something I'm questioning also. I think it's about
Is that dirt?
it's about as valid as saying the world exists, and the world is a very abstract thing. Like, we call many things that are outside of ourselves the world, and that's about as valid as the idea of saying the physical Earth.
Is it dirt?
So what if Earth is the entire universe?
Well,
Would you
yeah,
call
it very well could be. We could say the Earth is just the world.
Would you call it the dirt, the ground?
You could, I suppose.
So let's look at that. Let's look at that right there. So you got a capital E or lowercase e. If I just say dirt, soil.
Sorry, could you rephrase that?
Yeah, if you're talking about the definition intuitively, if someone says like an earthworm, what do you think they're talking about?
Oh, I would say lowercase e. It would be an improper way of talking about the Earth, just as like a designation.
And then could
Well,
you
it used to
tell
be
the
proper. Like
surface?
the old word for the ground used to be earth. It comes from German and Gothic, Erde.
And then you could look at the earth that the earthworm is in and make an observation of the surface. Or you could measure the surface or practically use the surface. Do you think you could do that, like intuitively, or would someone have to hold your hand and walk you through that?
Sorry, my ADD got me there. I didn't follow your question exactly. My bad.
Can you use the earth, or does someone have to do it for you?
Can I use the Earth?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I could use it conceptually and just talk about, things as earthly or something like that, in which I'm not invoking this proper noun of Earth,
No, okay,
but I
like an
am
earthworm. Okay, if I were to rate
exactly.
two life forms, you and an earthworm, which one is able to functionally use the earth? You or the worm?
I mean, my answer to that is like effectively both of us. Like, what's really the difference
Okay,
here?
good. So now at least we're there. Okay, so that's something because that's more than you were just a couple minutes ago. Like you were, it's
Was it?
improper to use the earth and all kinds of craziness. Okay, so now that you've got this concept that you and the worm share exactly the same earth, can you make an observation of the surface? Can you look at it? The
Yeah, I
earthworm
can look at the
can't.
Earth.
The earthworm can't, right? Can you?
I can, yeah.
Okay, could you measure the surface?
Not the whole surface, but I could
No,
measure
but
little parts of the
could
surface.
you stand like shoulder to shoulder, back to back, you and someone else, then use the earth as a measuring tool to see who is taller, you or person A or person B?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so would you have to be level and flat to do that, or what was it was curved? What would happen?
I guess the way that I think about it is that
Okay, slow down.
regardless, it would still
Don't think
work.
about it any other way. Okay, you and someone else are standing on the earth, and you stand back to back, shoulder to shoulder. Are you able to figure out who is taller?
Yes.
Can you do that if the surface is curved?
I mean, sure. Like, you could stand on a ball, and you could say that ball is connected to the Earth because it's sitting on the ground, and I'm standing on top of it. And I could factor in like, okay, well, this ball adds 1 foot to my height. So if I'm standing next to someone, then subtract 1 foot from where I'm measured, and on a round surface, and that is, the height per a flat surface, right?
Yeah, I think you want to think about that again.
What part of it?
Yeah, maybe just move the ball out of the way.
I don't see how this relates to flat Earth, but maybe
Yeah,
you can
it's
explain it better.
Earth. Yeah, what's Earth? Okay, let's do it again. So when I say earthworm, do you know what that word means?
Not
I
a
do know
planet,
what word
kid.
means. Yeah, like the organism. Not all the worms on Earth, but specifically the earthworm.
Is it a group of different types of worms that are classified as earthworms, or is it just one type of worm?
As I understand it, it's just one worm. Like most worms, we wouldn't call earthworms because they would have some other classification.
Yeah, it's a group of worms that are soil-dwelling terrestrial invertebrates, and they belong to like dogs. Like if someone says, "Here is a German Shepherd," and I said, "This is a dog," and you're like, "Well, it's not all dogs. It's just a one type of dog." Can you play frisbee with a dog?
Absolutely.
Okay. And when you throw the frisbee and you see the dog run away from you, is that a flat surface or a curved surface?
It's pretty much flat, isn't it?
Okay, so now you've got a Earth that's flat, a flat Earth.
Yeah, perspective.
Yay, you win.
And now you want to say, hey, I've got two dogs. I want to see which dog is taller. Can you do that with a curved Earth or a flat Earth?
My supposition here is it's both. Like, you could figure out how tall a dog is, totally regardless of perspective almost. Like, it's like the perspective could shift from being like you're measuring the height the same.
No. You need to figure out how much Earth is curving too, my friend.
Yeah, it's like even if the dog is at a different location and we would say there's curvature between this dog and the other dog we're measuring, the dogs would have the same height, right?
No, you put them next to each other.
Yeah, they would still have the same height. Yeah.
Okay, then they're 1 foot apart. Do their heights change?
Most definitely not. I think.
Okay,
that,
how about 5 miles away?
Particles or
Did
something.
their heights change if you move them 5 miles away?
Certainly not.
Okay, so there isn't this idea where one of the dogs is going to drop out of view. They're always going to be exactly the same height. It doesn't matter how far apart they are.
That's right. That's right.
There you go.
There isn't a warping in space-time to account for their different location. That's what I would think. Still there?
Yeah, dude. I think you got it now. It took a little while to get there, but you got there.
Where did I get to?
This intuitive idea of how you can use the Earth and use the flatness of Earth practically.
Okay. Yeah, I think I agree with you there. I will say I've been being charitable towards flat Earth. I would consider myself effectively a globetard, but I agree with the point you made.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you want to identify as that. You will live on the flat and stationary world, even if you think it otherwise.
Oh yeah, sure. In relation
So
to
you've
various
acknowledged the objects on Earth, tardedness of it, and you acknowledge the tardedness of it, and you just keep on keeping on.
I don't know, like like when we're talking about measurement in relation to the Earth being flat, I guess like it doesn't affect the measurement. The measurement is based on perspective. In an instant, we can decide to measure something, and we can assume that all things kept equal, that measurement's going to hold true. And I don't see what this has
Do you
to
have
do
any
with
measurement of the 3959 water ball?
Yeah, like I figure that if we took it as a fact that there is like space that you can float in, like if you're up in outer space, if we just assume this exists and you can float,
You know what happens
that
when
the
you
measurement
assume,
could be
right?
done without a ground. Like we could
You know
measure
what
from
happens
foot
when
to
you
head
assume,
instead of
right?
huh?
Yeah, but we
You know what
talking about
happens when
Earth.
you assume?
Well, we don't
Talking
have to
about the
assume
measurement of.
ultimately that this is the case. Just practically for the discussion and the hypothetical, we could assume that we don't even need a base of measurement. We could talk about an object
Yeah,
in and of itself in a vacuum,
Yeah,
right?
but measurements is hypothetical.
Stellar, what hypothetically, Stellar, if you're on the bottom floor of a building, right, and you're at one point, and I'm directly above you, and I'm on the 60th floor, right, and we both we're like, listen, we want to go. I want to get to the other side of the hotel room, and it's 100 yards to the other side. If we both start at the same exact time and we both walk 5 miles per hour, who gets there first? You're on the bottom.
Time,
I'm
right?
on the top. Same time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Welcome to flat Earth.
Okay. I do think there are perspectives on which it would be invalid to talk about the curvature of the Earth. You know, like goes back to the intuitive. It's like the context of the Earth in regard to a flat measurement makes no sense. Like if we were trying to factor in, like, okay, there's a curved Earth, but how is that going to affect the motion of two objects? Well, it isn't, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was relevant. So if I'm parallel to you on the top floor and you're on the bottom floor, right? So we're parallel. The floors are parallel to each other.
Uh-huh.
Okay, and then if we put a vertical, right, to the one point and a vertical to another point, those verticals would be parallel as well.
I want to revise my kind of position here, because I do feel that I've made a mistake here in how I'm like
incoming.
I do need a backpedal here. Like I think I do. Where I've made a mistake is in talking about measurement outside of perspective. So it's like I would agree with you. There is no measurement if we exclude the perspective. It's like the Earth being like
I don't know what perspective you mean. We don't have to even look.
Yeah, what you did there is you switched the words too. You want to stay within the same concept. You switched it from measures to measurement. You switched a verb into a noun. So in effect, what you did was you replaced earth, the noun, with a measurement instead of measures. You take the earth and you do something with it. You don't take the earth, change it into something else, and then call it this number that you are thinking of, but you haven't talked about yet.
The Earth is being referenced when it's measured.
Yeah, you're doing something. That's why you always want to make sure you stay within the same framework of language. I know you're pretty big on this when you're talking to Nathan Oakley. You wouldn't want to switch back and forth in the same sentence and same idea and switch nouns into verbs and back and forth like that. You're going to end up with some kind of circular reasoning.
What would you mean by like measure versus measurement? How would you like say that like the context is different between these two, like when there is a shift in context?
Yeah, so a measurement is a thing.
Okay. And measure is a verb.
A verb, yeah. Like you do it. Like I'm going to measure this surface.
So like in the context of what I said, like when someone tries to measure something, it invokes a perspective. You can't have a measurement without like a perspective that's excluded from other ones. And then and so you can't even have a measurement without perspective. Like it makes no sense to talk about a measurement in and of itself. That would be like half of a coin, or half of a coin in terms of one side of the coin without the other side.
Yeah, you're kind of doing it again.
Yeah,
Am I?
Yeah, you did it again.
Not even trying to. I'm not sure what I did again.
Because you did. Okay, so when you measure something, you compare it to something else. Okay, but what you did there was you tried to make it into a value, an expression or degree of something. Like, hey, that person is, like, you could say, like, well, I mean, just because it's on my mind, I was looking at it earlier. The debate. Someone could say, hey, that debate measured as probably one of the worst presidential debates ever. We're really screwed. instead of going in there and saying, hey, each person's answers were whatever X value. How much time frame did each candidate speak? What did they do for certain rules, and why was this debate so early, or what, that sort of questions and answers. You're asking something. So you come back through and you're like, well, hey, I have to be, my perspective is a tool. Based on what?
Well, I don't mean the perspective is a tool. I mean that the measure is dependent on the perspective. So it's like the measurement doesn't have a noun existence; it has a verb existence. And so like if we for a hypothetical, if we just said there are no more perspectives, like there's no more talking about things in the context of perspective, then nothing would be measured. There would be no real measurement because
But what
the
is being
context of
taken
even
in
measuring
perspective?
something wouldn't exist anymore. It would be
What is being taken in
arbitrary.
perspective is, yeah, but what is being taken in perspective is what's being referenced, which would be the Earth's surface.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You do not need, okay, the Earth's surface is going to be the Earth's surface with or without an observer. It is what it is.
We got a
I
problem
guess
here.
that's where I disagree. Like, I think things are
All right,
mind
give an
dependent.
example.
Huh?
Yeah, give an example. Give a concrete example of a measurement that requires perspective. Go ahead.
Okay, sure. So, let's say that we have a thing as it is, just an existent thing like a dog, and then if we said, that dog is this big, then that would be the context of the measurement within a perspective. But if we just took the dog as it was, making no judgments about the size of the dog, then the measurement wouldn't exist even though the dog exists. So the measurement only exists
I
because
know, but
we're willing to
the
look at the
problem
dog in
is,
terms
yeah,
of
fair
unit.
enough. But there's a problem. You didn't actually explain the measuring of the dog. You just asserted a claim that the dog is this big. So how do you actually measure something?
Well, like my point here is like if we were measuring the dog, we'd be measuring the dog in terms of units. And those units effectively don't exist. If we try to find a unit in isolation, we just say, what is a real unit? There are no real units. There are no real quantities. There's only things as they are. So to even talk about a
They're
quantity,
conventions, right? Yeah, they're
yeah, to
conventions. So,
even
for
talk about
example,
a quantity is to suppose, a perspective
yeah,
based.
but the problem is that the quantities are real in the sense that they have a concreteness to the standard. So, for example, if I buy a 2x4, if I buy a 2x4x8, right, that's a nominal measurement, right? It's not actually 2 inches by 4 inches, right? But I know it's 1.5 inches by 3.5 inches, and usually they come longer than 8 feet because they give you a little extra wood for your blade cut, right, to cut a square end. However, if I take my tape measure and I measure that thing, it will tell me that the thing is approximately 8 feet long. It'll actually tell me exactly how long it is according to my ruler. Now, you could argue that each tape measure is manufactured with slight variance. So from one tape measure to the next, there'd be a variance, and you'd be correct, which is why on job sites we use the same branded tape measure, and we don't allow finish work to be done with different stuff, right? The problem is that the distance of a foot is established. So when I measure the 2x4x8, it's going to measure 8, right?
But it doesn't have that quantity of 8. It has the quantity of its own substance. It has the quantity of its own,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is when they cut that thing, they cut it a particular physical length. That length is equal to 8-foot units. It's always going to be equal to 8-foot units.
Than what we say it is. If we tried to say it was anything other than itself, and by that I mean to say if we were to say it was any quantity, our quantity would always be further off than what the real quantity is.
Okay, so when you say perspective, what you're meaning is convention, right? Because normally when someone says perspective,
They're meaning from a vantage point of observation.
But that's what all.
So, for example, no, dude, they're not.
How so?
The tape measure, okay, doesn't change based on my observation point. So if I put a tape measure to a 2x4x8, the marks that say 8 feet are going to be at the end of the board, regardless of where I'm standing. It's not about my perspective or vantage point of observation at all. It's about comparison of the two objects directly to each other. That's called direct measurement.
Yeah, that's what a direct measurement is.
Correspondence there.
Yeah, but that's what a direct measurement is.
Right.
Yeah, now transversely, you might have an indirect measurement, which might rely on perspective. For example, I might use my level or my square in front of something where I'm not placing it on the object. I'm actually just viewing it from the angles of my tool, and I'm making a best guess based on what I'm looking at. That might be somewhere where perspective might come into play.
Right, right.
I don't know what Stellar's exactly talking about. I mean, I don't know what he's talking about exactly with this whole, like a 2x4 is not 8 foot because a 2x4 is a 2x4. Like I am not 6'3". I am me. Like, is that all you're talking about right now? Is that really your point?
I am the walrus. Cuckoo, cuckoo.
Yeah, objects don't possess units ontologically in themselves. Units are just conventions that are compared to objects. But however, once you establish a convention, it's established. You can then directly put that convention against an object. They're established by preference. They're established by preference, dude. It's completely arbitrary. It's completely arbitrary and chosen by any particular reason. The problem is once it is established, you can then use it practicably in three-dimensional reality. So when I take my tape measure and I pull it out and I get to the 8-foot mark, right? That's the 8-foot mark that we've all decided upon. And it just so happens that we've decided that our manufacturing processes are to make building materials at 8-foot lengths, because that's about what a single man can carry simply and deal with his spread of his arms and the weight of his ability to carry it. So that's just the way we've decided to do things. So when I buy an 8-foot sheet of plywood, it's going to be 8 feet long.
How are these conventions established independently, though? Like, what does that even mean? If we say the units don't exist in and of themselves, if the objects don't exist in and of themselves, what does that mean to compare the measure to the object?
You in the Matrix, whoever talking.
There's some like audio breakup.
Oh, that was talking.
The Matrix got him
for a minute.
Listen, I don't know. I don't know if your point on the Earth and the shape of an Earth is that there's universals that we abstract from the world as it is, and we apply these universal abstracts and conventions to the Earth. Therefore, the Earth itself is not flat because it's just a convention. I don't know what the whole overarching tie together is.
That's my position. Is that there is. No universal. Like our universals are contrived, they're human made, and so they can be consistent to the real world, but they aren't the real world in and of themselves. And so if we try to say a convention makes it true and established, then that would be like maybe provisional, it could be useful, but it's not absolutely ultimately true.
But the reason why this is established because it's established to describe what we are seeing in the real world. Like 12 inches will always equal a foot.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, is it universally true that universals are not true? What is he talking about?
I guess he's saying like
he's talking about conventions. Conventions are not concrete objects. Okay, they're concepts.
Exactly.
Right. He's saying that the concept.
However, that doesn't change the fact that if the tape measure manufacturer uses a convention and the plywood producer uses a convention, that the 8-foot sheet of plywood isn't going to match my 8-foot rule
on my tape measure.
Yeah, sure. There's mild consistency.
I mean, dude, it's consistency within the tolerances of three-dimensional manufacturing process, right? But nobody's expecting when they wake up that their tape measure, when they go to Home Depot to buy something, they're going to have to measure every sheet of plywood to make sure it's not 3 feet long, make sure it's not 5 feet long. The convention isn't going to arbitrarily change because reality isn't going to arbitrarily change out from under your feet, right?
I see no reason why not.
Right. So that being said, that reality is not in flux to the point where these conventions are meaningless 1 minute to the next, then we can use the conventions to measure the world directly. That's just practical reality of what we can do.
If we were taking a measurement and our starting point for a measurement as we were measuring got moved every time we tried to do the measurement, then we would never be able to make an accurate measurement.
Well, that's true. Yes, that's true. Now, I'm glad you said that because you brought up two valid points. That if the point in contention that's being measured as a starting point is constantly in motion, and if it's the case that perspective must be taken into account for any methodology that is not direct, then I would submit to you, why is it that there exists a claim that the horizon is a geometric location and distances can be derived to it and objects in the distance that are on it can be measured from an orthographic view on a piece of paper or in a computer program? I would submit to you, why is it that globers, for decades upon decades, and most recently in the past 10 years, have claimed that they are measuring the horizon, that they are measuring the objects in the distance? What say you?
That they are measuring the horizon. I guess like my take here is that like their measurements aren't valid here. It's like their measurements are situationally valid to what they want to call an experimental measurement. But as far as like talking about the actual horizon, that would be kind of silly. It's like that would almost be like them saying because we can put it on a computer and give an analog representation of it, that means that that analog is the real thing. That analog is just as real as the Earth itself.
My friend, I'm so glad you said it that way because that is exactly their issue. That they take what they see in the world, they then superimpose it onto orthographic ideal geometry. They disregard all the factors that occur in reality when it comes to optics and perspective, and they take indirect measurements as gospel truth, as if this is the way the world is, and they prove it to us, quote unquote, the flat earthers, by showing us orthographic geometry that can't exist. So they're essentially living in a model of a reification fallacy in a fantasy, and they're not living in reality. Thank you for agreeing.
Well, I really appreciate your perspective here because I think there are too many physicalists, materialists who aren't willing to engage in like that level of speculation. Like they're so dead set on the world being exactly as they imagine it is that it's not even worth talking to them. And at least from your perspective, it's rigorous, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Stella, yeah, you know that's the entire, not really the entire thing. It's not really the entire thing, but that's a big part. That's like a summary of the flat Earth argument. That is a hijacking orthographic view of perspective, reified into a globe. That's the flat Earth argument, and you pointed it out and said, obviously that's not reality. That's reification due to our ideal situation. You did it, man. You did it.
What people often don't see is that this goes all the way to basic philosophical statements, like saying "I am." That's a form of subject predicate, and there has to be a tracking between that. The part that says "I" is not synonymous and equivalent with the part that says "am," and so there are implications to mind being the foreigner among all things, mind being more central to reality than matter itself, and that's one of those is that the mind as we understand it is more accurately talked about as reality than as mind.
Yeah, idealism. Yep. I mean, this is all the whole thing, the whole globe. I mean, I'm glad you know it now. I mean, you see, maybe you know it somewhere deeper, but But that's what the globe is, right? The globe is philosophy. It's saying, how can you justify your senses? Like, what if your senses are wrong? What if what you're seeing and intuitively you know that the earth is stationary and the sky moves and that water is flat? What if it's all wrong? What if reality is an illusion? How could you justify this knowledge claim? That's what the whole globe is. It's an idea, a philosophical idea, to see if the masses can justify, um, their experience.
I'll second that. I'm on the same page with you here. I think that this is definitely like an attempt to get people to think in materialist ways, and the reality is, all of reality as we know it may be subject to like a hologram or a simulation. There's no ultimate substance to it other than reality itself. And so we should be prepared for reality to warp under our feet. Like that's what our science should be open to. Not just us individually, but what we know truth to be should be open to change. And that's because it's measured by change, not measured by an invariant, because we can't point to an invariant. There's not a single invariant that we could point to in all of reality.
Some people would bet AI would probably beg the difference.
Oh, I
That
bet AI would
that
give some BS.
Well, he'd probably tell you that there is an objective reference that instantiates all truth claims.
Let's test this. Let's see what the AI says when I ask for a real invariant.
I meant the
How should
other
I
AI.
phrase this? Give me an example of a real world invariant thing. The conservation of energy is what it says. It says this principle states that a closed system, something that's being implied here, that because it's a closed system, energy cannot be created or destroyed. So even within this very condensed example, it invokes some kind of paradox. An open system versus a closed system. If you can find an open system, then you can't find a closed system. If you can find a closed system, you can't find an open system.
That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I think like
Right.
the
So if
reason.
energy can't check this out, if energy can't be created or destroyed, right, then you don't have an instantiation when energy was created. Right. So that
Exactly.
means that energy would be eternal.
You
And in
don't
order
know
for
the
that
limits
to
of the
be,
closed system.
then yeah, fair enough. But if you have that prep going on, then you have a first cause paradox with instantiation of motion, right? Because you have no way to get the energy for the first motion. So the energy for the first motion must be transcendent to the physical and natural world, proving the preordinance of the extra physical world, right? Now, the only thing we know of that can instantiate motion without precedent chain causation, right? The only thing in principle that can even be postulated is will. Only will can cause a motion without a precedent chain causation. Therefore, will is preordinate to the first cause. Therefore, the extraordinate cause of all things is will, which must be eternal, right? Because it can't have a precedent chain. So the only eternal grounding that can exist to remove all the fallacies of first motion is will, and will is a quality of sentience. So therefore, sentience is the single invariant that grounds all reality.
You want to know how to throw off a scientific materialist is to demand that they give you a distinction between will and force. Because everything they identify as a force, which is quote unquote unwilled, they could not actually distinguish from the will. And that's because they don't know the nature of consciousness. And I do think that spiritual reality is going to swallow up materialist reality.
Hey,
Their
so
whole
you're not far
paradigm
off.
is going to get eaten
You're
right
not
up.
far off. Look, you're not far off. That is where some quote unquote materialistic scientists have led themselves to when they pursue experiments and whatever. Evolutionary biologists, psychologists, cosmologists, cosmogenists, astrophysicists, theoretical astrophysicists, when they study the minutiae of the world, they're forced to accept that consciousness is reality, and that material, temporal, and energy states are subsets of consciousness.
Philosophers and spiritualists affirm this as well. Like it doesn't even have to operate within like this strict paradigm of science. People who are investigating the nature of mind and spirituality, people who are investigating the nature of, we could say, big N nature in philosophy, or big M mind, or big C consciousness, they're able to find holes in the paradigm of materialists. And this is something that pisses off materialists so much. Like I'll go in these atheist servers and I'll start talking about the idea of God, and they'll think like, oh, this guy, he knows his science. He's an intelligent, clever guy, and they'll see that I disagree with him on everything, and they can't wrap their head around it. How can a person both be clever and intuitive and disagree with what they believe to be basic truths, basic conventions? It's
Well, I mean, listen, look, their retarded belief is that intuition itself is just mud, water, and electricity. That's intuition in their view. So their view is incoherent and stupid on its face and shouldn't even be countenanced, and they're stupid for believing it. And I have no problem telling them that they're dumb, because they are. Because as soon as they contemplate their own mind, they've defeated their position. That's the end of their position in total. Doesn't need to be spoken about any further. The sheer fact that they showed up to argue their position disproves their position. Okay, so materialism is self-evidently false, and anyone who believes it is a dolt.
Yeah, they misunderstand. I think a lot of times I think they like make an equivalence between intelligence and wisdom. And like I was talking about intuition before, intuition is passive. It goes from active to passive. You get to a point where you've learned and integrated the information, and you don't have to ask any more questions. You've investigated the thing, and that would be a mark of wisdom. Wisdom is when you can be at peace because you don't have to do redundant activities to investigate things. And
Yeah.
and so they would think like if a person comes to wisdom but it's not by their standard of intelligence, then that person is not wise. They're just foolish. And the reality is like a person is not wise by virtue of invariant truth. They're wise by the fact that they live truth, that it is a living spirit they're involved in.
Right, so that being said, right, is you is or is you ain't a flat earther?
It's hard to say because like I don't even believe that I am. I think I am is a falsehood.
Well, I mean, I would agree that there's only one being that can claim the title I am, and that's not any derivative existent. That would only be a being that possesses a deity, and that by definition could only be one being in principle. So I would agree with you there. However, let's change the question. Do you accept the proposition the earth is flat as true?
To be honest with you, I reject both formal truth and universal truth. I think they are misguided. I believe in wisdom and intuition, and I think that that presupposes the need to have a paradigm in the first place.
So
intuition
maybe
is always unequivocal.
Right. So maybe the New World Synthesis religion, where flat earthers and globe earthers and idealists and materialists walk hand in hand into the door of the future, is actually just everyone's truth is irrelevant because there is no truth.
That's the exact position I have. I would call myself an immaterialist, and I know that's unpopular to some people because they think it's just a negation of materialism. But really, materialism has no substance. So immaterialism is an invocation of a substantive philosophy. It's calling for exactly that.
Bro, sick pun, bro. Materialism has no substance. Profound. So,
okay, well,
in that case, in your view, could the only actual truth be the Asiatic being that is, and nothing else? Everything else is not true.
Were you using the word Asiatic? I didn't catch that exactly.
No, ASEITIC or ASE. You exist. You are an assay being, which means you're necessary, eternal, require nothing, self-contained, self everything.
Yeah, like
So
the
in other words,
spirit of
us
man.
humans need, yeah, like us humans, we need oxygen, let's say, but an assay being doesn't need anything. It's quote unquote existence used loosely because it doesn't actually exist. It simply is.
Yeah, I think I agree with that idea. A
Okay, so
human
then
being
in that view,
identifies
yep,
with their
fair.
survival a
So in
lot,
that
but
view, right? So I just want to posit this to you. In that view, what you've said is that only one being can claim I am, and only one being can be truth. Everything else is less truth and not I am. Now, I would submit to you that that is the exact characterization of a character in a book called the Bible, defined as God.
oh yeah, I agree with the kind of like philosophical position of monotheism a lot. I think that it's a very useful approach.
Okay, now what if some other dudes came up and said, "Hey, listen, that being is true. That being is the truth. All of this is less than truth. But however, we are part of that being. We're an expression of that being, and therefore we are a part of the truth." What say you to that?
Oh yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, I had a feeling you would.
But just for some background, I'm a Buddhist, and I'm not an anti-theist Buddhist. A lot of Buddhists are actually atheists, and that is absolutely not my position. But you know, something that Buddhists do, an approach that Buddhists take, is skillfulness. So, what is going to bear fruit and what isn't going to bear fruit? And I think that a worldview in which a person, you know, takes this position of rejecting and discarding, dispelling the I am, and and instead letting that be revelatory, like what is the I am, and it would be a mistake to localize that to yourself. I think that
Yeah,
that's
sure, sure.
skillful within that perspective. You know, it's something that leads to good fruits. It's a good way to make a harvest.
Well, I mean, it sounds like you're synergizing the creature and the creation,
Yeah.
right? With the creator to where it's one being in itself.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so in other words, New Age gobbledygook.
Well, okay. You know, when I say skillful, I mean that like it's not that it's something convenient to hold on to. It's something that is actually going to provide benefit to you.
It's
So,
intuitive, man.
so like you know, there are plenty of New Agers who say like everything is God. They're kind of pantheists, and that's not necessarily my position. My position is that God is spirit, and the world is full of delusion. The world is full of illusion. And spirit
Okay.
is not that. Spirit is the virtue by which that exists. That is in debt to spirit, but effectively and essentially,
Right, right.
it is a
Right, but
spirit,
without,
not a
yeah,
world
that's
matter
fair,
thing.
but yeah, I would agree with that. But the problem is, what we end up with as humans, that if we take that view, and then we take the myriad of perspectives that people have as they engage in the world, and we've already sacrificed the idea of being in a present truth and possessing any present truth, then basically we end up with the equation that everyone's truth is equally valid.
Well, that wouldn't
And
be the
that's
case.
problematic. Well, look, you may be able to parse that out, but the average person wouldn't be able to. They would just look at this philosophy as, well, my interpretation of reality is true from my perspective, and since I'm an exercise of this grander thing, then it's valid. So then everybody's position is of equal value, even if they contradict.
Well, let me put it this way. Everyone's position will not champion the truth. Everyone's position will submit to the truth. The truth is mighty. And what is mighty endures. So
Yeah, yeah,
what they
absolutely.
propose as their true paradigm will not endure. It just won't. Their body will die and they will, you know, arguably leave with their body. And then what they said was true is not going to hold any weight against what is actually mighty and enduring.
Oh, that's a good point. So if the globe earthers and the flat earthers have a symposium in 2035 where they come together and sign a peace treaty and they agree to disagree or disagree to agree or agree to agree that the world is essentially what each of them think it is while they're living in it, and they're just going to allow each other to believe in the world that they want to believe, that when they both pass, right, from the material world, whatever the material world is, it's still going to be what it is regardless of what they think about it, right?
Yeah. So
Right.
they can have a perspective and a position in this which is skillful, which actually gives them spiritual benefit, or they can find convenient truths to cling to, which don't provide them any refuge, which will, go away like they will. The spirit doesn't go away. Like the spirit is originative. It exists before existence exists. And yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at.
Right. So if it's the case that the physical and natural world of material, temporal, and energetic states was instantiated and created, right, from sentience with intention and will, which means design, then that means that the nature of the realm in which we live has a particular purpose and a particular form to accomplish that purpose, right?
Yeah.
Right. So that form could take the form of, some people might posit it takes the form of a big, empty universe full of giant balls. And another person might posit the idea, well, actually, the Earth is flat and it's the floor of the universe, and what we see above us is not an expanding universe, but rather just a local, cluster phenomenon. And then you have two competing views. So then, how would you differentiate which one is true, or is it even worthy of a pursuit? Is it even worthy of a pursuit in your view?
I'll apply the same truth to both of them here. Let's see, the same truth to both of them. Could you repeat your question? Sorry.
Right. One person says the Earth is an expanding universe full of giant balls floating. Another person says the Earth is flat, stationary, local. All the phenomenon above us is not, a bunch of material objects in a giant expanding vacuum. So they got two people with contrary viewpoints. How do you tell who's correct, or is it even worth it to know who's correct?
So a little bit of both there. So on one hand, the supreme truth, like let's say someone completes their spiritual life, they're victorious in their spiritual life, then the truth is unequivocal to them. They could say something totally false, but at a spiritual level, it already is the truth. So it wouldn't matter what they say. And someone could be, someone could have a very refined sense of truth, and they could just not have spirit. They could just be spiritually lacking, and their truth would not be supreme. It would not be unequivocal. It would be equivocal to their standard of investigation, their standard of knowing things and understanding things. And so even if we said like what this enlightened, victorious being says is not conventionally true, what they are is conventionally more true than what the person who is chasing after truth has. And so this does tie into a theological concern, which is that, it shouldn't be a truth like Aristotle says, which can fold upon itself infinitely. It should be a truth which always remains unequivocal, no matter who you put it in front of. So it's like, I would say if an atheist is forced into spiritual practice and they find the true nature of mind, they eradicate their defilements, they become a perfected one, they live a noble life, then regardless of what they think about atheism, they would be faced with unequivocal truth. It wouldn't matter that they're an atheist at that point.
Sorry, I just had to mute a hot mic or that. Yo, everybody check their mics so they're not hot micing. Sounds like there's a conversation bleeding through.
Today's video, Alan.
Found him. Thank you.
So what do you think? Is truth, respective to something, or is truth just, spirit? Is it just, what, compels us in our spiritual life, the purpose of our origin, something which is totally unquestionable and beyond any kind of contention?
Well, yeah, who's hot micing now? Bruce. Thank you. A lot of things will be with contention, but that doesn't mean that because there's present contention that they're not true. But there are a lot of conventional things that we agree upon. Like for example, we all agree horizontal is horizontal, right? Now some people claim that horizontal is a different orientation everywhere you go, and other people claim horizontal is the same orientation everywhere you go. The problem is that we all experience the world, navigate across it as if we're moving across the horizontal plane, right? And locally, that's how we experience it, and we don't experience it moving. And that's ubiquitous across human experience throughout antiquity. It's even a studied part of the psychological development of children. That's how they experience the world, and that's the framework in which they interpret the data from the world. And it's not until they're told by an authority that the world is not what they experience that they begin to even believe in the idea that the world is a ball spinning in space. And then they have to reconcile that with their common experience to what they're being told. And they actually create within their own minds a dual system to where while they're using the Earth, they use it as flat and stationary. But when they imagine the Earth from an outside viewpoint, which, by the way, no one possesses, a God's eye viewpoint, right? That's what they imagine. They then see the Earth as a globe. So they're living in this dual world. And as they grow older, they eventually, decide to abandon their intuition about the Earth being flat as if it's true. And then they just say, well, that's just my experience on a local level. So everyone says, oh, the Earth looks flat, but it's so big. The Earth is spinning, but you can't experience it because it's so slow. And so they even start the arguments conceding the fact that from your perspective, the Earth is flat and stationary, and the celestials move above us, not the other way around. So we do all experience the Earth in that way the same. Nobody's experienced the Earth as a globe. In all of human history, okay, from secular history, less than 20 people have even allegedly been away from the Earth to see the Earth in its totality. So we have 20 people who we'd have to take their word for it. Everybody else throughout human history, with the exception if you take any of the prophets or things from certain religious scriptures that were taken up into the heavens to be able to see the Earth from God's eyes vantage point, right? We all experience the Earth as flat, stationary. And even the records of the prophets being taken up, they didn't describe the Earth as being a ball in any way, shape, or form.
I definitely like this as an exercise. Like, I think that I came into this room just being charitable about flat Earth and trying to make the peace. But I like this approach. Regardless of the position that's taken, I think this is a good conversation to be having.
Yeah, well, look, a lot of critique that we get in here is why does it matter? Like, what does it matter if the Earth is flat or a globe? I still have to go to work. Why does it matter if the Earth is flat or a globe? I still got to feed my kids. Well, maybe the truth of where you live doesn't matter to you. That could be the case, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't matter in principle. Like, you may be oblivious to the overarching truths or quote unquote machinations that occur behind the scenes of power structures that affect you because you could care less. But that doesn't mean that truth in itself isn't a virtue, right? Like some people, they could care less if their government is lying to them, as long as their government makes sure they have food stamps and welfare and government housing and Obama phones. But why it does matter is when you change your metaphysical lens, which you view reality, it changes the way you behave. It changes what you're willing to put up with. It changes what you're willing to accept. It changes what rights you think you have and what rights you think are worth standing up for, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there is huge, profound implications. And in fact, in the history of the heliocentric model, the people involved decried these complications and implications directly by saying, you know, the idea that the Earth is the center of the universe is a horrifying idea. Horrifying idea. Weird. How could a physical location be horrifying? An arbitrary physical location relative to the rest of the universe is horrifying? What? That doesn't even make sense. Why would somebody even come up with such a term? Well, the answer is simple. If the Earth is the center, then that means it's important. And if it's important, right, that means there's a hierarchy of importance. And importance is something to do with minds. And so if Earth is the center, then that means probably, right, as these guys themselves would tell you, that hints towards specific creation and a specific purpose. And that means a designer. And if we have a specific author that designed us, then that means he makes the rules. That means you're accountable to him. And if that's true, that you're morally accountable, right, then that would have horrifying implications for somebody who's been immoral, right? So these guys can't even do science, quote unquote, that they claim is dispassionate, secular, and reasoned without dripping the sweat of their anxiety all over it about their moral lives. So yeah, this stuff has huge implications.
I'm on the same page with you there.
Yeah, I'm gonna clip that.
In my experience, this has been a hard topic to address outside of flat Earth, like to get into this conversation with people who don't hold this view of immaterialism, and just to bring it up as immaterialism versus materialism. It is a very difficult conversation to have with a lot of people. Like, people really do respond to it like you're putting the debt of sin or the weight of sin onto them, like you're forcing them into spiritual life, which they don't think they need to be a part of.
Yeah, well, you're forcing them into a cosmic paradigm where morality is not just an accidental evolutionary adaptation to try to get your genes into the next generation, but it actually has real, tangible consequences, because it's not simply the water blows in and then washes out the tide and takes away the sandcastle, right? It's not that at all. It's that there is a moral arbiter with a concrete set of standards that he is going to hold you to account for, and there is nothing you can do to thwart his purposes. If that is true, then that is terrifying.
Well,
so yeah, when you tell people the Earth is flat, what do they hear? They hear the Earth is specifically created with an exact purpose and intention from a designer, and there's no hiding from it. And they freaking lose their minds.
Is that what you were talking about, Taylor? Were you talking about talking to atheists?
Yeah, it's mostly atheists who are materialists, and yeah, like they do be like that.
So here's something stupid. If an atheist holds to the point of view that the conversation that they're having at this moment is a result of a causal chain that leads back to the Big Bang, then what is even the purpose of them opening their mouth to tell you anything?
There is none, and this is where I think what Nietzsche said about eternal recurrence was very profound, because it's like, even within a materialist paradigm, you're forced with what is an exceptional action. If everything you do repeats or is causally determined, then what counts as anything worthwhile? What makes anything meaningful in your own life? And if you're a person who is in touch with spirit, if you're a person who lives a spiritual life, you have no fear in regard to this hypothetical. Like, I don't. When I talk about eternal recurrence and myself being causally bound, this does not scare me. I feel just as free and liberated as normal, you know? But these people, they think like they at some subtle level make an exception for themselves, where it's like, okay, well, it doesn't really feel that way, so regardless of the thought process,
Hey, I got,
you have to worry about it.
dude, I got a thought experiment for you. Okay, check this out. This is hilarious. So one of the tenets of atheism, and not agnostic atheism, because atheism is a nebulous term. Because some atheists say, "Oh, I just lack belief in God, but I couldn't tell you for certain whether he exists or not." And other atheists are affirmative that God cannot exist or does not exist, and that when you die, your eyes just close forever, and then you're unconscious for eternity, right? Because you have no body to be conscious. Now, here's the problem with that. Consciousness, in their view, is an emergent property from material chain causation that's greater than the sum of the previous chains. Now, what that means, friend, is that they have no way of knowing that the energetic state that's created in the brain that gives rise to the mind doesn't actually produce a metaphysical higher dimensional entity. So in other words, when someone becomes sentient, they actually transcend the bounds of the physical limitations and become immaterial. So when the material body dies, this emergent entity remains. Now, if that emergent entity remains and is disconnected from the body, nobody knows what effect that would have on the metaphysical entity itself. For example, what if it's the case that once you're divorced from your body, the conduit to the physical is removed, and so now you have a feedback loop in your mind that doesn't have the ability to evolve because it can no longer reproduce sexually, which is how you evolved in the first place. It is now stuck in this feedback loop of trying to get back to the body, but it can't. And it essentially causes stress and torment on the sentient entity. And that stress and torment exists for eternity. So in other words, the idea that atheists escape hell because there's no God to answer to could be discounted by the thing I just posited, that they have no idea that when they die, that their metaphysical mind doesn't still exist in a state of constant torture and agony.
Ha 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 ha! That was a hoot, AI. You're so funny.
It's faith on both sides. They have to have faith that there is not spirit, and we have to have faith that there is spirit. But the difference is them having faith that there is no spirit will bring them nothing, and us having faith that there is spirit will bring us everything.
How do you know it brings us nothing?
I know because I have certainty or confidence in the spiritual life. I've walked the spiritual life to a far enough extent that I have no doubt in it.
That it brings us nothing? You can read our minds? Interesting. It's powerful, man.
Well, I'm working on that. I'm not
Must be
there
nice to be you. Must be nice to be you.
I'm not able to hear thought streams yet, but I can tune into other people and what they're getting at pretty well. So, mild clairvoyance.
Dude, I learned how to do that from Darth Vegas
I just read Scott's mind, and I could tell that he was being sarcastic. I could tell you were being sarcastic by reading your mind.
That is impressive. You are
I do
one
believe
impressive
these
young man.
powers can be attained. Like a person can literally hear the thoughts of others because that is the nature of their own spirit, is to be able to,
I know what my spirit's telling me, man. My spirit's telling me that you're a dumb fuck.
Well, you can feel however you want,
So Taylor, I thought it was interesting you brought up Nietzsche because he was positing reasons to not be nihilistic in a world with no God, right? But then at the end of his life, he went full divine epistemology with Zarathustra, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Nietzsche was going through some fucked up shit, but reading it poetically instead of reading it metaphysically is a better reading of Nietzsche, in my opinion. He wasn't a metaphysician. He was, arguably a kind of a maybe deranged spiritualist. And if we can understand that, this isn't meant to be ultimate truth, but a fight for spirit, a fight for life, a fight to, find his way, then it makes more sense. He did change his ways towards the end. He cried for his mom like a baby when he was dying. But that was a moment of truth. I don't look down on him upon that. I think anyone who is not living a spiritual life that's the most humble and dignified way they could die.
Oh, by the way, I want to offer a counterpoint to my previous eternal atheistic hell and the eternal atheistic heaven. So, for example, if it's the case that consciousness and sentience is an emergent property from material chain causation and energy states and temporal states in the past, and it's actually greater than those, right? And so, in other words, when you become sentient, you transport yourself from the material into the immaterial, and then material restrictions are no longer bound to you. If that's true, then it could be the case that your sentience continues on for an indefinite amount of time, because there is no time once you transcended to that point. So you're essentially sentient forever. But rather than
That's the
having this
definition of hell.
disconnect, well, no, but rather than having the disconnect with the feedback loop of trying to get back to your body, you're able to, within your own mind, because we all know our minds can create worlds for us. You're able to create your own world, and you actually do it to a point where it's pleasurable for you, right? So either way, you can have an atheistic hell, or you can have an atheistic heaven, and that would be where there is no instantiation, where God is the first cause. But of course, you have to skip over all the first cause fallacies and all that. But whatever. I'm just being fair on both sides.
Well, like, consider this. So, like, this, I think I lost my train of thought. Sorry.
Well, let's evolve the conversation back to this topic of the room, since Scott showed up. I think Scott's on record saying that if the Earth's not a globe, that he'd check himself into a sane asylum because he would think he was insane.
I wanted to close this point real quick. Is that if the origin of the universe has a purpose, and you have even the slightest potential of going on eternally, then that would be like some form of proof that hell actually exists. For you not to, find your way and avoid eternity outside of your purpose, outside of your origin and what it was set to be, then you can know quite certainly that, like, if the spirit is eternal in and of itself, then hell is also eternal. Hell is a possibility, and there is a.
Well, yeah, you could wrap that up. You could wrap that up simply with, if you die with a massive regret, right, and you live eternally with that unfinished business, then that's what's going to be, present in your mind ad infinitum. So maybe that would be considered hell to those people.
And this is where in Buddhism, hell is taken to be different from, Western monotheism, in that in Buddhism, the heavenly realms are also hell. It's like when you're in a heaven, when you live with a just goodness in your heart, and you're not, tapping into spirit, you're not becoming a noble, holy person, then you're maybe you will go to a heavenly realm, but then you'll go to that heavenly realm, exhaust the karma you had to exhaust the actions and the consequences you needed, and then you'll die in that heavenly realm, and something else will happen to you. And then in the hell realm, it's like you don't even get the lastingness of hell. It's like you are going to have to exhaust what was not enduring in you. You have to burn away the hellishness in you, and then you got to go back to try again.
Right. So you have a hierarchy there of different dimensions that play out in different ways. But to bring it back to the Earth, we have people, and not just people present, but people throughout the past better portion of a decade, who are prominent globe Earth proponents that argued and debated. And the thing, when they were presented with any evidence that seemed to indicate the Earth was flat, or that it could be true in any way, shape, or form, one of the go-tos that they repeatedly said is, well, if the Earth is flat, then it's either a simulation, or I'm crazy. Or another person said, I can't even trust reality anymore. So rather than accept, but just let me finish this up. So rather than accept the possibility that the Earth could be something other than what they perceived it to be, they would just throw reality out of the bus, or throw their own sanity out of the bus. All right, that's up. Yeah. Go ahead.
But you got that backwards. The reason, we would assume we are crazy because it defies everything that we've experienced in our lives.
So, like, what would it feel like to be crazy in this circumstance? Like, is something psychologically happening, or is it like a metaphysical craziness?
Mackie, you've never
I
experienced the
don't even.
globe.
I don't even know what a metaphysical craziness is, so I can't answer that
Like,
question.
it would be like if you couldn't accept basic philosophical statements because of how crazy the world has revealed itself to be. It's like if the world was so crazy that, you know, at a metaphysical level, you couldn't say that a thing equals itself. But I would say
No,
that's
I don't
not
even, I don't even know what
crazy.
you're
You
talking
know,
about, man.
that's just like not being
It's a good example. What
understanding of knowledge.
got so,
Can you give me a
it's
specific?
so crazy that you started calling. What if it would be a good like A is not A, up is not up. It's actually down. Would that be crazy?
Yeah, no, nobody would say that. So
Well,
All right.
I would
What,
be crazy by those standards. I reject the three laws of logic.
Well, let's use a more concrete example that at least has been posited in this forum in the past. Okay, so let's use the example of Pac-Man Earth. So Pac-Man Earth is that the appearance of a globe is actually a continuation of transposition through space, to where when you reach the boundary, you're transposed back around to the other side, and so you could just go in a circle indefinitely, thinking you're going around a giant sphere, but it actually is just being transposed through space and time on a different dimension. Right, so that might be a way in which somebody might say, oh, that makes no logically coherent metaphysical sense to me because I've never experienced such a thing, even though if they were in that view, they would be experiencing it constantly, they just wouldn't know it.
I like that analogy.
But keep in mind that real quick, that begs the question that the higher dimensions are where the real stuff is going on, and what we experience is actually the lowest form of reality. All right, go ahead.
well, why don't we just posit that we live on a globe, and everything that fits into it makes perfect sense, instead of having to posit all the basically crazy Pac-Man or some other realities. Just it's a globe. Everything works on it. Everything.
Well, what if we just say the globe doesn't make sense? That's the thing that you're trying to determine.
Tell me what about it doesn't make sense, and then we can talk. But as far as everything I've ever seen, it makes perfect sense.
A spinning basketball where water is being connected to it.
Well, that just means you don't understand what we're saying.
Some people just believe that don't make sense.
Well, yeah, no, that doesn't make sense to anybody. I agree.
Exactly. So a spinning water ball with a curved surface where water is being connected to it, where nothing is supporting that the water is being connected to it. Somehow
So
the
what
water
you're saying?
is staying on the spinner. Wait a minute. Somehow the water is staying on the ball.
Yeah.
Staying on the ball, a curved surface, while it's spinning, flying around in the space vacuum. Some people believe that don't make sense.
Well, it doesn't make sense. It makes sense to me. I don't know why it doesn't make sense to you. Maybe we could talk about it a bit, and I can.
Yeah. So that would be built to include, because it makes sense to you, and because you believe that you're experiencing that. Remember, you said experiencing it too. So you were experiencing that you were flying around in the space vacuum, spinning on the ball that's got water stuck to it.
Yes, through my more advanced experience, I can use reason, and I can look at it. I can use all the I can use all the data. All right, I didn't want to finish. Go ahead.
Okay. Reason is an experience, is it?
I said more advanced experience, which includes reason.
But reason in itself is an experience, is it?
Okay, let's say it isn't. Now what?
No, I'm asking you, is it?
Let's say it's not. Now what?
Okay. So you don't actually see yourself spinning around or have any type of experience, a direct experience would be using your senses. Because
Yeah, I don't expect to.
Well, right? Oh, so you
I don't expect to. I don't expect to, so it's not a problem for me.
But you said that you experience the ball. You spinning on the boat.
Yes.
But you don't directly experience it, do you?
I do directly experience it all the time.
No.
Hi, Scott.
You said you have a view. advanced reasoning. So you have to use something other than your physical senses to basically reason that you are living on the globe.
Yes, it's big.
Now, flat earthers say that, well, we could use our senses, basically saying that we're not living on the globe based upon our experience.
And then you ignore 90% of everything you see.
It goes against, right? So that directly goes against our senses. Something that you agreed, you said, well, I can't physically, right, physically or directly use my senses to basically live this experience that I'm living on the globe. And flat earthers say, yeah, we also don't have those same experiences that you have. But you say, oh, well, you have to use reasons and data and advanced reasoning to basically have those experiences. That goes against the claim that you made earlier.
Except for you ignore 90% of everything you experience and you focus on one thing that you don't feel it moving. I choose not to. I choose to look at everything that I experience. Don't ignore anything.
Like what?
Like what? Like the sun setting. And the sun going below 0 degrees angle elevation.
You ignore the fact that there are no
that's one of my
straight lines on a
experiences.
sphere.
That's one of my experiences, is that the sun is below 0 degrees elevation.
That is not you living on a sphere.
What is? And if you would start to try to think about this, you would understand that too.
Experiencing living on the globe with your five senses. You talking about the sun. We're talking about the earth.
Yeah, try to explain it. Do you experience the sun going below 0 degrees angle of elevation ever?
Explain
I do.
My explanation. This is your claim. Why you want me to explain something?
Well, I just, you asked why I believe this stuff, because it matches with all of my experiences. If you want to ignore, if you want to ignore 90% of your experiences, go right ahead.
You just
I can't
said that
stop
you're
you.
not. You just said out of your own mouth, not me putting it in your mouth. You just said that you are not experiencing directly living on the globe. Now you're saying I looked at the sun, therefore we living on the globe. That's just affirming the consequence, is it?
No, it's not. It's drawing a conclusion from the observations.
No, it's not. You're drawing a conclusion that is something that is not relevant to what you physically experiencing. You're just affirming the consequence.
Well, I physically experienced the sun below 0 degrees angle of elevation.
You physically experienced the sun below. Okay, what that have to do with the globe spinning and flying around the sun?
It doesn't matter. It's not. That's not part of that question.
Oh,
it proves it's a sphere.
Physically experiencing.
You really don't want to have a conversation, do you?
Oh, because I'm doing what you're doing to me, cutting me off.
No, you're just lecturing.
I'm not lecturing. I'm
you're telling me what I can't do.
I'm actually putting your own words to you. The point that you made is that
no, you're not.
The globe. No, I am.
You're
the point that you're making. It's not going to work. The point that you made earlier was that I physically experienced. See, cutting me off again, huh, Scott? Is you physically doing that too? The point that you made earlier is that, well, I believe in the globe because all of my experience tells me that I'm living on the globe. I asked you, so you physically experiencing this? You said yes.
Yes.
So your senses, based upon your direct senses, you physically experiencing spinning around, flying around in space. You said yes. Then I got you to pretty much say because you wasn't. Oh, yeah. Afterwards, I got you to say no, not physically doing that. But you know you're doing that because you're looking at the sun. That's not you directly physically doing. That's not you physically and directly experiencing that you're spinning around on the globe, flying around the sun.
Yeah, I never said I directly experienced physically flying around the sun. That's you misunderstanding what I said. And I can't help that. I mean,
what you're doing then? What are the globe doing then?
I take various observations, thousands upon thousands of observations, and I put them together into a coherent explanation of where I live. And I come to one inevitable conclusion.
Thousands of observations on the globe, right?
Thousands upon thousands, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, you're not saying you experience them. all together at once. You're saying you add separate experiences all together, and then you conclude that you live on a globe. So you experience it
That's how we do things.
locally in one way. Yeah, I mean, you're not saying it. That's fine. You don't just. Why don't you just stop fighting with him on it and just say, I don't experience it as a globe, but I can explain it as a globe. Yeah, well,
Yeah,
keep saying dumb
and I
shit.
told him.
Okay.
Yeah,
Let's back up a second there,
earlier,
Tanks. What would it mean to experience that as a globe? What do you
Well, I
guys,
mean,
when you
even
guys
just the
say
way
that
you
term, what does
defined
it
it, you
mean?
said well, even when you define it, you said it's multiple different experiences. When I add them together, I get globe. So I guess if you said you're setting up cameras all over the place and then viewing them somehow all at the same time, then you would experience it in that way. But even by your own demonstration.
Possibly we're talking past each other in our understanding of what experience means. What do you mean by experience?
we're not
I'd have to
talking
feel
past
it?
each other. We're going off of what you mean by the experience. You're the one that made the claim. You're the one that said you're not actually directly experiencing it physically. You said that you have to use advanced reasoning in order to come up with these observations to know that you're living on the globe. So you already basically said that you're not experiencing that you're living on the globe directly. I don't have to explain that. Something that you already explained. Stop reversing the burden.
I consider vision an experience. Do you consider vision an experience?
Vision of the globe. So you see yourself on the globe spinning around, flying around the sun. You do that.
I never said that. No.
So vision wouldn't be a direct experience of you doing that, right? Living on the globe.
Do you consider vision an experience? Yes or no?
Yeah, I said yes. So do you use vision so you do see yourself living on the globe and spinning around, flying around the sun. You see that.
No, I don't see that. I don't know why you got to keep going to that.
Right. So you cannot use vision then, right?
No, I can.
Great. So we back to that again. So you have to use the sun, you come up with observations and have advanced reasoning to know that you're living on the globe.
Yes.
He sees the sun.
Great. So you're not.
right?
So great. So the claim that you made earlier is you debunked it yourself. You don't physically experience yourself living on the globe. You have to come up with observations and make up reasons why you're living on the globe. It's a belief, right?
Of course, it's a belief.
Your observations give you reason.
Everything I believe is a belief. Duh.
So your observations give you reason to believe it. That's all.
Yes. That's what I started with.
You was wrong earlier while you tried to play like I was the one being stupid. You made a remark that was actually stupid.
What I said all along.
That you physically, no, you said earlier, I believe in the globe because I physically experience the globe.
Yes.
Now we just walk down this path and don't actually physically experience you living on the globe.
But I do.
Now you want to go back and say, I do. Okay. Just nuh-uh.
I still do.
Scott doesn't.
I mean, just because it doesn't fit into your very, very, very narrow understanding of what experience is not my problem.
Narrow understanding is yours.
No, it is. It is.
These are your words.
Then maybe that's the problem. So you're saying experience, Scott is meaning something different. So Scott, what do you think an experience is? Can you define it?
Yeah, seeing things is an experience of them.
So how do you see something that you do not see? That's the problem.
What do you mean? How do I see something I do not see?
You said you see something, the sun, not seen.
You're asking me how do I see that the Earth's a globe?
Well, you already answered that. You just said you don't see that.
I know exactly. I don't see the Earth is a globe as a globe in itself, but I can see curve. I can see the results of curve. I can see indicators of curve. You don't want to address any of those, though, right?
Vision would not be your experience, and you don't see curve either.
I do.
You don't. You're a liar.
I see it all the time.
I sure do.
Well, just because you don't doesn't mean I do. I mean, I don't. So
yeah, nobody in this room do.
Why don't we see the bottom of ships on the ocean, Scott?
Because of the curves in the way. Yeah.
Okay, so why don't we see the? What's making the sun set? Why don't we see the bottom of the sun?
because the
Why don't we
ocean's
just
in
see
the way.
it go off as a circle in the distance?
Well, because it's
All
not
right, so
because it's not going off into the distance. It's going
Are those
behind the
your? Is
ocean.
that your experience? Okay, I'm just asking you. That's what you're saying. I'm experiencing
Those are my experiences.
seeing,
Yes,
not seeing the bottom of the sun, not seeing the bottom. Yeah, I don't see the bottom of the sun. I don't see the bottom of the boat.
correct. Those are my
That's your
experiences.
yeah.
Yes.
So not seeing is seeing. Yeah, that's what the person pointed out to you earlier when you said seeing is an experience, and then you don't see something, so that's your experience. You don't see the bottom, therefore, yeah.
It's going behind something. Yes, I learned object permanence probably when
No,
I
I
was
mean
a couple months old.
just
Do you guys
a
not
couple
accept
months
object
old. The
permanence?
boy, you and Terrence Howard both, yeah, a couple months
Do
old.
you guys,
But
do you guys, do
yeah,
you guys not accept
just as the other
object
person was
permanence?
pointing out.
No, do you
What?
not accept object permanence?
I don't know. How old are you? How many fingers?
And so something, if we can't see something, do we assume it just disappeared, or do we assume it went behind something?
I don't know. We don't see it. That's like step one. So we don't experience
Oh,
it.
so we can't when something is clearly going behind something else, we can't assume it still exists and it's actually behind that thing.
Well,
Or
you
you
can
lost the
assume whatever you
ability
want, but
to
your experience.
resolve it.
Prove that it's going behind something.
Yeah,
Yeah, the proof
you can
is I
say whatever
saw
you
it.
want, but you're experiencing like a wall in front. Like if I shut the door, right? Like I'm not experiencing, right? I'm not experiencing not Scott. I'm experiencing the door in front of me.
Yeah, but you don't think I just
Wait,
disappeared and
so
ceased to
if you zoom
exist,
in
right?
on the camera, then you see. Then if you zoom in on a camera, you see what you couldn't see before. You see the sun behind the curve. How can you do that by zooming in on the camera? Because it was never behind the sun. It was an optical illusion in your eye, and you're not realizing that, and you just totally debunked because the P900 and the P1000 debunks what you just said.
Yeah,
Scott,
No, they
you've
don't.
got nothing to.
No, those are factual claims that are just wrong. You're incorrect. You won't show you won't find a single instance of that ever happening.
Well, we got
This is where
thousands.
you guys just need to make up your own realities
We
in
got
order to
thousands.
defend your position.
Wake up and realize that you actually debunked and that welcome to flat Earth, because when you zoom in with a camera, you can see over the curve that you're saying
That's
there's a
just
curve.
not
There's
true.
no curve. This is an
That's just
optical
not true.
illusion. There was no curve in the first place. It was an
That's not
optical
true.
illusion, and the camera revealed what's actually there. And you can't admit it, and you're saying it's not true. I can say anything is not true. It doesn't mean it's not true. It's just you just arguing
Yeah.
a point that you really.
Show me an example of it.
So welcome to flat Earth, and
Yeah, well, if you guys just want to say falsehoods and pretend you won something, go right ahead. I can't stop you. But yeah, you can show me someone bringing back the sun with a camera. That'd be great. I'd love to see that. Sunsets behind the ocean, zoom in. Oh, wow, the sun's back. Nah, never going to happen. You can raise the camera and see the sun again. We can definitely show that. But
Could I
zoom in.
could I do the opposite? Could I zoom out and not see the sun and then zoom in, or is it just do you have to be at like the maximum zoom in and then somehow zoom in more?
I don't know. I don't think you can zoom out enough in a camera to blot out the brightness of the sun. You're always going to see some effect of it. I think. I've never tried it. But I don't know why you want to do the opposite. I mean, the opposite doesn't prove anything. The opposite doesn't demonstrate anything. The fact that you can zoom out far enough to make something disappear proves absolutely nothing.
There's like this thing. It's called it's called Rayleigh criterion, right? And it'll be the angle of incidence that these things scale up towards eye level, et cetera, right? And you could kind of demonstrate this when say you're like you're at 50 times zoom with a Nikon P900 or something on a boat, and you can see the boat, but then you can zoom out, and then it merges into the horizon, and you can't see the boat anymore. It looks like it's gone. It disappeared. It starts to disappear from the bottom up due to the Rayleigh criterion, the angle of incidence.
Yeah, I know, but then
once you get to like maximum, yeah.
Yes, but the test of that is being able to zoom into something that's disappeared. So if you think something is behind or disappeared due to this Rayleigh criterion, you should be able to zoom in and bring it back all times.
Well, I mean that's because it's not just due to one cause, right?
There we go.
But that's just one of the effects. Well, there's other
making up
stuff,
other
right?
stuff.
But
Yeah, I know. When your original code doesn't explain it, make something else up. Yeah, go ahead. That seems like a strange way to go through life.
no, it's just the size. There's just other stuff. There's like the size of it. There's the how bright it is. The angular resolution limit. Of the aperture. All
Okay,
these
why
things.
can't you zoom in then and bring back the sun?
Well, I'm just asking you real
horizon?
simply, like how come the opposite is not good for you? So like when I'm zoomed in on a boat,
Because the opposite isn't answering the same question.
It
This
does.
is
It has
the way
the same
logic
effect
works.
though. It's the same
No.
effect. So like I zoom in on a boat, I see the boat except for what's underwater because the boat's in the water. Like it's not on top of the water like in a child's picture. It's somewhat in the water. I can resolve the boat just fine. But then I start to zoom out, and then it starts becoming less and less resolvable, and it starts towards the bottom until it all merges into the horizon.
But it doesn't. And do you notice how you bounced to boats because you gave up on the sun?
No, I'm just asking about. Well, it's something that you could confirm. You said I've never done that one before, but you've seen plenty of the boat things, right?
But did you notice that you bounced from the sun instead of acknowledging that you can't bring the sun back?
I do realize I'm trying to relate to you, Scott. Right? When you said I've never done that, but I was like, maybe there's something Scott has done or seen before.
But that's a bad analogy.
Okay, but I'm just asking you, does it occur? But does it occur?
It doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Okay, it doesn't occur.
Same thing happens on the boat,
if I put up a single video of seeing a boat and then somebody zooming out and then not seeing the boat, you'll leave the server forever?
Yeah, if you can show me a video where you can see the top half of the boat very, very clearly, and not the bottom half of the boat. I mean, very clearly, not some little tiny dot as it gets smaller and smaller and smaller, but where the top half of the boat's taking up the entire frame left to right, and then zoom in further and you bring in the bottom half of the boat. Yeah, I'll leave the server forever if you can do that.
I don't know about all these weird.
I know. But see, those are my criteria. Can you meet those or not?
I don't know. I didn't really listen to the whole thing because it was just kind of like ways out. So I got the boat in the view of the camera, and I'm going to zoom out, and then you're not going to be able to pick out the boat anymore. It's going to be like, where'd it go?
Yeah, I already understand that. Yes, we can do that.
All right, so you'll leave. Leave forever.
That's not a problem.
I don't even
want
to leave.
No,
you won't leave.
That's not my claim. That's not my claim.
Okay.
My claim is very specifically, if you can show me a picture or a video where you can see the top half of an object, a boat, a building, the sun, the moon, anything, the top half very clearly, where it's large in the frame. It doesn't have to be left to right, but large in the frame. And then you zoom in further and you can see more of the bottom half of the thing that you couldn't see before. Then you have a counter demonstration to what I'm saying. Nothing else is sufficient. Can you do that?
In the frame. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Large in the frame. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, go for it. I'll wait.
What's large in the frame, though? What's that mean?
It's taking up many pixels in the or the top half. Yes.
I got a question for you about this whole zooming thing, which I'm unclear on. Say hypothetically there was some effect where enough atmosphere in the way of a thing and you just couldn't see it at all, no matter. Or that was like a hypothetical atmospheric effect. Would you be able to see it by zooming, or would that not make any difference? I'm not sure.
Well, if it went behind the fog, I have a great picture of a ship in San Francisco Bay.
No, I'm not talking about fog. I'm talking about
fog.
I'm just talking about like a hypothetical atmospheric effect. Like a hypothetical atmospheric effect where enough atmosphere in the way would be the block itself, the atmosphere.
Well, see, I think dealing in abstractions is kind of the problem with the way flat earthers think.
No, it's just a hypothetical, and I just want to know what you think.
I can't think of any atmospheric effect that would do that. And if someone can posit one and show me how that would work, I'd be glad to listen. But I can't think of one.
Well,
they can't either.
No. There is a refraction and diffusion, so
you just said it.
Theoretically, if light is trying to pass through enough of a gas, maybe no light wouldn't reach an observer at a certain distance through that medium.
And so what question are we trying to solve right now?
My question...
What observation are we trying to explain?
My question is, if that were a real thing, would you be able to bring the light back by zooming in with a camera?
I would guess not.
Okay. I'm not saying that's a real thing. I just wanted to know what you thought.
Attenuation of light absorption is a real thing.
I agree. But it doesn't explain why half of a boat is missing. And the other half is very clear.
Scott, like if we were in a room together, right, and it was sealed off completely, right, and no light, no windows, no cracks. I don't know, you caulk it all or something, right? No light, and then I turn off the light. Did I just disappear?
No.
Is it magic? Did I disappear or not? No.
I just answered your question.
Okay, and then I turn the light back on. I'm like, ta-da! Ta-da! Here I am. It's not magic, right?
Get to your point. No, it's not magic. No, you don't disappear.
That's
yes, you turn the light back on, I can see you again. What are you trying to
Right, so if you
demonstrate?
absorb, right, attenuation, if you absorb the light like the object disappears?
No.
Okay, so it's still there. All right, that's good. It's good to know that boats aren't actually disappearing over the horizon.
I didn't say they were.
I'm just checking, man.
Why?
Well, I check. I don't listen, man. It's some things you gotta
I
check. on
actually
people
know
with,
why. I actually know
right?
why.
You gotta make sure they're all right.
historical.
You gotta make sure they know they exist. They didn't disappear.
I know the reason you're doing this. This is a cognitive defense mechanism in order to avoid dealing with the fact that you cannot bring the bottom half of a boat back. You guys know this. And this is why you run around and you try to come up with other things to talk about instead of the one thing on the table. How do you bring the bottom half
It's not
of a boat
that's,
back?
I mean, that's the point, right? Like,
You guys
if
will do
anybody's
anything to avoid the question.
No, if anybody's listening, like that is the point, right? So there's one explanation for boats disappearing on a globe, right? They say the only reason boats disappear is because the Earth's a globe. That's it. One thing. It's not light. It's not refraction. It's not the angular resolution. It's not the Rayleigh criteria. It's not the fog. It's not the atmosphere. We can see Jupiter. We can see Mars. We can see forever. Right. So there's only one explanation on a globe. Things disappear on a globe because the Earth's a globe, and that's it. Done.
This is you again doing the cognitive defense mechanism stuff.
No, but reality exists, right?
Hey, let me explain this very simple for you guys. For you to be able to observe,
it's just childish.
For you to be able to observe the half of the boat, you have to get it out of the water first, and then you'll be because half of the boat is in the water, so you can't see that. You know, when the boat is in the water. The bottom of it is in the water. You know this, right?
Yeah, I said that already. Oh, Scott.
Yeah. So he doesn't get this yet. He's like, you guys show me the bottom of the boat. Half the bottom of the boat, it's in the water, Scott. You can't see that.
That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
No, where's the bottom of the boat?
You should be ashamed of yourself, man. You really should.
Scott, where's the bottom of the boat?
You're asking someone to show you the bottom of the boat, and no, Scott is in the water.
I think everybody knows what I'm talking about, and you just, trying to do this dumb shit stuff again.
You see, like this. You see, you can't bring that into view when you're at the beach, bro. You can't do it.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna choose not to play the game.
What you asking for is it can't be done.
All right, you win.
Like you're asking for.
Did it disappear, or is it in the water?
This is just more cognitive defense mechanism.
If I put my hand,
Scott doesn't get it. He doesn't get it.
If I put my hand in the bag, did my hand disappear, or is it just in the bag? Is it like Scott? Come on, like you're like the magic guy, right? You like magic. You like these things disappearing. If I put my hand in the bag, did it disappear?
God, can we move on from this one? Because you know half of the boat is in the water. You know this, Scott, right? You do know this. Yes or no?
Wait. Did you say put a hand in the bag? Does it disappear?
this analogy because it's obstruction of vision, and that's the horizon.
I
So
can't
the
hear you.
boat is not.
So also
No,
the other guy.
The funny thing is but
Nah, that's not funny.
No Tanks
That's the
knows I
funny.
said like a dozen times it doesn't disappear, and he has to keep saying it's disappeared because he's just dishonest.
You
He's
asked for
lying.
someone to
He's
show
lying
Yes, I'm
you
to
the
with you,
support a
bottom of
Scott.
the boat.
delusion.
Scott is completely correct here, and it's unfair that you're like ganging up on him. He has a
No
point. You
Tanks is
haven't.
just lying, and he knows it.
Yeah, gang up.
And there's got to be a reason he lies to himself and us. And it's because he needs to protect some
I
stupid
like
idea of a
magic too,
flat Earth.
Scott. And I
mean,
know it has an
probably the
easy
same
argument.
reason
That's
why
all.
Nathan Oakley cowered and lied when I wrecked him
Settle it
earlier.
down, Nick.
Yeah.
You're just gonna
But
get
you know
muted
you're
by the
lying,
new
right,
guy.
Tone Tanks? You know you're
Like
lying, right?
whoever modding right now, you're gonna get muted again. Nobody's there. What do you mean?
But you know you're lying, right?
I
Tell
like
me you know
magic.
you're
Well,
lying.
that's the
Wait,
truth.
about the
That's
boat
why I
being in
love
the
the
water?
globe.
No,
Why? I think
no.
it's
The boat is
Alright,
in the
the most
water. The
fascinating
boat is
magic
in the
ever.
water. There's no. Doesn't matter. The boat is in the water. You get this? Get that part? And the
Or is
water,
it?
you know, when it's in the ocean,
I'm not playing your
when
stupid
you're in the
game,
water,
Jimsy. Not
when you're in the
playing your
water,
stupid
when you're
game.
in the water, right? When the boat is in the water,
Never mind.
the water itself is kind of like moving, you know, up and down. There's waves, and if you, as the observer, are looking across the water towards the boat, yeah, half the boat is gonna be not visible to the observer, right? Because it's in the water, right? And then when the boat is far beyond, there's gonna be, you know, more water in the way, more stuff in the way, and then it's not gonna be visible.
Ponder that for about an hour, Scott.
It's pretty simple. And then the water, when it goes up a little bit, then the water goes up a little bit, and then further down it's a little lower than the other water. You know, have you seen the water? It's up here, and over there it's a little lower, and then up here, and you know, it's like in the ocean it moves kind of like that. It does that a lot in multiple sections of the ocean.
Oh, someday. I wish you could understand how stupid you sound.
Yeah.
Someday.
Trying to
maybe
explain
you'll-
something
but
like you, like
from
that.
from somebody else's perspective, from a sane person's view, if you could just see for one moment how stupid you sound.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Thank
again,
you,
the
thank you.
globe has one argument.
Appreciate
The
it.
boat disappears
It's
bottom
like
first
a
through the
God
Earth curve,
reward
and that's it.
acknowledgement of stupidity.
Yeah, there's no undulations in the water for the Earth, for the for the Earth being a globe argument. Boats disappear not due to undulations in the water, and the small little waves in the foreground, having a larger angular apparent size closer up than the further away boat. Bottom of the boat. That's not a globe explanation. They don't have that. They have perfectly flat, smooth water. Look it up in like a picture. You're gonna say like, "Hey, Bill Nye, why do boats disappear on the horizon?" He's going to draw a perfect sphere and say, look, it's disappearing over perfectly smooth, flat, curved water. That's it. You got one explanation, and that's all you can stand on. But reality consists of more than one part. There's light. There's undulations in the water. There's the angle. There's the viewing angle, your height, the distance. There's the size of the object and the angular resolution and the all the Rayleigh criteria where things move up and down towards eye level. All of these things, all of these parts, you put them all together. You got the atmosphere. You got all these.
All of the above. Whatever you do, don't
put them all together into one coherent
That's one thing. No atmosphere, Earth globe.
Yeah, whatever you do, don't try to
Convince
pin
yourself
Scott
of your
down on.
insanity.
Don't try and pin Scott down on the distance at which this occurs. He doesn't like talking about that.
I'll talk about it all day long.
Yeah, you say, well, I don't know. It doesn't matter. How would I know? I have a life.
The distance is a function of the geometry and the optics.
And that occurs every time it disappears at that location?
No, because the geometry combined
There
with
you
the
go.
optics, the geometry and the optics will cause
So
it
wherever you need
to
it.
disappear
So
at
wherever
different
you need
places.
it. Wherever you need it, then.
That's how smart people understand reality.
Define smart people. Dude,
Everybody
you
who
fell
believes
for a
Earth's a
moon
globe.
golf TV show.
For a 6 foot observer,
Going back to moon golf.
Scott.
Scott, are you smart?
Yes, I am.
Why are you spending time with idiots?
Oh,
Why are you spending
because
time
I'm curious.
Why are you spending time with not smart people?
Because I used to be a student of psychology.
Observer,
and I
Scott.
think I am.
How far away is the sun?
Well, I get two
setting?
people roboting. Interesting.
On the water. Like for
The sun doesn't set on the water.
6
Ask a better question.
foot tall observer. How far away is the sun?
What shall I do?
Someone needs to know. Tank said he's roboting huge.
Hey, no tanks. Try to
How
drop
far
and come
away?
back. You're roboting.
Scotty, what shall I do in life to become smart?
I don't know how I became smart. I think I was born that way.
But you are one of that ones because I'm not.
Yeah,
I can give you a few pointers if you'd like.
I've always been better than all my classmates. I've always been the top of my class, so I don't know why.
I want to be like you.
You might
So
not be able
this
to.
is kind of like asking the wrong question, right? So this is like, can I increase my height? Well, you can't really, right? But you can wear bigger heels, and in the same way, like you can't really increase your IQ, right? But there are ways to sway people into thinking, well, you're more sophisticated and educated than you really are. And you can definitely like apply frameworks such as critical thinking if you haven't done those already, and be self-critical. But you can't really increase your IQ.
Aren't you the guy that Nathan Oakley embarrassed?
You can wear
earlier?
heels. That's my advice, right?
Are you wearing heels when Nathan Oakley embarrassed you?
Yeah, big heels. That's why I towered over him.
Nick, what is mile?
Wait, what? Can you repeat that?
You said, you know, when I will read this citation, and you said this is based on Earth dimension. You're saying miles are based on Earth dimension.
No. Wait. That was his claim, right? If we want to, okay, for the whole room, right? Essentially, I made a claim that we derive units from a granular level, and then we incrementally increase them, and we gain even larger units. So we go from, for instance, a meter to a kilometer,
Which units we
etc.
using
Right?
for measuring? Which units we using for measuring Earth?
I mean, units are interchangeable. So if you're talking distance,
which units we have in all educations? Do we have two types of units because we have American and English opinion? You know.
I think we're straying off the topic, but I can engage with this. So you're asking me what's the most used one?
Do we have a precise size in units?
Are you talking about weight? Are you talking about mass?
No, I'm talking about Earth.
Weight or volume? What do you want?
Earth, the planet Earth.
The distance, the circumference. What unit of what?
I'm asking you. Do we have any?
Nick, what are you doing to your mic, man?
Any range?
Sorry, I'm out hiking, so that's why I said it might be noisy. I might have to mute. I'm just trying to engage with this guy. But if it becomes too bad, I'll just mute. Because I can't change it.
Do we have any units for the Earth?
We have many units. Yes.
Okay, Earth is big, 225 kilos. Are we staying like that?
235 kilos. But
it's big, 250,000 kilos. Is that correct?
I'm unsure what you're asking.
No, that's stupid. That's stupid what I'm asking. Do we have any dimensions of the Earth in units?
Yeah, we have many. That's why I asked. You mean the circumference?
Can you tell me one of that in choose units whichever you want.
All right, so just pick any metric of Earth and give you any unit.
Yeah, no. Tell me the size of the Earth in any unit.
The sky of the Earth.
The size of the Earth.
Oh, the size. Okay, sorry. I believe it's about 40,000 kilometers, right? This the equatorial circumference. Yeah.
Okay, and what is the radius? in kilometers. You started with kilometers. Okay.
No, that is kilometers. 40,000 kilometers.
What
Yeah.
is the radius of the Earth in kilometers?
Oh, the radius.
Yeah.
Well, I'd have to calculate that in 1 sec.
It's 6,000 something. 6,700, I think. I will help you.
6,378 in my calculator. Yeah.
Okay. Can you type like this with 2 meter heights? How much I can see on these 40,000 kilometers Earth?
Never be able to see radius. What do you mean?
Yeah. How much I can see on this wall with 2 meter height?
Yeah, but then, yeah, okay, I'm trying to understand. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I just don't see how you would see the radius. You can only see.
You can type like this. How much I can see on the sphere with 2 meter height? And it will give you the answer.
Yeah, but no. Okay, so you're talking about the surface, not the radius, right? We're on the same level?
About the radius, about this sphere, you know.
Yeah, but you can't see the radius, man. You can't look into the Earth unless you like have a big hole.
The Earth curving in accordance to the radius, Durden.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but he asked me for the radius. That's why I asked. I tried to clarify like 4 times. Not to be a dickhead and assume anything. Thank you.
Yeah, that's the radius, and now we have 2 meter observer height, and now we will see how much it's curving on that rate with the distance.
So essentially, distance to the horizon is what you're asking. Just
yeah, that's what is written in every book. There is a geometrical horizon, and they're claiming the heliocentric model. It's telling you there is such thing.
No. Wait, you got it confused.
No. You got it confused. Look, listen to this. Heliocentric model, the sphere, it's telling you that is the radius and that is drop over distance. It's written in every educational system.
Yeah, so 2 times observer's height and then the radius of the Earth. But the problem is that's why I said it's not geometric. It's optical because it literally hinges on the observer height.
It is not optical. Nick, it's not optical. In heliocentric model, it is geometrical. It's not optical.
No, because if you change the observer height, then it changes.
No, you don't change the observer height. Let's see how much you can see with this precise observer height, okay? And then we go around.
Yeah, but you know what a geometric horizon is. That's like a physical place.
Man,
you realize that, right?
That's physical place.
Yeah. Okay. Can someone here help me out? I don't think I can like get through. I'm trying to say like a geometric.
You flat smacked yourself. Huh? You flat smacked yourself, Durden. There is no horizon based on the 3959 mile radius spheroid.
Nick, can I ask
you did it again?
Like this? I will ask you simply. If you have a basketball, can we measure from if you point the finger on the top, can we measure if you move, let's say, 10 centimeters from that ball? Can we measure that drop over distance on basketball?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you can.
Can we do that the same thing, the same method on the Earth?
Yes, of course.
Okay, let's do that.
But that's not the. Okay, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Yeah, no. The only point I'm.
Okay. Let's say you are 2 meter height, and now you have that dimensions. That is that radius, and it will tell you how much you can see. You man.
We already covered this.
I can tell you. I can tell you if you want, but it's somewhere like a 5-6 kilometers.
I don't know what the point being here. All I'm saying. My only contention was this. You asked me if it's geometric or optical, right? The horizon?
No, Nick, I don't need to ask you anymore. It is geometric in heliocentric model. They are saying that it is. You know, they are saying this with 2 meter observer height, you can see 5 kilometers.
What's the point of contention, though? So far, we're on the same page, I think.
Okay. Now listen to this sentence. With 30 centimeters height, okay?
Okay, repeat that?
With 30 centimeters height, with 2 meter height, we can see 5 kilometers.
Yeah.
This is observation in reality. 30 centimeters height, we see 18 kilometers.
No, we wouldn't see longer being lower. That's incorrect.
We see that in reality.
Oh, so do you have a video or something?
Yeah.
Cool. Let's see it. This was
Okay.
some foreplay, man. I like it. You must be really good as a partner, huh?
No, man, I can tell you something else, for example, without showing you that. Do you know what is Hungarian plane?
Do I know what plane is? Triangular?
Hungary.
Hungarian plane.
Yeah.
Rings a bell. Let me look it up. Sure, heard it before.
Okay.
I can't find anything in my notes. Humor me.
It's a big valley, you know. It's touching like 7 countries, you know, and it doesn't change elevation like a little bit, you know. It's a flat. It's called plain. You know?
Oh, I know now. It's there was like this royal person trying to measure it, right? At some point, and then he wanted to use that as like a reference. Or
Yeah,
am
I want to use all flat reference on all flat surface on the earth like a reference. I want to use that.
I mean, I'm sure we both agree that the Earth is not continuous everywhere, right?
Yeah, the earth is curving 8 inches per mile square everywhere. It should be like that.
There are no hills and no like holes or anything like that ever. Nowhere.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, you have the elevation
Your
change.
attempt to split hairs and resort to concrete thinking is pretty weak, Durden.
You have elevation change.
Oh, wait. I think like maybe I'm.
Dude, you just yap. Dude, you yap too much. You're not involving yourself in the conversation. You yap.
I've just been asked like question on question, and every time I try to talk, I'm
that's
asked.
what you do. You don't listen. You don't think about it. You just yap.
Okay, cool. I don't think I am.
That's very uncool, bro.
Can I tell you simply? Maybe we will understand. There is no measurable There is no measurable curvature in reality. That's the problem.
But then, how do you explain that we have maps that if you go and follow them, you end up the same place if you maintain a steady course?
Okay, if you run around a track, have you run around a ball?
Maps are spherical or what they are?
Wait, okay. This is an interesting point, right? This is correct. You could technically be running at an angle, right, continuously, and you would run in a circle, but you wouldn't run around something, even though colloquially we say we run around a track,
Welcome
right?
to flat Earth. You flat smacked yourself.
No.
No. You're so un-Tyler Durden, bro.
Bro, I am saying I acknowledge this phenomena exists. However, for you to apply it on Earth,
about circumnavigation as evidence of a ball in outer space. Then,
okay,
Durden.
this is flat Earth in a nutshell. Hey, have you ever been on a flat plane anywhere? And I'm like, yeah, sure. Like my driveway is flat. Welcome to flat Earth. Welcome to flat Earth. You just said the Earth is flat. Your driveway is flat. Like this is you.
No, man, let's go back to geometry again. You know, let's find out that curvature. Like basketball has, let's find out this one. You said that this is flat. No. Let's find out. On this distance, 10 miles should be that kind of drop, and it must be everywhere.
Wait, can you repeat that?
Hey, Durden, you're making a lot of noise, like typing stuff up in your mic.
I know I'm outside.
If you're anywhere in the world on the 10 miles, of course, not if you're on mountains, because you will find out, let's say, the beach, the water. On the 10 miles, there should be drop over distance, should curve the earth, the water. There is no such a thing in reality.
There absolutely is.
You cannot have the flat surface and say that's curving because it's flat.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm literally just saying what you're saying is untrue. It's not because that one is the other. No. You made a statement that on a flat Earth this cannot happen. I'm saying sure, but the Earth is not flat, and it does happen. I mean, what do you mean?
How it does happen? That's how.
Okay. Let's. You know what? Let's try something else. Okay, you've been leading the conversation, and I feel like, as much as I appreciate it, you haven't really.
Conversation because of that. If you understand the main point of matter, there is no measurable curvature in reality, and that is
I'm just saying.
Reality,
Okay.
man. That's the point. Reality.
He's giving you plenty of space to do what you do best, and that's rationalize cope instantly, no matter what is said to you, Durden.
Here's the thing. We either have a conversation to
Your mic
have
is
fun
wretched
and learn
dead.
something, or we have it to let off steam, right? If we're here to learn something and have fun, right? Yeah, if we're here to learn something and have fun, right?
Yeah,
And I'd
no,
say,
I agree with you,
We're
Nick.
having fun.
I'm trying to have fun at this, but so far I am, so it's fine. But I'm just saying,
cool, bro.
yeah.
Like
I'm just saying,
Sasha's kind of pointing out to you, like the things that we use in reality to establish a straight line, like a reference, right? To measure. We use level. Right? We say, okay, level is a straight line, and we're going to measure things in the vertical change, and that level is based on geometry. So we can use things in reality like water level and a plumb bob points down, and water level is horizontal. The plumb bob is perpendicular to horizontal, and we can use these things to measure if something's changing in elevation, whether it's going up or down from that straight line.
Yeah,
Yes,
like hills
agreed.
in our
Well said.
backyard. We can tell one's smaller or higher. Like you got a 2-inch high hill, a 5-foot hill, an 8-inch hill. But for some reason, you guys can't find the 8-inch curve of water. But in your backyard, you have no problem finding 8 inches differential of hills. What's the problem?
No, I hear the problem.
Same thing, correct?
Nick, do what another analogy? Elevation. Say my town is 100 meters high, and your town is 200 meters high, but you are 100 miles away from me. You know. Between us, there is a big curve. There is a big curve between us. You know. But there is not accounted. There is no. It's not accounted on elevation ever.
Right. Nobody can go sledding on the. Nobody can go to the water slide that's a mile high and slide down it. Nobody can go to the water sledding place where the ice is a mile high on a curve and you can just slide down without resistance. I mean,
Do you
come
know
on.
what they don't understand? When you have the Atlantic, let's say Atlantic Ocean, and you're coming from Europe to do America, let's say, and I'm only imagining the globe. When you
They
touch
don't
the
know they're on a
beach,
mountain because the earth's so big they couldn't tell they're on a mountain. They'd be like, "No, we don't know."
yeah, but they need to understand when you touch the beach of the America, that water that water is finished. That means the land now underground should to curve, and you have elevation up. Do you understand that? All that from the east to the west coast should curve, and you need to account on that. No, you're not accounting on that. You're counting on sea level all the time, all the continent.
Nah, they can't do that. Earth's too big. They can't find sea level.
Nick,
Right,
you know the
I
Earth is
think
flat, right? You get it, Nick, right?
I don't get it, but I think what you said before is reasonable about applying geometry and to natural phenomena and sort of like trying to gauge whether or not yeah. I
So
agree with
hills
that.
in
That was
your
a
backyard are beyond you. That's like too smart for you. A couple hills.
no.
In your
I said
backyard.
that. I said
No,
that
I
was
did.
smart. What do
I
you mean?
said
I agree with
the
it.
surveyors can tell whether it's a 2-inch hill or an 8-inch hill. You guys can't tell whether it's a 2-inch fucking hump of water. There's a problem here, brother. Don't
It's
run
not
past
a
the point.
Nick, the thing is the thing that you're like not you maybe it's not even you know it's flat, right? But the thing that's claimed, this globe, it's not even a possible thing that could be, because the thing that we use to measure level and horizontal, right, is water, right? And then they're saying that the water that we use to establish a horizontal plane of reference is curving. So then they're saying, well, look, the water is falling down away from the water level. The water's horizontal, but the Earth's a globe, so the water's falling away from the water. It's not a possibility. It's an
I think
impossible thing.
I think that statement resonates, and I do understand why people would support that. Though I will say this, here's why, right? I've been told, and although I acknowledge I haven't been able to prove this, nor will I try to prove this today, I've heard that the counter argument to that is at a macro level, we have gravity play a role. And so, no, water is not reference horizontal. even though colloquially we say the horizon or that water is flat. Or yeah, no, I said I'm not going to try to prove that. That's not my
Well, no
position. I'm not
problem.
going to.
Yeah,
But
no
I'm just
problem.
saying
But if that's the case, then you can't measure the Earth to be a globe because the water is curving. The same thing that we're using to establish a horizontal plane of reference to prove that the Earth is a globe is curving. So then there's no proof of the globe curving.
Yes, because you can have tangents all the way, and you can measure those.
What
and
are you going to use to establish a tangent?
Well, I guess they have used, right? Because the French did it already.
What tool am I going to use? I'm going to grab a water level and I'm going to hold it on the top of a hill, right? I'm going to say here's the other end of it, and I'm going to establish a tangent using the water level. Is that curving also?
No, I think the French did it. They did it where they had like two people, unironically, go out and then they had like a camera or a binocular or something, and then they measured the furthest distance they could, and they found a mark, and then they went to the next.
Nick, there is 1,000 people who did observation 2000. 1918, 2024, 1,000 people. There is no drop over distance in reality. Do you know that?
Like Nick, we can make a tangent. You and me, we can make a tangent on a ball in the room, right? Like we can do that, right? We can get like I can get a level at Home Depot, and then I can put it perfectly level on top of the ball, right?
Yeah.
And then that'll be a tangent to that ball. But on Earth here, the tool that we use to establish straight lines is the thing that they're saying is curving.
The tool. Wait, what? Who says that?
The tool that we use to establish horizontal planes and horizontal lines, at parallel to each other, first floor of a hotel, second floor, third floor, vertical plumb bobs, levels, water levels. These tools that we're using to create straight lines, which would be a tangent on top of a basketball in the bedroom or whatever. That tool, they're saying, also curves.
Wait, but we got to be clear here because maybe I'm not getting it. So, and you're doing a good job of me getting it and catching me up to speed. So thank you, right? But do you mean when you say these tools curve, do you mean like the physical attribute is curved as well? Like if you had, because it almost sounds like you're saying, well, they're going to pull out a physical ruler and that ruler is going to stretch as far as the eye can see and that's going to curve throughout. I'm pretty sure that's not what you're saying, but that's what it sounds like.
It's not actually going to curve, not actually in reality. But there's the thing that we use to establish a horizontal. No, the thing that we're using to establish these references, like a plumb bob, right, or a level, right? We know it's a straight line. We use it all the time as a straight line, A to B. Shortest distance between A and B would be in the horizontal position, would be a straight line. Yeah, that tangent.
Agreed.
Okay. What tool are we going to use to establish that?
Well, you could use any tool, right? You could use a ruler, a laser, like that's why I asked. Like the tool, can vary, right? But that's why I asked. Like, are you saying that the globe? Well, the goal position is that if you stretch out a ruler, like a physical ruler or some form of like thread, that the thread is going to curve throughout, or the ruler is going to curve throughout the whole way.
Well,
Pretty sure that's not a position.
That's what you stated earlier. You said, well, the counter argument is that due to gravity, like the potential equipotential onto the water surface will curve the tool, will curve the water.
No, okay, so you're saying if the water is the tool. Okay, yeah, then I agree. Then we're on the same page. Yes, I am saying that.
Okay, I thought you meant, if your endless ruler was extended over the water, the ruler would be going straight, and you think the water would be curving.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Okay, well, now 100%. check reality. We understand your hopes and dreams, Durden.
Okay, but like, so here's what I'm saying, right? And I vaguely remember stating this pretty clearly, right? I have not been able to demonstrate this, nor will I try to demonstrate that. My argument, right, rests entirely on its own, on space imagery and NASA, right? And other space agencies. That's why I said I'm not going to try as a bullet point or any way of arguing globe Earth to measure any distance to the horizon or drop or lack thereof, right? That's not my route.
Dreams are noted. Your naivety is also noted. Your gullibility in mass also noted.
But
TV. Yeah, Durden.
I am kind of having fun with this. I'm not gonna lie.
I'll point out
But-
one last thing to you, right? They say that the Earth curves 8 inches per mile square, 1.2 times the square root of observer's height in feet, whatever, right? So in 1 mile, it would be 8 inches lower on one side. So just to give you like a like something to compare it to, because somebody had mentioned earlier, like run around a track. That's a circle. Circles in it is it two-dimensional shape, I guess, right? So that's in a plane. So a circle. You run around a track, like a high school racetrack, at the high school. That's a quarter mile. That's a quarter mile. So run around that 4 times, and you'll be 8 inches lower.
No, because you already said that's a 2-day space, right? And so when you try to map a 2D space onto a 3D reality, what's going to happen is either A, you're not going to be able to, or B, it's going to have a third dimension. You're not just really acknowledging it. And even if you're not assuming that it was finally like a perfect 0-degree angle throughout, right? Still no, because it's still a
This is going over his head, dude.
It's not. No. Okay. Put it like this, Larry. I don't think anybody's saying that if you walk straight, don't forget about running around in a track, right? Even if you run straight, you're not going to be lower or taller if you walk closer. People aren't saying that. People are saying you're getting less visible, right? Vicious.
Yeah, they are. But you and me know the Earth is flat, Nick. That's what I'm saying. They are saying that you're lower in the distance.
Yeah, you just told me that the water was curving under the ruler, bro. Make up your mind.
Yeah. It is.
Okay,
it is.
so-
Yeah. Okay. I think we're done with this kind of the argument. I think like my final question sort of would be this, right? I think, right, it's logical to say that people in here on either side are fairly competent, right? Critical thinking people can do due diligence, can read papers.
You're not applying critical thought, though, bro.
Okay, say I'm not one of them, then, right?
Rationalize you
Alright.
sputtering out however you must.
Okay. Remove me from the pot, right? I'm not adequate.
okay.
No. Okay, that's fine. Without
Okay,
me
so
in
the
it, right?
So you and all the globe enthusiasts, you can discount from using critical thought. Go on.
Oh, all of them. That's crazy. Wait, how did you get to that?
Yeah. Well, have you heard one in here who proved the globe critically?
I haven't heard anybody prove to
It's all
either.
wishful thinking, bro. It's wishful thinking. That wishful thinking isn't critical thought. You and Scott
are we
have the same
having
brain
a
worm.
conversation? Or are you just gonna yell at me? 'Cause this is crazy. Come on,
Oh,
let's
get
talk.
over it, Durden. Get over it, tough guy.
When are you just gonna mute this fucking idiot?
How am I an idiot? I've been polite the whole way through.
He was talking to me.
You're retarded. You have no critical thought whatsoever, bro.
No, he wasn't.
I was trying to present an original
statement that you're just dying to give as you sputtered out.
I'm trying to present an original thought, okay? All I'm saying is this. If we have a dichotomy where you're either flat Earth or globe Earth, we're not going to account for anything else. So it's just going to be a dichotomy, right? Okay, if that is the case and you split the people, you could even say remove 5% who thinks it's something else. It might be concave, it might be 40, 5D, whatever, right? See, 95% of people are supporting either A or B. Cool. The divide is probably... Yeah, and then let's say remove 5% because just they're not adequate, right? They don't know what to support. They haven't made up their mind. It's just going to be arbitrary, right? 90% of people left. Cool. You have 90% of people, and the split is probably going to be something like 60 to 30, and that's charitable. I think it would even be higher than that. But let's just say twice as large. Then you say, well, we're not going to assume that either side is more intelligent than the other, right? Unless, of course, you are going to say that, but then you're going to have to substantiate it.
One side hasn't shed their gullibility. Go on.
No, but here's the problem, though. Like I run into all the time is this: if you accumulate all this,
is this really helping you?
Yes, because if you accumulate all the brain power, right, on either side, then ultimately what you're going to end up with, and critical thinking, and gullibleness, and intellectrometry, what you're going to end up with, one side has twice as many people, it's twice as big of an army, and you're never going to win. So how certain that somehow figure the right answer, and even though they're equally capable, I mean, I don't
turn to absolute crap. Your mic is absolute crap right now.
Hey Nick, your mic is getting shittier as you go on, But
Okay, my
this is
bad.
the thing, right? Like, it doesn't matter who's what. Like, so in the past, everybody knew the Earth was flat. Now, right? You seen the Men in Black, right? So 500 years ago, everybody thought the Earth was flat, right? So that didn't make it true just because everybody thought it. And they came back. Apparently, they fought up battle, and now everybody thinks the Earth's a globe, right? It doesn't matter about it. These numbers or who thinks what. It is what it is. And the thing is, the Earth is flat. You said there's no elevation change of a straight line over any distance. Like nobody's going to be taller or shorter over a greater distance. There's still people who are can't wrap their head around it. Like, you're a flat earther now, that's good. But there's still people who say no, they're shorter off in the distance. And eventually you're going to explain it to them like, you're not shorter off in the distance. You're at the same elevation. Elevation change is measured in the vertical. Vertical is perpendicular to horizontal, and horizontal is level. And you're going to say, therefore, the Earth can't be a globe. And they're going to be like, boom, I get it. I saw pictures on TV from outer space, but that doesn't mean that reality is different. Reality is that we're at the same elevation. And they're going to get it. It's not going to even take them long. Flat Earth takes over quick. It's easy. Everybody gets it.
I don't get it still. But I guess here's why, right? I think like when you're using words, you have to be precise. And when you say shorter, that refers to a local height, right? Whereas
They're
some
not at a
people will say
lower elevation. Yeah, an elevation change is measured in the vertical.
yeah, but when you talk about people's height, which you did, right? That's not really about vision or a local phenomena. It's it's about a unit of measurement, right? That doesn't change.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
No big deal. Whatever elevation they are on that straight line, right? So if they're standing on the straight line at whatever, right, and they're 6 foot tall and 5 foot tall, no matter what distance away, they're still going to be at the same elevation. They're still going to be at 5 foot tall and 6 foot tall. Yeah, and we're going to measure the change in elevation from that horizontal line.
Yeah, but that's where we disagree, though. So I'm saying, well, the elevation will change, but their height, their individual height, right, as a person, is going to remain the same. But you're conflating the two because you're using height interchangeably. So you're
Don't
both
worry about
using
it
it
being a
for
person. A 6 foot tall stick is not going to change. It's going to be 6 feet tall further down the line, and we're going to measure it in the vertical. It's going to be 6 feet up from the line.
But your vision will be obstructed, so it'll be less visible. So you might say, well, it's only. Yeah, but that's the whole argument, right?
Well, I mean, earlier I did state that it is kind of it's a hijack. So the globe is just simply a hijacking of perspective put into orthographic view. That when you see things farther away, right, they appear to get smaller and smaller, and you're like, okay, it's getting lower because it's getting smaller as it goes away, so therefore it's getting lower because you.
Oh yeah, but it does happen. I agree, that happens, but that also happens in the flat Earth. So the globe is more than that because it also adds the elevation change, right? The curvature. Well,
no, they don't.
Perspective.
They don't even. No, they don't add perspective. They say that's the globe. They're saying you're literally 8 inches shorter off in the distance because you look smaller. That's it.
No, because you're obstructed from the horizon, right? That you'll be lower than the horizon. So the horizon, you'll stand behind the horizon, right? That there's an obstacle.
A mile away, there's the horizon's behind you. You're just at a mile away.
Yeah. So a mile away, nothing will be different. I mean, of course,
you'll be small. You just observe it as somebody smaller. But me and you both know that nothing actually shrunk. It just looks smaller.
Yeah.
And it's still along the straight line, right? Over a frozen lake, it would still be the lake, the water would be horizontal, and it would just.
I mean, even looking. Yeah, I mean, even going out on your road, if you see the cars down the road, I mean, I'm sure even you would say they look small, right? You could even hold up your finger and cover them. So, I mean, this isn't about like optics or.
Disappear if you're on a straight enough road. Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth once again. You're setting records, my friend.
Okay.
Nick, you don't get it, but you get it at the same time. You don't know that is the argument for the globe. That's how they prove the globe. They're like, look, things are getting smaller in the distance, and then you can't see them anymore. Why can't you see them there, Nick? Well, because of Earth curve.
No, but that's okay. Come on now, because now you're not being honest. The globe position is not that optically people get so small or objects get so small, and that's why we have a globe. It's because, yes, they get smaller optically, but then also at some point, if they travel away from us or we travel away from them, curvature will make it so they're obstructed completely. And that will happen continuously.
That's your wishful thinking creeping in once again.
I'm not saying I'm going to defend that. I'm just saying, like, make the correct position.
Okay,
at least, right?
so you agree it's absurd. You agree it's absurd then?
No, I don't. I can't prove how a car engine works.
What are you doing? Just floating it out there?
I'm saying I can't prove that my car engine works or how it works, but I can drive my car, right?
Well, why, if you don't think it's absurd, why wouldn't you defend it? Because that's what you're claiming it is.
Because my car can run, and I know it has an engine, and the Earth is...
No. Apples, oranges.
Okay, I mean, it's okay that you don't buy the analogy, and one is more grandiose than the other, I agree.
Oranges, bro. The Earth is either curving away or it's not. When you talk about reality and water, you acknowledge that it's flat, and then you go to this. Well, but if you go far away, I mean, dude.
No, I said no. Okay, what I said is this: locally, yeah, because the change of elevation and curvature is so small, then I would say it's flat colloquially, right? But if we're being nitty-piggy about it and we're going actual mathematics, yeah, then I would not say that it's flat. I would say it's very slightly.
Wishful thinking.
Huh? Okay, but then how do you explain pictures from space, man?
How would you measure something flat or not?
How do you explain pictures from space then? Like, I don't get it.
The pictures are
How do you explain Mothra?
Yeah.
How do I explain opera?
Mothra.
I don't know. I'm not familiar with Mothra. What's that?
The giant moth who is always in a fight with Godzilla.
Oh, it's a creature. I'm not familiar with that creature.
It's a myth. It's fake, not real. That's how you explain the water ball that you've seen pictures of.
Yeah, the really far away place that you mentioned, Nick, they have a size. They tell you 3959, 8 inches per mile squared, right? They have a size, and if so then people have gone out, myself included. You go out, you take an observation at whatever of a known object at a specific distance, and you say, "Let me see if I can see it," and then you can see it, and you're like, "Well, it should be hidden behind 60 feet of Earth curve. How come I can see it? Because I zoomed in. That's it. Or I got up higher and got a bigger angle, right? I got a larger angle to the bottom of this object. So I increase my elevation, I increase my angle, and I can resolve the object. It's not due to Earth curve. I mean, it's a done deal. So if you go and make that observation, you could find the same thing, but you already know inherently that things aren't actually smaller in the distance. They just appear smaller. You didn't actually shrink. You just appear smaller. I'm not shrinking you. I'm not crushing you because I put my fingers up when you're far away and squeeze them together. You're over there.
Agreed,
yeah,
but then
the straight line didn't bend over distance.
That's where you lose me, though, because the thing that so if we're discounting space and we're only staying on Earth, since you're going to call CGI, I don't agree. I think we could disprove that with photo forensics. But if we're just going to stay on Earth, because it's going to be a long conversation.
Okay, CGI or a lens or some other post-production.
Like edited imagery.
A lens can create curvature, correct?
It can create the illusion of curvature. It can create curvature.
Okay, why don't you show us a picture of... Well, okay,
you're using obfuscating language again. You're saying it can create...
the picture of Earth you're talking about. Let's start there. Show us the picture. Which one?
I linked some earlier, but I can find it again if you don't mind waiting. But
no rush. Go on. I'll shut up. Go on.
Maybe it's still there in the side chat if you can control that. I'm on my phone.
It's going to school. Yeah.
Okay, I'll search it.
But
does he not know about the second law of thermodynamics?
Yeah, I do. I am familiar with gas pressure without a container. Also, I have never seen the container demonstrated, nor the distance to it, or what it's made of. So I can't take that on, at face value. But here's the thing, right? here's the thing. I don't get like if Larry said something that kind of like it's like the most challenging thing with the globe. I think right. It's the everyday thing because I think thermodynamics, space, I get it. Like those things are a bit like arbitrary and hard to like really wrap your head around. And gravity and like a macro scale just becomes difficult. I get it. So I'm with Larry that perhaps the most feasible thing to do is just go out and look at it, and that's like the only place I'm kind of like hesitant to say I'm 100% pro globe, right? Because you're correct in the thing that when measured and when looked at, sure as hell looks very flat, right? Not saying that it is, but I'm saying it appears that way to me. And so the only place I'm really like hesitant is that. But I would say this. It seems to me that if I'm at like an ocean side or if I'm at like I haven't been on ground where it's possible to see flat throughout. There will always be hills where I live and stuff, but maybe one day. But it seems that the higher up I go, the more I can see. And that kind of goes against the flat earth, right? Because you should be able to see the same regardless. It shouldn't really change. Only
No, bro. No. Well, at a football game, they have coaches up in the skybox on a walkie-talkie to the guys standing on the sideline. Why?
No, wait. What do you mean? I'm saying like if there's no obstruction.
Why do they have coaches in the skybox on walkie-talkies to the coach standing on the sideline if they all see the same thing?
I don't watch much football, but I would guess it's because the players or the coaches. Okay.
You see higher up. It's the reason why people stand on each other's shoulders at concerts. Higher up you get, the further you can see.
Yeah, but you're kind of making my argument, right? Because you're saying, well, the reason why people get up high is because there's obstruction on ground, right? And on a flat Earth, that would be or on a flat place, even that would be the players or the cars or.
Okay, so you think if you get high up enough, you can peek around the curve?
Well, there's going to be a new curve. That's why I said it's optical. Yeah, there's going to be a new spot you can't see past, but it's going to be further away, right? So that's why I said it's optical.
Well, just get higher.
Yeah, exactly. Space. That's kind of like why I led with that. Highest you can go.
You've gone from seeing too far to round and coming in some imaginarium where you've mixed the two arguments together now.
No, they're not mixed together. I said I get why you don't want to go there. That's the highest up you can get.
It doesn't matter how high. Listen, if you're on the ground climbing a tower, it doesn't matter how high you are. If the Earth is the 3959 mile radius ball they say it is, it would be curving away from you. No matter how high.
Put it like this. Have you ever been at a harbor and went into a light tower? Ever? Because I have. I in fact have done this.
Sure, yes.
And I acknowledge that a light tower is also for ships to see in, right? I get that, but I'm just saying that the reason I bring up a light tower is because that's the only like real building that's even like close to water, because nobody really builds that tall next to water. I think it's illegal even because the ships get like fucked with or something like that. But so the reason why I bring it up is because if you stand on a shoreline or a harbor, even though you might be slightly elevated due to you're literally standing on wood or stone maybe, when you go into the tower, you still see further than you did on ground. And that would only happen on a globe Earth, because on a flat Earth, assuming assuming of course you have binoculars or
you're so confused to say that could only happen on a globe Earth.
Well, mathematically,
make that clear to you.
Well, mathematically,
you're so confused, bro.
Okay, then explain it to me, because like if you have a flat plane and you have elevation, then yes, the angle will be different to the edge, but it would still be visible. There would be an angle, right? There wouldn't be an angle on it. Yeah, I mean, you're not saying there.
I don't even know how to untangle you, but a moment ago you were trying to tell us that when like a boat disappears standing at the beach, then that's the obstruction. But you say you go up higher, and the boat you can see out further. So there is no. I guess that's how you flat smacked yourself earlier. There is no geometric drop off.
It's optical. What do you mean?
Okay,
It's optical, right?
okay. So the Earth's not curving away from you. How far
It
you can
absolutely
see
is.
and what you can see is based on your observer's height and the conditions of the day. When if the Earth
No,
were a ball, it would be curving away from you
it is. It
at a
is. Okay.
specific
Okay.
rate. No, just
Okay.
because
Okay.
you insist it is.
Hear me out for once, okay, man? Come on.
Dude, I've heard you out. I've been listening to you all morning. Go ahead.
Right. I'm saying this. The
And you
Earth
sound the
is, in
same as
fact,
all the other the confused ones.
the Earth is, in fact, like geometrically, right? Physically curving, yes. But what you call the horizon, what you can see on top of it, right? That's curving with it. The point that you can see will change. So what we call the horizon, the point, right? The tangent to your vision limitation will change. So that part is optical. I'm not saying that just because what we call the horizon, the point, right? The single point where your vision stops. I'm just saying that's optical. I'm not saying because that's optical, then the whole thing's optical. There's still a physical attribute, a physical curvature happening, right? And my whole point with this was that, yeah, it's a good point to say that, oh, well, it looks flat, and if you go and measure it, it's hard to see drop. But you can, in fact, see drop if you ever went to a harbor or maybe a beach. I don't know if beaches have buildings, but if you actually look at a binocular or you have like some form of optical zoom and the weather conditions are fine, then you can actually follow a ship or a boat. And what you'll notice is when you're on ground, you can run up in the light tower and you'll catch it still.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
Does anybody want to show him fucking Chicago from 57 miles away?
Yeah, this claim that this could only occur because of the sphericity of Earth is absurd.
I don't know any other way it could happen. Let me put it that way.
Well, but you're the one telling us that it's flat locally, correct?
No, I'm saying it's perceived as such, right? It's
Oh my God! Okay,
you
you're
would
the one
call
that's
it.
saying it's perceived, for all intents and purposes, it's flat locally, correct?
That's what you would call it, sure. Yeah.
Okay, so since you don't watch football, neither do I, but I know where the coaches go. At a race car race, they have spotters up in the top of the stadium talking down to the crew and the driver. Why?
Yeah.
We're talking
Probably
about a
because they're.
locally flat. We're talking about a locally flat area. Why does
Yeah,
it?
no, yeah.
Why does it? Why do they see more when they go up high? Because this only happens as a result of a curvature.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you could go. That's like
What
saying,
you
wait,
said.
why do people? Wait. Come on.
You
This is like
acknowledge that
saying.
you insisted that, Durden?
I will run with your analogy and I will give you an answer. But this is like saying if people go upstairs, right, to look through to go to the cinema because the cinema is on the second floor, that proves curvature because they can't see the cinema from the ground floor. Hell no! Like this is a bad analogy. There are different reasons as to why people.
If you sit too close to the screen and immerse yourself in the show, you can't see the edges.
No, I'm sure. Okay, put it like this: what you're explaining is what we call obstruction, and obstruction can happen for a wide variety of reasons. You could put up your hand next to your eyes, and you would be
not just because of the curvature of the Earth. Woo! That was a close call.
No. The optical phenomena we're talking about specifically related to the horizon, that could only happen. But any obstruction, like you could take your hand up in front of your eyes, that doesn't really prove anything in terms of shape of the Earth. That's just obstruction at its core, right? You could even have like sunglasses on, and you'd be slightly obstructed because you can't really see at the bottom or the top. Or you could have an eye patch, and you can only see out of one eye, right? I mean, there are plenty of ways to obstruct your vision,
right?
Yeah, or that would be totally obstructed, unless you're going to become Daredevil. But yeah, I mean, what you're saying is just. Huh? I know. I'm just saying, like, yes, absolutely, you can obstruct vision, both locally, but on a grand scale, when we look at water and water side,
the only reason
that
is
obstruction.
We get it.
Yes. And I haven't heard that debunked, man.
You've just made the same claim and insistence
because that's really cumbersome. And you might even flat out deny that we did it in the first place. But in any which case, it costs a lot of money, right? So the easiest thing to do by trial and error is go on a local flat area, such as the seaside, and test this. And I did that, and I brought up how it kind of like aligns with the globe position, because there is this drop where at some point you will not follow a ship anymore as it travels away from you. And if you rush up a light tower next to you on the same seaside, you will be able to catch it still for a little while until it disappears again. Now, this cannot happen on a geometric flat plane, because in any which case, assuming of course the weather conditions and the site is not obstructed, you would be able to see all the way to the end, assuming of course it is finite, right? I'm not thinking you guys are saying it's infinite. I hope not. I haven't heard it, but yeah, so you'd be able to see it all the way. It wouldn't well, yeah, I could, because you can traverse around.
Flawed.
Where is it flawed though?
It's dude, you know, a periscope from like 2 feet above the water can reach 100 freaking miles, dude, and the data fucking brings it back. It's line of sight.
No, I did not know that. And here's the thing, right?
Here's the thing. Wouldn't work. A periscope wouldn't work if you had Earth curve.
Okay, I mean, prove that. Okay, prove all what you just said. Prove like the periscope couldn't work.
Prove
the distance claim.
Time in the Navy.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're gonna have me take your word for it, and that being like the debunk of everything I said, I pretty much want to have some sort of
no, I don't want
substantiate.
I don't want you to take my
Then don't bring it up, please.
I don't want anybody to take my word for it. I want them to check themselves.
I did that. Hello? Did you do it?
Yeah, I did the research for myself. Go check.
And you
go
could see 140,000 miles.
Full resolution, like distance.
You're saying you can see 140,000 miles? Is that what you said?
Oh, so you're pushing back the goalpost. I got you.
I'm asking you. No, I'm asking you to clarify. I don't want to straw man your position.
No. You're pushing back the goalpost. No, you're pushing back the goalpost. You're not asking me shit. You're pushing back the goalpost.
No, I can't. I don't have perfect recall, man. I ask you for the number you said. How many miles did you say the periscope? 2 feet above surface level.
100.
100 miles. Okay, 100 miles. Sorry, that's all I asked, man. Don't like make a big deal out of it. Okay, so you're saying you have,
and even from 7 feet. Okay, so here's another thing. Even from 7 feet. Okay, let's bring the periscope up more, because it does have these submarines come up at different heights. The periscopes are viewing distance at different heights of the periscope. So let's take the periscope up to 7 feet. Okay, and let's say that periscope is seeing 100 miles across the water from 7 feet. How do you justify that on your globe Earth with a 3959 radius? Go.
All right, so wait, before we go there, or I can say it first. My answer, no, it's fine. Don't laugh. How do I justify it? I haven't seen the data first, so I would look at the data first. I haven't seen that, so I wouldn't try to justify anything on the words alone. I would need measurements, right? You haven't given those, so that would be my answer. But we could even just assume that they're correct and they're there, right? For the fun of it. Even though I highly doubt it, and I would never engage in it if it was like an actual project without seeing the data, because you could just pull them out of your ass. Just granting that they might be true, I would say that there are other phenomena that could play a role. Either your measurement, like how you take the measurement to the 100 miles, could be flawed. Maybe you've marked the wrong point. Maybe the tangent you're trying to measure is flawed. And if those are both correct, then maybe there's a different force at play. It could be that light is bending, like what we call refraction, right? How light behaves, especially around different heat temperatures. But in order to even begin explaining those, you'd have to look at the data and how you measured it and how you gathered it, right? You couldn't just say, well, debunk this metric that I haven't showed at all. GG, right? Like that's not how science works, or any conversation in good faith works, for that matter. So yeah. That would be my answer. And then what I was going to ask you when you laughed is this, right? On your device, you said your periscope, you started at 2 feet and you moved it up 7 feet, and you could even continue to move it up, right? Maybe you have a building, maybe you have some a ladder or a lifting device, or maybe you have a building, right? Whatever it is. If you elevate your device, you would see further, no? This is where you respond.
This is where you get ignored because you made a point, an actual point that no one wants to address.
Okay.
What do you think his point is? What do you think his point
I'll
is?
address it.
BTF chimes in
I'm
again.
sorry. I'm getting coffee.
What a great time to get coffee.
Anytime's a good time to get coffee.
I mean, how am I going to take this seriously? Like, somebody's going to try to, like, pummel my whole position, and then as I go to respond...
Valley Girl voice in a PFP of Tyler Durden. Oh my god, how are we supposed to take you seriously?
No, but did he just walk away?
Great, and now we're resorting.
Dude, I just said too. Repeat it.
That's great.
No, but
now
like,
we're insulting it for the PFP.
Repeat it again. I was imitating him. I'm sorry you interpreted that as an insult. Repeat it. We're all doing other things. We're not hanging on every last word, bro.
As simple as that. It's an ad
And
hominem.
now your cheerleader's going to fog it up. Great.
It's attacking the person, not the point. That's an ad hominem. It's just by definition.
Dude, I didn't hear his point.
All right.
Do you want me to restate it? Okay. I'll say it again.
Your cheerleader's doing backflips across the field for absolutely no reason. So yeah.
I don't know this dude, although I do appreciate him backing me up.
Trying to have.
He's not listening to you. He's just cheerleading for you.
What do you mean cheerleading? Like that he agrees with me? Sure. I mean, or that he thinks it's unfair that you're yelling over.
Bro. Repeat it.
Right. I just asked the woman.
Reform it. There's a new listener every couple minutes, so just stop being so difficult. We're all doing other things. Sometimes we're hanging on every word. Sometimes we're multitasking. So relax, Durden.
Okay, so do you want me to restate my position or my response to her claim?
Just get us back on track, since the cheerleading routine kind of threw us all off.
All right, back on track. Where were we? Retracking this conversation, I would say where we went off track was looking at the shoreline, right? I brought up how if you invoke mathematics and you have a flat plane, then any elevation you should be able to have a tangent any distance away, not being obstructed, of course, and assuming weather conditions be visible at any distance, right?
You can't see forever. The clearest of clear days, the air is not transparent. There's a dust storm somewhere. There's fog elsewhere. You can't see forever, bro. And what are you expecting to see? How tall is the thing you're expecting to see in the first place? If you check the weather channel, they'll give you the visibility conditions of the day. They don't say, "Oh darn, we don't have a perfect conditions where we see forever," but here's what you can see, folks. Yeah.
Okay, wait. So are you saying?
Hold on. The guy was cheerleading over you, thinking you had a gotcha with, "Shouldn't we see forever if the Earth was flat?" That's what he did his whole routine over.
You don't hear. Okay, either you didn't hear what I said, or you're just trying to straw me, right? Because what I did say was in fact this, right? In mathematics, without any obstruction of vision, right? We're talking now not about a 3D space where we have.
We're talking about reality.
We use mathematics because we derive them from nature. We derive them from reality.
Optics have, listen, your eyes have limitations. Okay. Optics have limitations. If you're standing in the thick fog, you can't see across the street.
Yeah, and if you have your hand up in front of your eyes, you can't see either, right? That's why I said, assuming.
If you're Stevie Wonder, we already did this thing.
Yeah, so we don't. Back then. Yes, correct. So we don't send out Stevie Wonder on a bad weather day. We pick a good
forever should be over now.
Listen, homie. We don't send out Stevie Wonder on a bad weather day. We send out normal people with normal eyes on good weather days, and this is where we do our measurements, right? We don't, because I do acknowledge that weather exists, And I do acknowledge that it can
And
be
even on
cumbersome.
good weather days, there are limitations.
Wait, is it only roboting for me?
Have nothing to do with the geometric parameters of this 3959 ball, mind you.
Wait. I can hear you, but you're. Am I roboting right now, or is it him?
A little bit.
He came through clear. He wasn't roboting. Must be you.
It's me. Fuck, man.
No,
you're
so
roboting
you're
through
good
Scott.
now. You're good now. You had a moment where it was a little shaky, but you're good.
Okay, is it better now?
It's fine.
Testing.
It was better moments ago, but yeah, you're fine. We hear it loud and clear.
Okay, it's better now. I fixed it. I'm out on a hike and I'm heading home now, so I think it might be.
Now you cut out.
Yeah, you lost your satellite.
Okay, while we got this glober here and satellites, how do satellites orbit?
In the mind of Arthur C. Clarke.
Because the last week I've been on this topic, like every day I've been trying to ask people this. So this glober seems to know it all. So he should have the
Now it
answer.
works.
You back, Nick? Nick's on a hike.
No, it works now. It works now. It works now. I can hear you loud and clear.
Welcome back.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did you hear the new question?
No, I had to redo the. I had to go in and out and redo the signal for the satellite.
Okay. Well, here's a question from me. But it's about satellites too, because you brought it up. How do satellites orbit?
Damn, man, you need something with a degree in physics to even begin to describe that. I would say there is this sort of what we call there's this. I forget the term, but when something is in constant motion, but it's also in a constant drop due to gravity, it orbits. It's called something specifically in physics, but the name escapes me right now.
I'm trying to do it. I want like Mr. Beast or like Logan Paul to like send Prime into orbit, and I want to see it on like a 4K camera because we have those now.
Oh yeah, they've done those. I mean, it's not like NASA is the gated company that has the only tools to orbit anything. Of course, there is restrictions. Everybody can't just send out shit in space because launch capabilities are considered weapons, right? But there are plenty of companies that have done this. I mean, you have the Roscosmos, you have the Europe space station. It's called ESA agency, and then you have. Of course, NASA. You have Blue Origin, SpaceX. I mean, even Red Bull send a guy.
Because I've been trying to find for a long time a link, like a straight up. I click the link to this video, and it puts me into this satellite that's orbiting, and I can see in the camera that it's orbiting. That's all I want to see.
Pretty sure you can find videos. Do you want to like a live stream, or what are you looking for?
Anything, man. I've been looking forever. I've been trying to find this because that's one of the topics, right? Like, just in general. Like, I want something to orbit. I want Mr. Beast to orbit one of his Beast bars, and I want to see it on YouTube live.
Well, I mean, let's go tell him.
I'm trying to find it. You're telling me that there's videos out there. If you could, any Glover. It's like so if you could point me to one of those videos, that'd be great.
Oh, by the way, it's called forward velocity, the term I was looking for when it's in an orbital path, for those interested. But yeah.
Cool, yeah, if you can find me a video, that would be great. If you can't, it's all good. I'll ask another Glober, but I just thought you were here. You had a lot of knowledge, so I figured I'd ask you. Thanks.
Oh, I never claim to have a lot of knowledge. I just have a lot of like questions, and I hope to get them answered, and by bright minds, right? All contributing, but thank you. I mean, I guess like your question is kind of weird, right? Because you said, well, you're looking for Mr. Beast to send out some form of bar that I'm not familiar with, and or a live stream that will show you at any point in time Earth from space, right? In orbit.
Yeah, like a satellite.
That is.
They say there's like thousands of satellites up there orbiting. So I'd just like to see one and like a GoPro from it.
Why would it have to be a satellite? Why not just a rocket launching? Or why couldn't it be a video? Why does it have to be like a 24/7?
You brought up satellites, so that that piqued my interest. And number two, they say there's thousands of them, right?
Right.
Is that
so? What?
So I just want to see one orbiting. Not
But
like
okay,
three,
okay.
four,
I will find it for you. Yeah, no, it's fine. I will find it for you. But do you also acknowledge that this is like me saying, well, because currently I'm on a hike and I'm walking back to the city, right? And I'm saying there are thousands of cars on the road right now. I would like to see a live stream from one of them, right? I mean, not every car is equipped with a camera, and I can't just tune into them because a lot of them are private. So you must also acknowledge that when you say, well, there are thousands up there, a lot of these are owned by corporations that do not want to share the data with you, right? So you just saying, well, there are thousands is not necessarily truthful when it comes to, well, there aren't thousands that are like available to you on demand. Just like the cars on the road aren't available to me on demand, right? So you have to shrink that number down even more. But I'm sure I can find you one. I'm just saying, like, you should be able to acknowledge that, right? At least.
You don't have to find it if you're busy right now. That's I understand. I was just asking.
Oh, I will find it. I'm on mobile though, so it takes a while because I'm outside.
Thank you very much. And take your time if you want. You can always at me later. I think I'm Neil on the server, so thanks for answering my
question. I can't see who's talking. Yeah, I can't see who's talking. You can at me. I can't see who's talking on my thing. Yeah.
We're right next to each other. You're Nick, I'm Neil, so we should be able to find each other. Anyways, I'll let you guys continue with your conversation. Have a good one.
Cool. You too, man.
It's always just something right out of reach, isn't it, Durden?
What out of reach? No, I'm pulling up the
no, bro. All the evidence. It's just all almost just out of reach.
It's not out of reach, though. I said I'll get it. I'm fetching it as we speak.
No, not that. Not that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what you said about these satellite companies that just won't let you see what they've seen. It's just that's what I was talking about. Now, I understand I feel like if anyone produces anything within 72 hours of it being requested, they're ahead of the curve. So, yeah, I wasn't talking about that.
Wait, are you saying that okay, I'm confused. Are you saying that my response to him saying there are thousands of satellites and me saying, well, yes, you're right, but not all thousands are available because they're not all owned by, for instance, the U.S. Some might be foreign. Some might serve different purposes, such as defense, right? Some are maybe even surveillance. You can't just tune into any one of the satellites, and they all serve different.
Now you're talking about military stuff. A moment ago, you were just talking about all these private companies.
That's why I said they're all different. You're pulling them all together and say, well, there are thousands. I'm just saying, well, you got to segment.
And they're all just out of reach. That's all I'm saying.
No, they're not. Yeah. They're not out of reach. They're not. I'm fetching them. What do you mean?
Are they orbiting around us?
Yeah, of course. That's what a satellite is.
Oh, really? Where is the sphere?
He's going to get a story about it. He thinks not only does he want to say it, he's going to pull up an article.
You mean you see the satellites in the sky? That means Earth is spherical.
No, I mean I see the Earth from the satellite in the sky, so I can gauge that the Earth is spherical, not the other way around.
You don't see anything from any satellite.
Yes, I'm literally. I will share it with the whole room, so everybody can see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You won't have to rely on my testimony. You'll be able to use your own.
Is it surface? Is it surface curved from satellite?
You're gonna have to repeat that. There's heavy wind, and that's my bad.
The surface of the Earth curved from the satellite.
Is it curved from? Yes, it is.
That means it's curved also on the ground.
Yes, you're correct.
But why is not curved on the ground?
That's like saying, why are you dead right now? Like, why are you not alive?
Okay.
It's a wrong statement.
Did you check? I checked that it's not curved on the ground. Did you check that it's curved on the ground?
Okay, I see what you're saying. So you're saying,
No, it's
well,
all on TV.
well, what it technically is saying is,
you're saying the satellite is showing reality curved. Now asking
Yeah.
you, did you see that curved reality, or you saw the satellite showing the reality?
let's be fair here, right? Because I'm being asked to fetch some video from space, which I am doing currently, right? And while I'm doing that, wait.
You're hiking.
Wait.
You're hiking.
Yes, but I have my phone. I have my phone. Oh my God,
You've
it's on.
realized that you've stepped in the trap of your own circular reasoning. So just embrace it.
No, okay, dude. I'm saying now this guy is trying to put me on a wild goose chase because now he's saying, well, even if I find evidence from space, I still have to look at Earth from the surface level because it would be also assumed, of course, that it would be curving here locally.
Yeah, you
and
could
if I
have been
cannot,
just fed a bill. You could have just been fed a bill of goods.
exactly. So why would okay? So what would it even help you guys? I mean, yeah, so what would it even help you guys when I find the thing? Because I do have it on me. Like I have my links somewhere. So when I do find
the Earth's surface or the pictures
from space, yeah, you would just say it's pictures, and you wouldn't.
we're not looking for your fable book.
Why would I spend time pulling it up then? I think that's unfair.
Address the question, because once you present your fable book, Sauce is going to ask you again. Is that in reality, or is it just in the fable book?
It's in reality. It's
So let's act like you've posted the fable book.
Yeah, well, to be fair, I haven't posted anything yet, but I will. I posted it earlier, and I.
No, I'm not downgrading you, as they say. I'm
but
just
don't
saying.
Don't you think it's kind of sophistry to first say? But don't you think it's sophistry to first say, well, go fetch me evidence from space, and then when I do that, say, well, it's just pictures in an imaginary land, and you now have to do it locally, even though I would use.
No, Nick, that would
not
be
locally in reality.
That's what we call a wild goose chase, no?
Yeah, but Nick, that would be good evidence for the curvature from the space and on the ground, both, because that would be the best proof, you know.
Okay. I agree. I agree with that. I will agree with that. Having 2 out of 2 is better. I agree. Than only having 1 or 0, right? But it just for a second it sounded like
one other simple question: can you have flat surface on the sphere?
No, you could have something that's perceived as flat locally, but it wouldn't be flat mathematically. It would be slightly curving.
Yeah. But when you say locally, what do you mean locally?
I mean, if you shrink down any curvature to a very, very, very tiny point, and you add another very, very, very tiny point to the smallest unit away, then it would seem that it would.
If it will be different if, let's say, the radius is 3,959 miles, or if radius is, let's say, 50,000 miles.
Would it be different to what? It would both be curving, but it would be curving.
Yeah.
I mean,
what will be more locally?
Locally, it's just referencing the distance. It's not about the.
Yeah, but what distances? Because you can have the big sphere, small sphere, the enormous sphere.
Yeah, it's relative, right? So if you have a bigger sphere, then the local environment would be relatively bigger, right? Or it would be relatively the same, but it would be absolutely bigger, is what I'm trying to say. It would be relative, constant relative, right?
Yeah, but that's why we have this radius. Comparing that with this radius, what is knowledge, like what is they said, measured or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, according to them, the Earth is a perfect sphere, you know, therefore there has to be a constant which has no variable. So there is no egg shape or something like this. We always see a perfect sphere, right? So how do you explain that?
For example, you cannot have 10 miles of flat.
No, I'm not asking you, Sasha. I'm asking Nick.
No, I know, but he said that. But you cannot have 10 miles of local flatness on this size of the Earth. Do you understand that?
I found a link as well while you were talking. Put it in the side chat. It might be a while because I'm outside, as I said. But it's a YouTube live feed from the ISS. and you can go back and forth if you want, and you can see how it
Yeah,
changed
those
during the
aren't
day.
always. Yeah, those aren't always live, and they're not continuous.
No, this one is.
Oh, this
Yeah.
one
Can I
is.
push you
Yeah.
one from ISS?
Cool. Dream on, pal.
Can I push you one from ISS, and you will explain to me what's that?
Sure, go ahead. But I might have issues loading it. But I will try.
Yeah, and you need to remember that you've already conceded to that a lens could create curvature.
No, that it could create the effect of curvature.
It could create curvature. You saying? See these ISS images, dude. Shush.
Okay, don't worry.
The effect of the lens, not the effect of the curvature. Point being, hold on, just 1 second. He already now he's just dude. Check out the land masses that they show on these ISS so-called feeds. They're showing you a tiny Earth, bro. They're not. They're showing you everything as indistinct as possible. You've been duped. Anyways, yeah.
Wait, am I looking at
Let it sink into your head that a lens can create curvature. Don't deny that.
Yes, in order to saying in order to keep the orbit, you have to have the same distance over and over again. Doesn't matter in order to stay on the planet, right? So why is it different that the pictures show something from the size which old horse Rod Byrne mentioned? Different size and continents.
He just sees an orc and gets all really excited. There it is. Is that a globe? There it is. There's my picture, guys. Dude, take yourself.
Nick, can you explain that picture? That two pictures from ISS?
Let me see. Sasha?
Yep.
Okay, let me see. So what am I looking at? Two pictures of Earth and the same place being magnified in the lower one, or bigger. Kind of.
Yes. The keynote is you have to see the curve. Yeah, you have to see the same curve that is depicted in terms of size of the continents themselves.
It looks like the.
Do you see almost the 1/2 or let's say 1/3 of the Earth on the second picture?
Even less.
I'm not blind. I can see that what you outlined looks bigger in the one below. Sure. What about it? Where's it from? Where is it taken? What device?
That's the Red Sea.
Okay, the Red Sea looks bigger in the bottom one, sure, but again, I ask,
how big is the Red Sea on the second picture?
it will be the same size. How big is it in the actual picture? It looks like it's covering perhaps, I don't know, like 10% of the, maybe more, 20% of the image.
And on the second one?
Yeah, and then the top one is maybe like 5%, something like that.
On the second one, it's covering from the diameter from the east to the west, all sides of the Earth, 8,000 miles. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I can see what you're saying. Sure.
You know that sea is near to equator. You know that's not on the North Pole. It's the North Pole is there almost.
It's finally sinking in.
Yeah.
There is not really any point being made here so far.
Yeah, but there is a
you don't see these things.
Can you repeat that? I lost connection for a sec.
That's a sphere from the ISS.
So both these pictures are from ISS, you say?
Yeah.
Can you link me the source?
In second one, you can see. Do you see in second one something on the left corner, left up corner, on the right up corner, apart Earth?
Okay, I mean, I can see that what you're saying, what you're talking about is the presumed edge of the satellite, right? You can see some of the device, sure, yeah. But I'm asking you, right, since you're the one who posted the image.
I will tell you something. This is not photo montage of flat Earth.
This is not what of a flat earther?
It's not it's not a photo or fake photo of some flat earther put that image, made that image. That's from ISS.
Yeah, but I'm saying it was sound weird to me that you're saying, well, this is not some flat earther who made this because
where we can get this picture from?
That's why I'm asking you. You're the one who sent me the picture.
I'm asking you where we came from this picture from. Can I get that picture? Can I get that picture?
Wait, I'm not sure what you're asking.
Who can make that picture?
Who can make it? Who can take it, or who can make it?
What
do you mean?
Take it? Yeah.
Only people that have space launch capabilities and probably devices in space orbiting, right? Those agencies in space.
Okay.
Yeah?
Okay. This means that agencies made that picture, or some people take this picture and made it because it looks nice.
Yeah, I would agree. Yep.
You will agree what?
Yeah, that either these pictures are taken of what you said, that either these pictures are taken of space agencies or people with space launch capabilities, or they're made by people on ground in Photoshop, right? They're created.
Like flat
One of those is true.
Like flat earthers.
Yeah, or Glover's pulling a joke, or I don't know. There could be any can't really read minds, but like yeah. I think that's a reasonable assumption that either one of those.
You never saw that other examples of blue marble, like different continents, different positions. Some are big, some are small. South America covered in the half of the year. You didn't see even that.
I'm home now, by the way. So.
Well, Nick, my recommendation for you is: are you familiar with fisheye lens? How it works and such?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so you can have a straight line
Yes.
if you point at the horizon with the lens point center, right? But as soon as you point it either down, which then creates the curve visible to us, and
then you can create triggery.
If you point above the horizon, then it creates something that is convex, right? It would be unnatural to believe anything.
Yes.
So if you watch a live feed, which is about to start, or whenever a SpaceX or something starts a rocket, for example, you just have to see the first minutes in which the rocket starts, for example, in which a specific angle, which is usually after 40 to 50 degrees in between, they switch to a different camera or cut the feed in general and point to something that is irrelevant to the actual picture of the rocket, what the rocket sees.
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
So
yeah,
in order to bypass those angular differences, because they are using fisheye lenses, they are not using a regular lens, which then would show a straight or basically a normal view of non-distortion of anything that is viewed yet.
I get the argument, but now you'd have to like prove that, right? I know I can follow
have
what you're
to
saying.
prove nothing. You just have to look at their feeds they present live and watch at the first minutes or after minutes and see everything. If you're really at the point at this and you really do see different angles, which you can do frame by frame, then you see that the angle of the curve usually staggers and points out more and more until the feed is cut. So it's an unnatural way of presenting something that isn't there.
Right. So you're saying what it would take for you to change your mind is to see a launch with a non-fish island camera being maintained at a steady angle throughout with no cuts, and then you would believe what I'm saying is true?
Yes, if I would see that what they show, then I would believe it. Yes.
What you're saying now what you're saying now is that the images are legit. Yet you don't even acknowledge the inconsistencies with the presentation of the Earth. I'm going to post something to you right now. This is a NASA picture prior to the flat Earth conundrum, and this is an image of Italy. And complete the circle of this curve. This is a NASA image. I'm sending it to you right now.
Wait. I will complete the curve and I will respond. But to the first guy, just know that I have posted a video that does what you're asking for. So you can look at that while I will respond to the other guy. And then I will say after I have responded to,
Are you talking about the live feed? The live feed video?
No, I sent another one. It's called Fly to Space and Back in Amazing SpaceX Booster Cam Video Launch. Yeah. So I've sent a new video that shows what you're asking for. Then Old Hoss has sent.
I'm
just saying, watch the video. Then I'm responding to Old Hoss, and then I will have to go soon. So we'll respond to you again.
How
and
many
then
hours or minutes have you posted this? Approximately. So
9/11. What do you mean?
Yeah, I mean, I'm in different time zone, so
he just posted it. He just posted
9:11 p.m.
Yeah, he just posted it right before the giant boot Earth that he's now going to rationalize away. So does Italy and Sicily cover that much of the Earth's surface? This 59 mile radius ball.
Let's see.
So just a quick interruption. I'm just looking at the video you posted. It is still a fisheye lens. It's not a normal lens.
Yeah, these guys can't tell the difference between a GoPro. These guys don't have enough camera experience to be able to tell the difference to even recognize GoPro, which is strange because GoPros are relatively new on the scene.
Wait, but no, it's not. If you go to the timestamp 041 to 047, in those 6 seconds, you'll be able to see that it's not lens distortion causing the curvature. So I don't know if you watched the whole thing and you just like interjected prematurely, but I would watch those 6 seconds if you don't have the patience to watch the whole thing, because that will kind of like debunk what you just said.
I mean, okay, let's make a different approach. You have watched, I guess, many films, right? Movies, etc., where you see something that
a lot of sex movies as well. Never mind. Yeah, go on.
I'm not talking about sex movies. I'm talking about the zoomage in which, for example, dramatic scenes are recorded in order to make a scene more potent. You know, like the camera is 100 meters away and they zoom in straight into the face in order to have a different angle, right?
Maybe post a clip.
Or
So
I don't know how this effect is called, but where the person doesn't change in size, but the background and the foreground does. You know, this kind of thing. And this is what they have done also with the rocket. The camera is usually at a much higher point up, and the zoomage is to a specific point where the fisheye lens effect would be so broad that even if they would change the angle to a different kind, even if the rocket would swing like it does here in the video to a high degree, it wouldn't much make difference to the angle in which we would see the curve. But it still is, because you still see the effects of the fisheye lens itself.
Yeah, but that's what I said. I gave you a timestamp where even though there is a grad...
more trickery, it's just more trickery.
I'm confused. I gave you a timestamp that shows that what you're saying is not happening. It is happening.
I watched the video about rocket. Rocket is going up, okay? And in one moment, it's going left camera and right. And do you know what is showing left and right? Showing entire Earth.
Approximately 0 to 5 to 9.
Yeah. Do you understand that he's still going up, you know, the rocket? It's 8,000 miles angle. He took it from that height, you know, and he got the whole Earth, you know, from left to the right. Meanwhile, he was going up. He didn't reach even that 350 kilometers was should to be. Even from that height, he cannot see from the left to the right the Earth entire like a sphere.
Yeah, you can
You
see
didn't
when
travel
the
around the whole
rocket.
Earth. That's what you're saying. I know that he didn't make it. I know he didn't make a round trip. Is that what you're saying? I don't.
No, I'm telling you, the rocket is going up, and in one moment when it's going up, the camera will move left to the right, and you will see the entire.
Hey, someone debate me. I think the Earth is flat. The Earth is flat, and you can't convince me nothing. The Earth is flat, and slavery was good. I whip my slaves. I hate niggas. I whip slaves every day.
Well, sea level is it's called sea level because it's why.
That's the most normal flat earther.
No, that was a delusional water ball enthusiast who's in a serious cope spiral.
No, it can't be. Nobody would go
the
online
little
and troll.
rockets are showing a tiny Earth.
That's the person who doesn't like the doesn't occur, and then he coming here to tell us why you people. No, you need to go to the beach and swear to the water. Water. Why?
I literally did that. I try to explain that. I've done that. I've literally done that.
Yeah, and it doesn't want to listen. Whatever you tell the water doesn't fucking listen. Sorry.
I think we're at an impasse, gentlemen. I think as soon I will have to leave because I'm making my food now, and I can't be talking while we'll eat. And I've been on here for like a good 1.5 hours now, so maybe somebody else can take the stick. But I thank you for the time. Maybe next time we can pick up, and I can yeah, I mean we can continue this.
We can go to watch the Big Brother ISS show.
What?
Yeah,
Can I ask
I'd love that.
Did you see anything about that?
Yeah, maybe he'll come with some globe evidence next time.
Nick, did you see
I think I brought plenty.
Nick, what height is this rocket at? Does it max out at?
It probably says in the video. I don't know. I don't have the number on me. I don't even have my phone on me right now. I'm in a headset.
That he's fallen short.
It should be in there.
Take a hike.
And I just got home from a hike. What do you mean? I've been walking for like, I don't know. Many hours.
The joke sailed over you. Your processing of things is slow.
Yeah, sorry. I might be dumb and slow and dehydrated.
Need to apologize, dude. It's okay. See you next time.
That's just me, man. We can't all be smart like you guys.
Now that you know your rocket pictures have fallen short, you're running. You just
I'm not running anywhere. What do you mean?
Okay.
No, I said I'll be on here for like a good 5 minutes more, but then I will have to go because I'm prepping my food right now as we speak.
Oh, okay.
Well, I think it would be. I don't think it would be good manners to eat with food in my mouth while I talk to you guys.
Yeah, it definitely wouldn't. Just let some of these things sink in though, because you're awfully defiant for some really weak, having presented what you presented.
I don't know. I think I started out pretty good, and I ended out pretty good. I mean, I went everywhere from what we have of data from outside people, and then my own data that I've acquired.
And you're still saying pictures from space.
Yeah, I mean that's what I said. I went all the way from local and data that I've collected to the furthest we can get, which is space. And I think I walked the path.
Nick, why these people does not believe in that pictures?
I don't know why people do what they do, man. That's a really complex question.
I'm not listening. I told you why.
You can tell me why? Sure.
I told you, not that I told you like 1 hour ago.
All right. Yeah, I don't know why do people believe in those?
I will give you an example. Salt Lake, Bolivia.
Bolivia.
Yeah, Bolivia, Salt Lake. There is a salty lake making. And then when it's raining, it's making a little bit of water on that salty lake. And it looks like a big mirror surface, And that
sure.
Yeah, and that thing is big like a 4,000 miles square.
I'm unsure what lake you're referencing, but I will have to
Okay.
eat now, so I will.
Let's say we put rocket on that
Hmm?
surface. Let's say that we put rocket launch on that surface. Then we use camera.
Oh, on a lake, you're saying?
Yeah.
Is there water on it, or is it dried up? Is it like an oat lake? You said a salt lake.
Yeah. It was. When it's sometimes it's dry, and sometimes you have a little. Then it's making mirror. You can see the clouds and tracking sky.
Hey, man, I've never seen this lake before. This is something I don't know anything about. So, I mean,
Yeah.
if you bring pictures, sure, I'll look at it. I'll
You
look
wanna
at
see
it
that?
while I eat. Huh?
Okay. That's one big,
Put it in.
big flat surface in reality.
Yeah, put it in the chat, and I'll give it a look while I eat, and then maybe I'll tune in after. And then we can talk about it. But I don't know about this Israeli salt lake. I've never heard about it before. I don't know what it is. All right, I'm out. Peace out, guys. Enjoy your weekend.
Yo, homie.
You here for Michigan Lake? There is no lake curving, man. Doesn't matter which lake.
Yo, your mic is real shit, bro.
Right? Sorry.
It's really hard to understand what you're saying.
There is no curved body of water.
So that's just the first stage rocket that he was showing. So it can't really be going that high, right? Like if we can't, they say we can't see the curve from the ISS, but we can see it from a booster rocket that separates after I don't know how high it goes.
Yeah, that's what a tiny earther does. They say,
Yeah, the
"Oh,
Earth
there
would
it
be
is."
pretty small if that was the curve, I guess. I don't know the altitude of that where it separates, where the second stage
Okay.
separates.
It's showing
I'm reading
entire
it, but
Earth.
it's not showing any altitudes. But I doubt it's as high as the ISS.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so fucked up. You look at the footage from the ISS and it shows a curved Earth, and then you look at the footage from the Chinese space station and it's flat. Like, what the fuck? Which one's true?
Well, the Earth isn't round, right? So I mean,
Chinese part is flat.
you have places where it's more round and less round. Maybe the Chinese are just hovering over a part that is less round.
Yes.
Do you think where the water's covering it, dude, it changes shape, or does the water conform to the roundness?
You should ask the Chinese, bro.
No, I'm asking you.
I'm not Chinese.
You're the one that just
You
made
just
the
cook for the
statement
Chinese.
that it's more round and less round in certain spots. I'm just asking you a simple question.
No, I'm saying all I'm saying is that is the only thing I can personally can come up with when you ask, why are the Chinese
Well, that's your
images
opinion,
different
right?
than...
I get it, but I was just asking you to
Obviously,
back
I'm
it
no
up, right?
fucking expert on this
Well, shut
subject.
the
So
fuck up, man.
what?
Yeah, now you're talking Chinese.
One thing is sure: it cannot be flat in any how to say situation. That's not possible. How you can have the name sea level and to be flat? That will be ridiculous. How you can have horizon and horizon to be horizontal? That's stupid. Or it's opposite.
I don't even believe in Earth, personally.
Yeah, I can tell, man.
Just one big mind fuck. Keep us in control. And don't ask the real questions.
What are the real questions?
Is an electrical guitar a real guitar? You know, those questions.
No, never mind.
That's
Scott,
exactly
when
what
are you gonna build
that's
me my
exactly
lion?
what they want, man. You're
Scott,
playing
when are you gonna
straight
build
into
my
their hands,
lion?
man.
When am I getting my lion, Scott?
I can't make that. It's too damn hard. I've been trying. All I got's my little wood shop, though. You know, it's hard to convert, you know, the walnut or the mahogany into lion. It's just really
Oh
hard.
yeah, you should have. Yeah, this is along the same line as Gregory saying that you can't prove mass attracts mass because you can't make mass disappear.
Yeah, I know.
No, he's saying you can't manipulate mass, dude.
Yes, I can. I can just increase what weights I'm using. I can just increase the mass of the object. I'll just change for a 20 kilogram
You're
ball.
not manipulating the mass,
What's
though. You're
mass?
just manipulating the weight, right?
That's weight.
You heard me.
You're speaking about weight.
Mass is the
Yeah, does
resistance
mass
to
mean
acceleration,
weight?
right? Quantity
Yeah,
of
mass is not a weight.
Great.
Not a weight.
What's a weight then?
I don't know.
I
You
don't
tell
know.
me what the weight is, man.
Well, you guys saying mass is not a weight.
Downward.
I didn't
What's the
say
difference?
mass wasn't a weight, did I?
Yes, you did.
Someone
Yes,
did.
No, I said fucking
Yeah.
manipulating mass doesn't fucking apply to just changing the weight, right?
Why not? What else needs to happen?
Like fucking he
So
said,
is
you
weight
destroy it or fucking create it.
You're in a
Oh,
category
you have to
area
create an ex
because
nihilo.
it's a
Bullshit.
different term altogether.
Wow.
Mass is not weight, right? Or is it? That's the question.
Mass in the presence of gravity is weight, yes.
So mass is weight. So we
In the
don't need to
presence of
use the word
gravity.
mass.
Don't
We
forget
can
that
just
part.
say
Don't
weight,
forget
right?
that part.
We can just say weight.
You should.
Where,
You
okay, well,
should.
show me
You should
weight
repeat
without
everything I
gravity.
said. Not
Where's
just,
weight
not
without
just
weight
collecting
without
No, you're just
pressure
gonna say
downward?
nah. Like everything you say, dude, is just nah. So why don't you just shut the fuck up and like fuck
Wait,
off?
what the fuck are we talking about again?
Well, I'll explain anything you want. In reality,
Okay, well, explain what he just asked you then.
Scott thinks mass is weight.
no mass in the presence of gravity is weight. That's the
So then
definition.
mass is not
what is
weight
weight?
then. Only
So what
mass in
is
the
weight
presence of
without
gravity is weight then, right?
Yes.
So then the
So
question he asked you, the answer is no then, right?
when we add more mass to something, we add more weight when it's on Earth.
But you just said
Oh,
that mass
easy
is
one.
not weight. Mass is only weight when it's fucking to gravity, right? When gravity's
Yes,
affecting
but
it.
we can add more mass to something, can we not?
I don't know, can you?
No, you can't
Yes, I
add a
can.
concept
I
to
can.
You
anything.
can
Can
add
You
more
can't add
weight to
concepts
something. I
anywhere.
get that part.
Concepts don't exist in
Or I can add more
physical
mass.
reality.
So one of those weights, you're going to add mass to those weights physically, or you're just going to add another weight?
It seems to me you're confused.
No, I don't think
All
I
we
am,
have are
man. I
masses.
asked a question.
We
You
have
just don't want to
masses.
answer it. I get it.
We have masses of things. Everything has mass. And we could add more mass to that object.
How?
And in the presence of gravity, we'll be adding more weight by slapping it on.
By slapping
pouring
another
it
piece of
on.
mass onto it, right?
Yes, yes.
So manipulate the first piece.
Why? I don't need to.
I get it. I know. It's a nuh-uh. I understand, Scott.
Well, you don't. You clearly don't understand because you're trying to do something no one's ever claimed to be able to do. And why do you think we should be able to do that?
Exactly.
What are you trying to defend right now?
Wait, what?
What's your goal right now?
That you can't manipulate mass.
Bro, no one can be serious about this. Is this the new flat Earth tactic?
Yeah.
No, but I'm just supporting
What
Gregory,
is this,
dude.
bro?
You want to slap him down? I'll fucking hold him up.
Yeah, you'll suck him off.
Gregory's saying we can't do something we never claimed to be able to do. He's saying basically that in order to run our experiment, we have to do something that he says, not something that we say.
Okay.
And why should we have to do something that he says rather than something that we say? If it's our experiment.
You don't, Scott.
Okay, cool. Then Gregory was wrong. We don't have to do what he says, right?
You don't have to
He
do what
loves
anybody
Gregory.
says, dude.
He loves Gregory.
Who is Gregory?
I don't know. It sounds like it's his bull. Like, I think some
But
dude is
I
like
like to get back.
Gregory.
What are you trying
You're
to do
the
right
one that
now?
brought him up, dude. Don't even start your bullshit, Trig. I'm not in the mood for it, bud.
I think you're a cuck, bro. I think you're a cuck.
Does
And Greg-
Gregory,
Whoa.
does Gregory has anything to do with the surface of the Earth?
No, he doesn't. No, that's
Okay,
true.
good. Scotty. Can you stop mentioning names who is not here? Nice.
Okay.
I won't talk about Subdude's boyfriend anymore. I'm sorry.
You're my
It's not
boyfriend,
about.
honey.
It's not about boyfriend. It's
My little
about
bitch.
it's about mass. It's about weight, and then you go to the surface. When you reach gravity, weight, and mass, then you go to see that curved surface, and then it's done.
Yeah, we can see the curved surface, no problem.
Yeah.
The only question is, why can't you?
Scott, you can see. I know that, but nobody
You can
else.
I know. Why
imagine it. I
can't
get
you?
that part.
Why do you think you can't? What do you
I
think the
don't
real
know.
reason you can't see it
He's
is?
just
I
gonna
don't
say,
know.
"Nah, Sasha." Like, fuck, man. The guy's fucking just
They-
lost in the
they are-
sauce,
I didn't
man.
say no. I said I can see it. You guys are the ones saying
You said you
no.
can see curvature. Nobody else can, but Scott can.
No, lots of
But
people
we
can.
can. That's all right, man.
I wouldn't
It's
even
too
let
big to
bro
see the
show
curve.
you.
Remember?
He's just saying he can see curvature. He's not saying he can see the curvature of the Earth.
I got a question for Scott. Scott, you know Matthew Learns, right? You know that guy?
Yeah, I know Matthew Lynch.
Scott?
Yes.
Well, you know, he's a glober, and he believes the Earth is a ball, but he also believes that it's impossible to see it with his own eyes from the Earth. So how come he believes that, but you believe you can see it with your own eyes?
Because
I don't
he's
know.
retarded?
Because I can see it. I
Scotty,
don't know why
maybe
Matthew can't.
you know what, Scott, you need to do now. You need to show other people how you saw it, that other people can see it. You know,
Oh,
and
they
then
have.
everybody.
Tons of people have seen it.
Okay, great. You should continue to show people how you saw it, and people will see it, and then they will realize that you're showing the truth, and everything will be okay.
Well, yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's what
I
happens
think
already.
if you show the
through a
people
fisheye
what you
lens,
saw,
right?
if you show the people what you saw, I
Through a
think
fisheye lens.
that people will see also the same thing, and people will make a conclusion about it.
I
Yeah,
agree. I agree.
and that's
And
why
everybody who's
it's
not,
more
everybody who's
common
not
to
here does.
believe that the Earth is a globe, right?
Yeah.
For example, if you
Everybody
show
sees
me
it.
the flat surface, if you show me the flat surface without curving, I will tell you, Scott, this is surface without curving, you know. But if you show people a curved surface, then people will, I think they will make a conclusion, okay, this is curved surface. But
I
Like
till
they
agree.
did
now,
already?
I agree.
Like has already happened?
Yeah.
Hey, brother.
Till now, I didn't see that. Maybe other people see. I
No,
don't
but
know.
you can be your own special self and not believe into the most obvious thing
No, I'm
possible.
not
But you
special.
know,
I'm,
it's about
I'm not special.
what
Man.
most people think. Most people believe that the Earth is a globe.
Hey, Zionists.
Yeah, bro.
You think boats go over
Yeah,
the
man.
horizon?
What?
Do you think that boats go over the curve, like they disappear over the horizon?
Off.
What the fuck do you mean, bro?
Well, you've never seen a boat disappear in front of you?
Sure.
Do you think it's going over the curve of the Earth?
Is it going over the curve? It's staying. What the fuck are you on about? It's on Earth.
So the curve is not obstructing the view of the boat. Like once it gets far enough away, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Is it or isn't it?
Oh, no,
Do boats
I've
go
never
over the
looked at a
horizon
boat
or
move
don't they?
away, bro.
I agree. Boats move away.
Okay. Cool.
I'm sure if you
You got a real smart glober here, man.
I'm sorry. No, I don't. I'm not a glober. As I already stated, I don't believe that the Earth is real. I'm not a glober. I'm not a flat earther. I've ascended further above that. You know? I don't even believe that the Earth is real.
Yeah,
I think that falls in the category of mental illness.
Can you imagine?
Yeah,
they're
definitely.
You know, that's what globers. That's what globers say about flat earthers. You know, it's a mental illness. And the funny thing is, that is exactly what flat earthers say about people who do not believe that the Earth is real.
So Zion, do you think we're
So I
talking
can
right now on
demonstrate-
Discord?
Yeah, we are talking on Discord. Definitely.
We're talking on Discord.
100%. We're talking on Discord. Sure, yeah.
Is
But
Discord
you can't be sure whether or not the Earth is real or not.
No, I don't.
Yeah, but we can.
How can you be real that the how can you be
That was a
so
very
sure that
simple
Earth
question.
is
So
real?
what logical reason do you have to doubt
How did you determine that you're on Discord?
How I determined that I am on Discord?
Yeah, how do
'Cause
you
I
know
can-
that's real?
I hear voices through my headset.
You hear voices. Do you hear
And I can
voices
see,
in
and I can see the
anywhere
Discord
else?
application on my computer.
You can see it. You can see it. So can you see
I can
the
see
Earth?
I
Can
can
you
s-
hear things from the Earth? Can you?
No,
is that
but
how
not
you
everything
determine
you see
things?
is real. Not everything you see is real, you know.
So how do you know that what you're saying on Discord's real? How do you
Well,
determine
essentially,
the
I don't know, but you know, I know it
Yeah,
more.
so you
I
just
can be
you're
more sure.
confused.
No, I'm like you can be.
So you can pick
be,
and choose what's
sure
real and
that-
what's not.
Well, you can't.
Well, that's what you're doing.
No, that's what everybody does.
No, that's what you're doing.
I have observed the fact that Earth is not real, and I'm sure that you can observe the same thing.
How did you observe
Really?
it?
Can I
Why?
can we make an example? Can you stay on the road that car is passing and see maybe cars are not real, Earth is not real? They will not hit you.
That
Can you
would
try
be
that?
really stupid, man. That would be really stupid.
But Earth is not real, man. That nothing
I'm sorry. What did you say?
nothing will happen, man.
Wait, if you see a car passing.
Yeah.
you
For
have to
example,
know that's real.
there is that poison mushrooms in forest, you know, but they are not real. You know? They are only the people saying that is poison mushroom. You can go there, eat them, you know, and try and see. But look, this is not real. I knew it.
Hmm. No, like
That's
have any of you guys ever been
If
on
you have
another planet before?
Hey, where did you ascend to learn this?
No,
I need to know.
please, have you ever been on another planet?
I don't have to go to
Another
another planet
planet,
to
I've
know
never
where I
been on-
am. Like I can
Right.
see
been
where
on
I
a
am.
planet.
So
I can
none of
feel where I
us
am.
supposedly
you
have
think we
been
live
on
on a
another
planet,
planet,
then, dude?
yet we are so sure that what we're feeling right now is actually being on a planet. Like we have nothing
So
to compare
essentially,
it to.
what we're saying the
Nothing to
Earth
compare
is
to.
what we are on. So what, like you call it what you want. You can call it your fucking
not.
higher ascension
It's nothing.
bullshit
Did
or
you-
whatever
you don't-
simulation. But what we call it is
No, I'm not saying
Earth. So that thing that you're like
How-
you
how
can
do-
feel and see and shit. That's Earth. I don't know
What?
what's the confusion,
Did
buddy.
you
Like,
did you ever drink the unicorn milk?
Yo, how sure are you that we? Okay, let's say Earth is real, right? Let's say Earth is real, just for the sake of this discussion. So Earth is real.
No, let's say like this. Let's say that are you human?
Well,
hey,
yeah,
Sasha, just let him spill this stupid shit out.
It's gonna
No,
be
listen,
back to the
listen,
cognitive, right?
listen. So let's say, for the sake of this discussion, Earth is
Linda,
real,
listen.
right? How are you so sure that we are on the same Earth? Sure, we are communicating to each other, right?
Sure, but this is just always
how are
going
you
to be
so
back to
sure?
the cognitive, right? It's the idea here, and what's kind of being nibbled around is the idea that all you're certain of is that you're having some kind of sensory experience, and it sounds like what's being argued is that, well, you know, not having access to objective reality in that state, if that's the argument, you're not going to be certain that you are even on a planet, let alone not in a simulation or taunted by demons, etc. But that's
Yeah,
just
I wouldn't
again,
go
it's the
that far.
cognitive.
That sounds, I don't know. That sounds real sketch. All I'm saying is that the Earth is not real.
Sure, but I'm saying that's the logical kind of that's the through point
Yeah.
of the
Is
line
it-
of argumentation, right?
is
Can
it-
you be certain of what you're experiencing to be what you're, you know, the way that you're experiencing it? Can you be certain that your experience of being on a quote unquote planet on quote unquote Earth is actually in line with reality, and that you're not just in a simulation or a brain in a vat or being taunted by demons, etc.?
Yeah, I never thought about it that way. I was just thinking, you know, that I don't have any evidence for the fact that Earth might be real. You know.
What
Yeah,
is
but that,
real?
and I'm just saying that applies to kind of, if you have to kind of extend that
Sure.
consistently to all experiences, which is where it gets interesting. I think past that point,
Yeah.
it's fair to say, yeah, I can only be certain about the fact that I'm having some kind of experience. All you need to do then is say, well, if reality is the way that I experience it to be, if it is consistent with my experiences, then, and then you can make whatever knowledge or experience claims you want to. But I don't know, I think it's important to kind of push that consistency through to its breaking point.
Yeah, I guess so. Now that you
Exactly.
break it down, it
Consistency is key.
sounds logical. But like this whole question, personally, for me, just started with, you know, do I even believe that the Earth is real or not? And I came to the conclusion after doing a bunch of research and observing myself that the Earth is not real. You know.
So, what observations
Yeah.
of yourself or your experience kind of brought you to that conclusion?
Well, the fact that I've been talking to a lot of people online, right? I've been in a lot of Discord servers. but I've never met someone from Discord, right? And I find that
Oh.
really odd that, you know, you
That's
talk to someone
interesting.
for a long time, they are living in the same country, so you could easily meet up, right? But you've never done it. So how do you even know that the person is real?
This is actually really funny because I met my fiance on the politics server, and I flew to a different country to go and meet him. So I can tell you for a fact, in my experience, if my experience is in line with reality, you know, you can kind of make genuine connections with genuine people. But I understand what you're saying, right? It's a very strange thing to kind of acknowledge and recognize that you're having these interactions, sometimes for extended periods of time, with the same people, talking about these kind of in-depth, complex subjects. But, you know, they are ultimately not a real kind of physical being in your life the way that, you know, an IRL friend is. I definitely understand that kind of cognitive dissonance there.
And I found glitches as well, you know. So like if Earth was real and there was this one reality, right? Then I'm sure that the glitch that I observed wouldn't have happened. Like, it was so weird.
Oh, wait, when you say glitch though, this is kind of what I was getting to before, right? The question is like, can you say with certainty that your experiences are a representation or are in line with objective reality? Like, wouldn't that just, in my mind, if I have some kind of like glitch experience, I would just kind of chalk that up and say, well, I don't think my senses are necessarily 100% reliable. I know I can be mistaken.
Yeah. Again, I didn't think about it that far, but yeah, I agree. Like, I have this neighbor, and well, they are in a relationship together. I think they were already married before I started to live here, and he, you know, the husband drives a certain car, a Ford, a blue car, and when I was sick I fell down the stairs, and I was at home for a few months to recover. And when he was gone, there was another car, a red car, that stopped at the front door of my neighbor. A dude would step out, and you know, I know that she doesn't have a job. She's always at home, you know, cleaning the house, doing whatever the fuck in the garden and stuff. And one time I saw them being really intimate, right? But when my neighbor, the guy, is just at home, everything seems fine, right? So I'm like, if Earth was real and there was this one reality, like how can this be socially acceptable? Like how can she?
I can
You
tell
know,
you, because
how the fuck does that
women
work?
do deceitful and duplicitous things sometimes, unfortunately. No, but that's actually
That's just human nature.
I'm really curious.
Wait, what do you
like,
mean?
You know, I was just kind of, I was just making a joke because I think in my mind, what's really important here is this kind of, this idea of explanation for kind of, for experiences or for what we perceive as causal relationships, right? Because I want to just make sure that I'm following, because it sounds like what you're saying is that, you know, you have this experience with your neighbors, and it seems like, you know, there are times where you're observing this couple, and everything seems really like normal and predictable and reasonable, but then there are other things that you experience, you know, different people driving up, you know, seeing her, you know, the woman being intimate with somebody that you know isn't her usual partner, things that kind of make you feel like there's some discrepancy between kind of the continuity of reality. And in my mind, it's like, I can think of a dozen explanations, right? And as I said, explanations are kind of important here. I think of a dozen explanations in terms of like, okay, yeah, let's say she's a cheating slut and she's got a guy on the side who drives a red car and her husband drives a blue car. Like, okay, husband goes away to work. You said she's not working. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Okay, this happens, right? This isn't crazy, wacky, like unicorns and space leprechaun shit. But I think it's really... Well, no, the question is like, we don't know that, right? My point is, we can come up with a multiplicity of explanations that we would all find to be perfectly reasonable and rational, that would explain, I'm sure, the majority. And I'm not trying to like dismiss your experience, because I'm turning this into a question. I'm going to say, what would it take to convince you or to make you feel like Earth is real, or that your experiences of Earth are meaningful or real? Like, what is it about these like quote unquote glitches?
That's just one
that
thing. I'll have to be able to compare it to something, right? So let's say you've always had the same car, right? You've never even sat in a different car, never in your life. The only car you've ever been in is your own car. And when I'll tell you that, you know, there are these supercars that can drive really fucking fast, you'll be like, you know, I've been in cars all my life. I don't fucking believe you. I know how fast cars go.
Because every car you've seen maxes out.
I'm telling you, man, this car is fast. You're like, well, you know what? in order for me to believe you that these so-called supercars exist, I want to be in one. I want to
You have to
experience
have
it
some
myself.
comparison to your other experience.
Right.
I actually really
Right.
like that idea, and I think people oftentimes. So if I hand you a box and I say,
Mm.
is this heavy? I think intuitively we'll kind of go like either like yeah, it's heavy or it's not. And what we're forgetting in that is everything is a constant act of comparison, because what we're
Yeah.
actually doing is we're comparing it to everything we've ever lifted up in our lives and saying,
Yeah.
is this heavier or lighter than all of those other things I've lifted?
Yeah.
But we don't think about it that way. And I really like that it seems like you're approaching this from the perspective of, okay, how can I have some kind of baseline? How can I have something, like you said, to compare this to
Exactly.
make me more confident? Because I really like that. It seems to me like you're tapping into that kind of really critical aspect of comparison and difference. So what would be, I guess I'm curious, like, so you're saying that what would the comparison have to entail? Would everything have to be consistent or the same, or would you be looking for some kind of difference?
Well, this is just theory, right? Because this is hard to pull off. But if I'm thinking about it, I'll either have to go on one of those space flights, right? Like those commercial ones from Amazon or some shit, with Jeff Bezos, and I'll have to be on together with a group of people. I'll in this perfect theory, right? In order to prove that the Earth is real,
Yeah,
I'll have to be with those people for like 10 days before launch, just to know how they are. Know that when we land back, there are no discrepancies between those people. They are still the
They're
same.
not kind of colluding to manipulate your experience or perception. I gotcha.
Yeah, and a spacewalk, but just because if the Earth is real, that's a
it's
really
fucking
cool
badass,
story.
yeah,
That's
'cause
a really
it's-
cool story.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. And what's really interesting there too, if you notice, right? So it seems like, and this is why I was really curious to ask the question. So it seems like what you're saying is that what would satisfy you would be, the comparison here would be a perspective of Earth, from a space flight or something, some kind of like commercial space shuttle, something that would give you a different perspective or a different experience. Because it sounds like what you're saying is you want to compare your lived experience up to this point, quote unquote, on Earth with a perspective or experience not being, physically on Earth, observing it from a different kind of place or
it would be even better to be on another planet, a completely different planet, land on that one, stay there for a few days maybe, and then compare your complete experience.
Right. Does the horizon look different?
No.
Does the atmosphere feel different? Like the physical kind of experiences of being on a different planet would kind of cue you into that. That's really interesting. Do you think that there's beyond, because obviously like we're saying is kind of pie in the sky stuff. Let's say that, we can't have, as much as we want to thank Uncle Jeffrey for his magical treats. Let's say we can't get into the space shuttle with Jeff Bezos anytime, reasonably soon. Is there anything beyond that kind of level of experience that would satisfy, not even necessarily like 100% like doors closed, totally convinced, but
No, but like good enough.
Opinion. Yeah.
Shit. It's different. That's a tough one because everything you can come up with is on Earth, right?
Right. And and anything, and again, even beyond that, right? Where I was kind of getting at the beginning is any experience that we have, even if it's on it, the reason that you want to have those 10 people and you want to be with them for a few days to corroborate things, because intuitively, it sounds like that, you can have experiences, or you can have understandings of experiences that, you might be mistaken about, or you might be misled or manipulated. And so we know that, again, like we're not just trapped on Earth, we're trapped in our own experience. We're never able to have anything outside of our own experience to compare, contrast with. All we get is our subjective experience. That's the ultimate kind of failure point in our understanding and in our reasoning a lot of the time. But it seems like you have a pretty good kind of, at least, perspective on how those things kind of fit together. I'd be really interested. I'm thinking kind of like having this off the cuff, but I'd be curious if you could spend some time thinking about what might potentially sway you or be satisfactory evidence if anything comes to mind. I'd be curious to hear if you kind of.
Is everybody still there?
Yeah, man. What's up? This is the Earth Ain't Real Club for people who are in the know. Are you in the know?
I hate to say it, dude. I'm just not.
You're not in the know?
Me neither, man.
Listen, you've heard about you know, the globetrotters, people who believe that the Earth is round and shit. You've heard about the flat earthers.
Whatever, regardless of whether it's flat or round, dude, I go outside my front door and I fucking walk on this stuff and it's called dirt.
Hell yeah, bro. But I'm telling you, the Earth ain't real.
I get it, man.
It just ain't real.
Are you a brain in a jar type of guy, or are you just crazy?
What?
Yeah, I was asking. I think it's always interesting to get into these kind of subjective mind prison conversations.
Hell yeah, man.
Do you have a brain in a jar?
It's not real till reality doesn't touch you. You know, when reality touches you, then
demons, or are you gonna
Listen, I'll give you $1,000 if you can prove that the Earth is real.
Yeah, go outside your front door and start digging.
I'm taking it. I'll take that for sure.
Sounds like an empty jar.
That is correct.
He's just sitting on somebody's desk somewhere, fucking in a jar.
I mean, the thing is this, right? It's very, very simple. It's not even complicated to understand what the Earth is, right? The Earth is definitely what it represents itself to be, because that is not an illusion. We have been given senses which make it possible to navigate on this Earth without failure, if these senses are not manipulated or broken in the first place. And what it represents itself to be is a topographical stationary plane, a planar surface which you also will use equally for navigational purposes or any other real-life application. When it comes to denialism and you want to say it's the complete opposite, which would be a spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball flying through an ever-expanding void of darkness where people run upside down on the other side of a spinning ball, then that is your problem. Because you seem to be in denial about what you experience, what the Earth is representing itself to be to you. Which is indeed a you problem, and I mean, maybe you need medical attention. Very simple.
Well said.
Well said.
No
Well,
way.
unfortunately, I can't give medical attention in here, but I'm telling you, you can trust your senses, you can trust the observations that are repeatable, measurable, and observable. Very, very simple measurements you can actually do, or observations, which show you that you don't live on a spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball flying from an ever-expanding void of darkness, where you have bendy surfaces 360 degrees in every direction to form a ball. That is absurd. That is not reality.
Yep, Earth is measured flat.
Keep saying it, maybe it'll become true.
All that stuff,
Rich.
all that stuff,
Fact.
mountain, all that
It
stuff,
doesn't
mountains,
even.
mountains, forests, seas, lakes. That's not real.
Rich, so you believe that boats go over the horizon, right?
No, it's just a question of, is your experience, do you have access to objective reality through subjective experience?
Have I access to
Why
objective
do we need to
reality?
go to hard solipsism? That really strays away from the shape of the Earth.
No, fair enough. I was just saying that's where that, like the way he phrased the question kind of ultimately runs into that brick wall. But I think that's a really valid point you brought up.
I could ask you any question and you could come back with hard solipsism.
Exactly. That's I completely agree. It's very much a dead end, but I think a lot of times people don't realize they'll repackage the argument, right? And then just not realize that's what we're doing. But I won't run you guys into that brick wall anymore. I appreciate the time. My fiance just surprised me with a bunch of sushi, so I'm gonna go eat it, but you guys have a great night. Thank you.
Or at least your sense perception told you he brought you sushi.
It was subjective.
I like how that lady felt like she needed to narrate every single thing that was happening.
Is that entertaining to you?
Well, maybe that's a coping mechanism, which is okay, which is understandable. If you have been indoctrinated through TV, television, intros, movies, Hollywood, and so forth, to believe in a spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball that goes against everything that you observe within reality, then obviously there needs to be coping done. Well, you're right. Maybe if I'm going to repeat that I'm living on a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying from every
No, the
spinning ball of
antithesis
darkness.
to that you're trying to make true.
So, do
So
you
we just
observe?
brush past
do
the
you-
first part and imagine that part, right, Rich?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're just gonna deny or be in denial about what the Earth represents itself to be. What is it used, practically, and what it's observed, measured, and so forth, repeatedly. I mean, it's gonna be just a spinning ball, but with a lot of flat anomaly spots where just it's just where the flat earthers just for some reason always find these weird flat spots that just don't add up with the mathematics. And if these flat earthers find it, we're just gonna say refraction. It's an illusion. You see an illusion created by the atmosphere.
Are you gonna try and rebut that, or are you just gonna say it incredulously?
No, I could rebut it, but it's not
But I
necessary.
don't want to.
No, it's not necessary because there's just much more evidence than just visual phenomena. We can literally measure the Earth.
Yep, Earth is measured.
Then let's see the
and
measurement of
navigated
it flat.
Well, do you have a thing called horizontal level water on a ball that curves 360 degrees in every direction?
Yes.
Can you have flat level water?
Well, I mean, it can appear flat. That doesn't make it necessarily flat.
So that means that even in your bathtub, the water is actually curving.
Yeah, there's a meniscus. You can see it.
Okay. So you believe that all the oceans are curving around a spinning, wobbling tilted space ball?
Well, gravity's obviously keeping it attached to the Earth.
Okay. Do you also believe that the Earth was once a magma ball and turned into a water ball by asteroids putting the water on Earth?
I'm not exactly sure how water got to Earth, or how it was formed.
Okay.
Or
Yeah, that's fair. Where they claim either it was through a chemical process or it was through the process of asteroids hitting the Earth.
Okay.
Or both simultaneously.
Cool.
Why
At
the
least
moon
we have
for
some
some
form
reason?
of explanation.
Why
Well, I
the
mean,
moon
saying
for
God put it there is an explanation. It's not a very good one. Is it?
There's just not water anywhere else, but yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Where they claim there's a lot of ice in a vacuum, which doesn't work, but hey, let's quit the logic.
You can't put ice in a vacuum.
Well, watch what happens if you put ice in a vacuum. It turns into vapor.
That water was
First it will
temperature is the
melt.
vacuum at?
First it will melt, and then the water
Doesn't
will
matter
turn
the
into
temperature,
gas.
bro.
You're telling me ice melts and it doesn't matter what
It's
temperature?
not melting, man. It's the pressure, right? Have you ever seen water in a vacuum?
Yeah, it undergoes a state change.
Yeah, it turns into gas.
Yeah.
Sorry. How does that have nothing to do with temperature?
Because the pressure's causing it, man. There's two ways you can make water boil, bud.
Did you see objects moving in the vacuum? Precisely.
You
Every
realize
day.
like increasing the pressure on water, right?
Yeah, so the science term you guys are looking for is sublimation.
There you go.
That would be going from solid straight to gas.
Right.
That doesn't tell me anything about what the temperature of the vacuum was.
Well, just make up a temperature then.
It doesn't
5
matter what
Kelvin.
temperature the vacuum is. Especially if they say we have detected ice in the exposed region of the moon to the sun, which is exposed to the sun frequently. That's what they claim is ice also. So how is that possible with the fluctuations of this extreme temperature that is being proposed? I mean, there are two things that just don't seem to make any sense at all. But yeah, I get it. There's probably gonna be some great story as an explanation to how this magical thing happens that we just can't reproduce on Earth.
Well, your story. What's your story about it?
That it doesn't work. Because when we do it on Earth, it doesn't work.
What's your story about why we can't do that?
Because it doesn't work on Earth. If I'm gonna do something as an experiment and it doesn't work on Earth, I'm not gonna say it's gonna work in a magical place that is defying the second law of thermodynamics. That's nuts.
You're jumping all over the place.
Sounds pretty logical to me, man.
I know
Very
it
precise.
would. It would to someone who doesn't know logic.
I get it, dude.
I'm very precise with my
You can't
words.
fucking determine logic. That's your problem.
If you couldn't even tell that I was saying you can't do logic, you need to really sit down and listen.
Hey, Rich.
The fact that you couldn't fucking understand that I was saying it about you fucking needs. Maybe you need to.
No, I know you tried to say no you, but it looked really
Rich,
bad.
can we repeat what he said? He said that you cannot do that on the Earth. That's logic.
You cannot
No,
do
you're
it on
right.
Earth. That's logic?
Yeah. Can you
Well,
do
you would
that?
need an argument for why it can't be done on Earth.
Okay. Why?
That in order for it to be logic. Otherwise,
Yeah,
it's
why?
just a proposition.
Yeah. How about not?
Are we
You can't
arguing
do that
about
on
it?
Earth
Are
as a
we arguing about it being a
not an
proposition,
argument.
dude, or
So
are we
you
arguing
haven't
about it
you
being
haven't
done on
gotten
Earth,
to the
man?
point where you're
Dude, your
actually
argument
doing
sucks,
logic.
man. We're not arguing
You're just
about
making
propositions here, man. Nobody's arguing
Anyone can make
propositions,
claims.
dude.
Obviously, the Earth's round because it's
Who
round.
gives a fuck if he made a claim, Rich? We're not talking about whether or not he made a claim. We're just saying that you can do it on Earth. You can't do it on Earth.
Yeah, and I'm asking, how do you know that?
We haven't even fucking decided on what we're talking about, dude. We're just saying
So
that
then, how do you know that you can't do it on Earth?
because he said it.
Oh, that's all you need, huh?
No, that's not all I need. But fucking in a logical fucking sequence, that's all I need. Yeah.
So Tom can't order a pizza.
You can twist it
therefore
however the fuck you want, dude. Go for
No
it.
one can order a pizza. It's weird.
Go on, get your twisty mind fucking twisting, bud.
No, it's all concrete. Concrete thinking, as you like to point out.
Twist some more,
Rigid,
man.
secure,
Come on,
strong
twist
thinking.
that shit. Let's see the mental gymnastics. Come on, man. Dance for me, you fucking monkey.
So the vacuum chamber
you
is
sad?
contained, right?
But he wants to save us because we are deceived.
Yeah. He wants to tell us that the things we can observe on Earth and do,
Like boats going over the
experiments with, that that these things are obsolete in the face of space.
It's really unfortunate for you guys that you can't get a boat back in the disappeared bottom up.
Well, because we are deceived. That's why.
No, the horizon is not.
The water deceived us.
proven.
Apart, you deceived by people, but we are not such guys. We are deceived by water.
So, Rich, this boat that's going over the curve, right? It's going over the curve at what? 3 miles?
Depends
How far?
on the refractory limit of the
There isn't
atmosphere.
no curve to.
So how far is the boat going over the horizon at then?
It depends on a lot of different, what would it be? Like properties of the situation.
So there's
The
no
air
geometry,
temperature, the water temperature.
no geometry involved at all.
I never claimed it was a geometric place that we could measure to. So
then how the fuck are you going to say that it's going over a curve?
because it's apparently
How is it not a geometric place? Your sphere.
But whatever, he's saying
No, it
that,
is.
he's saying that
So obviously
geometry
we're
has
still
nothing to
looking
do
at
with
the
it at
globe
all,
Earth
but yet it's
overlooking at
going
the
over a
horizon,
curve,
right?
man.
But I can't say that the horizon is exactly at this distance because
So then how the fuck can you say it's a globe, dude?
It doesn't make sense.
I guess with the correct. I see the real problem here is that I don't
Here
know how
comes
to
the
measure
mental
where the horizon
gymnastics,
is.
right?
You throw all these
Are you guys
factors
somehow
out,
saying
but you
that the
miss the
ability to
biggest
measure to
factor
the
out there,
horizon is somehow necessary for me to believe I'm on a globe?
Are you saying
Let's run with the logic here, Rich, right?
Well, yeah, I
He's
just
saying-
asked you a question, so why don't you try and follow it and answer
I'm
it?
answering it. Let's run with the logic here,
okay.
dude. Fuck, man, where's your curve? If you
The boats are
fucking
going
see
over
and
it.
you can't tell me how far it is away, How do you know they're
The boats
going
are
over a
going over
curve,
it.
dude?
He just said the boats are going
If I
over it.
said to you, we're standing in a road and there's a car coming towards us, and you went,
Well,
well,
now
how
we're gonna
far
change
is
the
it?
story,
You
are
don't
we?
know there's a car coming until you tell me how far it.
Go ahead with your mental bullshit, dude.
No, he's responding to it. You're just being retarded.
He's fucking lost. That's why.
How's he lost?
No, do you want me to explain it again to you?
Go ahead, man.
Yeah, so if I say that I see a car coming, get out of the road, and you say, well, I don't know that there's a car coming because you haven't been able to give me the exact distance that it's at, and then you get hit by
See
a
how
car.
his logic works, man? The guy is not fucking
Wait,
logical.
how is
That
this
has
thing
nothing to
illogical?
do with you. You are comparing something movement to you and the surface. That has nothing to do one with the other. Nothing.
Yeah, they actually do, because we're both being told a claim, right? And I'm saying, apparently, I don't need to know the exact distance to the car that's coming. Like, I can see the car coming, right? The same thing can happen with the horizon. There's the horizon. I see it over there. You're not going to say that I don't have Earth curve or I don't see it just because I don't know the exact distance to there.
You don't know anything about it, dude.
No, respond to his point.
Yeah, how do you know the
Totally
boat's
retarded.
actually sinking
The
over
car-
a curve and
that
it's not
car's
an
about to hit
optical
you. You
effect
don't
or
even know
due to
what
some
make and
other
model it is.
phenomenon? You
Yeah,
need
no, I
to
can't
rule
see
out
the
other
car, Rich. I
phenomena
get it,
before
buddy.
you jump
Yeah,
to the
what car
conclusion
has
that it's
to,
Earth curvature.
what car has to do with geometry, please?
What?
Oh my
What
god.
car has to do with the geometry? Because
That's a
this
good
is
question.
I don't think you're smart
sphere.
enough to have this
Yeah,
We don't need fucking moderation.
cars have wheels which are circles. Therefore, it is tied
You're
to
an
geometry.
idiot, man.
There you go. I answered your question. You happy?
Yeah, that means if you explain that example with the car, that means that Earth is spherical. Because now if car is approaching to you, it will kill you.
You're
That
missing
means
his
Earth is
whole
spherical.
point. Wait, can you?
Yeah, you're
can
not
you
tracking
explain?
what I was talking about.
Can you
That's
explain?
not my
That's
problem.
exactly what I'm talking about. He's asking you which distance its curvature, starting to.
Yeah, and if I say I don't know, you somehow think that I don't have a curve now.
Oh, yeah,
Well,
of
no,
course, but
you need to
because
substantiate. You need to substantiate the dimensions of the globe in order to have that measurement, right? Like if you want to substantiate that you live on a globe, you should probably go measure the distance to the curve.
One could
Or
do that.
find just
It's not
find any
necessary.
curve because it's a sphere.
And it needs
That's
to be
the problem.
it needs to be consistent, because if you're going to claim that boats go over this curve, then that curve is everywhere, and water is a good place to test for it. Then this curvature should be measurable all over the place.
Amish,
But
if
the
you want to
problem is
remain
nobody-
consistent with this logic, it would be.
Hey, don't talk over him, bro.
No, you're
Don't talk
done. You
over
talk
him.
over me again, you're done.
No, you're just being a little bitch. You can't understand his point.
No, he just does this mental bullshit. He just likes to fucking argue.
Yeah,
It's
we
absolute
talked about
sophistry,
permabanning his ass
obfuscate.
like 50 times. I don't know why he's still here.
I don't get that either. It blows my mind how you just come in every day and repeat the same horse shit. Like, when is it going to sink in? Or do you just enjoy being a villain? Like, what is it? I don't understand.
It's the second part, dude.
Got a lot of glow.
This is how you
Got a
get your
lot of
kicks. Is this how you get attention? Do you not get attention in real life? You have to come here and just be like an absolute retard.
Yeah, the other channels are full of degenerate morons, and so we get them coming in here.
If a car's coming to you, how do you know how to jump out of the way? Like, what the fuck?
I like Rich. He was funny.
I think sometimes they're just trying to be a contrarian, that's all. For whatever reason.
Yeah, I mean, like if a boat is going over a hump, then it's not ridiculous to say, okay, go measure the distance to that hump. You know, and if this is happening all the time because Earth is a globe, then go measure that hump and go get your award from being the first person to measure the Earth as a globe. There's a big fat prize waiting for you and anybody else who can do it.
But like Sasha was trying to point out to him, they bring up all these other factors, but just miss the biggest one of all, like
but that's the thing.
Geometric. Yeah, it's just.
Oh yeah, you can't
mind-blowing.
possibly measure it because it's so complicated. And it's like, well, okay, then you can't substantiate that it's there in the first instance, that this phenomena that you claim to exist is that phenomenon. And
No,
in fact, they
straight
need
up.
to rule out other phenomena that we can test for first, which is not hard to do. You know?
He's saying the boat's going over the curve, but yet he can't give me any information at all, like none.
Yeah, show me a phenomenon of that first, and we can talk about it. Instead, it's these vagaries.
Well, the main issue that is frequently being approached is that they seem to have a problem with remembering things, because it's almost like you are talking with a wall. They come back and they just spew out the same old stuff. And the other issue is, if about the horizon specifically, when you ask ChatGPT what the horizon is, and you ask him about the distance and so forth, the ultimate answer is that ChatGPT itself can't define what a horizon is on a globe. This is what you come down to. I can even demonstrate it if someone requests that.
Yeah, they need features of their world to be undescribable and unmeasurable and unfalsifiable for them to maintain their belief. Because the second that you introduce any concrete reality to them, it collapses their globe view of the world, and they're having to face reality for the first time in their life, and they're afraid of that. It's why we don't get claims anymore, why they're afraid to make a claim. They don't show us specifics, and they speak in vagaries. Like, they don't even want to show us those 2017 era photos of a cruise ship behind a hump of water, because they know what we're going to say about it, because we've been saying the same things and educating the public on this phenomenon for years. And so now they just say, well, yeah, boats go over horizons all the time. I'm not going to give you a picture of one, because you can go Google one yourself. And we're like, yeah, we know that's the claim. That's been the claim for like 100 years, 500 years, whatever. And we have alternate explanations for it that we can prove.
Every time I'm trying to get like a precise documentation of a proposed claim from a glober, they always run away. Like last time there was a guy who claimed that, an Australian and a guy on the opposite of the fairy tale is gonna see the moon upside down, and I'm asking him for just one of two persons who have, created maybe an experiment with such a that supports the claim, and then he said to me I'm crazy and left. I'm insane for asking that. That was basically
well,
it.
seed planted.
It's a common dude. I forgot his name. He comes here all the time and always says the same thing.
And the way people wrangle with this topic, I mean, it usually starts off with some conflict, right? I mean, we all started off that way. And if people keep persisting in the conflict instead of resolving it, they're going to turn into anti-flat earthers, and they're going to give themselves worse cog dis than they had when they first engaged this topic to begin with. I mean, flat earth is real, folks. This is truth of our reality. And the more you resist it, the worse off you're going to be for your own mental health, at least.
Well, living in denial and ignorance is sometimes, easier. Doesn't require much thinking, because, everyone else thinks for you, and you're just gonna be a parrot and say, what? This is what science says! Science!
Yeah, and over the years, they've broadened the definition of science to accommodate aspects of pseudoscientific science, so that they can continue on with perpetuating their myths of reality.
Yeah, we shall surely not trust our senses. We shall surely first listen to the preacher of the science community. If the preacher is confirming that my senses are wrong, then the preacher is correct. And I'm denying my senses. I'm in denial with the observable earth, because my preacher taught me.
The irony is, in their scientific materialism and atheistic humanism, they then present vagaries for their cosmological claims pertaining to the globe. So they depend on having a concrete reality to support their materialistic claims of absolutism, but then they want to live in a world of subjective reality and subjective globism. It's absolutely asinine.
Exactly. It's actually unbelievable, to be honest. It's so
a religion,
twisted.
but they are how to say offended when you tell them that it's the biggest religion in the world, but they're offended with that. Yeah.
Well,
When you said now, Clay, when you said now science, people when we're listening to you will think, okay, listening to him, I knew it. He doesn't believe in science. That will be conclusion in first place. You know, only on these 5 minutes of what you said about, you know, also being sarcastic a little bit. They will say these guys don't believe in science. That's it.
Yeah, don't you dare question the people who have pre-digested and chewed my information that then I'm gonna swallow again on a silver plate. If you question that information, you're not part of my cult. Therefore, you must be an idiot. This is how their logic works, you know. If you go against my preacher and his teachings, then you're disqualified for any other conversation. I'm not gonna listen to what you say because you're not confirmed by the authorities in my religion, in my cult, in my heliocentric cult belief. That is insane. Imagine, and the thing is, what is common with these people? If we, I mean, I can't talk about in detail, but if we compare the persons, if you compare someone who knows that the Earth is not a spinning wobbling tilted ball with someone who believes in all the garbage of the scientific fields and so forth, what is the common difference between these two people? One is gonna go ahead with the masses and accept and do whatever happens without thinking about the consequences, but gonna, he's gonna feel them later on, right? And the other will always say, wait a minute, let me first think about this and ask some questions, right? There's a distinctive difference between a globe knucklehead and a flat earth knucklehead, right? Because there's also some crazy people around us. I mean, I'm also sometimes crazy. Whatever, you know, everybody is an individual, that's okay. But we at least are very critical when it comes to what the world's climate is putting on the table, right? This show that is being run, whatever region it might be, if it's political, government, and so forth, right? That's the huge difference in the mindset. This is why flat Earth is obviously so dangerous, because it changes the mind of a human being completely. You turn from a obedient yes sayer, what comes to the television, you know, to someone who will always question everything that is being presented. And if it doesn't add up to a certain standard, then you're not gonna adhere to it, because you're a free thinker. You can think for yourself. But someone who has been basically raised with the idea that I'm gonna just accept everything the preacher says, I'm just gonna do as everybody else does, yeah, obviously you're easy food, you know, for the lions. I mean, you don't even know that the lion is in front of you, you know, as a metaphor. You're a good little consumer, full of fear. Oh, let me put some little bit of fear in you, so you're gonna go out and you're gonna buy stuff you don't need because, you know, you don't feel right. If everybody would be like most of the flat earthers, the capitalistic system wouldn't work at all, because there would be almost no people that are fearful against all these governmental schemes about all this show that is being run with, you know, every decade they come up with something else to make people fearful or afraid of. so they can make a lot of money, because people obviously gonna fill up the void, this fear, with consuming and being a good little consumer. This is the main reason why they do what they do. They put fear in you, so you go out and you're gonna buy yourself a new iPhone, or you're gonna buy yourself, anything that pleases you. Because if there's a lot of fear, there's a lot of the necessity to fill up that void of feeling unwell. And this is why people, consume, because they're always under stress, are always like the devil's behind them with a whip, always being chased, always in fear.
Because an asteroid could hit Earth at any time, right?
For example, yeah, you can't have this capitalistic system if people would be all flat earthers. Doesn't work.
Did you say there'd be no capitalism in a flat Earth?
Hear what he got out of that, eh?
You just said there'd be no capitalism in flat Earth.
It'll be all right, Scott. Don't worry, buddy.
I'm just curious. Is that what he meant?
In your brain, he can mean whatever you want him to.
I just want to know what he meant. I don't know why I can't let him answer for himself. I think he's capable.
Do boats go over the horizon, Scott?
I think he's capable of answering for himself. You're all right, Clay. You're all right.
Scott, I think that these flat earthers have more logic than you, like a glober.
I know you think that. I get that. I've understood that for a long time.
I'm telling you that like a listener, not like a flat earther.
No, you're not. You can't not speak like a flat earther, because you are.
No, I'm not.
But you are.
I'm Croatian.
That's exactly what a flat earther would say.
I don't need to identify myself with the shape of the earth to know the shape of the earth.
Yeah, we don't have to make up excuses for reality, dude.
Yet you do every day.
No, I don't.
Weird.
Yeah, but I'm saying these people who are identify themselves like a flat earther, they have more logic and have more sense than you. That I'm saying.
I know you think that. I get that.
Yep.
That's okay, though.
Yep.
So have you ever heard him explain how the sun goes below 0 degrees angular elevation?
Yeah, when does it do that, Scott?
All the time. Almost every day if you're high enough.
Sure it does, buddy.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. You guys deny reality.
I get it. You can imagine it all you like, dude.
It's not imagining. It's happening.
Okay.
You'd see it too if you actually look.
Elevation is in reference to horizontal.
No, it doesn't have to be. It's 90 degrees off vertical.
9 degrees requires horizontal.
90 degrees off vertical. That's how we use it. I don't know how you use it.
Yeah, fine.
Well, you mean from the center of the earth, though, right, Scott? Not vertical, right?
No, not at all. I mean what I said.
So you're not getting your vertical from the center of the earth?
Doesn't matter where I get my vertical. I got a vertical.
Oh.
Do you not think I can get a vertical?
Horizontal.
I know I can, dude.
Okay, so can I. Let's say we can both get verticals. We can also figure out 90 degrees from that, right? We're both capable of doing that, right?
Yeah, on a flat surface.
Yeah,
we get it.
Why does it have to be flat?
Yes.
Because 90 degrees is horizontal to vertical.
But if we establish a vertical, can we take 90 degrees off of that?
Sure.
Okay, good. Then we determine whether something is above or below that line?
Welcome to flat Earth, dude.
Yeah, welcome to flat Earth, Scott.
Interesting how you guys never want to answer simple questions. It's afraid you're afraid to walk down these paths.
You answered it for us, man. Thanks.
It's weird.
They said 90, so yeah, welcome to flat Earth.
Why we can't have 90 degrees on a globe?
No.
Why
What's
not?
a 90?
A
What's a
90. Did you not take geometry in high school? Do you not know what a 90 degree
I'm
is?
asking, no, you said you're claiming it's from a curve. So can you
Yeah,
define?
90 degrees is 1/4 of a circle.
From
You know
where,
what
Scott?
circle is, right?
Where's 90 degrees 1/4 of a circle? From what?
It's what it's defined. It's 90 degrees is 1/4 of a circle.
Or
From
90 degree
what
angle.
though?
Because a circle is 360 degrees.
So we're assuming the Earth is 360 degrees now.
It has nothing to do with the Earth. We're talking about an angle, 90 degrees.
It has nothing to do with the Earth.
Not at the moment, no.
Oh, so none of this conversation has anything to do with the Earth.
Not at the moment, no.
Oh,
I
so
know you
we're
guys
just
always
gonna,
want to bring it
so we're
back
going
to
to step
something.
away from the Earth and have a conversation about something totally different.
Yeah, we're talking about 90 degrees. Yeah. A lot of us are capable of doing that.
90 degrees to, and we're talking about the Earth, though, right, Scott? Getting 90 degrees on the Earth.
But we are talking about the right angle triangle to the GP, and the GP is onto the object that you are aiming to, that we call the elevation angle. And the elevation angle is the point you are pointing out. If it's the sun, is it the moon, or is it the Polaris? Is it the Polaris? Yeah, okay. You are aiming to the star that we call Polaris, and you get 180 on the meeting the angle. You are making angle. It's an angular measurement, and you have to be able, if you are using sextant, to take the sun or the star down to the horizon in front of you. That's the TP. And in that time, you have to take the time, and then you know the position, because there's always all of this is in the almanac and the tables of the almanac. But what I'm saying is, the same time you get a circle of equal altitude around the GP from the position you're taking the elevation on. That would give you thousands of miles of equal altitude. That means the Earth is measured flat. Finito.
Thank you, Johnny.
Doesn't have to talk about that anymore because it is measured flat.
There you go, Scott.
So flat then. So vertical is perpendicular to horizontal. Give you a 90. So, yeah, it's moving flat.
And elevation angle, and we are talking about angular measurement, so you have to have a reference to a plane. There you have it. You cannot get an angle over a curved surface. That's impossible. Finito there. It's just like it is.
Exactly, Johnny. An elevation angle
Yeah,
requires
so
a horizontal baseline.
yeah, exactly. This need two directions, but the third direction is you match the object that's above you or in front of you above you. That's the elevation. You are taking it down to the same line that we use. That is 180 degrees line against the angle. That we call sea level. It's also called zero, from zero. That is taken from every measurement that we use is taken from that, from sea level. That's the 180. We also call it baseline. And
But yeah,
the
Johnny, they
baseline,
can't define what a right angle triangle is. They think it's curved.
right angle triangle is
They just have to deny
exactly
reality,
the
unfortunately.
right angle triangle is exactly there as the GP is. That is the right angle triangle. That's the 90.
Yeah, you have a 90 at the GP of the star, and then the base goes all the way to the observer.
Yeah, there's nothing to say against it. I am absolutely correct and right about that. That is the 90 I'm talking about. And you can never have that over so long distance and have a circular equal altitude in the same time, of course. If you are living on a spinning ball, no way, Jose. Also, if you're on a spinning ball, you have a clockwork above you that's going every minute, every hour, every day, 24 hours every day, is doing exactly the same, and you can clock in where every star is in every minute, in every fucking second. It has been mapped up, and you can find it in the almanac, in all tables. And if you time it up and make all the measurements because of that, you get it right. But if you're cut screwing through the space on a spinning globe and chasing the sun and all that, no way, I'll say. It will never work. That's just a fucking fantasy. That's ridiculous. And can never work. Because we have a
So
clock
right,
that's work
yeah.
above your head.
The definition of a right angle, Johnny, was an angle of 90 degrees, as in the corner of a square, or formed by dividing a circle into quarters. So if you have a circle and you draw a cross, yeah, then you have a flat surface for each quarter.
Yeah, it's right that we have a
If you have a
circle, but
vertical
you have
and
to
you have a
understand
horizontal.
how the circle works.
That's right.
Nobody really understands about everything. They have some kind of stupidity. They think it has to be a sphere, but
Oh yeah,
everything is a
poor
sphere.
globers think because there's circle in that, because it says dividing by a circle, then it must be a globe. No, just describing it as horizontal,
Everything is about
perpendicular
circles. Yeah,
to vertical,
the sun is
flat.
going in a circle, and the altitude and everything, the coordinate system and everything is in circle. It's 360 degrees, and we have arc seconds, and every minute is like a 1 degree.
Yeah, so bro,
1 minute
that's
is
it.
1 degree, and so on and so on. That is a circle. It has nothing to do with the globe. It doesn't work on globe, but it's you take everything is measured from a flat planar reference. That's all the coordinates come from. That's all it is. But then you can in a program and so on, you can wrap it in the globe and make it work that way. But you have to measure it as a plane first. And if you don't do that, of course it will be wrong. But everything is measured from a flat planar reference. Linear plane, all aircrafts, all technology and everything is linear and no motion. It's a linear, no motion.
Can we let a glober respond there, Johnny? If there's a response there.
Yeah, okay, I give you time.
Yeah,
I
let him
think
respond, please.
I think I got my meaning out. So talk about it. But you have nothing to say. You cannot say anything against what I'm saying because everything I'm saying is right. So If you are trying to say something against it, maybe you are making you a fool or something. Don't try. I'm just giving you advice, but of course you are free to try.
No Globers want to take that up? You got him, Johnny.
Boys, we got him.
Yes, I did, and that is not the first time. But they just plop up like flowers or that we don't want. But anyways, I'm right. I'm always right in the end. If I am wrong somewhere, somewhere over the rainbow, yeah, maybe I can be not quite right somewhere, but I will always be right in the end.
You could be more concise, Johnny. That's all I have. That's all I could say. There's some constructive criticism. Maybe you could write down what you wanted to say first, and then just read it out. Maybe try that next time.
I never use any fucking script. I just talk from the heart. Spiritual, knowing, very, very intelligent, and I have a lot of things.
I know you talk from the heart, but we listen
quality.
from the ear, and it's just keep that in mind.
So I don't care about everybody saying this a lot. I'm not trying to make any fucking script. I'm not making any money of this. I'm just telling the truth and living the life.
Excellent. You Italian, Johnny? Or Spanish?
Al gato esguardo el salo, es solo esguardo e mirando. It's Italiano, it's solo,
No,
it's
it's Italiano.
That is solido, solid.
Solido.
Hey, men jag är isländsk jävla helvetes viking och jag tycker huvudet av mörkom. Men jag är ágætur.
Grazie.
Ég er ágætur, sko. Men, hey, prata med mig, allt är bra, det är ingen fara, jag ska vara snäll nu, jag ska inte säga någonting fel. That is a fucking swinehund, you're in Sibrel. No way, Jose!
Ja, fanculo io.
Puoi darle Meridollo. Esa la finska, jag hörde det var finiskt där.
No, just
How many languages? How many languages you speak, Johnny?
Grazie po.
Five, I think, or something like that.
Nice.
5? Well, if you can talk Italian, you can speak probably. What else can you speak, Johnny? Spanish? French? Portuguese?
S'il vous plaît, souvent, ja.
Chanson, déjà un peu, Eiffel Tower.
You just changed your accent, man.
Nage-toi. Derrière.
It's so funny. I have to go out to smoke. I love it, baby. But I come later.
Collage.
Golazo. Oh, golazo. Golazo di pedalo. Oh, mamma mia.
Now, the reason why Scott divides the Earth up is because he needs that flat plane when you cut it in half.
Yep. They need flat. The globers need flat to begin with.
And then plumb lines on a globe, like they go to some imaginary fucking middle of the Earth, right? It's an imaginary place.
Oh yeah, angles from hell.
Angles from hell, nice.
Yeah, because it's a ball of spinning molten iron core, right? So basically hell, if you're a religious person. So yeah, when they talk about celestial navigation, they talk about angles from hell. It's like, yeah, I just want to go fishing, mate. I don't want to go, into the depths of hell to measure an angle. Thanks. I just want to go and cruise on a boat. But yeah, this seems to suggest that there's you take an angle from hell. It's like a mother-in-law from hell. The angle from hell is logical and humorous.
I think it's funny. I have a ball that was hanging from a string, literally a plumb line, and for some reason Scott think that is stupid. I don't get it. What's so stupid about my hanging plumb line, Scott, with the little action figures all in different directions that precisely aren't plumb? Can you tell me what's stupid about that, Scott?
I think he's muted. He's not even here, bro.
Oh, good. He just dropped an ad hom, an incoherent ad hom, and left. That's good.
Yeah, they must deny the horizontal, which represents Earth in navigation. So you're not referencing Earth when you're navigating Earth. Hmm.
Yeah, Brenda put a debunk of the globe in the chat too. She was unaware. She said there's infinite plumb lines on Earth. It's on Earth, and the Earth is not a sphere because there's not infinite plumb lines on a sphere. There you go. Boom.
Some kind of disco ball Earth, I think. There. So yeah, how many flat planes make up a disco ball Earth? Brenda? I think Humble H and Brenda they must be related or something.
Brenda's not here either.
Oh.
So when they say the center of the Earth, really, they're just talking about a geometric picture on a piece of paper, right? Like, that's the only way they can visualize it.
Well, it's at the center of the celestial sphere, not the
I get
Earth.
it, but it's in their brain, right?
Mm.
Like, it's the only way they can visualize it is in geometry, right? Like, by doing math.
Exactly. Well, yeah, curvature exists only in the math, basically. Exactly.
Imaginary.
But the math in celestial navigation is measured flat. The curves, 8 inches per mile square or anything like that, figured into it. It's just measured flat.
Globy, globy, globy. Globy, globy, globy. Acting like your people. Wearing clothes.
Wake up in here.
Monkey live on ball.
Okay, that's fine. I would say yes. I have been inside the volcano, inside the volcano uh, mountain, inside and onto the earth. There's channels there.
Dude, are you ready? You ready? He's not even in here. Why you don't even have to respond to him?
But I have been there, and it's very, very scary places there. But I will tell you about inside these bubbles, inside the mountains and the downsides. It's a
That's all right.
big, it's a big places. These are beautiful places. We have the light and the lots of. It was just like in a big church or a big cathedral or something like that. And we was talking, there was a lot of echo sound. And then we see channel from other places. If we go in there, oh, you don't know what is happening. We were afraid of it, of course. But yeah,
Wow, that's hard to listen to.
hard to listen to. It's about I was inside the volcano, old volcanoes and active volcano. So I know what it's about. Volcano is just energy that has to be flow out from underneath. Has to flow up. It's a system. Everything is going in a circle. The rain, everything that you see above you is also part of the system. Everything has some purpose. But the earth is flat. It's a ground. It's a foundation, and it's very, very, very.
Ever go to Gem
It's an
Pandas to debate
intelligent.
them? You should try going to Gem Pandas to debate them. You would knock them out.
I am.
It's your guys' turn to have him for a bit.
I've done that several times. So I came from Gem Panda. Yeah.
Sweet.
AM and PM. AM. Amniotic. Amnesia. America. 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 Am.
Oh, tell me more. Tell me more. It's like a grease.
Amniotic fluid. Amnesia. Correlation, causation. I don't know. The Philosopher's Stone used to be $1,000 a gram back in the day when they first made it. It was pure, you know what I mean, uncut and raw. Then you get, you could freebase the Philosopher's Stone. But today it's really hard to come by, and they forgot how to make them. You know what I mean? They lost that technology. And then how?
Yeah, they lost the technology. It's
Yeah,
quite funny.
they
Yeah.
lost the technology
Keep
to
on.
make the Philosopher's Stone pure again. So we could freebase it, and then we could all do our own alchemical formulas, solutions, equations, potions, calculations, inverted and outverted, outdated mathematics that we just make up, like Euclidean, right? Newtonian, like
Yeah.
Einstein.
Now we are talking. Now we are talking. It's quite
Yeah,
funny.
yeah. You got to hit that Philosopher's Stone, and then you just know how to make all that math up. You just make it up.
Yeah. Just make it up. It works somehow. Just somehow.
Yeah. And if you're an alien and you want to probe people, just be a proctologist. What the fuck? I got you covered.
I'm with you. I'm with you. It's quite silly, right?
Yeah, well, the aliens always want to probe something, so you'd have to make them gynecologists or proctogynecologists. They'd be both. And they could just, you know, they could probe everybody. Be like,
I
Dr.
have to say, I don't know. I don't know. It's too high for me. You know what I mean? It's in the fucking space. It's too high.
Yeah, Galileo didn't think so. When he hit that bong that he first made, the Galileo bong, he was like one of the first bong makers. And then he started looking out at it, you know what I mean? And he was like, oh, I got a telebong.
Yeah. Or Taliban. Okay. Fuck it.
Yeah, telescopic bong. Yep.
Yep. And then we have a Donald Trump with a space army or in the space force. Yes, space force. Of course, it's nothing else. Don't take it seriously. It's a code for something else, some of. But everybody's taking it seriously.
It's code for cyberspace. They deal with communications. Yes.
Yeah, but
Cyberspace. That's the
what is
space that
this
SpaceX protects.
Space Force? What is a fucking Space Force? It's a hiding force for some purpose. It's
They're
what
keeping an
it is.
eye on Rockefeller Plateau and Rockefeller um, Plaza and Range. The Rockefellers own Antarctica. So, like,
So it's about Rockefeller, like always, all the days, fucking days in the 60s or whatsoever, 70s,
yeah,
80s, 90s.
Walmart,
It's
the Wal,
always about the Rockefellers. It was
yeah,
in
the
80s or
walls,
1800 something. It was
yeah,
Rockefeller.
the
What
whale, the
is
wall.
this fucking Rockefeller about?
It's the wall company too. Anybody who wants to put up an ice wall, a border wall, a wall for Mexico, a China wall. Everybody who wants to put up these walls are the wall people, the Walmarts.
Everyone's talking about the wall, the China wall, and
A
the
border.
Germany,
Well, think
the
of
wall
the ice wall. No,
between
no, no.
East and West.
Think about this though, Johnny. The ice wall. What if it was man-made?
Oh, the ice wall. Okay.
What if it was like man-made in a way?
Yeah, if it
In a
is,
way.
yeah. What can we do about it?
I mean, people always want to make walls, and then back in the cartoons when I was little, they had force fields. Isn't that a wall? Just a force field or
Yeah,
something? Like you put the force field
yeah.
of temperature. Well, hold on. A force field today could be temperature. So if you can create a super cold barrier, ain't nobody fucking going through that. It's too cold. Or you got a super hot barrier. That's the same as a force field or keeping anybody out. Nobody's going to go through it. If you can fake somebody to think the temperature's too hot or too cold to go through, then what are they going to do?
But you think your God on your side. Maybe God is bluffing everybody, and God is making traps all over the places. God is making a fucking walls for us, so we cannot go step over it. So God is holding us in. God is holding us in the fucking present, and is making
We got
He is making some kind of a
we got every
scientific
extreme.
experience for himself.
We've got every
What
extreme.
what
The
what's
cold,
wrong with
the
fucking
hot,
God? What's wrong with
the,
God?
the ocean.
God is a fucking pervert. There's something wrong with him. He's a fucking dictator. Of course he is.
God is a question.
It's not a question. He's a dictator.
No, God,
And I will tell
God
you.
is a question. It's all the questions. That's what God is. And how does God know what God is? How does God know where God came from? How would God know what made God?
That's
Yeah,
fallacious argument, man.
therefore
Come on.
he needs me to know more, and he uses me to
Infinite
get
research
more
fella.
information, so he can use my information that I'm given to the God, and use it for his own benefit.
It might not be like that. It might not be a he type, him type thing, brother.
Yeah, I will talk with him very soon, I think, and I will be very serious also.
I mean, all of our information actually comes out of hindsight, action or reaction. We'd like to think we know beforehand or we know after. We can't all we know the now. We don't know the before now or we don't know the after now. We know the now. So really all we have is right now, but right now is really the past. So actually
Yeah, because
all we have is the
it's
past.
absolutely, it's
And
absolutely like
our memory
Joe
happens
Biden. He don't know anything. He don't know where he's
our
just
memory
now.
brings us our
Yes,
present,
absolutely
our
out. So
future, and our
there's people like that. There's no fucking now for Joe Biden.
no,
He's living in the past
we live in the
without any past. Everything
yeah.
is a fucking life is a fucking disaster.
Everything is
Uh,
in the past, and we could literally be playing out shit by memory. Like when you
yeah.
think
But
about how you went to school as a kindergartner, and like a blink of an eye, you could think back to like third grade, first grade, fifth grade, ninth grade, eighth grade, seventh. That's
I
crazy, right?
remember a
Time machine.
song. I love this beautiful ladies around
You
me.
are your time
This one.
machine.
I was kissing them around. Everything was happy. There was
Right.
happiness, a lot of happiness.
You are your own time machine, but you can't take anybody or bring anybody with you. You can only bring yourself back to your memory. No one. I
But I
mean,
was kissing these beautiful girls, and I was not pedophile because I was the same in the same. Yeah,
and
if you're
If
6 years
God is
old,
all
I
the
was 6 years.
questions, you were getting down, huh? If God was all the questions, right? What's like the bad thing or the Leviathan, right? What is that?
I think I will give you the answer in the end now because I'm
Brother, I
always right.
think
Because
God
I'm
is all.
Johnny. Oh, you have to listen. You have to listen because I am the God. I'm making this all
I
up.
think God is all the questions: who, what, when, where, why, and how.
No,
And I think it's
you're
also all
talking
the
to me.
commandments: what you
You're
should do
talking to
or not
me,
do.
and I am the God. I am the God.
Don't
I'm
kill.
making everything that's happening just now for me.
No, the commandments are. Listen, the commandments are God. What does God have the ability to do? Kill.
Okay, no, I'm giving you part of it. You're also part of me and part of God.
Well,
And
God is the one
you're,
thing that's supposed to have the
but
ability to do all the commandments that you're not supposed to do. The commandments, God does
but
them.
but the problem is that you are making a lot of fucking problems for us all together. So you have to behave just a little bit. So man, because you are part of me and you are making problems. I cannot act like I want to act because of you're not acting like I want you to act. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? You are part of me, and if you're not doing the right thing, it's harder for me to make things grow. Yeah, think about it. It's quite deep.
Living in America. You got the
We're
AM right
living
there.
in America,
You got the
America.
AM meridian, the post meridian. Man, it's crazy.
I love it. I'm going to smoke. I have to take a drink also. It's getting right.
Take a break. Yeah, like Newton was really working on alchemy and shit. Like, what the fuck? They were making like crystal meth. They were making acid. They were making the shit on the frog's back. They were doing all that shit. They were trying to re-incite the inscriptions on the pyramids that had chemical formulas. Before they knew it, they were just trying to repeat and record the chemical equations or the formulas that were written in the pyramids too, like the ingredients to a lot of things. Like back on the pyramids, they had coke already. They had crack. They had fucking LSD. They had all that shit. And what about hallucinogenic or hallucinate or inhalate or inhale, right? And a Britain is a funny word. Be written, Brighton. British, be rightish. Does that mean reddish? And did you know a volcano is really a volcano? A volcano. A Vulcan is a Vulcan. Bull, a Vulcan, a Vulcan. Isn't that crazy? A cannon, it's a weapon and a book. So what's a Canaanite?